Lie down. Just give yourself to me. And these 2 genes of cornmeal are yours. I don't want it. Don't come any closer. Don't want it? Too little for you? There's a famine this year. I can sleep with Widow Wang 5 times for 1 gene of cornmeal. Don't push your luck, you ungrateful brat. No, no. If you come any closer, I'll jump from here. Lin Huowang couldn't believe it. He had actually returned 40 years into the past. He was witnessing, with his own eyes, the night when team leader Lin Huowang drove the female sent-down youth, Liu Rumeng, to her death. At this moment, his mother hadn't yet committed suicide, and his younger sister hadn't died of illness. They had just been cast out by their stepfather, crammed into a dilapidated, unwanted little courtyard, the 3 of them suffering from hunger and cold. In his previous life, Lin Huowang had planned to sneak into the grain warehouse tonight to steal a bit of cornmeal. When he saw this scene, his timid and cowardly self wanted to rush in and save her, but feared the team leader's retaliation. By the time he finally mustered the courage to act, Liu Rumeng had already jumped from the 2nd-floor window. That height shouldn't have been fatal, but fate was cruel. Her neck landed precisely on the sharp edge of a hoe. The team leader lied, claiming Liu Rumeng had come to steal grain and jumped when caught. Lin Huowang had no way to report it, only rage he dared not voice. Half a year later, when Liu Rumeng's high-ranking cadre father, Liu Guopeng, was politically rehabilitated and came to the village to take her home, Lin Huowang finally told him the truth. Liu Guopeng immediately ordered the team leader's arrest and richly rewarded Lin Huowang. He not only brought in a renowned traditional doctor to correct Lin Huowang's congenital limp, but also gave him a precious military conscription slot. From an ordinary soldier to an elite commando, then recommended by the military to attend university. After retiring, he worked in the local forestry bureau, later ventured into business, weathered decades of ups and downs, and ultimately amassed a personal fortune of over 1 billion. In short, Liu Guopeng was the benefactor and savior of his life, someone who had saved him and given him a second chance. But all along, whenever he thought of the past, Lin Huowang was filled with endless regret. If only he had been more decisive and courageous, rushing in to save her at the first moment, Liu Rumeng wouldn't have died. And now, fate played a strange hand. Heaven opened its eyes. Lin Huowang was truly reborn back in 1977, given a chance to mend the regrets of his life. Bang! This time, Lin Huowang didn't hesitate for a second. Just as Liu Rumeng was about to jump, he kicked the door open. Team leader, finally found you. I need to borrow some grain. Lin Huowang's loud shout nearly made team leader Lin Huowang lose his nerve. When Lin Huowang turned and saw it was Lin Huowang, he immediately started cursing. You crippled good for nothing. Who comes to borrow grain at this hour? You're here to steal, aren't you? Team leader, don't slander an honest man. I'm just starving. There's nothing to eat at home. My mother and little sister haven't had a proper meal in days. Please, have mercy. Lend me a few gene of cornmeal from the team stores. Lin Huowang deliberately put on a fawning expression, then pretended to notice the window, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh, looks like I'm not the only one coming late for grain. Miss Liu, the sent-down youth, is here borrowing grain too?" "You, Miss Liu wouldn't be." Before Lin Huowang could defend himself, Lin Huowang stepped forward and snatched the 2 gene of cornmeal from his hand. Then, limping, he walked straight to Liu Rumeng and forcefully shoved the grain in her hands. If she's not here for grain, what's this for? Could it be that the team leader wants to pressure Miss Liu into something with 2 gene of cornmeal? Huh? Miss Liu, why is your jacket torn? Turning to Lin Huowang, Lin Huowang said, "Team leader, I heard they're cracking down hard now on cadres using their power to mess around with female sent-down youths. There's even a reward for reporting it." In a neighboring town, a team leader lured a female sent-down youth to bed with a few gene of white flour. He was reported and bang got shot. When Lin Huowang said bang, Lin Huowang visibly flinched. He glared at Lin Huowang, snarling, "You crippled bastard, what did you see to go spreading rumors? I, Lin Huowang, have done nothing wrong. I'm not afraid of a cripple like you reporting me. Go ahead and bark all you want. See who believes me or you dead cripple. Want to borrow grain? Not a chance. You 3 were thrown out by old Zhang's family. You'll probably all starve to death in this snowstorm in a few days. Who'll repay my grain then? Get out. Move, or I'll call people and have you arrested as grain thieves. If you won't lend it, fine. I don't want it anyway." Lin Huowang, worried that Lin Huowang might snap and abuse his power, quickly called to the still-dazed Liu Rumeng inside. "Miss Liu, you've got your grain. Why aren't you leaving?" Oh. Liu Rumeng, who had been staring blankly, suddenly snapped out of her daze. She quickly grabbed the 2 gene of cornmeal and followed Lin Huowang out. "You crippled bastard, ruining my fun. thinking you can borrow grain? Wait till I get you. Liu Rumeng, you bitch. Lucky this time someone helped you. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Watching the two flee down the stairs, team leader Lin Huowang, fearing the matter would escalate, could only back down, his eyes narrowed, teeth clenched. After leaving the grain warehouse area, Lin Huowang glanced at Liu Rumeng, following behind him, and let out a long sigh of relief. This time, he had finally been truly brave, saving Liu Rumeng. But being a hero was easy. Hunger was hard to bear. Even more so, since the three of them had been cast out by their stepfather, his mother and sister at home hadn't had a proper meal in days. If he couldn't quickly get more food, according to the original course of history, his mother, not wanting to burden her children, would wait until Lin Huowang took his sister out to look for food, then crawl onto the snowy ground and freeze to death. His sister, Lin Huowang, would also succumb rapidly to severe pneumonia and leave him forever. Fortunately, Lin Huowang had been reborn, bringing with him the wilderness survival skills and experience of a future Special Forces soldier. Just as he had saved Liu Rumeng, Lin Huowang would absolutely not allow the tragedies of his mother and sister to happen again. The two walked silently through the snow, one after the other, without speaking. Lin Huowang, using the moonlight filtering through the trees, took a closer look at Liu Rumeng, hailed by everyone in the village as the most beautiful sent-down youth. An oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, small eyes that were crescent-shaped, as if they could speak, making one feel instantly at ease. The expression in her eyes was strikingly similar to the later-era actress Gao Yuanyuan, a natural beauty, so captivating that any man would feel his heart skip a beat. When Liu Rumeng first arrived, her skin was very fair, but after 2 years of hard field labor and malnutrition, it had become somewhat sallow. Even so, among the sent-down youths, she was still the most beautiful flower in the eyes of many young men. No wonder that old dog Lin Huowang couldn't resist making a move on Liu Rumeng. Even in the future, she'd be considered a top-tier natural beauty, prettier than those actresses with makeup. After this silent musing, Lin Huowang looked back and felt a bit puzzled. They had clearly reached the sent-down youth dormitory compound, yet Liu Rumeng hadn't gone in. She was still silently following him. "Miss Liu, the dormitory is here," Lin Huowang reminded her. But Liu Rumeng just kept woodenly following behind, not uttering a word. Until Lin Huowang reached his own little courtyard and saw her following again, he quickly blocked her path, calling out, "You're sent-down youth. You need to go back to the dormitory. What are you doing following me home?" That did it. The moment he said it, Liu Rumeng's expressive eyes instantly welled up with tears. She suddenly yanked off the cotton jacket that the team leader had torn, revealing a stretch of pale white skin underneath. "That beast has threatened and pressured me before. I don't know how many more times I can escape, but I just can't take it anymore. Better you than him. You're a good person. Consider this thanks for saving me today. But, can I ask one more favor?" As she spoke, Liu Rumeng pressed the 2 gene of cornmeal into Lin Huowang's hand. "After you. Take me. Please deliver these 2 gene of cornmeal to the 2 orphans living in the land temple outside the village. And if you ever have the ability, please take care of them. Give them some food." Chapter 2. Fearless of death. Why fear life? "What? You want to offer yourself to me?" Lin Huowang swallowed hard, his lips parched, his gaze fixated on the alluring sight before him. He never imagined that in his quest to repay a debt of gratitude and rectify the regrets of his past life, saving Liu Rumeng would lead her to repay him in such a manner. She was the daughter of Liu Guopeng, a figure who, by contemporary standards, could easily be regarded as a princess. Even with his previous wealth amounting to billions, he felt unworthy of Liu Rumeng's future. Wait, something is amiss. Lin Huowang glanced into Liu Rumeng's vacant, lifeless eyes, and his heart sank. There was no spark of life, only a resolve steeped in despair. Before his rebirth, he had witnessed that same expression on the faces of several jumpers. Realizing this, Lin Huowang understood her intentions. After offering her innocence to him, she planned to end her life. How could this be allowed? He had gone through the arduous journey of rebirth just to save her from the captain's clutches. It would be utterly tragic if she were to leap into the river instead. No wonder she wished to entrust the 2 orphans at the temple to his care. Originally, Liu Rumeng had the best living conditions among the educated youth. She had come from the city with ample food coupons, money, and even gold necklaces. However, upon encountering the 2 orphaned children at the temple, she gradually exchanged her possessions for food to support them. Yet, this beautiful and kind-hearted Liu Rumeng was ostracized by the female educated youth, harassed by the male counterparts, scrutinized by the villagers, and preyed upon by the village officials. Lin Huowang sighed, hastily covering her cotton-padded coat and awkwardly remarked, "It's cold. Liu, be careful not to catch a chill. You see me, ugly, poor, and a cripple. Please, do not put yourself through this." "But your heart is pure," Liu Rumeng said earnestly, her tear-streaked face frozen in despair. "I am destined to die anyway. Offering myself to you is not repulsive to me, and it serves to repay your kindness." "Don't say that. Liu, there is no hardship that cannot be overcome. Think of your family. Envision the reunion after returning to the city. Consider the 2 orphans at the temple. What will happen to them if you perish? Hold on a little longer. Perhaps a turning point is just around the corner." Seeing that she genuinely contemplated death, Lin Huowang fervently dissuaded her. "Endure? I have spent 3 years in the countryside. Do you know how I have managed? Each male youth seeks to pursue me, and the village men seize any chance to lay their hands on me. The women gossip behind my back, calling me a seductress, while several village officials frequently summon me to secluded places with ulterior motives. I barely have enough to eat, and the work is never-ending. I am utterly exhausted, and hunger is a constant companion. Those 2 orphans are pitiable. Their parents perished from starvation and exposure, with no one to care for them. If I do not help them, they would have long succumbed to hunger. But now, I truly cannot endure any longer. All the money has been spent, and I have not heard from my parents in quite some time. I am unaware of their current circumstances. If it were not for you today, I might have been sullied in my integrity over just 2 pounds of cornmeal." With that, Liu Rumeng began to weep even more fervently, her cries mingling with the howling northern wind, rendering the atmosphere particularly desolate. The once aloof demeanor of the educated youth crumbled in an instant, revealing the vulnerability of a child. Lin Huowang understood that uttering any words of comfort at this moment would be futile and might even come across as insincere. Thus, he remained silent, simply stepping forward to embrace Liu Rumeng tightly, offering her his shoulder as a refuge. Large droplets of tears fell upon Lin Huowang's shoulder, freezing into ice as they fell. Once her sobs subsided, Lin Huowang hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Liu, why don't you marry me? This way, I can protect you legitimately. We can strive together to find sustenance. I will take care of you, and we can look after those 2 orphans together. I vow to work diligently to ensure you have enough to eat, and in the future, you shall enjoy fragrant meat at every meal. Moreover, I will never allow anyone to harm you." Marry you? Liu Rumeng was momentarily taken aback, stammering after a long pause. "But I don't even know your name." "Well, let us introduce ourselves now. I am Lin Huowang. I also have an ailing mother and a frail 7-year-old sister. We were just cast out by my stepfather and have found refuge in this dilapidated courtyard." He gestured towards the shabby dwelling behind him. "How does that sound? Is it not tragic enough? Surely, my plight is far worse than yours." Lin Huowang smiled, suggesting, "If you don't mind, Liu, you could stay with us for now. We would merely be a couple in name. Should you have the opportunity to return to the city in the future, you could divorce me at once without affecting your life thereafter." Lin Huowang was acutely aware of Liu Rumeng's hesitation. After all, considering his own impoverished background, coupled with the malnutrition that left him gaunt and hollow-cheeked, he appeared quite unappealing. The fact that he was also a cripple, mocked and scorned by those in the village, did not help his cause. It was no wonder Liu Rumeng did not know his name. Not to mention, a girl of such elegance as Liu Rumeng, the daughter of a high-ranking official who had been raised in comfort and affection, would undoubtedly aspire to marry into a family of at least equal or greater standing. Little could she fathom that, due to the tides of fortune, she might one day have to marry a rural cripple for the sake of survival. Just contemplating this notion was difficult for her to accept. Yet, Lin Huowang continued, "Liu, in this world, beyond life and death, there are no significant matters. If you are not afraid of death, why should you fear living? You dared to fully commit yourself to me, yet you hesitate to become a couple of mere pretense with me? As an educated individual, you should be aware of the humiliation endured by Han Xian and the perseverance of King Gojin of you. Sunshine always follows the storm. Please believe in the existence of rainbows. So, would you consider marrying me?" Each phrase is imbued with profound philosophy, striking directly at the fragile and sensitive heart of Liu Rumeng. It even leads her to envision that the one speaking to her is not the farmer Lin Huowang, but rather an erudite university professor. Aware that Liu Rumeng needed time to reflect, Lin Huowang gently pushed open the gate and stepped into the dilapidated house, where the wind whistled through the cracks. "Mother, I have returned. Where is Xiaoxue?" Lin Huowang gazed at his mother, curled up on the straw bed, his eyes misty with emotion. How wonderful it is that she is still alive, There is still time to make things right. Wang. Xiaoxue has gone out to find food. I told her not to go until you returned, but she didn't listen. His mother struggled to speak, her body weary and weak. In truth, Lin Huowang understood that his mother's health was not gravely compromised. She was merely exhausted and malnourished. However, after a few days of illness, the Zhang family deemed her incapable of work and of no value, promptly casting them out. In such a heavy snow, where could 7-year-old Xiaoxue seek food? At this thought, Lin Huowang's heart sank. His sister Xiaoxue must have returned to the Zhang household in search of sustenance. He recalled that in his previous life, Xiaoxue did not return until late into the night, clutching several pounds of cornmeal in her hands, only to collapse upon entering the house. The pneumonia that claimed her life had its roots in that very night. No, in this lifetime, I shall not allow anything to happen to Xiaoxue. With a sense of urgency, Lin Huowang pushed the door open once more and hurried toward his stepfather Zhang's household. Hey, Lin Huowang, where are you going? Liu Rumeng, still in contemplation, quickly followed after him. Indeed, as Lin Huowang arrived, panting, he spotted his frail sister Lin Xiaoxue, trembling and kneeling in the yard of the Zhang family. Xiaoxue, come home. What are you doing kneeling here? You'll freeze. Lin Huowang felt a mix of anguish and anger as he rushed forward to lift Lin Xiaoxue. Yet, she stubbornly remained on her knees, her frozen little face adorned with icicles. With a naive smile, she replied, I want to get up, brother. Second brother Zhu and sister Hua told me that if I kneel for an hour, they'll give me a pound of cornmeal. If I kneel for 2 hours, I'll receive 2 pounds. I've already knelt for almost 2 hours, so I'll have 2 pounds. I'll wait until I've knelt for 5 hours before getting up. That will give us 5 pounds of cornmeal, enough to stave off hunger for a long time. Hearing this, Lin Huowang's eyes widened with fury. He felt a murderous rage boiling within him. He vividly recalled that on this very night in his past life, Xiaoxue had returned with 5 pounds of cornmeal, signifying that she had knelt in the snow for a full 5 hours. The individuals Xiaoxue mentioned, Zhang Erju and Zhang Hua, were the second son and third daughter of his stepfather, Zhang Fugui. At this moment, the lights illuminated the interior of old Zhang's house. The calm was warm, and Zhang Erju and Zhang Hua were gleefully leaning against the window, watching Lin Xiaoxue kneeling outside. Their amusement intensified upon seeing Lin Huowang's arrival, prompting them to push open the door and step outside. Zhang Erju cast a scornful glance at Lin Huowang and arrogantly remarked, You crippled fool. Weren't you quite boastful when we expelled you from our home? You claimed you would never consume a morsel of Zhang's grain again. You insisted you could support your mother and sister, yet now your sister is here kneeling to beg for food? Zhang Hua kicked at the snow beside her, splattering Lin Huowang and Lin Xiaoxue with snowflakes, declaring, Lin Huowang, you should kneel too. For the sake of our past kinship, a kneel for an hour will earn you a pound of cornmeal. Lin Huowang was seething with anger, craving to retaliate and bring the two to the ground. However, reason prevailed, instructing him to endure. In his weakened state, he could not possibly contend with them. He swallowed his humiliation, quietly helping his sister to her feet, saying, Xiaoxue, let us return home. We shall not accept their cornmeal. I swear, brother will ensure you and mother will never go hungry again. I will provide you both with meat. Delicious meat. Meanwhile, Liu Rumeng, who had been following Lin Huowang, could no longer contain herself upon witnessing the scene. She confronted the two angrily. You are being utterly unreasonable. After all, they are your siblings. How can you treat them this way? Kneeling in the snow like this could lead to their demise. Zhang Erju sneered, Oh, is that not Liu Ziking? I've heard the village gossip that you are a reincarnated vixen, rather promiscuous and indiscriminate in your affections. Who would have thought it true? When did you start associating with this cripple? Zhang Hua added disdainfully, We are Zhangs, and they are Lins. Who would want to be siblings with a cripple? That would be too shameful. If you refuse to kneel, then get out of my yard and do not soil it. My cornmeal. I have knelt for almost 2 hours for 2 pounds. Lin Xiaoxue, helped up by her brother, timidly pleaded with Zhang Hua for her reward. Zhang Hua tossed her a bag containing a pound of cornmeal, saying, Just 1 pound. You've only been up for less than 2 hours. Oh, just a little more. I could continue kneeling. Lin Xiaoxue crawled forward, picking up the pound of cornmeal, feeling both aggrieved and sorrowful. Zhang Hua and Zhang Erju seemed to revel in the torment they inflicted. Lin Huowang, however, snatched the cornmeal from his sister's hands and hurled it back at the two. Xiaoxue, we do not want this cornmeal. But brother, Lin Xiaoxue cried out in distress. That is what I earned by kneeling. Why should we refuse it? I am hungry, mother is hungry, and you are hungry too. We have not eaten for days. Liu Rumeng, heart aching, embraced Lin Huowang, observing how small she was yet how fiercely she fought to survive. She recalled Lin Huowang's recent words of wisdom and hope. Aside from life and death, nothing else holds significance. If you fear not death, why then fear life? Sunshine always follows the storm. Please believe in the promise of a rainbow. Upon witnessing the resilience and fortitude of the Lin siblings, Liu Rumeng's once dull and desolate heart was suddenly illuminated by the radiant dawn of hope. She rose to her feet and called out to Lin Huowang with fervor. Lin Huowang, I am willing. Huh, what did you say? The howling north wind made it difficult for Lin Huowang to hear, prompting him to shout back, Liu Jiqing. What did you say? I said I am willing to marry you. I want to be your wife. Let us strive together to live, to support your mother and sister, and to aid those two orphans. You promised that I would have meat to eat every meal. Will you keep your word? Liu Rumeng cupped her hands to form a megaphone and shouted with all her might. What? At this moment, everyone present was rendered speechless. Lin Huowang's heart raced wildly. He had never felt such exhilaration, not even when he earned his first million in his previous life. Meanwhile, the envious Ertsuzi from the Zhang family nearly had his eyes pop out in disbelief as he shouted, Liu Jiqing, Lin Huowang is a cripple. You would be better off marrying me. At least I can provide you with food. I promise to treat you well. Zhang Hehua also expressed her incredulity, exclaiming, Has Liu Jiqing lost her senses? With so many eligible suitors, she chooses to marry a cripple. However, Lin Huowang, who had just been bemoaning the coarse cornmeal, suddenly brightened up and exclaimed to Liu Rumeng, Sister Liu, if you marry my brother, I will have a sister-in-law, right? Indeed, Huowang. From now on, I shall be your sister-in-law. Come, heed your sister-in-law's words. The Zhang family is filthy, and their cornmeal is unclean. We shall not partake in it. I have some cornmeal here. Let us go home and prepare a meal. As she spoke, Liu Rumeng handed Lin Huowang the 2 pounds of cornmeal she had received from the team leader. Wonderful. Brother, cornmeal. We won't have to go hungry anymore. Huowang has a sister-in-law now. She is truly beautiful. Brother, let us hurry home and show our sister-in-law to mother. Lin Huowang was filled with excitement, her youthful innocence preventing her from grasping the complexities of the situation. She simply understood that she had gained another kind-hearted relative. Let us go, Lin Huowang. I will return home with you. Fully resolved, Liu Rumeng took Lin Huowang's hand in one and Lin Huowang's calloused hand in the other as they made their way back to the dilapidated courtyard. Left behind were Zhang Ertsuzi and Zhang Hehua, staring blankly at the footprints left in the snow. They found the entire scene utterly unbelievable. The most beautiful educated youth in the region, Liu Rumeng, who had garnered the admiration of countless male peers and village officials, ended up with a cripple from the lowest rungs of society. Moreover, it seemed that Liu Rumeng had willingly pursued Lin Huowang. Once Zhang Ertsuzi regained his wits, he dashed back into the house, urgently crying out in a choked voice, Father, Father, Grandma, I want to marry a wife. I don't care. I want to marry Liu Jiqing. Help me. Bring Liu Jiqing away from that cripple. Chapter 4. Incredible. The cripple marries a celestial being mother. Brother is marrying a wife. And this is my sister-in-law. She is truly beautiful, and her character is equally admirable. Upon returning to the dilapidated courtyard, Lin Huowang eagerly pulled Liu Rumeng to introduce her to their ailing mother. Liu, dear youth, do you truly intend to marry A Wang? This cannot be, for our A Wang is not worthy of you. Lin's mother was taken aback at first. Then, with tears streaming down her face, she lamented, Look at our family. We can hardly afford a decent meal. Today might be here, but tomorrow is uncertain. How can I allow you to suffer alongside us? Mother, oh no. In my eyes, Lin Huowang is not inferior to anyone. In fact, he is purer and kinder. I am willing to follow him. I believe that as long as we work hard together, we will certainly have enough to eat and lead a good life. Liu Rumeng declared with a smile, her thoughts and feelings flowing freely for the first time in 3 years of rural life. A Wang, where is A Wang? My daughter, has our A Wang mistreated you? Call him here. It is my failure to manage him. No, mother. A Wang has not mistreated me. I willingly choose to marry him. He is currently fetching 2 orphans from the land temple. Let us first prepare some cornmeal. Liu Rumeng affectionately referred to Lin Huowang as A Wang. After reassuring Lin's mother, she teamed up with Lin Huowang to cook. Using the half of the stove that remained and an old broken pot, they melted some snow into water. They divided 2 pounds of cornmeal into 2 piles, one to knead into flatbreads and the other to simmer into a porridge. Lin Huowang fetched a handful of dried wild vegetables from beside the stove and said to Liu Rumeng, sister-in-law, "Chop these wild vegetables and add them to the porridge. It will be fragrant." With both thick and thin dishes, the aroma of the crispy flatbreads and the sweet scent of the porridge soon filled the room. Having gone hungry for several days, Lin Huowang swallowed hard, yearning to indulge in a bowl of porridge immediately. Yet, thinking of her brother who had not yet returned, she resolutely held back, determined to wait for him to eat together. Indeed, shortly after, Lin Huowang returned with the 2 orphans from the land temple. The siblings, thin and frail, were a 13-year-old brother named Zhao Daniu and his 9-year-old sister Zhao Juhua from the neighboring Zhao family production team. Their family had once fared well, but their parents perished in a tragic accident while transporting fertilizer to the commune. Although the production team provided compensation, their belongings were seized by their uncle's family, who subsequently cast the siblings out, leaving them to wander as orphans without support. Gathered around the bed, relishing the warm flatbreads and savoring the sweet porridge, everyone listened to the siblings' woeful tale. "We are all unfortunate souls. Dear children, do not weep. From now on, stay with us. The heavens will not let the blind sparrow perish. The more others wish us ill, the more we must live to show them our worth." Though Lin's mother was frail, her words inspired everyone around her. They consumed the 2 pounds of cornmeal, with Lin's mother sacrificing her flatbreads for the Zhao siblings, contenting herself with only a bit of porridge. Nonetheless, even with their efforts, everyone remained only half satiated, their hunger still lingering. Lin Huowang playfully scooped up a handful of snow, prepared a bowl of water for washing dishes, and after drinking it, she affectionately patted her round little belly, exclaiming with delight, "I am so full. My belly feels warm, and it's so comfortable." Zhao Daniu and Zhao Juhua, the sibling pair, had not enjoyed such a warm meal in quite some time. However, Lin Huowang, observing the harmonious scene within the house, furrowed his brow even deeper. With 2 pounds of cornmeal consumed and 6 mouths to feed, the family truly faced the grim reality of having had their last meal without a promise of the next. Glancing at the raging snowstorm outside, Lin Huowang silently stepped out of the house. Liu Rumeng, sensing his departure, hurriedly followed him. "Huowang, where are you going?" she inquired, noticing Lin Huowang rummaging for some rusty wire. "Liu Jiqing, you should return inside. It's cold out here." "I'm going to the woods behind to see if I can catch a few rabbits," Lin Huowang replied, diligently cleaning the rust off the wire with snow water, shaping it into several nooses. "Just call me Meng Meng. Tomorrow we'll go to the production team to register our marriage. As for food, we can figure something out together. I sent a letter to my family last month, asking them to send some food stamps and money. Also, I inquired previously about the availability of work in the commune, such as making matchbox covers and mending clothing. I couldn't take these jobs before due to my status as a youth, but once we are married, I will be a member of the production team and can earn some food through these tasks. Your mother is right. The heavens won't let a blind sparrow starve. As long as we work diligently, we will surely earn a meal." Upon hearing her words, Lin Huowang, though reluctant to dampen her spirits, shook his head and replied, "Those easier tasks have already been claimed by those with connections in the commune. To truly fill our bellies, we must devise other means." With that, and amidst Liu Rumeng's astonished expression, Lin Huowang strode into the dense forest at the back of the yard without looking back. When he had brought the 2 siblings back home, Lin Huowang had already scouted ahead, discovering several paths marked by rabbit tracks. After nearly an hour of diligent work, he set the nooses along the rabbits' trails, positioning himself alongside the tracks to ensure the loops stood vertically about 10 centimeters above the ground or snow. Having completed his tasks, Lin Huowang was drenched in sweat and limped his way back home. His body was still too frail. He needed to heal his injured leg and strengthen himself. Yet, with the most fundamental need of filling his stomach still unmet, how could he think of healing and building strength? Upon returning home, he saw Liu Rumeng nestled beside her mother and younger sister, fast asleep, while the Zhao siblings leaned against the edge of the bed. Taking a deep breath, a wave of fatigue washed over him, prompting him to lie down next to the brazier. Early the next morning, Lin Huowang was awakened by Liu Rumeng, who pulled him to the production team's office, where, in front of numerous village officials, he boldly declared his intention to marry her. The sudden marriage proposal sent shockwaves through the entire Linjiagu production team. News spread like wildfire, particularly among the gossipy women of the village who embellished the tale with fervor. Unbelievable. A crippled man has married a celestial beauty. Is it true that all the men from Linjigo have perished? Surely, the cripple must have used some underhanded means. His capabilities are quite remarkable. As the production team leader, Lin Jiangwo hurriedly arrived upon hearing the news. His rage palpable as he glared at the marriage application submitted by Liu Rumeng and Lin Huowang. With a fierce demeanor, he vehemently declared, "I do not approve. Your marriage application cannot be sanctioned. The team is against it, and you shall not wed." Chapter 5. Brother Huowang will bring us meat. As Liu Rumeng and Lin Huowang entered, hand in hand, team leader Lin Jiangwo felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy, nearly driving him to madness. This exquisite flower, Liu Rumeng. Even if he could not savor her himself, he could not allow that cripple, Lin Huowang, to have her. Was it merely because Lin Huowang had performed a gallant act of heroism the previous night? The thought that he had inadvertently facilitated that opportunity only deepened Lin Jiangwo's regret. No, he must not allow Lin Huowang to succeed. With a serious countenance, Lin Jiangwo resolutely denied their request, reminding himself that as the team leader, he held the power to determine whether they could marry. As long as their union was thwarted, he still had a chance to pursue her. However, Lin Huowang was not oblivious to his malicious intent and retorted without hesitation, "On what grounds do you oppose us? Present the regulations. Why can't we marry?" There are issues with Liu Rumeng's background. Her family is composed of old rightists, capitalists, Lin Jiangwo scoffed, having perused Liu Rumeng's file countless times. To his surprise, Lin Huowang countered with reasoned arguments. "Isn't that precisely fitting? I am a legitimate poor peasant. The marriage between a capitalist and a poor peasant, as a form of re-education, was even encouraged during the special periods of the past. Furthermore, my love for Liu Rumeng is genuine. Our desire to marry is a right bestowed upon us by the Constitution. Who are you, a mere production team leader, to oppose this? If you refuse, we shall escalate this to the commune and see who stands justified." Lin Jiangwo was astounded. This cripple knew about the Constitution and was left momentarily speechless. He quickly turned to advise Liu Rumeng. "Liu, you must not act impulsively. You know nothing of this cripple. He and his family were cast out by the Zhang family. He has no proper place to live. Following him will surely lead you to starvation and freezing." Lin Jiangwo sought to dissuade Liu Rumeng with heartfelt counsel. Yet she remained impervious to his words. She echoed Lin Huowang's sentiments, stating, "I am fully aware of Huowang's family circumstances. I respect him as a person and his family. I willingly wish to marry him legally. Team leader Lin, if you do not consent, we will take this to the commune." "Very well. I shall approve your application then." Lin Jiangwo snapped back. "It is you who degrades yourself by marrying a cripple. Just wait and see. All the educated youth and villagers will mock you, and you will suffer for it." With the vice team leader, political officer, women's team leader, and accountant present, Lin Jiangwo found himself unable to act with absolute authority. The only requirement was to sign their marriage application and affix the stamp of the production team. "Huowang, from this moment forth, I am your wife. Let us live our lives well together," Liu Rumeng declared as she held the marriage certificate, devoid of any photographs. With a firm grip on Lin Huowang's hand, she confidently followed him home amidst the curious gazes of villagers and educated youth who had come to witness the spectacle. "Indeed, Meng Meng, we shall thrive together. I assure you, I will ensure that you are well fed, with meat at every meal," Lin Huowang proclaimed, despite his limp, uttering the most sincere and powerful words of affection. Yet, this revelation truly set the Lin family's village abuzz. Who could have imagined that Lin Huowang, a crippled farmer, despised by all, would marry the most beautiful educated youth, Liu Rumeng? Particularly, the male educated youth were nearly driven to madness. Impossible. How could Rumeng marry a farmer? Let alone a cripple? She must have been coerced, exclaimed Tian Jinbu, who had long pursued Liu Rumeng, gnashing his teeth in frustration. "Yes, let us storm the home of that cripple and rescue Liu Rumeng," shouted another thwarted suitor, Zhong Yuejin, brandishing his fists in fervor. Conversely, the observing female educated youth were secretly amused. Previously envious and dismissive of Liu Rumeng, they now delighted in the fact that she had wed a cripple. They had no intention of rescuing her. Rather, they were eager to witness her misfortune alongside the male educated youth. Just moments ago, they had heard from the villagers about Lin Huowang's dire circumstances. Let us see how she maintains her airs as a Shanghai heiress now. All her famed purity and kindness, yet she can't even feed herself, let alone care for 2 orphans. I hear that the cripple has no home, just a dilapidated yard. They whispered. The villagers, riled up, marched in a throng toward Lin Huowang's crumbling abode. Cripple, come out. Hand over Rumeng. They shouted. Liu Rumeng. We are here to rescue you. Do not be afraid. Do not let that cripple intimidate you. They called. Rest assured, all of us educated youth stand as your support. When the male educated youth arrived at Lin's yard, they were taken aback. They had never encountered such a decrepit dwelling. The fence was half fallen, and one wall of the house had collapsed. Nevertheless, they brandished sticks, banging on the gate and shouting loudly. Most of the villagers were also witnessing Lin Huowang's home for the first time. This derelict yard had been abandoned for over a decade. To them, it was uninhabitable. What kind of sorcery has that cripple cast upon Liu Rumeng? His family is in such dire straits, yet she willingly follows him? Murmured one villager. It's as if the heavens have gone blind. My 2 fine sons cannot find brides, yet a cripple manages to seduce an educated youth. Another remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Perhaps it is the braggadocio of the cripple that resembles a donkey's, for after Liu Ziqing was violated, she became quite attached. Can such acts indeed be sustained as a means of livelihood? In this year of famine, no household can afford to fill their bellies. And my husband has been rendered powerless upon the bed. Can a mere cripple truly partake of sustenance? And yet, he dares to seek a wife. I have heard that this cripple boasts of providing Liu Ziqing with meat at every meal. Truly, such boasts go untaxed. A gaggle of women gathered around, giggling and exchanging lewd banter. Meanwhile, Liu Rumeng, initially indifferent to their chatter, found herself incensed by their increasingly offensive remarks. Accompanied by Lin Xiaoshui and the Zhao siblings, she stepped outside. Tianjin Bu, Zhao Eugene, cease your hollering. I shall tell you one last time. I, Liu Rumeng, have willingly chosen to marry Lin Huowang. I am no longer a youth from the city. I am Lin Huowang's wife. An utterly ordinary peasant of Lin Jiago. Please refrain from further harassment. Casting a look of disdain upon the male youths, she regarded them as hypocritical scoundrels, inferior to even a single toe of Lin Huowang. Do not, Rumeng. You must reconsider. With this cripple, you will scarcely have a morsel to eat. Rumeng, divorce him and come with me. My family has just sent me 40 pounds of grain tickets. Do you not wish to care for those 2 orphans? If you marry me, I shall assist you in raising them. No, Rumeng, if only you would leave that cripple and not marry him. I shall give you 10 pounds of cornmeal. What say you? Observing Liu Rumeng's resolute demeanor, several male youths began to plead, making one last effort. Unnecessary. Huowang will be with me. Even if I were to starve, it would be my own choice, and I require no concern from you. Having seen through their filthy thoughts hidden beneath their hypocritical masks, Liu Rumeng resolutely declined. Lin Xiaoshui stood tall, her small chest puffed out, and with a childlike voice declared, yes, my brother has promised to provide for us all. He will secure meat for us, ensuring we have fragrant dishes at every meal. We shan't accept your grain. Our sister says you are as filthy as the Zhang family. Your grain is tainted, and consuming it will cause us stomachaches. Although Lin Xiaoshui was petite, her words flowed effortlessly, eliciting peals of laughter from the villagers at the door. Little one, have you ever tasted meat in your life? That cripple truly knows how to boast, claiming daily meat. Even the commune secretary can scarcely enjoy meat more than a few times a year. How absurd. I suspect that Liu Ziqing has been so mesmerized by that cripple's tall tales that she has lost her senses. They scoffed. They cannot even afford cornmeal. Yet they dare to speak of meat? The Zhao siblings, incensed by the mockery directed at Lin Huowang, began shaking their fists in protest. You shall not speak ill of Brother A. Wang. He has promised to secure meat for us today. Indeed, Brother A. Wang is quite capable. We believe in him and eagerly await his promise of meat. Their declarations only serve to incite further laughter among the crowd. However, in the next moment, as a rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, everyone was momentarily stunned, then collectively turned their gazes to the side. There appeared Lin Huowang, his frail figure limping laboriously from the depths of the dense forest. Remarkably, he held in each hand a rabbit, skewered and roasted, with the fragrant steam still rising, clearly freshly cooked. Instinctively, everyone swallowed hard. Chapter 6. Desire for meat? The price is high. Meat. Indeed, it was meat. Succulent and perfectly roasted. The sizzling rabbit meat, glistening with hot oil, instantly captivated the onlookers, their mouths watering in anticipation. They could scarcely believe that Lin Huowang, the lame man, had actually procured meat. In these times, when families struggled to fill their bellies, and meat was a rare luxury, every ounce of oil had to be rationed throughout the year. None had tasted flesh in ages. And now, witnessing Lin Huowang approaching with 2 roasted rabbits, their eyes widened in disbelief. How could this lame man possess such prowess? Had he truly caught rabbits? In this snowy weather, rabbits were more cunning than foxes. How had he managed to catch not 1, but 2? It was utterly astonishing. The aroma was irresistible. How had he roasted them so perfectly? Was fate truly blind? Did this cripple even deserve to indulge in such a feast? It appeared that the rabbits had been caught from the dense forest behind the mountain, a place notorious for wolf sightings. This foolhardy act was indeed reckless. The forest was communal. Thus, the rabbits he caught should belong to the collective. The surrounding villagers, filled with envy and jealousy, could hardly contain their emotions, voicing their crude thoughts and even suggesting that Lin Huowang should surrender the rabbits to the public. To them, Lin Huowang's family represented the lowest class of villagers, looked down upon by all. Why should they be left gnawing on coarse grains while this lame man feasted on roasted rabbit? The dozen or so young intellectuals, particularly those from more affluent backgrounds like Zhong Yuejin and Tian Jinbu, could not help but salivate, reminiscing about the taste of meat before they came to the countryside. How had this cripple managed to catch rabbits? Old Tian, just a few days prior, we had spent an entire day in the snow, setting 5 or 6 traps. Yet we hadn't even caught a single rabbit hair. Zhong Yuejin licked his lips, itching to rush forward and snatch the roasted rabbits from Lin Huowang's hands to indulge in a hearty feast. Coming from the capital, with parents in high positions, he had always had an abundance of ration tickets and money. He was the recipient of the most letters in the young intellectual's dormitory, with many girls from far and wide reaching out to him. Yet, in Zhong Yuejin's eyes, only Liu Rumeng was worthy of his affection. In his view, he was the only one deserving of her. Who could have known that perhaps this lame man had simply stumbled upon some dead rabbits? Look at him. He could barely walk. How could he possibly catch rabbits? Nevertheless, the aroma of the roasted rabbit was undeniably enticing. It has been over a year since we last indulged in meat, the last occasion being during the commune's pig slaughter feast. Tian Jinbu was salivating, his gaze fixed intently on the roasted rabbit held by Lin Huowang. Both of his parents were factory workers, and being their only son, they frequently sent him food stamps and money to support him. Among the dozen or so educated youth in Linjiagu, these 2 were undoubtedly living the most comfortably. The others looked to them as leaders. They had intended to rescue Liu Rumeng from the clutches of the crippled Lin Huowang, only to discover that Liu Rumeng was quite willing, especially when Lin Huowang produced 2 roasted rabbits upon his arrival. The envy of the onlookers was palpable. Several young women, wide-eyed, murmured their admiration. If we had such delicious rabbit meat every day, I would gladly marry that cripple. Wang Damei, your fantasies are quite amusing. Eating meat daily? If that cripple could offer me a rabbit leg, I wouldn't mind sharing a bed with him. Indeed, it has been ages since I tasted meat. It smells divine. If I could enjoy meat every day, who cares if he is a cripple or blind? I'd marry him. Having spent a considerable time in the countryside, the young women spoke with the same candor as the local women from northeast China. This illustrates the profound allure of a mouth-watering roasted rabbit in these harsh, famine-stricken times. Wow, brother, is that really meat? It smells so good, little Shui exclaimed, her delight evident upon seeing Lin Huowang's acquisition of meat. With her hands on her hips, she eagerly called out to him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Beside her stood the Zhao siblings, Zhao Daniu and Zhao Juhua, their faces betraying their surprise, albeit tinged with a hint of shyness and restraint. They dared not call out to Lin Huowang, but remained closely nestled beside little Shui. Liu Rumeng, who had been frowning and overwhelmed by the crowd at the door, felt a wave of relief upon seeing Lin Huowang return, especially when she noticed he had indeed brought back 2 roasted rabbits. Her eyes sparkled with astonishment as she gently praised, "Ah Wang, you are truly amazing. Quickly, let us give the meat to our mother so she can regain her strength." Indeed, even though Liu Rumeng's own stomach rumbled in hunger at the sight of the roasted rabbit, her first thought was for her ailing mother confined to the bed inside. Hearing Liu Rumeng's words, little Shui felt a pang of guilt and lowered her head, saying, "Brother, sister-in-law is right. Let us feed mom first. She is sick and needs to eat meat to recover." "Little Shui, you're being selfish. Just a moment ago, you were only thinking of yourself." Lin Huowang chuckled lightly, ruffling his sister's hair. He then turned to Liu Rumeng and added, "Moreover, We cannot eat these 2 roasted rabbits. With that, amidst the puzzled expressions of Liu Rumeng and little Shui, Lin Huowang pivoted, raising the 2 roasted rabbits high, addressing the villagers and fellow educated youth at the gate. Villagers and fellow youth, would you like to partake in some meat? Suddenly, the crowd at the gate became increasingly agitated. What is this? The lame beggar. Do you intend to share your rabbit meat with us? Surely not. This is meat. Has the beggar lost his mind? Why would he give it away for nothing? Who wouldn't he want to indulge in meat? My mouth is practically watering at the thought. What do you mean, beggar? Lin Huowang, witnessing the rising excitement among the crowd, particularly the eager young intellectuals, continued, Today, fortune favored me. I stumbled upon 2 dead rabbits as soon as I entered the mountains. Roasted to perfection, dripping with savory juices, I added a touch of wild celery and pepper. Just take a whiff. Isn't it delightful? However, I have no intention of consuming these 2 roasted rabbits myself. Instead, I plan to trade them for grain. For those desiring meat, the highest bidder shall prevail. As astonishment swept through the crowd, Lin Huowang lifted one of the roasted rabbits and declared, For this rabbit, I seek at least 10 pounds of cornmeal. Whoever offers the most shall receive it. He then raised the second rabbit, stating, As for this one, I demand no less than 10 eggs. The highest offer will take it. He encouraged the crowd to return home and fetch their cornmeal and eggs. In an instant, the atmosphere erupted into chaos, with villagers and young intellectuals stirring restlessly. Although famine plagued the land, with households struggling for food, the allure of meat, rarely seen even once a year, ignited the villagers' interest, especially those with a little surplus grain. The young intellectuals, too, would not easily relinquish this rare opportunity to savor roasted rabbit meat. Both rabbits were substantial, weighing at least 3 to 4 pounds. The prospect of trading 10 pounds of cornmeal for a rabbit of such size was undeniably enticing. Old Tian, hurry. Let us go back for the grain. This roasted rabbit is too tempting. Shall we combine our efforts to procure one? Sounds good to me, replied Zhonggu. I'm nearly sick of cornmeal. My family will send me grain coupons, so we must feast on meat today. Without delay, Zhong Yuejin and Tian Jinbu rushed back to the youth dormitory to gather their grain. Meanwhile, other young intellectuals, though salivating and enviously eyeing the roasted rabbits, found their meager cornmeal barely sufficient to stave off hunger, leaving no surplus for trading. However, several villagers hastily returned home, spreading the word about Lin Huowang's offer of meat for grain and eggs. The village buzzed with excitement. After all, the frigid and dreary winter in northeast China made any hint of novelty particularly captivating. Not to mention, just that morning, Lin Huowang had made quite a stir over his marriage certificate with Liu Rumeng. Previously reclusive villagers now flocked to join the commotion. Hey, have you heard? That lame beggar, who was kicked out by the old Zhang family, found 2 wild rabbits and is now trading them for cornmeal and eggs. What a fool. Why not keep the meat for himself instead of trading it? Moreover, 10 pounds of cornmeal could be exchanged for 3 or 4 pounds of rabbit meat. Do you happen to have any eggs at home? If you could lend me 2, I could gather 10 and trade for a roasted rabbit to savor. Particularly, upon hearing that Lin Huowang had caught 2 rabbits, old Zhang from the Lin Fire family was filled with excitement, practically leaping with joy. Father, I want to eat meat. I want roasted rabbit meat. I haven't had meat in a year. Hurry, let us trade 10 pounds of cornmeal too. Zhang Erju, upon hearing others speak of the delectable aroma of roasted rabbit, immediately began salivating, clamoring for meat. What was there to trade? That little rascal, Lin Huowang. How dare he exchange meat for grain? Those 2 rabbits rightfully belonged to the Zhang family. Zhang Fuqi, brimming with enthusiasm, gathered his eldest son, Zhang Daiju, his second son, Zhang Erju, and his third daughter, Zhang Hehua, and dashed towards Lin's dilapidated courtyard. The news swiftly reached the production team office, where Deputy Captain Lin Shuixing chuckled. What incredible luck Lin Huowang has. Not only did he find himself a young female intellectual as a wife, but he also stumbled upon 2 wild rabbits. And what is he thinking? Why trade perfectly good meat for cornmeal? Meanwhile, Captain Lin Jiangwo, who bore a grudge against Lin Huowang, immediately flashed a sinister smile, saying, Humph. The limping fool, unaware of the eyes of the divine. This time, I intend to make you see. With that, Lin Jiangwo rose hastily and rushed towards Lin's dilapidated small courtyard. Chapter 7. The lame man establishes authority. Stunned, reckless, and undeterred in the Lin family's dilapidated courtyard, the aroma of meat wafted enticingly. To preserve the flavor and warmth of the rabbit, Lin Huowang had kindled a fire in the yard. He then placed the 2 roasted rabbits over the flames, allowing the sizzling, oily meat fragrance to permeate the air. An increasing number of villagers, having heard the news, flocked to witness the spectacle and relish the rare scent of meat. Observing the villagers returning one after another with their provisions, Lin Huowang could not help but smile subtly. After returning from the team office, Lin Huowang had ventured into the dense forest on the back mountain to check the traps he had set the previous day. Fortuitously, he had caught 3 plump rabbits, each weighing 4 to 5 pounds. Initially, Lin Huowang intended to discreetly bring the rabbits home for his family to enjoy in privacy. However, he reconsidered, realizing that the matter of his marriage to Liu Rumeng would not resolve easily. Not to mention, the young intellectuals in the dormitory who still pined for Liu Rumeng would undoubtedly stir up trouble. Additionally, there was Captain Lin Huowang, who was ever eager to take revenge on him, along with the villagers who relished the idea of belittling him for his limp. Lin Huowang deemed it necessary to re-establish his image and standing within the village, while also severing ties with the Zhang family. This would be beneficial for the plans he had in store. Furthermore, to sustain a livelihood through hunting in the long run, Lin Huowang needed the recognition and authorization of the production team. Thus, he remained calm, gathering some dry twigs in the forest to roast the rabbits. Only when the rabbits were nearly done did he swagger back home, proudly carrying them. As anticipated, the educated youth and villagers gathered at the entrance of the dilapidated Lin family's courtyard. Lin Huowang harbored a profound disdain for those male, educated youths. They possessed robust physiques, yet often shirked labor, spending their days idling and evading responsibility. During the intense harvest season, many, fearing the toil, feigned illness to escape work. Were it not for the support of their families in the city sending grain tickets, their meager earnings and rations would have long left them starving. Among this group of educated youths, the standout duo, Zhong Yuejin and Tian Jinbu, returned each clutching a bag of cornmeal. Enticed by the fragrant aroma of roasted rabbit, they momentarily forgot that they had come to slaughter for Liu Rumeng. "I'll take that roasted rabbit for 10 jin of cornmeal," Zhong Yuejin, with his sharp features and cunning eyes, declared as he approached, eager to strike a deal. However, Lin Huowang did not need to utter a word. The villagers, also eager to trade for meat, could no longer restrain themselves and began to shout, "Get lost. You think 10 jin of cornmeal is enough for meat? I'll offer 11. 11 jin of cornmeal for 3 or 4 jin of meat. You must be dreaming. Huowang, I'll give you 15 jin of cornmeal for a swap. I'll offer 16. 17. What are you doing? Let me tell you, don't compete with me. That rabbit meat is mine." Although the villagers had arrived early, they were initially hesitant, wary of competing against Lin Huowang and inadvertently enriching him. Thus, they had formed a tacit understanding to refrain from bidding first. However, once Zhong Yuejin made the initial offer, their restraint crumbled. After all, most villagers possessed little more than cornmeal. Not every household raised chickens. In mere minutes, the exchange price for a roasted rabbit soared from the initial 10 jin of cornmeal to 20. At this point, few villagers dared to raise their bids further. While meat was indeed scarce, parting with such a substantial quantity of cornmeal meant they would truly face hunger thereafter. When these villagers returned home for supplies, they had mentally prepared to part with only a dozen jin of cornmeal at most. The one to call out 20 jin was Lin Huowang, the wife of the village accountant. This robust woman, with her booming voice, silenced the crowd after her bold declaration. After all, her husband was a village official, and their rations were ample, making their circumstances among the best in the village. Lin Huowang effortlessly lifted the bag of 20 jin of cornmeal, striding proudly to Lin Huowang, proclaiming, "Lame man, 20 jin of cornmeal. No one will outbid my family. That roasted rabbit is mine. And I must say, I've had roasted rabbit before. Why does this one smell so delicious? What should we do, old Tian? If we had known, we should have shouted 20 jin as well." Zhong Yuejin and Tian Jinbu fretted, each having brought only 10 jin of cornmeal, totaling a mere 20 between them. The 19 pounds of cornmeal just now were indeed called out by those two. However, now that 20 pounds have been announced by Lin Huowang, they can only raise their bid. "How about this, Brother Zhong? Let us add 50 cents. I noticed that the accountant woman only brought 20 pounds of cornmeal. If we add 50 cents, we can surely outbid her," Tian Jinbu said, pulling a crumpled 5-dime bill from his pocket. "Absolutely. That is splendid." Zhong Yuejin immediately took it, rushing forward to Lin Huowang, exclaiming, "Wait, we can increase our bid. 20 pounds of cornmeal plus 50 cents. That would be equivalent to 25 pounds. Lin Huowang was taken aback. These young men were indeed quite determined for the sake of meat. They were actually willing to offer 20 pounds of cornmeal along with 50 cents. The 50 cents was an unexpected bonus. Lin Huowang glanced at Lin Huohat and asked, "Aunt Huohat, can you increase your bid?" Lin Huohat, feeling embarrassed and angry, retorted, "Damn it, are you all starving ghosts reincarnated? Have you never eaten meat in your life? I don't care, whoever wants it can have it. Enjoy it while you can." With that, she begrudgingly turned to leave with her 20 pounds of cornmeal. Then this roasted rabbit is ours. Zhang Yuejin could no longer contain his excitement, shoving the money and cornmeal into Lin Huowang's hands before swiftly snatching a roasted rabbit from the fire. In front of everyone, Zhang Yuejin divided the roasted rabbit in half with a small knife, sharing it with Tian Jinbu. They began to devour it on the spot, relishing each bite. The sound of chewing and the savory aroma wafting between their lips made everyone present salivate. Delicious. This is truly the most exquisite meat I have ever tasted. Zhang Yuejin couldn't help but exclaim while eating, while Tian Jinbu continued to gnaw and swallow, his consumption exaggeratedly enthusiastic. Their voracious eating prompted the villagers to lose their composure as well. "I'll take the remaining roasted rabbit for 15 eggs. I'll offer 16 eggs. The intense craving for meat, especially for such fragrant roasted rabbit, escalated the competition for the last rabbit. Lin Huowang didn't even need to guide or intervene. The villagers were already at each other's throats. "I'll bid 22 eggs. I doubt your eggs can match mine." The one to shout this was Lin Jianya, the village's largest poultry farmer, who was the brother of the team leader, Lin Jiangwo. While most households raised only 1 or 2 hens, his family, benefiting from the availability of broken grains, had raised 5 hens, consuming a significant amount of feed daily. However, just as Lin Jianya was about to set down the eggs and claim the roasted rabbit, the Zhang family arrived in a flurry, shouting in distress, "Stop, you scoundrel Lin Huowang! Who permitted you to trade our rabbit for someone else's?" Zhang Fugui, accompanied by his 3 children, rushed forward without uttering a word and attempted to seize Lin Huowang by the collar, intending to deliver a couple of resounding slaps. For years, since his mother remarried into the Zhang family, Lin Huowang had been subjected to such treatment by Zhang Fugui. However, this time, Lin Huowang was prepared. Anticipating the commotion, he awaited the arrival of the Zhang family with bated breath. With a sudden thrust of his stick, he struck it forcefully between Zhang Fugui's legs. The hasty advance of Zhang Fugui caused him to lose his balance, propelling him forward into a graceless fall, akin to a kneeling gesture before Lin Huowang. The villagers observing the spectacle erupted into laughter. "You wretched cripple! How dare you strike your father? You little beast! Grown bold, have you? Just wait until I teach you a lesson." Zhang Dazhu and Zhang Erzhu, witnessing their father's humiliation, immediately charged in. Both were robust men, and Lin Huowang, frail and limping, stood no chance against them. Countless times throughout his life, he had been overpowered by these 2 brothers. Yet, Lin Huowang, having anticipated this moment, swiftly brandished his stick. With a swift motion, the stick grazed Zhang Dazhu's coat, leaving everyone in stunned silence. To their astonishment, they noticed that the tip of Lin Huowang's stick was embedded with a small, razor-sharp blade that had effortlessly sliced through Zhang Dazhu's coat. "This time it's just your coat, but next time, it could very well be your throat," Lin Huowang declared coldly, pointing the stick at the Zhang brothers. An aura of lethal determination emanating from him, leaving all present in shock. No one would have imagined that the once vulnerable cripple, whom anyone could trample upon, could evoke such fear and wield such cunning, having affixed a blade to his weapon. Had Zhang Dazhu's throat truly been cut, survival would have been a mere fantasy. "Get lost. All of you get away. Zhang Fugui, you forced us out, leaving us with no means to survive. Fine. We bear no grudge. We accept our fate. We will seek our own path to survival. Why have you come now? Since you wish to see us perish, do not blame me for dragging you down with us." At this moment, Lin Huowang, stick in hand and blade pointed at the throat of his once nightmarish stepfather, shouted with resolute fury. As the saying goes, the stubborn fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who have nothing to lose. To everyone present, Lin Huowang appeared to embody all 3 traits: stubborn, reckless, and utterly fearless. Chapter 8. Speculation and Profiteering. Arrest them. In rural areas, a distinct set of survival rules prevails. Is it any wonder that village shrews abound? In these communities, those who know how to assert themselves tend to thrive. Conversely, those who lack a bit of ferocity are often bullied and left to suffer at the hands of their own kin. In his previous life, Lin Huowang had transitioned to the Forestry Bureau, personally examining numerous mountain-adjacent villages. He had witnessed countless entanglements of interests among neighbors and relatives. If you are a coward, the land and properties allocated to you will inevitably be usurped by others. You must cultivate a resolute spirit and reveal your inner strength. Only with a mindset that embraces mutual destruction can you extinguish the intentions of those who wish to bully you. At this moment, Lin Huowang employs the most primitive yet effective method to establish his authority before the villagers. From this instant forth, he is no longer the frail, vulnerable figure who could be easily oppressed. The staff in his hand, adorned with a blade, is not merely for show. Observe Zhang Dezhu, who touches the cut on his chest with a trembling hand, then hurriedly checks his unharmed neck, visibly shaken with fear. Even the previously arrogant Zhang Fugui dares not utter bravado now. Confronted with the threat of a blade to his throat, Zhang Fugui quickly bends to Lin Huowang, once his adopted son, offering forced smiles. "Huowang, how could you be so fierce? I was merely jesting with you. Why would you draw a blade against your father? Very well. I shall no longer interfere with your hunting of wild rabbits." As he speaks, Zhang Fugui awkwardly crawls away from the courtyard, his demeanor pitiable. Observant villagers note the dampness of his trousers, prompting laughter. "Old Zhang, it seems your son has frightened you into wetting yourself. You deserve it. In the dead of winter, casting out the mother and child. I hear that Huowang's mother is unwell." "Indeed. I have heard that it was that Valjean matron who deemed Huowang's mother unfit for work due to her illness, considering her family a drain on resources. The wickedness of such a family is incomprehensible. Huowang was too lenient. Had it been me, I would have dealt a few decisive blows, slitting the throats of all 3 men from the Zhang family. Who would have thought Huowang possessed such audacity? One can no longer underestimate him." This display of authority proved remarkably effective, as not a single villager dared to call Lin Huowang a cripple thereafter. This is the stark reality. Only through demonstrated strength and the exhibition of power can one earn the most basic respect from others. "Huowang, put down the staff." Liu Rumeng sighed in relief, her own anxiety palpable. She feared that Lin Huowang, in a moment of impulse, might inflict real harm, leading to dire consequences. Yet it appears that Lin Huowang has seized this opportunity to assert his dominance, serving as a warning to the entire village. Involuntarily, Liu Rumeng cast a new light on the seemingly frail and unremarkable Lin Huowang. "Lin Huowang, are you truly just an ordinary mountaineer? How is it that you possess such courage and wisdom, articulating words filled with philosophy and hope?" Her heart swelled with joy as she gently tugged at the hem of Lin Huowang's garment, leaning closer to him. 3 years. 3 years of helplessness in the countryside. Never before had she felt such a solid and formidable support in life as she did at this moment. "Meng Meng, do not worry, I am fine." Feeling the soft body of Liu Rumeng leaning against him, Lin Huowang experienced a warm surge within, radiating throughout his being. He stood the stick upright and turned to Zhang's family, stating, "In the past, your family has bullied the 3 of us, and I have chosen to let bygones be bygones. However, from this day forth, should you entertain any ill intentions towards my family, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Meanwhile, Zhang Fugui, having fled the courtyard, regained his bravado in the absence of threat. Hiding behind his 2 sons, he pointed at Lin Huowang and spat out insults. "Lin Huowang, you ungrateful wretch. I have cared for your mother and you for so many years, and now you dare to challenge me? Fine, just wait. I will not let this slide. For as long as I live, I will always be your father." Zhang Dezhu and Zhang Erju joined in, hurling harsh words at Lin Huowang. "You crippled ingrate. Without our Zhang family, you would have starved long ago. You're simply asking for a beating, just wait for it. You think you can wield that old firewood stick your whole life?" However, they were merely bold in words. The moment Lin Huowang shot them an intense glare, they promptly retreated a few steps. "Huh, cowards without guts. Do you think you are worthy of being called my father? What a waste of the years I've called you that." Lin Huowang sneered, spitting disdainfully before seizing the last roasted rabbit from the fire. Approaching Lin Jianya, he offered, "Uncle Jianya, here is the roasted rabbit in exchange for 22 eggs. Haha, Huowang, you truly share my surname Lin. You have guts. The old Zhang family is nothing but a bunch of softies. If they dare to trouble you again, don't hold back. Take one down for good." Accepting the roasted rabbit, Lin Jianya immediately shared it with his wife and their children, swiftly cutting into it with a knife. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. Dad, this roasted rabbit meat is simply exquisite. Far surpassing what we had 3 years ago. 22 eggs for such a large rabbit is truly a bargain. Not to mention, the sizzling oil is making my mouth water. The aroma wafted through the air, and the sound of tearing the meat ignited a wave of envy among the other villagers as they watched. Lin Jianye's family savored the meat with great enthusiasm, choosing to feast in the open rather than retreating behind closed doors, relishing in the envious gazes of their neighbors. The satisfaction derived from feasting before onlookers elevated their enjoyment to another level. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxue gazed longingly at the roasted rabbit, timidly tugging at Lin Huowang's hand, asking, Brother, why do we have to give the meat to others? Having never tasted meat herself, Lin Xiaoxue's plight was evident. At that moment, Liu Rumeng gently pulled Lin Xiaoxue into her embrace and smiled warmly, saying, Xiaoxue, Wang is right. While this roasted rabbit meat is delectable, it would be gone in an instant. However, if we exchanged it for grains, it could sustain us for several days. Upon finishing her words, Liu Rumeng cast a look of approval towards Lin Huowang. Lin Huowang nodded with a smile, instructing Liu Rumeng to properly store the 20 pounds of cornmeal and the 22 eggs. Then, he leaned in close to his younger sister, Lin Xiaoxue, and comforted her, saying, Xiaoxue, dear, I have a rabbit, and I promise you will have some meat. Really? But brother, we must first give some to mother. She is ill and needs meat to recover. Lin Xiaoxue's previously somber mood brightened instantly. However, at that moment, Captain Lin Jianguo, who had been lurking among the crowd, emerged with a sinister expression, accusing Lin Huowang with an air of righteous indignation. Lin Huowang, you have some audacity. How dare you openly engage in speculation and corruption here? Undermining the village's integrity? It's astonishing that just this morning you claimed to be a genuine poor peasant. I see you have completely fallen under the influence of Liu Rumeng, the daughter of the capitalist class. The villagers and the educated youth were taken aback. In these times, being labeled as a speculator was no trivial matter. It could lead to public denunciation or even imprisonment. In recent years, the campaign to rectify such issues had escalated, with some individuals facing dire consequences, and many of those labeled as capitalists still toiled in the most grueling work in the cowshed. Thus, when Captain Lin Jianguo emerged to sternly criticize Lin Huowang under the banner of speculation, everyone broke into a cold sweat, instinctively taking a step back to distance themselves from Lin Huowang's predicament. Zhong Yuejin and Tian Jinbu, two educated youth who were savoring roasted rabbit meat, trembled in fear, hastily silencing themselves. As they swallowed nervously, Zhong Yuejin began to shiver, feeling a sense of bewilderment. The onlooking villagers faced little consequence, at most merely spectating. However, they had unwittingly participated in Lin Huowang's speculative dealings. If Captain Lin Jianguo decided to hold this against them, even if they were not denounced or imprisoned, their hopes of returning to the city in the coming years would be utterly dashed. Tian Jinbu, upon realizing this, was so frightened that he began to whimper, clutching the unfinished rabbit leg, pleading with Lin Jianguo, Captain Lin, I truly didn't know this was speculation. It's all Lin Huowang's fault. Please, have a rabbit leg and calm down. Punish Lin Huowang properly. It's all his doing. It has nothing to do with us. Seeing Tian Jinbu's astute awareness, Lin Jianguo didn't hold back, seizing the roasted rabbit leg, and, while savoring it, chuckled, Tian, look, your awareness is commendable. As educated youth sent to the countryside to undergo re-education from the poor and lower-middle peasants, how could you possibly avoid making mistakes? A slight misstep due to persuasion is inconsequential. As long as you recognize your errors, you remain a proper successor to socialism. With that, Lin Jianguo snorted and fixed his gaze directly on Lin Huowang. As for those who openly violate national policies, engaging in rampant speculation in the village while refusing to admit their mistakes, such stubbornness severely undermines the integrity of our Linjiagu community. Lin Huowang, what are you staring at? The captain of our team is referring to you. The entire village has witnessed this. You exchanged 2 roasted wild rabbits for 20 pounds of cornmeal and 22 eggs with the educated youth, Zhong Yuejin and Tian Jinbu, as well as Lin Jianye. The evidence is irrefutable. How will you deny it now? The state is currently cracking down on all forms of speculation and profiteering. Bring him in. Lin Huowang is guilty of speculation and profiteering. Arrest him and escort him to the commune. As Lin Jianguo's words fell, 2 robust militiamen surged forward from the crowd. Obeying Lin Zhengwo's command, they approached to apprehend Lin Huowang. A wave of murmurs swept through the scene, yet none dared to speak up for Lin Huowang. Firstly, they had no personal ties to him, and it was not worth offending the captain for his sake. Secondly, in Linjiagu, the production team leader Lin Zhengwo wielded considerable authority. His word was law. Once he had made a determination, no amount of pleading would sway him. Alas, poor Lin Huowang, accused of speculation and profiteering. I have heard that such an offense could lead to severe consequences. After all the trouble he went through to acquire 2 wild rabbits, if it were me, I would have hidden at home, quietly enjoying my meal. Lin Huowang has certainly stirred up trouble this time. He deserves it. Once he has incurred the wrath of the captain, he will face the repercussions. In my view, that Liu Jiqing is a fatal temptation. Misfortune befalls anyone who gets involved with her. Some found amusement in the spectacle, others felt pity for Lin Huowang, while a few cast their gaze toward Liu Rumeng. Do not apprehend my brother. Lin Xiaoxue immediately positioned herself in front of Lin Huowang, shouting at the 2 militiamen, "On what grounds do you arrest my brother? If you are taking him, take me too." Liu Rumeng mirrored her actions, flanking Lin Huowang on either side, her lips slightly tinged with frostbite. The scene before her evoked memories from years past when those young ones wearing red armbands stormed into her home, bringing her once mighty father to his knees. The images of him being paraded and criticized haunted her. Liu Rumeng trembled. She feared that Lin Huowang might meet the same fate as her father, taken away and never to be seen again. Why was fate so cruel to her? After struggling to find a source of support, would she once again face separation in such a manner? Perhaps, as the villagers claimed, she was indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Years ago, when her father was taken, she had been so small, terrified, hiding in a corner and shaking, lacking even the courage to stand up and intervene. This had long been her burden and regret. But today, standing before the 2 formidable militiamen, Liu Rumeng would not allow herself to live with such remorse any longer. She resolutely stood in front of Lin Huowang and declared, "If you must arrest someone, then take me. I am the one guilty of speculation. I am the daughter of the capitalist class. I have no connection to Lin Huowang. It was my idea to trade 2 wild rabbits for food." Rumeng. Lin Huowang's eyes widened in astonishment. He was taken aback that Liu Rumeng would willingly step forward to take the blame for it all. "Huowang, you are a good person. Good people deserve to live well. Last night, it was you who rekindled my hope for life. Now, if it were possible to exchange my existence for yours without consequence, I would gladly do so, for I had no desire to continue living anyway." This heartfelt declaration struck a chord deep within Lin Huowang's soul. Immediately, he let out a cold huff, gently shielding Liu Rumeng behind him. Faced with the 2 advancing militiamen, he exhibited not a trace of panic. Instead, he confronted Captain Lin Zhengwo directly, demanding, "Captain Lin, since you claim I have committed the crime of speculation and profiteering, could you kindly elucidate for me, no, for everyone present, the nation's regulations regarding such a crime? This way, you could use me as a cautionary example to prevent others from transgressing the law." With this inquiry, Lin Huowang threw the question back at Lin Zhengwo. The villagers and the educated youth turned their gazes toward Lin Zhengwo, for Lin Huowang's words had resonated with their innermost thoughts. Today, it was Lin Huowang who was apprehended. If the specifics of speculation and profiteering remained unclear, who could say they would not be next? If you, as the leader of this production team, cannot articulate what constitutes speculation and profiteering, how can you justify detaining Lin Huowang on such grounds? Indeed, Lin Zhengwo found himself at a loss, for he had not even completed elementary school and had risen to the position of captain solely based on his unblemished status as a poor farmer and his physical strength. He was utterly ignorant of the precise definitions and stipulations surrounding speculation and profiteering. However, he was not entirely without recourse. He sidestepped Lin Huowang's query with his own rudimentary understanding, stating bluntly, "Lin Huowang, you sold 2 wild rabbits in public. Is that not speculation and profiteering?" Lin Huowang, realizing he was being ensnared, quickly retorted, "Which of your dog's eyes saw me selling for money? I merely traded for grain and eggs, as everyone can see. The paltry 50 cents was merely to compensate for 2 educated youths' insufficient rations. You're spouting nonsense. Selling for money or exchanging for grain and other goods is essentially the same thing. In any case, you are guilty of speculation and profiteering. I have the final say." Lin Zhengwo dismissed any further defense from Lin Huowang, resolutely countering, Just admit whether you are guilty or not. Confession brings leniency, while resistance brings severity. I advise you to confess honestly. It may lessen your suffering at the commune. Very well, Captain. If such an exchange is considered speculation and profiteering, then I confess. However, I must also report a sly smile crept across Lin Huowang's lips as he began to enumerate. Zhong Yuejin and Tian Jinbu, two educated youths, exchanged wild rabbit meat for cornmeal, which surely constitutes speculation and profiteering. Your brother, Lin Jianya, traded eggs with me for wild rabbit meat. Also an instance of speculation and profiteering. And there's more. Accountant Zhang frequently trades cornmeal for white flour. And the women's director once exchanged grain for a gold ring from Lu Jijun. Furthermore, Captain Lin, how many items have you exchanged for cornmeal? Would you like me to enumerate them one by one? If my exchange of wild rabbit meat for cornmeal constitutes speculation and profiteering, then in this situation, everyone present, including Captain Lin himself, must be apprehended and sent to the commune for scrutiny. The relentless barrage of firepower unleashed by Lin Huowang has effectively ensnared nearly all the villagers and educated youth. Indeed, within the confines of such a small rural production team, the villagers often engage in barter. Who among them has not exchanged daily necessities and grains? Fundamentally, this practice bears no distinction from Lin Huowang's act of trading wild rabbits for food. Lin Huowang, you are being utterly unreasonable, Lin Jiangwo remarked, beads of sweat forming on his brow, genuinely taken aback by the audacity of Lin Huowang's arguments. After such an extensive roundabout discourse, he had managed to implicate the entire village. Whether I am being unreasonable or not, Captain Lin, you are well aware of the truth. If you find any of my statements to be inaccurate, feel free to point them out. Or very well, you may arrest me. Once at the commune, I will personally inform the commune director of the widespread speculative and illegal activities occurring in Linjiagu. One must acknowledge that, at times, a sharp tongue can indeed spell doom and instill fear. Upon hearing Lin Huowang's intention to report to the commune, the villagers grew frantic. Initially, they had only anticipated the arrest of Lin Huowang himself, allowing them to spectate in peace. However, if the matter escalated and the entire Linjiagu community became branded with accusations of speculative practices, it would be far from amusing. Consequently, in a bid to safeguard their own interests, the villagers began to voice their support for Lin Huowang. Captain, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Trading a couple of found rabbits for some grain hardly warrants such serious accusations of speculation. Another chimed in. Indeed, if you truly take Huowang to the commune, Captain, you would be making a laughingstock of yourself. It is merely a matter of two wild rabbits. Observing the shift in sentiment among the crowd, Lin Jiangwo found himself in a particularly difficult predicament. He had initially believed that as the head of the production team, dealing with Lin Huowang, the crippled man, would be straightforward. A mere charge of speculation could easily rid him of this nuisance. Once separated from the educated youth dormitory, Liu Rumeng, without any support, would become all the more susceptible to his manipulation. Yet now, the audacious cripple had eloquently rallied the entire village under the banner of speculative wrongdoing. As a result, employing the same accusation against him became increasingly impractical. What must I do to decisively eliminate this cripple? I must find a way to rid myself of him swiftly. Lin Jiangwo pondered, narrowing his eyes as he gazed upon the half-eaten wild rabbits, a surge of malice welling up within him. Very well, Lin Huowang. I concede that your argument holds merit. Simply exchanging a bit of grain is commonplace among us villagers and does not truly constitute a crime of speculation. However, do you think these wild rabbits can be caught or picked up at will? All resources in the mountains and forests, on a grand scale, belong to the state and the party. To put it succinctly, this pertains to the collective assets of our Linjiagu production team. Your failure to submit the wild rabbit you caught and your decision to handle it privately constitutes an act of usurpation of communal property. Lin Jiangwo has managed to maintain his position as the team leader throughout tumultuous times, undoubtedly possessing exceptional skills in casting aspersions and fabricating accusations. Yet, upon hearing his words, Lin Huowang felt an unexpected surge of joy, for he had been anticipating this very topic to be broached by Lin Jiangwo. However, Lin Huowang concealed his delight and continued to engage in a spirited debate, asserting, "The rabbit is a pest to the crops, Captain. I recall a prior notice issued by the team. Any wild game, be it field mice, rabbits, or wild boars, that poses a threat to the harvest, may be taken home for personal consumption. As long as one possesses the skill, there are no limitations. Why then? Am I accused of encroaching upon collective assets for merely capturing 2 rabbits? That was during the busy farming season. Now, the fields have been cleared. At this juncture, Lin Huowang moderated his tone, methodically ensnaring Lin Huowang in his rhetoric. Now, if you wish to take the game you have captured home, you must assume the role of the village's mountain guardian, tasked with patrolling and hunting in our rear mountains and dense forests. Otherwise, he gestured ominously towards the flour and eggs in Liu Rumeng's possession, threatening, those provisions you have bartered for must be confiscated. They will revert to the collective. Indeed, Lin Huowang harbored ulterior motives, seeking to coerce Lin Huowang into becoming the mountain guardian. In his estimation, once Lin Huowang accepted this role, he would be walking a perilous path, unlikely to survive the winter. At that point, Liu Rumeng would be left a widow, and he could pursue her with ease. No, these provisions cannot be confiscated, Lin Huowang exclaimed, swiftly shielding Liu Rumeng and the supplies behind him. He then feigned indecision, reluctantly conceding, "Very well, Captain. Since you are forcing my hand, I shall indeed take on the mantle of the mountain guardian. I hereby request the village elders as witnesses that any game I procure from the mountains henceforth shall serve as my rightful reward for my duties as the guardian." Chapter 10. A startling revelation. Who says farmers cannot compose poetry? With a sudden uproar, the villagers present reacted to the term mountain guardian, their expressions shifting dramatically, particularly when they heard Lin Huowang acquiesce to the role as per Lin Huowang's suggestion. Many furrowed their brows in concern. It is worth noting that not only in Linjiagu, but in the nearby production teams, few mountain guardians had managed to endure beyond 3 years, with most meeting their demise in the wilderness. Consequently, of the 30 or so production teams under the commune's jurisdiction, perhaps only 3 or 5 mountain guardians remained, all of whom were seasoned and cautious hunters. Previously, numerous young individuals and even educated youths from the city had sought the position of mountain guardian, enticed by the prospect of unrestricted hunting and feasting. Yet, without exception, they had returned empty-handed, ultimately becoming prey themselves. Several elderly gentlemen, unable to bear the situation any longer, hastily stepped forward to counsel Lin Huowang. "Huowang, the role of a mountain guardian is not one to be taken lightly. Moreover, if you stumble on flat ground, how do you expect to scale the heights? You are utterly unaware of the dangers. Being a mountain guardian could indeed cost you your life. Our village has been without one for 3 years now. The last guardian was my cousin. Alas, his fate was nothing short of tragic. In the dead of winter, he was devoured by a bear, leaving only half of him behind. Heed my advice, Huowang. Quickly apologize to the captain, surrender half your provisions, and let this matter rest. Do not pursue the role of a mountain guardian. You have a mother and sister to support." Upon hearing their well-meaning counsel, Lin Huowang bowed respectfully and replied earnestly, "I appreciate your kindness, dear uncles. But, given the state of my family, is there any path forward if I do not take on this role? Perhaps, if I become the mountain guardian, I might hunt a few wild boars or deer, and our situation could improve. Who knows? I might even be able to bring some meat to share with you, dear uncles, for your enjoyment." "You are still too young," they admonished. "Is hunting so simple? If it were, every household in our village would be feasting on meat by now. Indeed, Huowang, let me tell you, a starving wild boar is a creature even a tiger would avoid. You truly seem to be obsessed with meat. This is a path to your own demise." Seeing that their pleas fell on deaf ears, the elders could only shake their heads in resignation. Lin Huowang, witnessing Lin Huowang's stubbornness, felt a surge of delight and immediately addressed him. "Lin Huowang, with so many villagers as witnesses, you are now the guardian of Linjiagu. At least once every 2 weeks, you must ascend the mountain to patrol. You will maintain a record of the flora and fauna, noting any unusual occurrences. Should any tasks for the mountain guardian be assigned from above, you are obliged to comply immediately. One more thing I must clarify. Once you assume this role, you will no longer participate in the collective labor. However, you will not receive rations or credits from the team. You believe yourself to be quite capable, do you not? I look forward to seeing how much game you can procure from the mountain." Captain Lin Huowang meticulously outlined the rights and responsibilities of the mountain guardian to Lin Huowang. In his eyes, the naive Lin Huowang, should he dare to enter the mountains, would likely never return. The winter wilderness is a ravenous beast. Thus, he need not lift a finger. Lin Huowang was effectively sealing his own fate. "Rest assured, Captain, I will embrace the responsibilities of the mountain guardian. However, the production team ought to provide a hunting rifle for the Guardian, correct? I shall retrieve it from the team office shortly. What Lin Huowang desired most was that hunting rifle. Without a gun in hand, even with his body restored to its prime, he would be no match for the beasts of the deep mountains. In his previous life, as a standard-bearer in a special operations company and a 3-time sniper champion, Lin Huowang was confident that, armed with a rifle, no prey would escape his bullets. Ah, splendid. Is it merely a hunting rifle? One would be ill-advised to presume that possessing a shotgun guarantees the successful capture of game. Lin Jiangwo harbored a deep appreciation for Lin Huowang's inexplicable self-assurance. Having witnessed the demise of 3 mountain guardians, he was acutely aware that in the vastness of the wilderness, such an antiquated firearm offered little in the way of security. Otherwise, there would not have been so many guardians who met their ends at the jaws of beasts. In the crowd, the Zhang father and son, who had just been humiliated by Lin Huowang, promptly seized the opportunity to mock him. You limping fool, you can barely walk, yet you aspire to hunt in the mountains? You are nothing but a frog atop a table, utterly deluded. Picking up a couple of rabbits has led you to believe you are a hunter? Just wait until the mountain god sneezes, and you won't even know how you perished. Zhang Fuguei, with a gleeful whisper, pulled Zhang Erju aside and said, Erju, this is a tremendous stroke of luck. Once Lin Huowang meets his fate in the mountains, I shall bring you here to marry that educated youth, Liu. You will be considered the brother of the deceased. After your brother's passing, you can wed his widow, and none shall dare to voice an objection. Really? Father, that would be splendid. I want Liu, no other woman will suffice. Let that limping fool perish, and Liu shall be my bride. Zhang Erju's excitement was palpable, his hands rubbing together in delight. Meanwhile, the other villagers and educated youths regarded Lin Huowang's aspirations to become a mountain guardian as a tragic jest. In their estimation, it would not be long before they received the grim tidings of Lin Huowang's demise in the mountains. Hey Wang, do you feel confident? Liu Rumeng, however, did not question Lin Huowang's resolve, but instead expressed her concern. Yes, Meng, rest assured, I am not alone in this endeavor. I bear the responsibility for the sustenance of our entire family. Only by becoming a guardian and procuring wild game can I secure enough provisions for us to endure this winter. Lin Huowang gently patted her delicate hand in reassurance. Brother, what exactly is a mountain guardian? Does this mean we shall soon have meat to eat? Next time, let us not give it all away to others, shall we? Your roasted rabbit is so delicious. I have swallowed my saliva countless times just thinking about it. Little Lin Xiaoxue, with her pouting lips, was still preoccupied with thoughts of the roasted rabbits. Very well. I promise you, when we catch our next prey, you shall be the first to indulge. This time, our health does not permit us to feast on meat. As he spoke, Lin Huowang glanced at Lin Jianye's family, who had consumed the rabbit meat, as well as the educated youths Zhong Yuejin and Tian Jinbu. Having gone so long without rich sustenance, our stomachs are quite fragile. We simply cannot tolerate such greasy food, let alone consume it in great quantities. Just look at them. Their stomachs are about to give them trouble. Indeed, under the puzzled gazes of Lin Xiaoxue and Liu Rumeng, the educated youth Zhong Yuejin suddenly clutched his stomach and exclaimed, Oh no, my stomach, it hurts terribly. Is this rabbit meat poisoned? An experienced elder nearby chuckled and remarked, This is the fortune of your stomach not having consumed meat. After such a prolonged abstinence, indulging so ravenously, it would be remarkable if you didn't suffer from a stomach upset. Following this, Tian Jinbu and Lin Jianye's family hastily clutched their bellies and scurried off to the latrine amidst the villagers' laughter. Thus, this farcical exchange of rabbit meat for grain finally drew to a close, and the onlooking villagers and sent-down youth dispersed. Eating meat causes stomach pain? Then I shall refrain from it, little Shui said. Brother, I'm hungry, Lin Xiaoxue lamented, patting her flat belly. Shall we return to the house and prepare some cornmeal? All right. Now that we have cornmeal, we shall feast today. With the crowd at the door dispersing, Lin Huowang led his family into their dilapidated abode. They prepared flatbreads and sticky porridge, and Lin Huowang even provided each person with a boiled egg to replenish their depleted bodies. Particularly, after consuming a bowl of warm, sticky porridge and a chicken egg, his mother, Zhang Guozian, visibly brightened. This one meal consumed 3 pounds of cornmeal and 5 eggs. Lin Xiaoxue's belly swelled roundly, and the Zhao siblings were also satisfied, letting out burps of contentment. Liu Rumeng had not eaten eggs in a long while, but after finishing, she licked her thin lips and couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. expressing her concern, Huowang. We just consumed 3 pounds of cornmeal. We should be frugal. Otherwise, we shall go hungry again. Ming, our bodies have been starved for too long. Let us first fill our stomachs. Once this grain is gone, we shall devise another plan. We will first go to the sent-down youth dormitory to help you collect your belongings, and then to the team office to retrieve the hunting rifle. With a rifle in hand, we can hunt a wild boar another day and savor it. With that, Lin Huowang beckoned his sister Lin Xiaoxua and the Zhao siblings to accompany him to the sent-down youth dormitory to help Liu Rumeng move all her things. After all, from the moment she received her marriage certificate today, Liu Rumeng was officially settled in Linjiagu, no longer identified as a sent-down youth. Linjiagu was modest in size, and Lin Huowang's dilapidated little courtyard was situated at the far western end, while the sent-down youth dormitory lay at the easternmost point. The group walked over, and despite the heavy snowfall, it took less than 10 minutes. The sent-down youth dormitory had originally been a grand manor belonging to a landlord, boasting thick walls and a pleasing layout. Inside, there were 2 large rooms, each featuring warm Kong beds, one for the male sent-down youths and the other for the females. There were 8 male sent-down youths in Linjiagu, while the females numbered slightly fewer, with only 6, including Liu Rumeng. At this moment, both groups had gathered on the female side, idly engaged in a poetry recitation session, a rare cultural activity amidst their otherwise monotonous rural life. Reciting or composing poetry often served as a primary means for the male youths to showcase their literary talent and charm to the female youths. As Lin Huowang and Liu Rumeng entered to move their belongings, Tian Jinbu was passionately reciting one of his own modern poems. Fate, you cannot defeat me. Suffering, you shall not torment me. Life, you shall not define me. The cadence of the recitation immediately drew applause from all the educated youth present. At that moment, Tian Jinbu spotted Lin Huowang and Liu Rumeng among the crowd and cheerfully greeted her. Rumeng, what do you think of my newly composed poem, Fate? As a seasoned poetry enthusiast, I would appreciate your critique. I'm afraid I'm too busy, she replied curtly. I need to pack my things. The astute Liu Rumeng, perceptive as ever, recognized that Tian Jinbu was merely attempting to use the topic of poetry to humiliate Lin Huowang, a farmer. Thus, she chose to ignore the provocation, focusing instead on tidying up alongside Lin Huowang, passing their belongings to Lin Xiaoxua and the Zhao siblings to carry to the entrance. However, Tian Jinbu and the other educated youth were not inclined to let such a splendid opportunity for mockery slip away. You have plenty of time to pack your things. Soon you will be leaving the educated youth dormitory. You probably want to be able to join our poetry gathering again. Why not participate in this final session? Tian Jinbu's tone was relatively polite. Nearby, a female student sneered. Liu Rumeng, after this, you won't be an educated youth anymore. You'll be a rural woman. I really can't fathom your thoughts. Marrying an illiterate farmer? Do you even share a common language? Can he engage you in discussions about literature or poetry? Zhong Yuejin chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. A country bumpkin. What does he know about poetry? He probably can't even recognize more than 10 characters. Laughter erupted among the other educated youth. Since their arrival in the countryside, their only sense of superiority over the local farmers stemmed from their perceived knowledge and culture. However, Lin Xiaoxua, who had been listening, quickly interjected, her voice raised in indignation. My brother is not illiterate. He knows a great many characters and has even taught me how to read. He can write poetry too. He even teaches me how to compose. Her youthful voice, filled with bold claims, only served to amplify the laughter around her. Tian Jinbu, nearly doubled over in laughter, retorted, Your brother writes poetry? A mere farmer dares to claim such a talent? Let us hear one of his poems. Unyielding, Lin Xiaoxua declared, In front of my bed, the bright moonlight glows. I suspect it is frost upon the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, and lower it to think of my hometown. How about that? This is a poem written by my brother, 100 times better than yours. Laughter erupted anew. The young girl had mistakenly attributed Li Bai's quiet night thoughts to her brother. Clearly, she could not discern the difference between reciting poetry and composing it. Yet, for a farmer, being able to recite a poem by Li Bai was indeed commendable. Exactly. When Liu Rumeng marries him, they can discuss and appreciate quiet night thoughts every night. The laughter from the educated youth escalated. Even Liu Rumeng felt a blush creeping to her cheeks, lowering her head, too embarrassed to retort. After all, she understood that the educated youth spoke a semblance of truth. The moment she resolved to marry Lin Huowang, her dreams of literature, poetry, and the modern aspirations of beauty had been buried. She would have to resign herself to the life of an ordinary peasant woman in this small village. However, at that moment, Lin Huowang, who had been silently assisting Liu Rumeng with her luggage, suddenly squinted his eyes and stepped forward to declare, "Who says farmers cannot compose poetry?" Chapter 11. Let us share the night. The abrupt emergence of Lin Huowang momentarily suspended the air within the room. The educated youth were initially taken aback by his audacity, only to erupt into even more raucous laughter. What a joke! A farmer aspires to write poetry? He must think himself a grand wolf with a broomstick between his legs. Indeed. Lin Huowang, what are you pretending for? Have you ever even attended high school? How dare you claim to write poetry? Just because you can recite a few Tang poems, you believe you have the ability to compose your own? These educated youths had all attended high school, which was quite a remarkable achievement in those times. In the commune of Linjiagu, there were no more than 10 local high school students. Most children of farmers could manage only elementary school, learning to recognize a few characters and mastering basic arithmetic, which sufficed for their needs. Only a select few from well-off families might continue on to junior high. Lin Huowang had only completed the 5th grade of elementary school before following his mother to remarry in Linjiagu, never to return to the classroom until later when he enlisted in the military. Initially, Lin Huowang had no intention of engaging with these educated youths. He merely wanted to help Liu Rumeng gather her belongings and depart quietly. However, the harshness of their words, which not only belittled him but also mocked Liu Rumeng and her sister, Xiaoxua, was intolerable. He resolved to teach these arrogant youths a lesson. Though I have only completed the 5th grade, I am a true farmer. Yet, I do not believe your recent cacophony of poetry is particularly challenging to compose. In the face of their derision, Lin Huowang stood his ground, pointing at Tian Jinbu and speaking candidly. Who are you calling a cacophonist? What I create is authentic modern poetry, a heartfelt voice of our times. Tian Jinbu immediately became incensed, glaring at Lin Huowang and retorting, "If you claim you can write, then do so right now. Don't just stand there and boast." A 5th grader, not even a junior high student, dares to shamelessly assert he can write poetry? Indeed. I never imagined that Rumeng would marry someone like you, lacking in appearance, family background, and talent. Yet you are so full of hot air. This is my first time hearing a poem by a farmer. I must lend an attentive ear, for such an opportunity may never arise again. Clearly, the educated youths believed Lin Huowang was merely posturing, eagerly awaiting the nonsensical poetry he would attempt to produce. Liu Rumeng felt a pang of discomfort at the side, tightly constrained by her emotions. She understood that Lin Huowang had stepped up in defense of her against the cruel words of these youths. Yet, she, too, shared their sentiments. Believing that with Lin Huowang's 5th grade education, merely recognizing a few common characters was already commendable. Writing poetry or lyrics. Even for those talented individuals who had gained admission to university, it was no simple task. To speak candidly, when Tian Jinbu had recited his own poem, Fate, Liu Rumeng thought the final line, "Life, you shall not define me," was indeed a stroke of brilliance. Had this been in the past, she would have fervently engaged in a spirited discussion with Tian Jinbu, inquiring about the circumstances and emotions that inspired such a masterful line of poetry. Yet now, her face was etched with an indescribable sorrow. She felt both gratified that Lin Huowang had boldly stepped forward on her behalf and concerned that he had acted with excessive impulsiveness and recklessness, diving headfirst into a realm of literature and poetry that was clearly not his forte, falling into a trap set by others. Such a display of bravado not only failed to restore any dignity but would, in fact, lead to greater embarrassment. Liu Rumeng had not anticipated that she would leave the youth commune on her final day in such a disheveled state. However, at that moment, Lin Huowang gently grasped Liu Rumeng's hand, reminiscing about the renowned poet Heizi's celebrated poem, Facing the Sea, with Spring Blossoming. He cleared his throat and began to recite with deep emotion, "Starting tomorrow, I shall be a happy person, tending horses, chopping wood, and traveling the world." The expressions of all the young intellectuals present momentarily froze in disbelief. They had not expected Lin Huowang to truly embark on this audacious poetic endeavor. Moreover, the opening lines were quite well articulated. Truly, a farmer's poem, either tending horses or chopping wood. Tian Jinbu dismissed it with disdain, finding nothing remarkable in it. How could a farmer even comprehend the notion of traveling the world? Absurd and laughable. He probably didn't even know how vast the world was or how many countries it encompassed. Zhong Yuejin also offered harsh criticism, determined to severely undermine Lin Huowang. Yet Lin Huowang remained unfazed by their judgments, gazing intently at Liu Rumeng as he continued, "Starting tomorrow, I shall concern myself with grains and vegetables. I have a house facing the sea, with spring blossoming." With a resounding impact, the iconic line "facing the sea, with spring blossoming" erupted from his lips, causing all the young intellectuals present to spring to their feet in exhilaration. "Facing the sea, with spring blossoming. What a magnificent line!" they exclaimed. Upon hearing this verse, warmth surged through their bodies, filling them with an exquisite sense of beauty and happiness. Could he truly be a farmer? Could a farmer craft such elegant poetry? Was there more? This poem surpassed any modern verse they had encountered, striking deep into the soul. Even Tian Jinbu and Zhong Yuejin were rendered speechless. They desperately sought to find fault, to disparage the poem as nonsensical, yet found themselves unable to utter a single word, their minds replaying the line "facing the sea, with spring blossoming." Liu Rumeng was utterly enchanted. A fervent lover of poetry herself, she had dabbled in writing modest verses, yet had never imagined that someone would one day compose such a profoundly beautiful and soul-stirring poem for her. "Starting tomorrow, I shall correspond with every dear one. I will share with them my happiness. The joy that lightning has revealed to me, I will convey to each person. I shall bestow a warm name upon every river and every mountain. Stranger, I extend my heartfelt blessings to you. May you embark on a brilliant journey ahead. May you find your beloved and achieve lasting companionship. May you acquire happiness in this earthly realm. I simply wish to face the sea, basking in the warmth of spring blossoms." With a single breath, Lin Huowang recited the remaining verses of his poem. Within the room, the silence was so profound that the faintest sound of a falling pin could be distinctly heard. After a few seconds of this stillness, the young intellectuals erupted into an enthusiastic applause. "Lin Huowang, what is the title of your poem? It is truly magnificent. The last time I was so moved by poetry was when I read Su Jima's Farewell to Cambridge. Remarkable. I feel a sense of shame for my previous mockery. It turns out that even a farmer can compose such beautiful verses. Lin Huowang, is this poem dedicated to Liu Rumeng? Are you expressing your desire to bring her happiness?" Although the young intellectuals had previously looked down upon Lin Huowang, after he presented this poem, the male intellectuals no longer dared to underestimate him, while the female intellectuals gazed at him with fervent admiration. "This poem is titled Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms, and I wrote it with the hope that everyone can attain their own happiness. We should strive to live for our own lives, rather than waste our emotions and energy on trivial matters." Lin Huowang responded with a smile, fully aware of the impact that Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms would have on the young intellectuals. Especially after the 1980s, a literary and poetic tide would sweep the nation. Writers and poets became the most sought-after cultural figures of the 80s and 90s. It became exaggerated to the point that even an obscure so-called poet could deceive and charm female university students with just a few pretentious verses. "Wow, I told you my brother could write poetry. Did you not believe me? How about now? My brother's poetry is the best." Although Lin Xiaoxue did not fully comprehend poetry, she understood people. Seeing the young intellectuals turn to praise her brother Lin Huowang, she immediately joined in the flattery. Lin Huowang, however, laughed as he gently tapped her little head and said, "Xiaoxue, stop being so boastful. Everything is packed. Let's go." With that, Lin Huowang picked up Liu Rumeng's bedding, preparing to leave. "Hey, Lin Huowang, don't go. Let's discuss your poem Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms together." "Yes, Lin Huowang, the quality of your poem is exceptionally high. It could be submitted to Poetry Magazine or other newspapers and would surely be published." The other young intellectuals were fervently eager for Lin Huowang to stay. But Lin Huowang waved his hand in refusal. "I'm sorry. I am not interested in that." With that, he departed with Liu Rumeng and the others from the young intellectuals' courtyard. In late December, night fell swiftly. They initially intended to retrieve hunting rifles from the team office, but it seemed that the village officials had likely returned home for dinner. They had no choice but to postpone their plans until the next day. The five of them returned Liu Rumeng's belongings to her room, one piece at a time. There exists an undeniable sense of ceremony, as if Liu Rumeng had transitioned from the commune of educated youth to the dilapidated abode of the Lin family. Throughout the entire affair, Liu Rumeng remained flushed, uttering not a single word. Yet her expressive, sparkling eyes were steadfastly fixed upon Lin Huowang. In truth, The moment Lin Huowang recited the poem Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms, Liu Rumeng's heart was thrown into disarray. A sense of giddiness enveloped her, and her heart raced uncontrollably. The echo of Lin Huowang's voice reciting the poem lingered in her mind, gradually shaping his image within her heart into something more vivid and substantial, rich with life and overflowing with talent. Aside from his lameness and humble agricultural background, he nearly epitomized the qualities and standards Liu Rumeng had long sought in a life partner. Was she not yearning for a soul mate with whom she shared a deep connection, who cared for her and was abundant in talent? It was only upon returning to the Lin family's crumbling residence that Liu Rumeng found herself in a state of stupor, akin to awakening from a drunken haze. Leaning against the fire pit, she bit her lip and asked Lin Huowang, "Wang, just now they inquired if this poem was for me. Is it true?" "Indeed." "I apologize, Ming Ming. We are to obtain our marriage certificate today, yet I have nothing to offer you. I present you with this poem instead. I hope you shall cherish it." Lin Huowang nodded without hesitation. Although the poem Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms was penned by the poet Heisey in 1989, Lin Huowang's rendition at this moment was undoubtedly crafted for Liu Rumeng. "Thank you, Wang. You possess great talent. I adore this poem. It is the finest wedding gift." They both cherished the line about facing the sea and the blossoming of spring, yet Liu Rumeng found herself most captivated by the opening line, "Starting tomorrow. Be a happy person. It is you, Wang. You have bestowed upon me renewed hope and happiness in life." With her head slightly bowed, Liu Rumeng dared not meet Lin Huowang's gaze. However, the rising and falling of her chest betrayed her emotions. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxue and the Zhao siblings had succumbed to sleep beside Lin's mother on the bed. Meanwhile, Liu Rumeng and Lin Huowang lay on a makeshift bed, propped up by bricks on the other side of the fire pit. Due to the chill, their bodies were pressed closely together, sharing warmth. Lin Huowang gazed down at Liu Rumeng's fair visage. Her delicate, rosy lips tempted him to lean in closer. Liu Rumeng's breath quickened, yet she did not shy away. She gently closed her eyes, allowing Lin Huowang's fervent and substantial lips to meet hers in a passionate kiss. So warm, so comfortable, being kissed for the first time. Enveloped in Lin Huowang's potent masculine scent, Liu Rumeng felt a surge of nervousness. In a moment of inadvertent folly, as Lin Huowang's tongue ventured forth, she playfully nipped at it. Lin Huowang winced at the unexpected pain, tasting the metallic tang of blood, and mistakenly interpreted Liu Rumeng's action as reluctance, hastily releasing her. He then awkwardly scratched his head and apologized. "I'm sorry, Ming Ming. I could not restrain myself from kissing you just now, for you are truly exquisite. It is my fault. I had previously promised you that we would merely pretend to be a couple until you could return to the city, at which point we would part ways. No, I did not disagree just now. Rather, I was simply a bit apprehensive, as I have never kissed a man before." Liu Rumeng's voice was as faint as the buzz of a mosquito. Her face, blushing like a water lily slowly unfolding, revealed her delicate nature, and her small hands were tightly clenched as she nervously bit her lower lip after speaking. Yes, Ming Ming, I assure you, I will never kiss you again." Lin Huowang had never been married in his past life, having devoted himself entirely to his work and career. His romantic experiences were few, especially as his career progressed, with nearly all women approaching him primarily for monetary gain. Although he had engaged in numerous relationships, Lin Huowang regarded them more as transactions than genuine connections. He had never truly experienced heartfelt emotions, which left him somewhat clumsy in matters of love. Hearing Liu Rumeng express her fears prompted him to hastily offer reassurances. However, this only incensed Liu Rumeng, who felt like stamping her foot in frustration. No, who asked you to make promises?" Taking a deep breath, Liu Rumeng recognized that Lin Huowang was completely oblivious to matters of the heart. Since he did not take the initiative, she felt compelled to be more proactive. Summoning her courage, she gently began to loosen her coat before him, revealing her flawless, fair shoulder, gradually inching downwards. As she did so, Liu Rumeng tenderly spoke, "Wang, let us consummate our union." Chapter 12, Many Will Perish. Consummate our union? Bang, bang, bang. Lin Huowang could scarcely believe that Liu Rumeng had directly invited him. He gulped audibly and turned to look at her, only to find her entire face aflame with embarrassment, her alluring gaze unable to meet his. "Do not look at me like that. Your eyes seem to scorch." Liu Rumeng also felt Lin Huowang's intense gaze, causing her to shrink slightly. yet she nestled even closer into his embrace. Soft as jade, a beauty in his arms. Lin Huowang's breathing quickened. He had never imagined that one day he would hold someone like Liu Rumeng, his ethereal goddess, in his arms. Liu Rumeng's body was soft yet warm. And in this frigid winter, their temperatures rose rapidly due to her mere invitation to consummate their union. Are you truly certain? Lin Huowang asked, licking his dry lips. Yes. Liu Rumeng nodded slightly. You do not regret offering your body to someone like me? What I desire is someone as pure as you. As Liu Rumeng spoke, a spirit of stubbornness and resilience emerged within her as she sought to persuade Lin Huowang. Huowang, please do not belittle yourself in the future, all right? You are wonderful. Remarkably so. In my eyes, you are infinitely superior to those hypocritical, hollow intellectuals who merely covet my body, their intentions glaringly apparent as they feign interest in conversation. When confronted with challenges, they often retreat like turtles, revealing their inherently selfish nature. As I sought to rescue 2 orphans, not a single male youth was willing to accompany me. Instead, they laughed, calling me a fool. With her bright eyes, Liu Rumeng poked Lin Huowang gently in the chest, proclaiming, only you possess a kind and pure heart. Even in such dire circumstances at home, you do not hesitate to help the Zhao siblings. Upon meeting my mother, I realized that your kindness is a lesson taught by her since childhood. Despite only having completed 5 years of elementary school, your talents are undeniable. The profound words you spoke to me that night, along with your poem Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms, radiate a magical charm that instills hope in those enveloped in despair. Thus, you should never feel inferior because of your humble origins or believe you are unworthy of me. In contrast, as the daughter of a capitalist, I am merely an attractive exterior, lacking in substance. I feel I am the one unworthy of you. Liu Rumeng poured out her heartfelt thoughts, sharing her impressions and feelings about Lin Huowang over the past few days. Her heart felt unburdened, believing that as husband and wife, there should be no barriers or feelings of inadequacy between them. Meng, your praise makes me feel somewhat embarrassed. Lin Huowang inhaled deeply. Although he harbored memories of a future where he would be extraordinary, Liu Rumeng remained unaware. In the eyes of others, he was ugly, poor, and a cripple. How could he possibly be a suitable match? Yet, Liu Rumeng saw him differently and held firm in her belief. Such a remarkable woman, such a virtuous partner. Lin Huowang felt that his past generosity had bestowed upon him the intertwining of fates with Liu Rumeng in this life. Fool, every word I speak is the truth, not an exaggeration. With flushed cheeks, Liu Rumeng boldly pressed her chest against Lin Huowang's, allowing him to feel her sincerity and willingness. However, her increasing assertiveness only deepened Lin Huowang's inner turmoil. This was Liu Rumeng, the sole daughter of the Liu family, destined to be a princess admired and envied by many if she were to thrive under her father's governance. They had already registered their marriage at the production team office, establishing their legitimacy as a couple. With Liu Rumeng's eager consent, Lin Huowang could no longer contain himself. This was a true fusion of love and affection, a feeling he had never experienced with such fervor in either of his lives. He felt fortunate that in this life, he had cast aside his cowardice, bravely breaking open the granary doors to alter Liu Rumeng's fate. Now, he yearned to take it a step further, to make Liu Rumeng his own, vowing to guard and protect her for a lifetime, ensuring that no one would ever harm her again. Lin Huowang's movements were gentle and effortless, as he delicately touched Liu Rumeng's body, akin to cradling an exquisitely crafted porcelain doll. However, as Lin Huowang prepared himself, his actions abruptly faltered. Huowang, you need not be so tender with me. Every woman experiences such a day. I do not regret offering my body to you, Liu Rumeng remarked, sensing Lin Huowang's hesitation and questioning his sudden stillness with a puzzled expression. Do you not desire it? She inquired. I do, yet it seems we cannot at this moment. Lin Huowang replied, pointing helplessly at a crimson stain. I am so sorry. Huowang, I completely forgot. Liu Rumeng's face flushed crimson, almost as if it would drip with water. She hurriedly sat up to compose herself, lowering her head and beginning to weep softly. Meng, why are you crying? Lin Huowang quickly approached to comfort her. Huowang, I apologize. I should not have spoken of wanting to bear fruit, yet be unable to do so without harming you. Liu Rumeng sobbed, her face awash with guilt. Oh dear. Meng, please do not feel remorse on my behalf. We have ample time ahead. Moreover, in this humble abode, I feel I have wronged you, he reassured her. I do not feel wronged at all. Liu Rumeng interjected. No, I believe it is you who is wronged. Meng Meng, trust me, we shall soon rejuvenate this dwelling. I vow to provide you, my bride, with a true home. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Lin Huowang felt a fervent fire ignite within him as he glanced at his mother and sister across the room. Yes, in this life of rebirth, he vowed to protect his loved ones and bestow upon them the most beautiful and joyous existence. Very well, Huowang. I believe in you, and I await that day. Yet my promise to you remains unchanged. Once this has passed, whenever you desire, I am willing. Please hold me tightly. In your embrace, I find solace and peace. Liu Rumeng expressed, deeply moved. She had not anticipated that in her willingness, Lin Huowang would halt out of concern for her well-being. In stark contrast, the deceitful young men and the heartless production team leader were all too eager to strip her of her dignity. In her innocence, Liu Rumeng realized that it was this very quality that made him deserving of her affection. Trust me, Meng Meng, I shall protect you for a lifetime, he declared, embracing Liu Rumeng tightly, inhaling her faint yet delightful fragrance. He had never felt such peace in slumber. Meanwhile, in the youth commune, since Liu Rumeng and Lin Huowang had departed, a surge of excitement erupted among the group of young men and women. Several ardent poetry enthusiasts among the young women swiftly fetched paper and pens, chattering animatedly. You say one line, I say another. They exclaimed as they endeavored to transcribe Lin Huowang's recently recited poem, Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms. From tomorrow onward, I shall write to every family member, sharing my happiness. The lightning of joy has revealed this to me, and I shall convey it to all. I adore this line. It is beautifully written. As I ponder, thoughts of my parents resurface. I feel an urgent desire to pen them a letter, to bestow a warm name upon every river and every mountain. To the stranger, I extend my blessings. This sentiment resonates deeply. It is imbued with the romanticism that I cherish, naming each river and mountain with such affection. Truly, it is a romantic notion. May you have a brilliant future ahead. May you find love and companionship. May you attain happiness in this earthly realm. I simply wish to face the sea, where spring blossoms flourish. This line is splendid. The three wishes evoke the poet's expansive spirit and a heart as vast as the universe itself. Were it not for my own ears hearing it, I would find it hard to believe that this poem was indeed penned by Lin Huowang, a mere farmer. It lacks ornate language and is instead filled with genuine emotion. I believe we, the educated youth, must reflect deeply on the essence of poetry. It lies not in the elegance of words, but in the sincerity of feelings. When emotions are sincere, the words will naturally resonate with beauty and poignancy. I must admit, these educated youths, though confined indoors, have shown commendable prowess in discussing and appreciating poetry. Each individual has gleaned profound spiritual insights from Lin Huowang's poem Facing the Sea, with spring blossoms. Alas, it is a pity. Lin Huowang is but a farmer, and he remains unaware of the power encapsulated in his poem. I truly should have urged him to submit Facing the Sea, with spring blossoms to a poetry magazine. It could certainly be published, and even create a stir. A female educated youth, gazing wistfully at the neatly copied poem, expressed her regret. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuejin's eyes suddenly lit up. He pulled Tian Jinbu to the side and produced an envelope, saying, Old Tian, bring me that poetry magazine. I need to jot down the submission address. Zhong, you wouldn't be considering helping Lin Huowang submit Facing the Sea with spring blossoms, would you? Wouldn't that inadvertently bring him fame? No. This rustic fellow likely just had a stroke of luck. He may only ever write this one poem. Let it remain in obscurity, unrecognized. That would be for the best. Tian Jinbu reluctantly retrieved the poetry magazine, but was hesitant to hand it over to Zhong Yuejin. However, Zhong Yuejin, with a sly smile, insisted, submitting it is a must. Such a beautiful poem deserves not to be buried. But do you think I am a fool? To pay for postage to help Lin Huowang gain notoriety? Look at the signature on my copied version of Facing the Sea, with spring blossoms. What? You intend to sign your own name? Isn't that plagiarism? Tian Jinbu exclaimed. Upon examining it, he quickly comprehended Zhong Yuejin's intentions. What plagiarism? Once this poem is published, all of China's literary youth will know that Facing the Sea, with spring blossoms is a work of mine, Zhong Yuejin. Neither you nor I will speak of it. In this courtyard, among the other educated youth, no one but us possesses the spare funds to purchase the latest issue of the Poetry Journal. When the time comes, who will know the truth? That Lin Huowang has spent his entire life in this rural setting, gnawing on the earth, and he likely has no idea what a poetry journal even is. What does he understand of it? It is indeed his honor that his poetry can be graced by my illustrious name, Zhong Yuejin. Soon, I shall be a renowned young poet throughout the nation. Lao Tian, you shall undoubtedly benefit from this, understand? Brother Zhong, you are truly remarkable. Setting aside personal grievances and biases against Lin Huowang, I must concede that the poem Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms, is exceptionally well crafted. In comparison, the verses I have penned can only be deemed worthless. Just wait and see as you ascend to national fame as a young poet. On the surface, Tian Jinbu praises Zhong Yuejin, yet internally he harbors jealousy and regret, wondering why he had not conceived of such a plan first. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuejin deliberately places the manuscript into an envelope in front of Tian Jinbu, inscribing the address of the poetry journal on it. The following morning, the snowfall intensifies. Lin Huowang is roused from slumber by a gust of frigid wind that sweeps into the room. He shivers, opens his eyes, and discovers that Liu Rumeng, who had slept in his embrace the previous night, has already risen. "Huowang, you're awake. Hurry and have some porridge." Nearby, Zhao Dainiu, seeing Lin Huowang stir, promptly brings over a bowl of steaming, sticky porridge. As the cold settles in, Lin Huowang feels revitalized from head to toe after consuming the warm dish. His mother, Zhang Guozian, who has been bedridden, unexpectedly manages to rise from bed today. Although her steps are still somewhat unsteady, her spirits are high, and a rosy glow has returned to her face. Lin Huowang exclaims in delight, "Mother, you can walk now? How do you feel?" "Much better. Huowang, it is thanks to the eggs you brought home yesterday. Mingming prepared another one for me this morning, and after eating, I feel invigorated." Lin's mother beams, particularly pleased as she gazes at Liu Rumeng bustling about by the stove, her satisfaction evident. She had never anticipated that, after being cast out by the Zhang family, she would be blessed with such a diligent, beautiful, and educated daughter-in-law. Oh, the heavens! Lin's mother never dared to dream of such a fortunate turn of events. She even feels that if Liu Rumeng can share a stable and prosperous life with her son Lin Huowang, she would consider her life fulfilled, even if it were to end at this moment. "Huowang, you're awake? Mother feels much better today. I believe my previous illness stemmed from a lack of nutrition. My body was depleted. Particularly, the deficiency in protein left me weak and defenseless." Having studied some high school biology, Liu Rumeng smiles. "Now, if I can have an egg every day for a few days, I will certainly recover fully. That won't do. Ming, my dear, as an old woman, consuming 2 eggs would be wasteful. We have so few eggs in total. If I eat one more, you shall have one less. The remaining eggs are for you children to eat. At this time of growth, I am content with just cornmeal porridge. As long as I don't starve, that suffices." Lin Mu hurriedly declined, furrowing her brows. In the eyes of a traditional, frugal mother devoted to her children, indulging in a bit of good food is a grievous sin. Especially with Liu Rumeng, the new daughter-in-law, having just entered the household, it would be utterly shameful for her to appear so gluttonous. "Mother, it's just an egg. Once we finish, we can find a way to trade for more. Your ungrateful son has made you suffer in the Zhang family for so many years. I vow to ensure that you all enjoy a life where meat graces our tables regularly." Witnessing his mother's anxious demeanor, Lin Huowang felt a pang of discomfort. After all, in his previous life, he was a wealthy man with assets worth billions. How could he allow his mother to feel guilty for eating an egg? "Huowang, you too. After all this trouble to acquire a rabbit, we exchanged it for merely a bit of grain and eggs. We must be frugal to survive this winter. Once mother feels better, we can venture into the dense woods behind the mountain to gather mushrooms and wild vegetables, mixing them with cornmeal. This way, we save on food and enjoy delightful meals." As Lin Mu's health improved, she began to share survival skills and techniques with them. At that moment, Lin Huowang suddenly noticed a small, dark shadow darting beneath the bed, followed by a faint squeak. "There's a mouse." Lin Xiaoxue, blissfully enjoying her flatbread, was startled by the sudden movement. "Do not fear. Your sister-in-law is here. The mouse won't dare come near." Liu Rumeng smiled as she held Lin Xiaoxue in her arms. Yet her mind drifted back to 3 years ago when she first encountered a mouse boldly scuttling past her bed while in the countryside, causing her to scream in fright and keep her eyes wide open all night. However, with time, having seen cockroaches, mice, and even snakes and weasels in the commune, she learned to keep her distance without panic. Yet at this moment, upon seeing the mouse, Lin Huowang felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. He recalled that during the new year in his past life, a severe rodent plague had erupted in the neighboring production teams. This year was already a year of famine, with harvests down by over 30%, making the situation even worse for the rodents. Under such circumstances, the scattered mice would gradually congregate, leading to a plague. A horde of mice, dark and ominous, had devoured untold amounts of grain, and many had even perished in their sleep due to the rodents gnawing. With roughly half a month until the new year, Lin Huowang understood that he must take action to prevent and thwart the rodent disaster. Otherwise, countless lives would be at stake. In his memory, the third day after his sister's death coincided with the new year, which was when the rodent plague erupted. The grain depot of Linjiagu was devoured, leading to the tragic demise of several villagers, and the aftermath of the rodent plague gave rise to epidemics. Subsequently, due to the heavy snowfall, Linjiagu was completely cut off from the outside world. Even if there were government relief supplies available, they could not be transported in. In the aftermath, it was reported that more than half of the villagers in Linjiagu succumbed to illness and starvation. At that time, Lin Huowang, desperate from hunger, ventured into the mountains in search of sustenance. He will forever remember the harrowing scene he encountered upon his return. The village was littered with unburied corpses, resembling a desolate graveyard. It was not until the snow melted and doctors from the commune and region arrived with relief supplies that the crisis in Linjiagu was alleviated, allowing the remaining inhabitants to truly survive. Chapter 13. A warning of rodent plague. A shadow intrudes at midnight. Haunted by thoughts of the impending rodent disaster, Lin Huowang found it increasingly difficult to remain still. Coincidentally, he had planned to head to the team's headquarters to collect a hunting rifle. So he hastily finished the sticky porridge in his bowl and rushed outside. Huowang, wait a moment, it's cold outside. Put this on. Liu Rumeng called out as she chased after him, presenting a quilted shawl for Lin Huowang to wear. Meng, this is your clothing. Lin Huowang immediately recognized the shawl, which had been brought back from the educated youth dormitory the day before. What's yours is mine. My belongings are yours as well. It's quite chilly outside, and you're too lightly dressed, she insisted. I just altered this shawl and added some cotton to it. Wearing it will keep you warmer. Liu Rumeng's gentle smile radiated warmth, akin to the sun on a winter's day, enveloping Lin Huowang in a comforting glow. Thank you, Meng. It's so warm, as if I am holding you close, Lin Huowang replied with a smile, prompting Liu Rumeng to shyly lower her gaze. I will just visit the team's headquarters to collect the rifle and return shortly. Fearing that he might frighten Liu Rumeng, Lin Huowang refrained from disclosing the imminent rodent plague. Upon exiting the dilapidated courtyard of Linjiagu, he limped toward the team's headquarters. In the heavy snow, most villagers remained huddled indoors. However, life was challenging for everyone. With rations dwindling, they had to be frugal. This year's poor harvest meant that each household received over a 30% reduction in their food supply, while the snow still allowed for movement. Lin Huowang observed many villagers venturing into the mountains to forage for wild vegetables and mushrooms. If luck was on their side, they might find a few small animals, such as rabbits or squirrels, that had succumbed to the cold. Yet, most villagers dared only to linger around the outskirts of the dense forest, as venturing deeper risked encounters with wolves and wild boars. This year, wild boars posed a greater danger than wolves. At least one could carry a machete for protection against wolves. However, encountering a wild boar, especially a mature boar king, was far more perilous. With its thick, mud-caked hide serving as armor, even a well-aimed hunting rifle might not penetrate its defenses. Each winter, numerous villagers faced wild boar encounters in the forest, and those who survived often counted themselves fortunate if they only suffered broken ribs from being rammed against trees. Thus, when Lin Huowang took on the role of mountain guardian, the villagers regarded him with a mix of disbelief and pity, as if he were a fool or a ghost. Ordinary individuals cannot possibly undertake the arduous responsibilities of a mountain guardian, let alone a crippled man who can barely maintain his footing. Huowang, have you truly made up your mind? Once you accept this hunting rifle, there will be no turning back. The role of a mountain guardian is not something just anyone can manage. Deputy Captain Lin Huowang extended the rifle towards him, offering a final piece of advice. Uncle Huowang, I am certain. However, is it not rather insufficient to have only 3 bullets? Huowang replied, exasperated at the meager supply. The rifle was not only old and worn, but its mechanisms were also rusted, and 3 bullets were hardly adequate. You cannot be given more ammunition. You must use these first. That is the regulation, and these 3 are provided free of charge. Should you wish for more, you will need to purchase them at 5 cents each, Lin Huowang explained, casting a glance at Captain Lin Huowang before whispering, Huowang, if you regret your decision now, there is still time. I can intercede on your behalf with the captain. No, Uncle Huowang, 3 bullets will suffice. Huowang replied, stealing a glance at Lin Huowang. Then deliberately raising his voice, by the way, Uncle Huowang, I've noticed numerous rats scurrying about the village in recent days, in droves no less. It seems we might be on the brink of a rat plague. Shouldn't our team prepare to address this? A rat plague? Huowang, are you perhaps overthinking this? Every year has its share of rats. It's nothing to worry about. Besides, with the winter chill upon us, how can we possibly guard against them? Deputy Captain Lin Huowang dismissed Huowang as concerns. However, Lin Huowang, standing nearby, rose to mock him. Oh, Huowang, you've become a mountain guardian. Yet you're frightened of mere rats? Captain Lin, I speak earnestly. It is better to be cautious than to be caught unprepared. We must take measures to safeguard the village granary and issue warnings to the villagers to secure their own supplies. They should also stockpile firewood and pine to prevent rats from entering their homes. It would be prudent to request some gasoline from the commune while the heavy snow hasn't sealed off the mountains to combat the rats. If we can organize a militia to preemptively eradicate nests where rats are congregating, that would be ideal. Huowang earnestly shared his thoughts with Lin Huowang, hoping that despite their enmity, the captain would take the lives of the villagers seriously and act promptly to prevent and manage a potential rat infestation. Yet, Lin Huowang not only disregarded the situation but also treated it as a jest, laughing heartily. You, a cripple, presume to instruct me as the captain? Just a handful of rats, and you're in such a tizzy? And you suggest using gasoline to exterminate them? Do you understand the value of gasoline to the state? Not to mention, in this frigid weather, the rats are hibernating in their burrows. Even if a rat plague were to occur, what is there to fear? I could easily dispatch one with a single strike of my hoe. Captain Lin, I assure you, I am not jesting, Huowang implored. Based on my observations over the past few days, due to this year's grain shortage, the remnants of food in the fields have diminished significantly. The mice, unable to find sufficient sustenance, are bound to gather in increasing numbers. It is not merely our production team that faces this threat. It is likely that the entire commune, comprising several production teams, will soon confront a rodent infestation. You may choose to dismiss my words, yet I implore you to report this information to the commune, so that appropriate measures for rodent control can be undertaken. Unyielding, Lin Huowang reiterated the potential for a mouse plague with sound reasoning. However, Lin Huowang appeared obstinate and disregarded his concerns entirely. He continued to mock Lin Huowang, saying, well, not only do you wish to assign me as the leader, but you also dare to involve the commune. On the other hand, Vice Captain Lin Huowang, upon hearing Lin Huowang's detailed analysis and evidence, began to take the matter seriously, particularly as he had frequently observed groups of mice in recent days. He pulled Lin Huowang aside and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, Huowang, if a mouse plague were to occur, how would we prevent it? Would gasoline suffice? If not gasoline, would diesel work? Of course, it would, Lin Huowang replied. If that proves ineffective, we can prepare some vegetable oil or any combustible material. Uncle Huowang, this is a matter of life and death. As I mentioned, it is not only our village but also several nearby production teams at risk. Noticing Lin Huowang wavering, Lin Huowang elaborated further. In truth, Lin Huowang held a favorable impression of Lin Huowang. In his past life, upon returning from military service to assume the role of forestry director, he found Lin Huowang had consistently devoted himself to the village's prosperity and the well-being of its residents throughout his life. Could reporting this to the commune be an overreaction? Lin Huowang pondered, frowning. How can that be considered an overreaction? Lin Huowang countered. Uncle Huowang, it is better to err on the side of caution, even if a mouse plague does not materialize. Advising the commune to enhance awareness and strengthen grain storage oversight among production teams would be prudent. Should a plague indeed occur, it would be a significant achievement, potentially saving many lives. Lin Huowang continued to persuade him. Very well, I shall follow your lead. I happen to need to visit the commune as well. A good opportunity to stretch my legs. Nodding, Lin Huowang acknowledged the sense in Lin Huowang's words. However, when Lin Huowang shared his plan to visit the commune with Captain Lin Huowang, he was met with further disdain. Huowang, Do you truly believe this boy-ass nonsense? On a snowy day, to make a trip to the commune is a frivolous waste of time. I am going there to visit my brother-in-law anyway. Lin Huowang chuckled, offering no further explanation, and proceeded to prepare a donkey cart. Lin Huowang, armed with a hunting rifle, followed him out of the team headquarters. At that moment, they encountered the young intellectuals Zhong Yuejin and Tian Jinbu, who were approaching with cheerful banter. Upon spotting Lin Huowang, Zhong Yuejin instinctively concealed an envelope, already affixed with a stamp, behind his back, and the smiles on their faces abruptly faded. However, at this moment, Lin Huowang had just acquired a hunting rifle and was eager to test its accuracy, oblivious to the changing expressions of the two men as he briskly departed from the team headquarters. Phew, that nearly frightened me to death. What is that cripple doing here at the headquarters? Zhong Yuejin, relieved after Lin Huowang's departure, took a deep breath and retrieved the envelope once more. He must be here to collect his gun, but given the rust covering that hunting rifle, could it even be fired? How presumptuous. A mere cripple thinking he could sustain himself as a guardian of the mountains through hunting? It's not that I look down on him. If he manages to catch a single squirrel, that would be quite an achievement. Tian Jinbu remarked, then pointed at the vice-captain, Lin Huowang, who was harnessing a donkey cart, saying to Zhong Yuejin, "Brother Zhong, the vice-captain is preparing the donkey cart, which surely means he is heading to the commune. You should swiftly deliver the letter to him. If you hurry, perhaps he might just catch the next issue of the poetry journal. Indeed, the sooner it gets published, the better. I can scarcely contain my anticipation. If the poem Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms becomes renowned, perhaps it could enable my early return to the city." Zhong Yuejin, filled with zeal, hastened to catch up with Vice-Captain Lin Huowang and entrusted him with the submission letter for the poetry journal. Upon arriving at the commune, Lin Huowang recounted Lin Huowang's situation. Regrettably, the director of the commune was a slothful individual, fearful of responsibility, akin to Lin Zhangwo, who dismissed the rodent plague as mere alarmism. Not only did he disregard Lin Huowang's warnings, but he also accused him of stirring up unnecessary panic. Ultimately, with no other recourse, Lin Huowang claimed the need for 3 barrels of diesel fuel for next year's irrigation, securing them early from the commune. Upon his return, he relayed the commune's response to Captain Lin Zhangwo. Lin Zhangwo burst into laughter, deriding him. "You believe that cripple, didn't you? You've been scolded for it. What is there to fear from a mere mouse? Even if a rodent plague were real, with so many able-bodied men, each wielding a hoe, we could easily eradicate those pests." Meanwhile, Lin Huowang, having acquired the hunting rifle, returned home and disassembled it, meticulously removing the rust from each component. This antiquated firearm boasted a straightforward design, yet its power was commendable, somewhat akin to a shotgun. Its drawback lay in its poor accuracy and insufficient effective range. Without even testing the gun, Lin Huowang surmised that beyond 20 meters, this rifle would scarcely inflict any damage on its quarry, particularly against formidable beasts such as black bears, wild boars, and tigers. It would struggle to deliver effective harm beyond 10 meters. With only 3 precious bullets at his disposal, Lin Huowang resolved against firing the weapon aimlessly, preferring to test it in a real hunting scenario, subsequently adjusting its aim. However, considering his current physical condition, venturing into the mountains to hunt was rather impractical. He needed to dedicate several days to recuperate, especially focusing on his injured leg. Thus, Lin Huowang unearthed another rabbit he had previously hidden. In the following days, he prepared rabbit meat soup, allowing everyone to strengthen their health together, as Zhao Daniyu assisted him, employing the bone-setting techniques from his previous life. Lin Huowang endeavored to forcibly realign his misaligned hip joint. A sharp cry echoed through the dilapidated Lin family courtyard as Lin Huowang expressed his pain. Zhao Daniyu promptly released his grip and, concerned, inquired, "Brother Wang, did I apply too much force? Do not stop. Continue to pull, precisely at that spot, but exert a little more strength." Despite the excruciating pain causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead, Lin Huowang gasped, "Your strength alone seems insufficient. Dream, please assist Daniyu in pulling my leg." With heartfelt concern, Liu Rumeng replied, "Huowang, perhaps we should reconsider. Even if you were to limp for life, I would never turn away from you. What if we accidentally injure your foot? No, I must be like a normal person. We need to exert force together. I feel we are so close. Just a bit more pressure at that spot, and my foot can be corrected." In his previous life, Liu Rumeng's father had sought the expertise of a renowned bone-setting physician to express gratitude to Lin Huowang, who had employed similar techniques that healed Lin Huowang's lifelong limp within a day. It was later, during his university years, that Lin Huowang discovered his condition was termed congenital hip dislocation. The situation was not severe, and with the correct approach, it could be easily rectified. However, he was currently unable to locate that skilled physician and had to rely on his recollections of the bone-setting methods to rectify the issue himself. Let us apply our strength. If it becomes unbearable, you must speak up. Taking a deep breath, Liu Rumeng, sensing Lin Huowang's determination, joined Zhao Daniu in exerting their force. With a series of sharp cracks, after several days of attempts, they finally felt they were on the right track. Lin Huowang sensed his awkward leg aligning perfectly. It worked. My foot is no longer lame. Ecstatic, he leaped from the bed and took several brisk steps. Really? Huowang, this is wonderful. Your foot has healed. It's miraculous. You are now just like everyone else. Liu Rumeng was also elated and leaped in joy. Wow, brother's foot is well. He is no longer a cripple and will no longer be ridiculed. Lin Xiaoxue, who had been anxiously watching from the side, erupted in joyous celebration. This is splendid. Brother Huowang's leg is healed. Even the usually reticent Zhao Juhua joined in the cheer. Lin Mu, with tears streaming down her face, approached Lin Huowang and embraced him, exclaiming, Huowang, I am so sorry for bringing you into this world as a cripple. Now, you are healed. You will no longer be looked down upon. It was precisely because Lin Huowang was a cripple and that she had given birth to a daughter in her second pregnancy that Lin Mu had been dismissed from the Lin family, along with her 2 children. Thus, she had always harbored deep guilt towards Lin Huowang. Each time she recalled how he had been bullied by peers due to his limp during childhood, it felt as if her heart were being sliced. But now, with Lin Huowang's foot restored to normalcy, her burdens of over a decade finally lifted. Mother, please do not cry. I do not blame you truly. I have never held it against you. Even if my crippled foot remains a lifelong affliction, it is still my fate. You are the one who gave me life and nurtured me. I cherish the thought of honoring you. How could I possibly blame you? Gently wiping the tears from his mother's face, Lin Huowang comforted her, saying, Mother, you yourself said not to cry, but to smile. Only then can life improve. We still have half a rabbit. Tonight, we shall simmer it for soup to celebrate. Oh, we shall feast once more. The rabbit meat is truly delectable. I want to eat, I want to eat. Lin Xiaoxue immediately cheered with exuberance. After spending these past few days together, Zhao Daniu and Zhao Juhua had shed their previous reserve and had fully integrated into the family. It felt wonderful to be together. Liu Rumeng smiled blissfully, experiencing the warmth of familial affection that she had long missed. That evening, the family gathered around a pot, boiling warm rabbit soup and savoring the fragrant pancakes. This life was simply overflowing with happiness. After feasting, the family nestled by the fire and drifted off to sleep, each face adorned with expressions of contentment and joy. Especially Lin Huowang, who had diligently practiced bone-setting techniques over the past few days with Zhao Daniu, leaving him exhausted and sore. Today, he finally succeeded, and his tension dissipated. After finishing the warm rabbit soup, he was the first to fall asleep beside Liu Rumeng, his gentle snores filling the air. Huowang, it is so wonderful to have you here, Liu Rumeng softly remarked, caressing Lin Huowang's sleeping face, a sweet smile gracing her lips in the flickering firelight. Moreover, she had come to realize in these past few days that Lin Huowang was not unattractive. He had simply been too hungry and frail. Anyone would appear unappealing in such a state. However, after a few days of nourishment, he had visibly gained some flesh, accentuating his features and revealing a handsome visage. Not to mention, beauty is often in the eyes of the beholder. Now, the more Liu Rumeng looked at Lin Huowang, the more appealing he became. Soon, she too was enveloped in warmth and succumbed to sleep, the room filled with the harmonious sound of snores. However, after the midnight hour, a faint crunching sound echoed outside the Lin family's dilapidated courtyard. A shadow stealthily crept in. Scaling the partially collapsed wall, the figure entered the dwelling, fixating its gaze intently on Liu Rumeng, who lay beside Lin Huowang, unable to move. Chapter 14. The crippled one is not crippled. What a fierce person. Inside the room, the fire flickered. The cold wind blew through the broken wall, causing Liu Rumeng to shiver involuntarily, pulling her blanket tighter around herself. Just then, an unfamiliar pair of black hands cautiously reached out. In her slumber, Liu Rumeng sensed movement in her blanket. Assuming it was Lin Huowang tossing in his sleep and fearing he might catch cold, she instinctively reached out to tuck him in. To her shock, her hand brushed against a strange, icy arm. Startled, Liu Rumeng awoke with a jolt. As she opened her eyes, a terrifying and unfamiliar face loomed before her. "Do not scream. I'm afraid I must take drastic measures if you do not comply, even resorting to harming those around you." The cold blade pressed against Liu Rumeng's neck rendered her motionless with fear. "What do you intend to do?" she stammered, glancing nervously at Lin Huowang, who lay beside her. Sound asleep. She dared not speak too loudly, fearing that the commotion would awaken him and lead to a confrontation, especially considering the man's weapon. "Do not worry, my little beauty. If you cooperate, I assure you that no harm will come to you or anyone else." The stranger grinned lewdly, his other hand eager to tug at Liu Rumeng's outer garment. "Otherwise, I shall inflict a wound upon each of them before turning my attention to you. Please, do not hurt them." At this moment, Liu Rumeng was engulfed in shame and fury, trapped in a dilemma. Faced with the man's aggression, she longed to scream for help, but was deterred by the blade he wielded, fearing he might genuinely injure Lin Huowang and the others. Yet, was she truly to submit to such violation? Her first time was promised to Huowang, to be shared after a grand wedding celebration he had vowed to provide. Haha, my little beauty. 3 years ago, when you were here cutting in line, I had already set my sights on you. Unfortunately, you resided in the educated youth dormitory, and I had no opportunity to act. But now, you are wed to a cripple, although he has claimed you first. I am not deterred. I shall visit often to indulge in your company." The stranger, in his impatience, began to tear away Liu Rumeng's outer garment, immediately reaching to unfasten his belt. However, finding it too tight to manage with one hand, he carelessly placed the knife in his mouth to free both hands for his task. At that moment, beneath the flickering light, Lin Huowang, who had been in a deep slumber, suddenly executed a swift side kick. "Ah!" The stranger, caught off guard, cried out in pain as the knife fell from his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Huowang sprang up and swiftly grabbed the fallen dagger, stabbing it into the man's thighs without hesitation. "My legs!" The stranger let out a heart-wrenching scream, staring at Lin Huowang as though he were a monster. "Huowang!" Liu Rumeng, shaken and disoriented, hurried to hide behind Lin Huowang. "What is happening? Who is this man? Did you hurt him?" Lin Mu was also awakened by the screams, quickly rising to inquire about the commotion. Lin Xiaoxue and the Zhao siblings awakened as well, huddling close to Lin Mu, wary of the anguished stranger writhing on the ground. "Do not be afraid, everyone. This man intruded in the dead of night, intending to harm Meng Meng. I caught him and dealt with him accordingly." Lin Huowang stretched his limbs and then fetched a length of rope to securely bind the intruder. Years of training as a special forces soldier had instilled in him the instinct to remain alert. Even in exhaustion, he would awaken at the slightest disturbance. In truth, he had been awake since the moment the stranger had scaled the wall. As he sensed the presence of another approaching him and Liu Rumeng, he narrowed his eyes to assess the situation, discovering that the individual was armed with a knife. For the sake of safety, he decided to remain still and observe. When the opponent appeared most relaxed, he struck decisively, delivering a powerful kick that sent the assailant flying, before seizing the dagger and piercing his legs to incapacitate any chance of flight or resistance. Even Liu Rumeng, witnessing Lin Huowang's swift and resolute actions, was taken aback. Having been exposed to the world, she had only seen such rapid prowess in her father's bodyguards. "Ah, spare me. I am merely a lost soul who thought this dilapidated house was unoccupied, seeking refuge from the storm for the night. Why do you harm me without discernment?" The bound stranger pleaded, desperately offering excuses. Lin Huowang, however, merely scoffed, then abruptly plunged the dagger into the man's right arm, stating, "Seeking refuge? Is it necessary to wield a dagger? Ah, why do you continue to stab me? I'm just afraid of encountering danger and evildoers." The stranger grimaced in pain, still attempting to justify himself. Lin Huowang narrowed his eyes, delivering another stab to the man's left arm. "Not telling the truth, are we? No matter. I have ample time. Your body still possesses many intact areas. I can pierce one by one. Ah, please, no more stabbings. I beg you, I will speak." The man, stricken with fear, had never before encountered someone as ruthless as Lin Huowang. Terrified of receiving another stab, he hurriedly confessed, "Spare me. I am Zhao Laosi from the neighboring Zhao family village, and I have long admired Lu Jiqing. Upon hearing she is married, I came to see for myself. Under Lin Huowang's menacing pressure, Zhao Laosi fully divulged his criminal history and motives. Zhao family village was indeed the original home of Zhao Dainiu and Zhao Juhua, part of the same commune as Lin Jiagu. Merely 2 or 3 kilometers away, over a mountain, Zhao Laosi was notorious for being a bachelor, nearing 40 without a wife. As he described himself, his home was bare, and he was too indolent to have the means to marry. Yet, in matters of intimacy, Zhao Laosi possessed a particular talent. He often scaled the walls of widows' homes at night, indulging in pleasures until dawn before stealthily departing. Eventually, he grew audacious enough to visit married women's homes at night, coercing them with a dagger while their husbands slept nearby. Because he always chose the dead of night for such misdeeds, the women, fearing disgrace, remained silent after his transgressions. This only fueled Zhao Laosi's lascivious desires. Thus, upon hearing that the most beautiful educated youth, Liu Rumeng, from Lin Jiagu had married a cripple, he became exceedingly excited. He spent 2 consecutive nights surveying Lin Jiagu, confirming that the household was comprised of the elderly and infirm, leading him to arm himself with a dagger and approach that night. In his mind, the dilapidated Lin family courtyard and the surrounding residences were sufficiently distant. On this snowy night, even if he awoke Lin Huowang, what fear could a cripple evoke? In a moment of ruthless determination, he contemplated exterminating the entire Lin family, believing that no one would ever trace the deed back to him. However, he had never anticipated the formidable combat prowess of Lin Huowang, the seemingly crippled man. Meanwhile, Zhao Laosi, bound and helpless on the ground, observed Lin Huowang moving with ease, appearing no different from an ordinary individual. Huowang, I am truly grateful for your presence today. Otherwise, my innocence would have been irrevocably tarnished, said Liu Rumeng, filled with dread as she realized the extent of her notoriety. It was astonishing to discover that even the bachelor from the neighboring village had harbored thoughts of her for 3 years, seizing the opportunity to invade her home under the cover of darkness. Without Lin Huowang's remarkable skills, she would have either lost her virtue or witnessed Zhao Laosi slaughter everyone. Meng, with me here, there is no need to fear. In due time, I shall find a way to mend the collapsed wall, Lin Huowang reassured her. The house was perpetually drafty, posing both a safety risk and a lack of warmth. As he surveyed the fallen courtyard wall and the dilapidated structure, he pondered the fate of Zhao Laosi. Will he die from all this blood loss? Liu Rumeng inquired anxiously. Not at all. I didn't strike any vital points. Moreover, he is a burglar attempting to commit rape. Even if we were to kill him, we would be justified. He brought this upon himself, Lin Huowang asserted. At dawn, I will report this incident to the team, and they will contact the production team leader from Zhejiang to have him taken to the commune. Brother, you are truly impressive, exclaimed Lin Xiaoxue, finally regaining her composure and applauding enthusiastically. Zhao Dainiu gazed at Lin Huowang with admiration, considering him the epitome of masculinity, powerful and formidable. Zhao Juhua blushed, also feeling that Lin Huowang was exceptionally capable. Huowang, you did the right thing. We must hand him over to the production team. We cannot resort to vigilante justice. Lin Mu nodded in agreement, aware of the precariousness of their current situation. She feared her son might act impulsively and inadvertently cause serious trouble. The frightful incident had left them all wide awake. They gathered around the fire, engaged in conversation. Liu Rumeng, with curiosity etched on her face, asked Lin Huowang, Huowang, were you awake all along? I worried about disturbing you, fearing that Zhao Laosi might harm you. Moreover, how did you manage such agility? Your reflexes were astonishing. Meng, I awoke the moment Zhao Laosi leaped into the room. I too was concerned for your safety, which is why I feigned sleep until the opportune moment to strike decisively. I am unsure why, but perhaps it is due to a hearty meal and my recovery from injury that my body feels much more agile. Lin Huowang replied with a smile, his gaze lingering on Liu Rumeng's delicate features illuminated by the firelight, his heart racing once more. Yet, this perilous encounter served as a wake-up call for Lin Huowang. Liu Rumeng's fame was indeed overwhelming. She was recognized as the most beautiful educated youth across the villages and nearby communes. In the early days of that year, there were still youth from other communes who would travel several kilometers to Lin Jiagu, solely to catch a glimpse of the enchanting Liu Rumeng. Thus, the desire for Liu Rumeng was not confined to Zhao Laosi alone. If only he could have a dog, how much more secure he would feel at night. As dawn broke, Lin Huowang pondered over the dilapidated courtyard outside. However, In this year of famine, when people struggled to find enough to eat, it was indeed a luxury to keep a dog. Moreover, there was no place to acquire a puppy. The common folk, when they had any surplus grain, preferred to raise hens for eggs rather than dogs, unlike the mountain dwellers who kept hunting dogs for sport. Soon, as the sun rose, Lin Huowang escorted the bound Zhao Laosi through the village towards the team headquarters in a display that attracted the gaze of the entire village. Although Lin Huowang's limp had completely healed, he continued to feign a lopsided gait, leading Zhao Laosi along while shouting. This spectacle immediately drew the attention of all the villagers, who were filled with bewilderment. They found it strange that Lin Huowang's home had been invaded by a thief in the night, and even more curious that the would-be thief had not only failed in his endeavor, but had been captured by Lin Huowang instead. Their hearts chilled when they noticed the puncture wounds on Zhao Laosi's limbs, silently acknowledging Lin Huowang's ruthlessness. Yet Zhao Laosi remained defiant. Having endured until morning under the watchful eyes of the villagers from Linjiagu, he was unafraid that Lin Huowang would inflict further punishment. Particularly, he had learned that Lin Huowang and the production team leader, Lin Jiangwo, were at odds. Thus, upon entering the headquarters, he immediately began to wail, "I am wronged. Team leader Lin, you must seek justice for me. Lin Huowang from your village intentionally injured me, stabbing me with a knife no less than 4 times. Chapter 15. Oh no. My brother has been taken to be executed." Zhao Laosi was acutely aware that if he were truly accused of burglary and assault, he would undoubtedly face execution. Hence, his only hope for survival lay in gambling on the discord between the production team leader and Lin Huowang. His cries for justice proved remarkably effective, as Lin Jiangwo emerged from the headquarters and promptly berated Lin Huowang. "Ah Wang, what are you doing? Why have you bound someone from Zhejiang? Are you staging a rebellion? And you dare to injure him?" Without seeking clarification, Lin Jiangwo chastised Lin Huowang. "Team leader, Zhao Laosi was climbing over my wall at midnight, intending to violate my wife, and I caught him. Should I not have bound him?" With narrowed eyes, Lin Huowang was eager to see how Lin Jiangwo would defend Zhao Laosi. "Is that so?" Lin Jiangwo was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating that this outsider, Zhao Laosi, would dare to commit such a brazen act in the dead of night within his village. As the production team leader, Lin Jiangwo could not condone such behavior. He had to firmly uphold the safety of his community and take decisive action against the perpetrator. However, Zhao Laosi immediately cried out in protest, "Captain Lin, he is wronging me. I ventured up the mountain yesterday afternoon and lost my way. When I descended, I somehow ended up in your Lin family gully. With the fierce wind and heavy snow at this late hour, I dared not return to Zhejiang in the dark. Thus, with no alternative, I sought a nearby place to spend the night. Upon seeing the dilapidated Lin courtyard, I assumed it was uninhabited. To my surprise, as soon as I entered, Lin Huowang falsely accused me of attempting to violate his wife. I tried to explain, but he insisted I was lying and even lunged at me with a dagger. Under his severe coercion, I was forced to admit that I had long plotted to assault Liu Jiqing. All the while, I feared his retaliation, so I refrained from defending myself. "Captain Lin, you must advocate for me. My tendons may have already been severed by Lin Huowang. What have I done to deserve this? I merely sought shelter for the night, yet I have endured such torment." On the journey, Zhao Laosi had already concocted a flawless narrative for himself. With his heartfelt and logically coherent lamentation, even many onlookers among the villagers were swayed by his words. Alas, this seems to be a misunderstanding. Although Zhao Laosi was a bachelor, he was generally regarded as an honest man in Zhejiang. How else could one describe Lin Huowang as a ruthless individual? Merely seeking a place to stay resulted in such cruel treatment? This was serious. Lin Huowang would face grave consequences. If Zhao Laosi reported him to the commune, he would surely face imprisonment. I wondered why Zhao Laosi had remained silent throughout the journey, only to speak up before the captain. It turned out he had suffered private punishment at the hands of Lin Huowang, which explained his battered demeanor. For these villagers, discerning the truth was beyond their capability. They often leaned towards believing those who displayed greater emotional sincerity and sorrow. Upon hearing Zhao Laosi's explanation, Captain Lin Jiangwo felt a surge of joy and immediately confronted Lin Huowang with a serious expression. "Well, Lin Huowang, after a brief period of behaving yourself, you have resumed your criminal ways. Confess honestly, why did you treat Zhao Laosi so brutally? He has stated that due to the heavy snow, he could not return to Zhejiang and simply sought to stay at your home. Captain Lin, I have already explained. He has long harbored malicious intent. My entire family can testify to that. Lin Huowang was taken aback, never anticipating that Zhao Laosi would be so articulate, twisting the truth upon arriving at the team's headquarters. The crucial point was that Captain Lin Jiangwo had a long-standing rivalry with him and would not side with Lin Huowang. Indeed, Lin Jiangwo scoffed. Your family will undoubtedly speak in your favor, making their testimonies invalid. You must produce concrete evidence to prove that Zhao Laosi had ulterior motives upon entering your home. Otherwise, Lin Huowang, you are guilty of intentional injury and will face imprisonment. As he spoke, Lin Jiangwo began to untie the ropes binding Zhao Laosi. Seeing that the leader of the Lin family team had indeed aligned with him, Zhao Laosi became emboldened and brazenly exclaimed, "Indeed, to harm someone without cause must result in imprisonment. Team leader Lin, he cannot produce evidence. Thus, he should be taken to the commune. I shall go to the commune to lodge my complaint against him." The other cadres in the team, alerted by the commotion, rushed out. Vice Captain Lin Huowang hastily intervened, suggesting, "I think it would be best to let this matter rest. Let us each take a step back. Wang, do not pursue Zhao Laosi for his intrusion into your home. After all, nothing serious occurred, did it? Zhao Laosi, refrain from your threats of reporting to the commune. Those wounds of yours do not seem grave. Who told you to trespass into someone's home at such a late hour? In the past, it would have been justifiable to have met with dire consequences. Most rural cadres typically employed a conciliatory approach when maintaining order and managing village affairs, preferring to minimize conflicts or to mete out equal punishment, thus downplaying significant issues. The paramount concern was to uphold village stability and preserve the authority and dignity of the cadre, ensuring that no incidents transpired. Under normal circumstances, with Vice Captain Lin Huowang having spoken, Lin Jiangwo would have naturally acquiesced, allowing matters to settle smoothly. However, this time, Lin Jiangwo saw an opportunity to decisively deal with Lin Huowang. He was unwilling to let such a significant matter be trivialized. Therefore, Lin Jiangwo immediately shoved Zhao Laosi and inquired, "Zhao Laosi, are you willing to let this go after being stabbed 4 times without reason?" Clearly, Lin Jiangwo's words, while ostensibly seeking Zhao Laosi's opinion, carried a distinct inclination and implication. Zhao Laosi recognized that team leader Lin Jiangwo was prepared to support him. Consequently, he feigned severe injury, collapsing to the ground and lamenting, "Oh heavens, what sins have I committed? Stabbed 4 times in the dead of night. I feel so dizzy, so cold, so much pain. You must take me to the commune hospital for treatment. I will sue Lin Huowang. If I end up paralyzed, he will have to care for me and provide for my old age." The more he lamented, the more insistent he became, to the point of rolling on the ground in a display of distress. Even if Vice Captain Lin Huowang preferred to believe Lin Huowang's account, he could only sigh and say, "Wang, it seems we must take you to the commune for the commune director to adjudicate the matter. If you possess any crucial evidence, you should present it promptly." Lin Huowang's tone served as a reminder to Lin Huowang that if there was any evidence, it would be best to resolve it within the village. Otherwise, complications could arise at the commune level. Lin Jiangwo, brimming with indignation, directed his ire at Lin Huowang, stating, "You cannot produce evidence, can you? Lin Huowang, once at the commune director will not be as accommodating as I am. Prepare yourself to face the full weight of the law." Upon hearing the news, Lin Huowang indeed decided to visit the commune. With a swift turn of his thoughts, he resolutely agreed, exclaiming, "If we are to go to the commune, then so be it. I refuse to believe that there is no place in this world for reason." However, Lin Huowang, the vice captain, was deeply anxious upon hearing his words. He discreetly pulled Lin Huowang aside and said, "Wang, you are unaware of the reality. The commune director is Zhao Tietue, a resident of Zhejiang. He may very well be related to Zhao Laosi in a roundabout way. You cannot even present evidence in the village. If we truly reach the commune, they will simply declare black to be black and white to be white." Lin Huowang countered with an unrelated question, "Uncle Huowang, was it with Zhao Tietue that you discussed the early warning of the rodent disaster during your last visit to the commune? At such a time, you still concern yourself with that?" "Yes, it was him. He lacks skill but possesses a formidable temper. You must tread carefully in his presence." Lin Huowang replied, somewhat irritated. Yet, Lin Huowang waved his hand in exasperation and said, "Uncle Huowang, look at Zhao Laosi's current demeanor," and with Captain Lin adding fuel to the fire. "Do you think I can simply refuse to go to the commune? Ah, then I shall accompany you. At least you will have someone to look out for you." The vice captain, Lin Huowang, was truly worried for Lin Huowang. Shortly thereafter, a donkey cart from the production team was brought out, and the quartet of Zhao Laosi, Lin Huowang, Lin Jiangwo, and Lin Shuaixing set off towards the commune. Simultaneously, Lin Jiangwo dispatched someone to the neighboring Zhejiang production team to inform them of the situation and urged them to send someone to the commune swiftly. The remaining villagers, meanwhile, began to stir once more, engaging in fervent discussions centered around Lin Huowang, the principal figure of the event. Did you see that? Wang, the disabled man, managed to hold his ground against the robust Zhao Laosi. Indeed, just a short while ago, I found it odd that Wang appeared as if he were a starving ghost. How peculiar. In just a few days, he seems transformed, brimming with vitality. What kind of miraculous elixir has he consumed? I suspect it might be the effect of marital bliss. That Liu Jiqing seems to be no harbinger of misfortune. Look at how Wang's fortunes have improved since marrying her. How can she not be a source of misfortune? Did you not see? Wang has been taken to the commune. I fear this time, Wang is truly in grave danger. The commune director is from Zhejiang. How could he not protect his own? Exactly. Even if Zhao Laosi harbors ill intentions, mere words cannot be substantiated. Wang cannot produce evidence to defend himself. It's over. It's over. Wang has caused serious injury. Even if he isn't executed, he will likely face several years in prison. Poor Liu Jiqing, having just married Wang, may soon find herself in a state of widowhood. Haha. If Liu Jiqing is indeed widowed, what chance do we have? Just imagine. Oh, Liu Jiqing is truly beautiful. When she first arrived in the countryside, I thought she was a celestial being descended to earth. Even if Wang were to face execution this time, I believe it would be worth it to have shared a bed with such a stunning woman. The villagers engaged in animated discussions, gradually shifting their focus from Lin Huowang to Liu Rumeng, and the conversation became increasingly salacious. On this day, Zhang Erju, the second son of old Zhang's family, found himself idle and decided to join the fray, witnessing the moment Lin Huowang was taken away. Instantly, Zhang Erju was filled with exuberance. He sprinted home and, breathless, shouted into the yard, "Father! Father! Wonderful news! The notorious cripple has been apprehended for intentional harm. He's likely facing a bullet or a prison sentence." "What? Such good fortune?" Zhang Fuguei laughed heartily. "Wait for it, Erju. I shall take you to fetch that Liu-educated youth home. Humph. And that foolish wife of mine, believing she has the support of a cripple, dared to talk back when I called her home yesterday. Truly, the world has turned upside down." Zhang Fuguei's laughter was filled with relief, for he had heard that Lin Huowang's mother had recovered and could now venture into the mountains to gather wild vegetables and mushrooms. He immediately thought of bringing her back to assist with the household chores, as life had become uncomfortable without a woman to manage the home. However, to his astonishment, when he visited the Lin family's dilapidated courtyard, he was met with a shocking rebuff. Lin Huowang, who had previously endured his beatings and scoldings, now barred him from entering, declaring that the Lin family wished to sever all ties with the Zhangs. This infuriated Zhang Fuguei, who believed that the wife he had brought home was eternally his. He thought he had the right to chastise her as he pleased. How could she dare to refuse to return? Hearing Lin Huowang, who had always been submissive, speak to him in such a defiant manner ignited his fury, and he felt an urge to storm in and teach her a lesson. Yet, restrained by the knowledge that Lin Huowang was inside, he refrained from entering, fearing that Huowang might retaliate violently. Frustrated, he returned home, brooding over his grievances from the previous day. Little did he expect that his son would return today with such monumental news. With Lin Huowang gone, the frail and vulnerable members of the Lin family would surely be at the mercy of the Zhangs. Meanwhile, in the Lin family's dilapidated courtyard, Lin Huowang had been escorting Zhao Laosi for over 2 hours. Logically, they should have returned by now, as Lin Huowang had mentioned he would be back shortly. Eager to enjoy a bowl of porridge, concerned by their prolonged absence, Lin Mu and Liu Rumeng asked Zhao Daniu to check the team office. Lin Xiaoxue, worried for her brother, insisted on accompanying him. As they traversed the village towards the team office, Lin Xiaoxue overheard villagers discussing something related to her brother. They stopped to inquire about the gossip. Upon learning that Lin Huowang had been captured and might face execution, Lin Xiaoxue was overwhelmed with despair and burst into tears. Zhao Daniu, though anxious, was merely a 13-year-old boy, bewildered and unsure of how to navigate or interpret such dire circumstances. They hurriedly brought the weeping Lin Xiaoxue back to the dilapidated Lin family courtyard. As soon as they arrived, Lin Huowang's cries intensified. She dashed into her mother's embrace, wailing and exclaiming, "Mother! Sister-in-law! Something terrible has happened. Brother has been taken away to be executed." Chapter 16. Huowang. I will surely save you. What? In the house. Liu Rumeng, who had been happily chatting with Lin's mother while cooking porridge, was instantly struck with fear. Lin's mother became anxious and urgently inquired, "Xiaoxue, what exactly is going on? Clarify this for me. Your brother was supposed to be turning in a criminal. How could he end up being arrested himself?" Yes. Xiaoxue, please tell us what happened. There must be some mistake." Liu Rumeng's face turned pale. To her, the present stable and joyful life was truly hard-earned. Especially being with Lin Huowang, her soulmate, each moment felt incredibly meaningful. Unlike the simple life of a young intellectual in the countryside, she profoundly experienced the warmth of family and the long-lost taste of kinship in the Lin household. She could hardly fathom the darkness that would engulf her life if something were to happen to Lin Huowang. What was more unbearable was the thought of why such a kind-hearted individual like him had to endure such hardships in life. Yet, despite the adversities he faced, Lin Huowang remained resilient, even managing to create uplifting poetry like Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms, which radiated hope and joy. "Huowang, you cannot be in danger. You must be safe. If anything happens to you, I cannot go on living." Liu Rumeng bit her thin lips, silently vowing in her heart. Faced with the probing questions from her mother and sister-in-law, the 7-year-old Lin Huowang, overwhelmed with sorrow and fright, could only sob uncontrollably, her words fragmented and incoherent. It was Zhao Daniu, who had caught up after inquiring among the villagers, who returned with clarity. "Aunt, sister-in-law, I just asked around." After Huowang sent Zhao Laosi to the team office, Zhao Laosi turned on him, claiming that Huowang intentionally harmed him. The team leader demanded evidence of Zhao Laosi's criminality, but Huowang could not produce any. Zhao Laosi, undeterred, insisted on going to the commune. Zhao Daniu succinctly recounted the events, his own worry evident. "What are we to do now? Aside from us, no one else witnessed Zhao Laosi's assault. If he successfully accuses Huowang, he will truly become a criminal for intentional harm. How could this happen? Oh heavens! Is there any justice left?" Lin's mother, realizing the gravity of the situation, grew increasingly frantic. She clutched Liu Rumeng and asked, "Daughter, what shall we do now?" "Mother, do not worry. There will surely be a solution. You stay at home. I will go to the commune. No matter what, I will find a way to ensure Huowang returns safely." With a resolute heart, Liu Rumeng did not dare to delay for even a moment and promptly rose to leave. She hurried to the team headquarters, only to find that the sold donkey cart had already departed. Thus, if she intended to reach the commune, she would have no choice but to walk there herself. "Liu Jiqing, Huowang is likely to face dire consequences this time. I suggest you consider remarrying soon." "What is the matter? Liu Jiqing, do you still wish to chase after the commune? Save your breath. In this heavy snowfall, without a donkey cart, you will be walking alone for at least 2 hours. Even if you manage to reach the commune, what good will it do? Your testimony holds no weight, as you and Huowang are family and will undoubtedly speak in his favor." The villagers, still gathered at the headquarters, began to voice their sarcastic remarks. Among them, several single men gazed at Liu Rumeng's alluring figure with palpable excitement, as if anticipating the moment Huowang might perish so they could seize the opportunity. "I don't care. Even if I have to walk, I will reach the commune," Liu Rumeng declared, her heart ablaze with the desire to save Lin Huowang. Undeterred by the villagers' disparaging comments, without a donkey cart, she would make her way on foot. After all, she was familiar with the route to the commune. Thus, under the amused gazes of the villagers, Liu Rumeng resolutely embarked on her journey to rescue her husband. The villagers were astonished. They had not anticipated that Liu Rumeng, having only been with Lin Huowang for a few days, could feel such profound affection. To save him, she dared to brave the heavy snow alone. The villagers who had initially awaited a spectacle now found themselves envious of Lin Huowang and impressed by Liu Rumeng. They admired Lin Huowang for inspiring such devotion in Liu Rumeng and respected her unwavering commitment and sacrifice for him. What good fortune Huowang must possess to have won the heart of such a remarkable woman. If only I could marry someone as beautiful and virtuous as Liu Jiqing. I would gladly trade 10 years of my life for such a blessing. Amidst the murmurs of admiration, Liu Rumeng trudged onward in her quest to find and save her husband. The path at the village entrance was manageable, with the snow not too deep and the tracks of the donkey cart still visible. As long as she followed the tracks, Liu Rumeng found it not overly taxing. However, after nearly a mile and upon reaching the winding mountain path, the snow became noticeably deeper, nearly engulfing her calves. With each step, she had to extract her feet from the snow, making her progress arduous. Usually, even on a day without heavy snowfall, it would take a brisk walker an hour and a half to travel from Linjiagu to Hongxing Commune. Given Liu Rumeng's current pace, she feared she might not reach the commune before nightfall. Huowang, wait for me. I will surely save you. With every step, the snow bore witness to her deep and shallow footprints. Though the journey was arduous, Liu Rumeng did not relent for a moment, nor did she entertain thoughts of giving up. Fortunately, after half an hour of relentless effort, she finally descended the mountain and reached the main road. Liu Rumeng heard a distant clattering of machinery, and her face immediately brightened with delight. It was a tractor. Judging by its direction, it was likely heading to the commune. Spotting the approaching tractor, she promptly waved her hand to signal it to stop. The driver was Liu Huowang, the tractor operator of the commune, who froze at the sight of Liu Rumeng trying to halt his vehicle. He was somewhat of a local celebrity, a young man in his prime, who had recently met countless girls through matchmaking. Yet, he had never encountered anyone as stunningly beautiful as Liu Rumeng, who resembled an ethereal fairy. Goodness, could she be the daughter of the mountain deity descended to earth? Liu Huowang halted the tractor, smoothed his hair, and excitedly asked, "Miss, are you heading to the commune?" "Yes, kind sir. I'm in a hurry to get to the commune due to an urgent matter. Could you give me a ride?" "Perfect timing. I just delivered fertilizer to the wild boar farm and am also returning to the commune. Hop on. It's quite cold, and with the heavy snow. How could your family allow such a young girl to walk to the commune alone?" Though seemingly a casual inquiry, Liu Huowang was subtly probing Liu Rumeng's background. Only locals would have family here. Observing Liu Rumeng's sophisticated appearance and her manner of speaking, he speculated that she was likely an educated youth from a big city. Indeed, as she climbed aboard, she replied, "I am an educated youth from Linjiagu. Thank you, kind sir. If I hadn't encountered you, I fear I wouldn't reach the commune before nightfall." Grateful, Liu Rumeng chatted with him along the way, which uplifted Liu Huowang's spirits immensely. He had not anticipated that, on such a snowy day when other tractor drivers were shirking their duties of delivering fertilizer, he would stumble upon such a fortuitous encounter. To him, Liu Rumeng was not only beautiful but also had a melodious voice, especially her soft, lilting tone that made his heart flutter with every word. Upon arriving at the commune, as Liu Rumeng disembarked from the tractor, she said, "Thank you, brother Liu. I'm in a rush to rescue my husband. I'll visit to express my gratitude another day." "Of course. No rush. What did you say?" "Liu Jiqing, you mentioned you're in a hurry to save your husband? You're so young and already married?" Liu Huowang, who had been in high spirits throughout the journey, suddenly felt as though he had plummeted from paradise to despair. "Yes. I just got married a few days ago. He is a local from Linjiagu. However, I've encountered some troubles, and I must hurry to seek assistance." With that, Liu Rumeng quickly oriented herself and departed. How could such a beautiful educated youth marry a rustic villager? Hearing her words pierced Liu Huowang's heart like a knife. After all, during their conversation on the tractor, he had envisioned bringing gifts to Linjiagu next time, hoping to deepen their connection. Yet now, his dreams and expectations had been utterly shattered by her mention of rescuing her husband. Did she not mention her intention to go to the commune to rescue her husband? Why, then, is she heading in the opposite direction? The commune lies in the contrary path. Liu Huowang felt a constriction in his chest. However, he was also anxious that Liu Rumeng might derail her mission. Thus he promptly halted the tractor by the roadside and hastily pursued her. In the 1960s and 1970s, being a tractor driver was a coveted position, envied by many. It was on par with the so-called 8 key officials. Furthermore, Liu Huowang's family background was unparalleled within the commune. His father served as the party secretary of the commune. Countless beautiful daughters from nearby villages sought to forge connections with their family, often spending lavishly to employ matchmakers. Yet, Liu Huowang's standards were exceedingly high. He found none of them appealing. Even the young, educated women who attempted to befriend him elicited no response from him. It was only upon encountering Liu Rumeng today that he truly experienced the taste of love blossoming. Alas, he soon realized she was already married. Sighing, Liu Huowang continued his pursuit of Liu Rumeng. To his surprise, his chase led him directly to the military district station. The Hongxing Commune, being a township-level entity, had its own armed department overseeing local militia forces. Yet, Within the confines of the Hongxing commune, a regiment from the Northeast Military District was stationed. Typically, the area surrounding the military district was off-limits to ordinary citizens, who were advised to steer clear. Armed guards stood sentinel at the gates of the barracks, and Liu Huowang recalled several incidents from a few years prior, where civilians attempting to breach the gates were injured by the guards. This was troubling. Why would Liu Rumeng venture into the military camp? As Liu Rumeng approached the guards, his heart raced with anxiety. However, to his astonishment, she exchanged a few words with the guard, who then permitted her entry. What? This Liu-educated youth was not lost after all. She was indeed heading for the barracks? Then why had she spoken of going to the commune to rescue her husband? Was it possible that her earlier words had been a deception? That she was, in fact, without a husband, and her visit to the commune was not to save anyone? As Liu Wenjing's mind raced with these thoughts, he found himself genuinely hoping that Liu Rumeng had merely been misleading him. Meanwhile, the donkey cart trudged over the snow-laden dirt road, swaying for nearly an hour before arriving at the commune compound. Having set out earlier, Lin Huowang and his party of 4 reached the commune a good 10 minutes before Liu Rumeng. The commune compound, situated at the heart of the town, had been repurposed from what was once the headquarters of the Guangdong Army. Its gray walls and low buildings, particularly the central main building resembling a bunker, evoked imagery reminiscent of scenes from anti-Japanese dramas. In the 1970s, the vicinity of the commune building was typically the most bustling area of the town. Outside the commune building stood the supply and marketing cooperative, a grocery store, a fabric shop, as well as the commune's elementary and secondary schools, and the only health clinic. Lin Huowang dismounted the donkey cart, while Zhao Laosi, beside him, wore an air of arrogance. He leaned closer to Lin Huowang, sneering with a threat. You cripple. The commune director is my distant cousin, so brace yourself for the consequences. The vice captain, Lin Huowang, also heard Zhao Laosi's threats and, filled with anxiety, remarked, Wang. This truly has become a complicated situation. Director Zhao has always favored his kin over reason. Alas, what kind of predicament is this? Captain Lin Jiangwo, however, remained stern and humorless. He kicked Lin Huowang lightly on the calf from behind, urging, What are you dawdling for? Hurry inside. When you meet Director Zhao, he won't be as accommodating as I am. Lin Huowang proceeded into the main building of the commune, only to discover that Zhao Jianxi, the captain of Zhejiang, had arrived even earlier. At that moment, Zhao Jianxi was chatting amiably with the commune director, Zhao Tiechui. Upon seeing the group from Linjiago enter, Zhao Jianxi's smile faded. He exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Laosi, who immediately collapsed to his knees at the threshold, his face smeared with tears and snot, crying out, Director Zhao, you must stand up for us in Zhejiang. This cripple from Linjiago has gone mad and is intent on murder. Look at my foot and hand. He has stabbed me 4 times. Having already been briefed on the situation by Zhao Jianxi, the commune director, Zhao Tiechui, immediately adopted a serious demeanor and called out, Bring forth the perpetrator. We have a murderer here. Apprehend him and take him to the armed department. The mere mention of murderer caused all the commune officials to poke their heads in to witness the commotion. 2 militia members stationed at the entrance rushed in, rifles drawn, aiming at Lin Huowang, even brandishing handcuffs. Vice Captain Lin Huowang hastily interjected, Director Zhao, isn't it a bit hasty to label Wang a murderer? Am I mistaken? Zhao Tiechui retorted, gesturing towards Zhao Laosi's wounds. For stab wounds. This clearly indicates intent to kill. If he is not a murderer, then what is he? Zhao Tiechui, sporting a cold smirk, turned to Lin Huowang, demanding, Lin Huowang, do you plead guilty? Let me remind you, this is Hongxing Commune, a place that stands for the people's justice. Criminals like you can only hope for leniency through honest admission. Should you stubbornly resist and deny, you will ultimately face the righteous wrath of the people. Though the director of Hongxing Commune, Zhao Tiechui, had barely completed elementary school and possessed little education, the recent rectification movements had equipped him with a repertoire of rhetorical flourishes. This series of fervent admonishments often proved effective against ordinary offenders. However, when confronted with Lin Huowang, it was utterly insufficient. Lin Huowang, unfazed, shrugged and replied, Director Zhao, I refuse to accept these unfounded accusations. Moreover, it was I who intended to report Zhao Laosi for intruding into my home in the dead of night with intentions towards my wife. How is it that his tears suddenly transform me into a murderer? Enough with your excuses. Zhao Tiechui snapped, fully aware of the situation at hand. Upon encountering Lin Huowang, Zhao Tietue could not contain his fury at the latter's audacity to argue. He vehemently pointed at Zhao Laosi, declaring that Zhao Laosi had merely lost his way in the mountains, and after struggling down from the direction of Lin's family valley, sought refuge for a night at his home, only to be heartlessly stabbed 4 times. As for the allegation that Zhao Laosi intended to assault his wife, Zhao Tietue demanded evidence, asserting that it was nothing but baseless slander, fabricated from thin air. Where's the proof? He questioned. My family is present. They can attest to the truth. Zhao Laosi, wielding a dagger, compelled my wife to submit to him. Had I not awakened in time to kick him away and seize the dagger, he would have succeeded in his vile intentions. With narrowed eyes, Lin Huowang subtly guided Zhao Tietue's thoughts, echoing the rationale of Lin Zhengwo. Zhao Tietue, accepting this line of reasoning, stated that the words of Lin's family were undoubtedly prearranged. You must have instructed them on what to say. Their testimony cannot be relied upon to substantiate Zhao Laosi's guilt. This was precisely the moment Lin Huowang awaited. He swiftly retorted, indeed. Then, Director Zhao, on what basis do you assert that the 4 wounds on Zhao Laosi were inflicted by my knife? Produce your evidence. Or else it is Zhao Laosi who is falsely accusing me. The question left all present momentarily speechless. Zhao Laosi, in a fit of rage, bared his wounded arm and exclaimed, What more evidence do you require? This wound is the finest proof. You wretched cripple, dare you claim this is not your doing? Indeed. Lin Huowang interjected. Zhao Laosi himself is the most credible witness. Who better to know who harmed him? Zhao Tietue nodded in agreement. Yet, Lin Huowang employed Zhao Tietue's earlier argument against him, countering, Director, my family's statements are not deemed valid evidence. How can we ascertain the reliability of Zhao Laosi's own words? Just because he claims it was I who inflicted the wounds, does that make it so? If he were to say it was you, Director, would that make you a murderer? You wretched cripple, what do you mean by that? These 4 wounds could only have been inflicted by you. Or shall I presume it was my own insanity that led me to stab myself? Zhao Laosi exclaimed in a fit of exasperation. Lin Huowang chuckled. Well, that's uncertain. Who knows which way your mind works? It's not impossible. You could have harmed yourself. Director Zhao, I swear an oath. If these 4 wounds were not inflicted by Lin Huowang, may I be struck by lightning and meet a miserable end. Zhao Laosi proclaimed vehemently. Lin Huowang, undeterred, responded with a laugh. Then I shall make my own oath. If Zhao Laosi did not intrude upon my home last night with the intent to force my wife, may I be struck by lightning and my entire family perish. The surrounding commune officials, drawn by the commotion, found Lin Huowang's words to be utterly amusing, particularly as the commune director had evidently sided with Zhao Laosi. Lin, like a slippery eel, managed to evade any semblance of culpability, leaving his opponent at a distinct disadvantage. Suddenly, they began to discuss among themselves, with some of the later officials hastily inquiring about the origins of the matter. The situation unfolded in such a way that I felt Lin Huowang's claims were increasingly credible. Indeed, why else would Zhao Laosi venture into someone else's home in the dead of night? However, Director Zhao is from Zhejiang, and he might even have familial ties to Zhao Laosi. Lin Kzi taking the lawsuit to the commune is akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. How could he expect to fare well? Exactly. As soon as I heard the commotion, I rushed over. The director, without discernment, immediately summoned the militia, intending to detain Lin Huowang as a murderer. Yet, Lin Huowang certainly possesses the gift of gab. Especially just now, when Zhao Laosi swore an oath, Lin Huowang followed suit, even swearing more emphatically, claiming he would dare to declare that his entire family was wiped out. In an instant, Zhao Laosi was rendered mute, resembling a turtle that had been bested. As more and more officials gathered, Director Zhao had to be mindful of the implications, lest he be accused of acting arbitrarily and failing to discern right from wrong. Thus, he devised a temporary strategy, clearing his throat and addressing them. Lin Huowang, Zhao Laosi, in this case, each of you has your own rationale. As your director, I find myself uncertain whom to believe. Therefore, in the interest of fairness, I have decided to detain you both for the time being. We shall send someone from the commune to conduct a thorough investigation and, upon obtaining results, determine who shall be released and who shall face consequences. Such words, spoken by Director Zhao in this context, reveal a commendable level of skill. In fact, this is a vital leadership art that many future leaders must master. By employing a seemingly equitable approach, he effectively stifled what could have escalated into a major uproar. This not only mitigated potential negative repercussions, but also facilitated certain covert maneuvers. As long as the matter remained out of the public eye and beyond the scrutiny of the officials, it would be as if Director Zhao's word held absolute authority. Very well, I concur. Director Zhao, I have nothing to hide in my conscience. If it comes to it, I can endure a few days in jail, as long as my innocence is eventually restored. With a demeanor of righteous indignation, Zhao Laosi displayed an unmistakable flair for theatrics. Consequently, many officials who had initially harbored doubts about him began to reconsider. Could it be that Zhao Laosi was indeed speaking the truth? Excellent. Comrade Zhao Laosi exhibits great awareness. You must trust the party and the organization. As long as you are innocent, we will never wrong an honest person. Conversely, sneering slightly, Zhao Tietue turned to Lin Huowang. Conversely, if you are guilty, we shall not let a wrongdoer slip away. Lin Huowang, do you agree with my previous statement? Shall you spend a few days in the armed department while the commune investigates? Upon hearing this, Deputy Captain Lin Shuaixing quickly tugged at Lin Huowang's sleeve, growing anxious for him. If this were to come to pass, being sent to the armed department would truly mean invoking the heavens in vain and the earth unresponsive. Whether one was guilty or innocent would ultimately be at the discretion of the commune director. Lin Huowang was well aware of this. Not to mention that he had long harbored a plan. With a smile, he shook his head and said, I believe there's no need for that. Director Zhao, I request a public trial. Let the people judge us and see who is truly in the right. I have faith that the eyes of the people are keen and can discern the truth. A gasp erupted among the assembled officials, startled by Lin Huowang's audacious proposal for a public trial. It had been many years since anyone dared to broach the subject of public trials. Was this cripple from Linjiagu truly seeking to end his own life? If the armed department of the commune were to conduct the trial, he would likely only be charged with intentional injury, serving 3 to 5 years before being released. But by calling for a public trial, he would be subject to the immediate judgment of the people. Most defendants in public trials had met their end by the verdicts of the righteous masses. Insanity. Insanity. It had been years since the Hongxing commune had seen a public trial. The last one, if memory served, was 4 years ago when a few remnants of the Nationalist Party were tried, each sentenced to but a peanut. To dare propose a public trial, I suspect Lin Huowang must be innocent. Yet, perhaps he is simply desperate and willing to gamble everything. After all, neither side possesses compelling evidence. Ultimately, it will come down to whose rhetoric can sway the hearts of the common folk. Indeed, to conceive of a public trial shows that Lin Huowang is no simpleton. Lin Huowang, what jest is this? For such a trivial matter, you wish to convene a public trial? Director Zhao was clearly taken aback by Lin Huowang's words and quickly scolded him with a furrowed brow. Zhao Laosi, equally pale with fear, shouted, You lame fool. Who do you think you are? You think you can just declare a public trial? Oh, your opposition suggests you have something to hide. Lin Huowang scoffed. Then turned to Zhao Tietue. Director Zhao, what is your reason for refusing to convene a public trial? Is this a trivial matter? You have already labeled me a murderer. Or do you believe the people's eyes are not as discerning as yours, as the commune director? With such heavy accusations thrown at him, Director Zhao dared not respond, especially with so many commune officials watching. If he continued to insist that a public trial should not be held, he would be branded a counter-revolutionary opposing the will of the people. In these times, one must tread carefully. A single misstep could lead to being labeled a rightist, a counter-revolutionary, and cast into opposition against the people. Very well, Lin Huowang, this is your own request. A public trial it shall be. Let the people scrutinize and supervise, and we shall see who is truly in the right. Once the people's judgment is rendered, there will be no room for rebuttal. If you indeed face the firing squad, do not blame me. Perspiration beaded on his forehead. But Director Zhao could no longer concern himself with Zhao Laosi's fate and readily acquiesced to the demand for a public trial. Zhao Laosi, feeling guilty, wished to delay the proceedings further. Director Zhao, upon gazing at him, felt a surge of anger and shot him a fierce glare, exclaiming, Zhao Laosi, the eyes of the people are sharp as ice. What are you afraid of? Lin Huowang cannot produce any evidence of your wrongdoing, can he? In contrast, your injuries are undeniably real. Upon hearing this, Zhao Laosi instantly felt a wave of reassurance wash over him and, with great enthusiasm, responded, Yes, indeed. Let the public trial commence. I stand firm and fear not the shadows. Lin Huowang, prepare to reap the consequences of your actions. Zhao Laosi thought to himself that with the support of the commune director during the public trial, he could subtly reopen his wound, allowing blood to flow onto the ground and feign vulnerability. At that moment, the onlookers, lacking any evidence, would undoubtedly side with him, the injured party. With both parties in agreement, Director Zhao promptly called for arrangements to be made for the public trial. In the commune courtyard, a platform was erected, and the commune's tractor driver, accompanied by several individuals wielding loudspeakers, began to circulate throughout the town, announcing the commencement of the people's public trial. The call resonated. The people's public trial has begun. Hurry to the commune courtyard. In no time, not only the hundreds of residents already residing in the town, but also numerous village officials and villagers from the surrounding countryside, who had come to the commune to purchase goods for the new year, flocked eagerly towards the commune courtyard. Wow, it has been many years. Who would have thought we could witness a public trial again? Could there be a major case at the commune? Let us go take a look. A public trial is indeed a rare event. How fortuitous. After 800 years, I unexpectedly stumbled upon a public trial. I must see this for myself. As the crowd in the commune courtyard swelled, Lin Huowang's smile could barely be contained. Indeed, he intended to escalate the matter deliberately. Firstly, through the public trial, he could significantly curtail any favoritism exhibited by Director Zhao Tietue. Otherwise, if he were to find himself in the small black room of the commune's armed forces, Lin Huowang was certain he would be coerced into confession. Secondly, he had been pondering the impending mouse plague for days, struggling to find an efficient means to disseminate this urgent news to the various village production teams. Originally, it would have been simplest and most effective for the commune director to issue a notice via administrative order, instructing each village production team to implement rodent prevention measures. However, the deputy captain's advice had met with a wall of resistance from Director Zhao Tietue. The conventional route was clearly no longer viable. Thus, Lin Huowang had a sudden epiphany while at the village team office, hearing Lin Zhangwo mention their transportation to the commune for scrutiny. It sparked the idea to create a scene. The larger the commotion, the better. Consequently, during the public trial, he could directly issue a warning regarding the mouse plague, allowing the influence and gossip surrounding the trial to spread to the various village teams below. Alas, there was no other choice. This impending mouse plague had, in his past life, claimed the lives of countless innocent villagers. Since Lin Huowang was aware of the looming danger, he could not remain indifferent. He must do everything in his power to raise the alarm and offer a warning. Chapter 18. Has my wife brought a brigade to save me? In the Red Star commune, a high platform has been erected in the courtyard. The last time such a high platform was erected was for a struggle session targeting certain rightists. As the commune's tractor driver called out around the town, within half an hour, nearly half the townsfolk had gathered to witness the spectacle. Along with the village cadres who had come to the commune's supply cooperative to help the villagers purchase seasonal goods, there were at least 300 to 400 spectators. What a muddle. Huowang, how could you instigate a public trial? If Zhao Laosi truly turns the truth upside down and incites public outrage, you could find yourself in grave danger. As the public trial became unavoidable, Deputy Team Leader Lin Huowang felt a sense of exasperation, believing that Lin Huowang had made a grave misstep. Uncle Huowang, rest assured, it's uncertain who will face execution. Lin Huowang replied with a slight smile, easing Lin Huowang's worries. Especially upon noticing that among the crowd were many village cadres bearing shoulder poles, evidently from the production teams, Lin Huowang felt a sense of relief. All right, esteemed elders and fellow villagers, I am Zhao Tietue, the director of our Hongxing commune. Today, we gather for a public trial, and I invite everyone to participate in the judgment of this case. On stage, we have Lin Huowang from Linjiagu and Zhao Laosi from Zhejiang. The situation is that one claims to be lost and sought shelter, while the other alleges ill intentions. As the commune director, Zhao Tietue succinctly recounted the events leading up to the incident, though his words subtly favored Zhao Laosi. The onlookers, however, were all wide-eyed and craning their necks to listen intently. How thrilling! The intrigue within this case was particularly captivating. Lin Huowang, the cripple from Linjiagu, had married the most beautiful educated youth, Liu Rumeng, from Hongxing commune. Was Zhao Laosi truly lost and seeking shelter? Miraculously, Lin Huowang, a cripple, managed to subdue Zhao Laosi. Remarkable. The townsfolk buzzed with excitement, speculating while sizing up Lin Huowang and Zhao Laosi on stage. Meanwhile, outside the military camp stationed at Hongxing commune, Liu Wenjing anxiously awaited Liu Rumeng's emergence. He could faintly hear the announcement of the public trial from the commune's tractor. However, he had never been one for crowds. Even when several acquaintances passed by, inviting him to witness the trial, he remained indifferent. His gaze was fixated on the camp's entrance, as if fearing that a mere blink would cause him to miss the moment Liu Rumeng stepped out. Yet, having just entered the military camp, Liu Rumeng was directly escorted by a soldier to the commander's office. "Report to the commander. The person is here." The soldier saluted and promptly exited. Inside, the commander Wang Biao, who had been reading a newspaper, sprang to his feet, his excitement palpable as he looked at Liu Rumeng. "You are Ming. It truly is you. How you've grown. Why didn't you tell me you were coming to the Hongxing commune to join the work team? It has been 3 years since you arrived. Do you look down upon Uncle Wang, merely a humble regiment leader?" "Not at all, Uncle Wang. It was my father who, aware of your station here, went through great lengths to arrange for my assignment to the Hongxing commune. However, he specifically cautioned me in a letter that unless absolutely necessary, I should refrain from disturbing you, for our family's current circumstances might bring you trouble." Initially, as she spoke, Liu Rumeng wore a polite smile, but as the conversation progressed, her expression faltered, and sorrowful emotions surged uncontrollably. "Oh dear, what are you saying? Your father is my former commander. During the war, I served as his aide for 3 years. What trouble could you possibly bring? You have truly endured much hardship these past 3 years in the countryside, Ming." Wang Biao sighed, his tone tinged with helplessness. Observing the distress on Liu Rumeng's face, he inquired, "Is your visit to me indeed due to a dire situation?" Liu Rumeng bit her lip, hesitating momentarily before articulating her thoughts. "Uncle Wang, I implore you to save my husband, Lin Huowang." You are married? You have a husband now? Is he also a youth sent to the countryside?" Wang Biao was taken aback. In his view, daughters of high-ranking officials like Liu Rumeng would seldom marry while in the countryside, as they awaited opportunities to return to the city. Even if they did marry, it was typically to a fellow youth from the countryside, ensuring compatibility. However, Liu Rumeng shook her head, her lips pressed together. "My husband, Lin Huowang, is a true farmer. Yet I adore his purity and integrity. Yet, I have brought misfortune upon him." She succinctly recounted the circumstances of Lin Huowang's abduction. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she pleaded, "Uncle Wang, could you, considering my father's connections, help rescue Wang? He is such a kind-hearted person and does not deserve this humiliation and wrongful accusation." "What the hell? Is there no justice? The criminals roam free while the victim is taken captive?" Upon hearing Liu Rumeng's account, Wang Biao's anger flared, expletives escaping his lips. "Uncle Wang, I am still unaware of the exact situation after Wang was taken to the commune. I dread that he might be imprisoned in the armed department and suffer greatly. Therefore, I beseech you to assist us. Do you even need to ask? Ming, you can rest assured. Lin Huowang is a man of integrity and deserving of you. With me, Wang Biao, here, I will ensure Lin Huowang's safety." After declaring this, Wang Biao shouted, "Guard company, assemble at once." 3 minutes later, Liu Wenjing, stationed at the military camp entrance, widened his eyes in astonishment upon witnessing Liu Rumeng seated in the jeep of regiment leader Wang Biao, escorted by an entire guard company. This Liu youth. What connections does she have to be acquainted with the station regiment leader Wang? It appears their relationship runs deep. Where could they possibly be headed? It seems to be in the direction of the commune. Could it be that what Liu Jiqing previously mentioned is indeed true, that they are off to rescue her husband? Liu Wenjing hurriedly followed after them, his heart racing with apprehension. Meanwhile, at the commune courtyard, Zhao Laosi commenced a performance worthy of an award-winning actor. He abruptly pressed on his wounds, causing the previously staunched blood to flow freely again, staining the stage in crimson. "This is utterly outrageous. I merely sought a place to stay, and yet I was stabbed 4 times. Fellow villagers, please weigh in on this matter. That wretched cripple is far too ruthless. I merely glanced at his wife and remarked on her beauty, and he assumed I was up to no good. I truly was lost, on that snowy day. Where else could I have gone without seeking shelter? Just earlier at the commune, that cripple was babbling, claiming my injuries were self-inflicted for amusement. Can you believe that? Who would stab themselves for fun? Oh dear. Fellow villagers, you must advocate for me. If this cripple goes about stabbing people without consequence today, who might fall victim tomorrow? One must acknowledge that Zhao Laosi has a remarkable talent for charming widows and young brides to his bed. With such eloquence and acting prowess, He has already swayed the hearts of the simple folk in the audience. Last night was indeed a snowy night. Zhao Laozi must have truly lost his way down from the mountains. As for Lin Huowang, he must be rather unhinged, guarding such a beautiful wife. Seeing every man as a potential rival, Zhao Laozi is indeed unfortunate to be stabbed 4 times simply for seeking shelter. Look at that blood flowing. It seems he might have lost half his life. He is surely doomed. Just look at him lying there on the stage, utterly incapacitated. The assailant must be severely punished. Otherwise, should someone witness an assault without repercussions, they might be tempted to imitate it. Listening to the buzzing discussions from the audience, most were on Zhao Laozi's side, and the uncertainty that had previously lingered in his heart rapidly dissipated. He cast a triumphant glance toward Lin Huowang, pondering his next move. Humph, you, wretched cripple. Once you are shot, Liu Rumeng will become a widow. I shall take good care of her then, climbing into her bed every day. The commune director, Zhao Tietue, maintained a demeanor of assured confidence, as everything lay within his control. As for the production team leaders from Linjiagu and Zhejiang, they too believed that Lin Huowang was certainly doomed. Ah Wang, you are truly foolish. It is utterly over for you. Even if the King of Heaven were to descend, he could not save you now. Deputy leader Lin Huowang hung his head in despair, yet urged Lin Huowang to speak up for himself. Elaborate on that night, when Zhao Laozi had nefarious intentions. However, Lin Huowang remained unperturbed, addressing the gathered villagers, esteemed elders and fellow villagers. This year has brought us famine. You must have felt it, as our food supplies dwindle, making even a hearty meal a rarity. It is easy to imagine that the rodents in the fields are also struggling to survive. Recently, I have noticed a concerning proliferation of rodents gathering together. It is likely that a mouse plague will soon ensue. Therefore, I earnestly implore everyone to take adequate measures against these pests. It is imperative to securely store all food supplies at home, sealing them tightly to prevent any scent from attracting the rodents. Particularly, for the production team leaders in the neighboring village, upon returning today, you must vigilantly oversee the granary, ensuring that ample supplies of gasoline, diesel, and torches are prepared around it. If a mouse infestation occurs, fire should be employed to combat these pests. The assembled villagers had anticipated hearing Lin Huowang's defense and his accusations against Zhao Laozi. However, to their astonishment, Lin Huowang seemed to have lost his train of thought and began discussing these irrelevant matters. The issue of rodent prevention? Concerns about a mouse plague? What right does Lin Huowang, as a mere villager, have to issue such warnings? The vice captain on stage, Lin Huowang, wore a grim expression and called out to Lin Huowang, "Ah Wang, what are you talking about at such a time? Hurry and address the matter of Zhao Laozi's assault." The commune director, Zhao Tietue, darkened his countenance and reprimanded Lin Huowang. "Lin Huowang, what is the meaning of your irrelevant remarks at this commune meeting? Do you not realize that this could incite panic among the villagers of the production team? Besides, you are just an uneducated farmer. You are not a scientist. You cannot simply declare a mouse plague as if the rodents are all under your command." "Humph. I am the commune director, and I am accountable to the county government. The county has a forestry bureau, and those educated individuals there have not indicated any impending mouse disaster. Your wild assertions are merely alarmist rhetoric, clearly indicative of counter-revolutionary tendencies aimed at inciting public panic and sowing discord. Am I right?" With this, Zhao Tietue seized upon Lin Huowang's vulnerabilities, piling accusations and labels upon him. The onlooking villagers similarly lacked a comprehensive understanding of the potential for a mouse plague. In their eyes, it was a common sight to see rodents scurrying about, and even a rural child of 7 or 8, armed with a stick, could eliminate several nests. Rodents are ubiquitous. How could there be a shortage of them? Some would even crush them underfoot with ease. What is there to fear? If there were an abundance of mice, could it truly lead to disaster? If one were truly desperate, roasted mouse could even be considered a delicacy, qualifying as a source of meat. Most of the villagers regarded Lin Huowang's words as mere jest, and some even began to jeer at him. "Lame man, you can hardly save yourself. Yet you speak of a mouse plague. Indeed, you should prioritize your own safety before attempting to save us all." Zhao Laozi's words ring true. This cripple not only limps, but seems to lack common sense. Rather than discussing the realities of last night, he prattles on about mice. Such a menace should be swiftly dealt with, to prevent a future incident where someone merely glances at his wife, provoking him to wield a knife in a fit of jealousy. Upon hearing these discussions, Lin Huowang's brow furrowed in consternation. Clearly, Given his status and the nature of the occasion, his warnings about the impending disaster had garnered attention, yet it seemed they still failed to resonate with the common folk. Very well. Since Lin Huowang had no meaningful words to offer, let us gather today for a public trial to seek justice. Is the charge of intentional harm against Lin Huowang valid? What punishment should he receive? Seizing the moment, the commune director, Zhao Tietue, promptly stepped forward. Immediately, the crowd of onlookers began to voice their opinions. Execute Lin Huowang. He is a murderer and deserves to be shot. He must be executed. Otherwise, if he serves a few years in prison, what will happen upon his release? As the clamor for Lin Huowang's execution grew louder, he squinted, ready to call for silence, when suddenly a jeep burst into the commune courtyard. Let us see who dares to execute Lin Huowang. A formidable figure emerged from the vehicle, accompanied by an extraordinarily beautiful woman, none other than Lin Huowang's newlywed wife, the stunning educated youth, Liu Rumeng. Simultaneously, a well-drilled contingent of guards rushed into the courtyard with precise and swift steps. This spectacle left everyone, including Lin Huowang, utterly astonished. Is my wife leading an entire company to rescue me? Chapter 19. Who says I have no evidence? With a resounding crash, the arriving guards, numbering around 50, armed and ready, surrounded the entire commune courtyard. The crowd stood agape, fully aware that a regiment from the Northeast Military District was stationed nearby. However, the military base was a restricted zone, and the locals dared not approach. The troops typically trained and conducted their activities away from civilian eyes. The sight of an entire guard company storming into the commune courtyard was indeed a rarity. Furthermore, it was General Wang Biao himself leading this contingent, evidently there to protect the injured Lin Huowang. In ancient times, this would have undoubtedly resembled a scene of a rescue from execution. Instantly, after a brief moment of shock, the crowd became increasingly animated. Soldiers had arrived. This indicated that the atmosphere was growing more vibrant. Those with sharp eyes also noticed the beautiful educated youth standing beside General Wang Biao. Without a doubt, she was Liu Rumeng, renowned as the most beautiful educated youth in the region, the wife of the limping Lin Huowang. This turned out to be quite the twist. Who could have imagined that Liu Rumeng had connections with the commanding officer? Did you not hear the determination in General Wang's voice? He intends to ensure Lin Huowang's safety at all costs. It seems today as public trial may not proceed as anticipated. With General Wang leading such a formidable force, who would dare to harm Lin Huowang? It is not necessarily the case. Our commune is not without its own armed department. It depends on Director Zhao's perspective. How lively it is. Truly bustling. I never anticipated that during this winter, I would witness such a grand affair. I wonder if a scuffle might break out. I have heard that Colonel Wang of the station troops has quite a fiery temper and is prone to drawing his weapon. While the common folk harbor some trepidation towards the soldiers, they inherently trust in the bond between the military and the people. Yet, at this moment, Lin Jiangwo, the production team leader from Linjiagu, felt more anxious than anyone else. From the instant Colonel Wang and his men appeared, Lin Jiangwo's heart raced to his throat. He never expected that the beleaguered Liu Rumeng could forge such formidable connections locally. Would she report his repeated coercions to Colonel Wang? Given Colonel Wang's fierce disposition and propensity for violence, Lin Jiangwo felt a chill at the back of his head, as if he might not survive the day. His only consolation was that the current focal points were Lin Huowang and Zhao Laosi, leaving him as a mere peripheral figure. In fact, to avoid drawing attention from Liu Rumeng and Wang Biao, Lin Jiangwo quietly withdrew from the commune courtyard and hastily made his way back to Linjiagu with the production team's donkey cart. It was far too perilous. In his view, should Liu Rumeng suddenly recall and whisper to Colonel Wang about his attempts to intimidate her, Lin Jiangwo feared his fate would be sealed. Survival took precedence, and he could scarcely concern himself with Lin Huowang's well-being. It was imperative that he safeguard himself first. Meanwhile, on stage, Commune Director Zhao Tietue and the other commune officials bore grim expressions. Zhao Tietue showed no deference to Colonel Wang, confronting him directly. Wang Dapio, what is your intention? Why have you forsaken your military barracks to wreak havoc in our commune? In a future era, how would a town mayor dare to speak to a colonel commanding over 1,000 troops in such a manner? Yet, the circumstances were different now. The exceptional period had just passed, and the prominence of the People's Commune had not yet been entirely eclipsed. Over his years as the commune director, Zhao Tietue had encountered various situations and even represented the commune at the provincial level, shaking hands with many high-ranking officials. Typically, Coordination and communication regarding supplies from Colonel Wang's 323rd Regiment would occur with the Hongxing Commune. Thus, Zhao Tietue did not feel intimidated by Colonel Wang, even addressing him by his nickname. What is this? You are holding a public trial here and intend to trample on justice? I, Wang Dapio, cannot abide such actions. Do you have any objections? Colonel Wang was unabashed, clearly stating his intentions and accusing Zhao Tietue of intending to disregard justice. Preposterous. Colonel Wang, you belong to the Northeast Military District and have no ties to local matters. Our commune convening a public trial is entirely within the relevant procedures, and the verdict is determined by the collective will of the people, not something I can control. You cast doubt on the results of the public trial, thereby questioning our people. You are indeed a thorough reactionary. Although Wang Biao brought an entire guard company to confront us, Zhao Tietue remained utterly unperturbed. Some commune officials nearby immediately rushed inside to notify others. In no time, all the militia of the commune's armed department were assembled, armed to the teeth, and emerged in greater numbers than Wang Biao's guard company. They stood firmly behind the commune director, Zhao Tietue, lending him the true strength to speak boldly. How absurd! When have I ever opposed the people? How dare you label me a reactionary? Do you think we are still in a special period? Wang Biao, furious, snorted through his nostrils and shouted at Zhao Tietue. I simply cannot tolerate your protection of the real criminals while wrongfully accusing the innocent, regardless of the circumstances. I must take Lin Huowang with me today. Although Wang Biao was a man of few words, he was acutely aware of the peril Lin Huowang faced at this public trial. Fortunately, he arrived in time. The trial had not yet rendered its verdict. Otherwise, should he bring his troops to oppose the decision after it was made, he would truly become a reactionary who disregarded the will of the people. Thus, Wang Biao had no choice but to adopt a hardline approach, rescuing Lin Huowang from the public trial first. As for whether Zhao Tietue would escalate the matter to higher authorities or if the county government would send someone to negotiate, those were concerns for another time. He would deal with them as they arose. Although the situation was somewhat thorny, Wang Biao had promised Liu Rumeng that he would ensure Lin Huowang's safety. And even if it meant sacrificing his position as a regiment commander, he was determined to fulfill that promise. Moreover, he believed Lin Huowang to be innocent, while Zhao Laosi was the true perpetrator of wrongdoing. Liu Rumeng, who had accompanied him, rushed to Lin Huowang's side with immense concern as soon as she alighted from the vehicle. She tightly embraced him, examining him from head to toe, gently pinching his cheek and asking anxiously, Wang, you've suffered. Did they hurt you? It was understandable for Liu Rumeng to voice such concerns. After all, in her childhood, her father was taken away and subjected to various forms of torment and abuse. Lin Huowang was deeply touched and quickly reassured her. Meng, don't worry. I'm fine. I've been reasoning with them all along. Yes, Wang, we will be all right. Uncle Wang is here. He was my father's former bodyguard. Liu Rumeng briefly explained her relationship with Regiment Commander Wang Biao. Upon hearing this, Lin Huowang's heart was profoundly stirred. Liu Rumeng held such connections within the local commune. In the previous course of history, even when she was coerced by Captain Lin Zhangwo to the brink of jumping off a building, she had never sought Wang Biao's assistance. Yet now, she had personally come to the military camp to find him on his behalf. The depth of her feelings moved Lin Huowang, prompting him to embrace Liu Rumeng tightly once more. Meng, thank you. Rest assured, for the entirety of my life, I shall love you sincerely and shall never allow you to feel disappointment. Taking a deep breath, Lin Huowang turned his gaze back to the commune director Zhao Tietue and Captain Wang, who were engaged in a fierce exchange, neither willing to concede an inch. Even if the county chief himself were to arrive, I must take Lin Huowang with me, declared Wang Biao. Zhao Tietue and Captain Wang, do you not fear that I will report your interference in commune affairs to your military district commander? Go ahead and report. Wang Biao retorted defiantly. What is the worst that could happen? I could resign as captain. Zhao Tietue insisted. This Lin Huowang is a criminal, possibly even a murderer. Allowing him to leave would be an irresponsible act regarding the safety of the people. You're talking nonsense. Wang Biao shot back. It is clearly Zhao Laosi who is the rapist. The surrounding populace was thoroughly entertained by this riveting confrontation. The commune director, who typically held an exalted position and wielded absolute authority in the Hongxing commune, was now faced with a Captain Wang who was even more domineering and unreasonable. The common folk had never witnessed such a captivating high-stakes standoff. Moreover, in terms of military might, Both sides were evenly matched. Captain Wang had brought over 50 soldiers from the Guard Battalion, while Director Zhao commanded a militia of 60 or 70 men. Their equipment was quite comparable. In this era, the principle of a citizen army was paramount. The concept of militia diverged significantly from contemporary understandings. Can you believe that a commune's militia could possess heavy weaponry, including mortars, howitzers, and machine guns? It is no exaggeration. As both sides faced off, tempers flared, and it seemed that any moment could spark an irreversible conflict. The tension was palpable. Liu Rumeng furrowed her brow, feeling a pang of regret for dragging Wang Biao into her troubles. She was never one to burden others. Yet this time she had no alternative. "Hey Wang, everything will be fine," she reassured Lin Huowang, gripping his arm tightly. However, Lin Huowang stood firm, gently patting her hand before stepping forward. "Captain Wang, I appreciate your goodwill, but as Director Zhao has stated, I willingly accept the people's public trial. I believe that the eyes of the people are discerning. They shall restore my innocence." "Lin Huowang, are you foolish? I am here to save you," Liu Rumeng exclaimed, frustration evident in her voice. "They are clearly colluding to harm you. Why are you so dense? The common folk can be misled as well." Wang Biao, who had originally admired Lin Huowang's integrity and bravery, now felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. He had risked his position to rescue Lin, only for Lin to surrender first. What a stubborn fool. Similarly, the audience of common folk could not help but murmur in disbelief. Was Lin Huowang truly lacking in judgment? Or did he genuinely fear nothing? "Just execute him," they whispered. It is indeed a pity for the young Liu Jiqing, who must bear the burden of widowhood at such a tender age. Lin Huowang's reckless pursuit of destruction leaves no room for blame upon others. The onlookers, much like Wang Biao, regard Lin Huowang as an obstinate fool, too entrenched in his beliefs. Meanwhile, the commune director, Zhao Tiechue, exudes delight, triumphantly addressing Wang Biao, "Commander Wang, do you see? Even Lin Huowang is willing to submit to public trial. You need not meddle in matters that do not concern you." Beside him, Zhao Laosi remains equally carefree, convinced that Lin Huowang's fate is sealed. His gaze inevitably drifts towards Liu Rumeng, should Lin Huowang perish. Who could possibly thwart his intentions of clandestinely visiting the Lin family's dilapidated courtyard to savor her beauty? The mere thought exhilarates Zhao Laosi. He has dallied with numerous women, yet they were all village widows or young brides, with the rustic demeanor of northeastern peasant women, their skin coarse and dark. None can compare to Liu Rumeng, with her delicate skin and the charm of a Shanghai lady. Just imagining the prospect of overpowering such a lovely maiden sends shivers of anticipation through him. He believes that even if he were to face dire consequences afterward, it would be worth the risk. "Oh, my little beauty, wait for me." He leers at Liu Rumeng. She shivers in revulsion, simultaneously resolving within herself that if Lin Huowang were indeed to face execution, she would not survive either. Married to the chicken, she would follow the chicken. Married to the dog, she would follow the dog, sharing life and death together. However, the reborn Lin Huowang never engages in a battle without certainty. He positions himself at the center of the stage, smiling as he addresses the crowd, who says, "I have no evidence." His simple yet profound statement instantly hushes the assembly. Curiosity abounds. At such a critical juncture, what evidence could Lin Huowang possibly present? Moreover, if he truly possessed evidence, why not reveal it sooner, rather than escalating matters to a public trial? Without hesitation, Lin Huowang points at Zhao Laosi, declaring, "Last night, when I apprehended Zhao Laosi and interrogated him about his crimes, he confessed to having scouted my home multiple nights prior, even sketching a topographical map of my house and the village to ascertain the situation before deciding to act last night. Thus, if we search Zhao Laosi, we are bound to uncover this map. If, as Zhao Laosi claims, he merely stumbled upon Linjiagu while lost in the mountains, how could he have previously drawn a map of our vicinity?" At the utterance of the words topographical map, the once confident Zhao Laosi pales dramatically, collapsing in terror. Chapter 20. What right do you have to support her? In despair, Zhao Laosi could never have anticipated this. He believed he had left no traces. Yet he entirely overlooked the incriminating map he carried. Is this truly possible? Bring him to me. Search him. The previously disheartened Commander Wang Biao springs to life, commanding that Zhao Laosi be brought forth. Indeed, upon searching him, 2 topographical maps are discovered. One image depicts a rough distribution map of the entire Linjiagu area. It was drawn by Zhao Laosi, likely to ascertain the proximity of the nearest households to the dilapidated Lin family courtyard. This knowledge would help prevent any cries for help from Liu Rumeng from being overheard by the inhabitants of Linjiagu. The second image presents a topographical map of the Lin family courtyard, with Zhao Laosi even marking the location of the broken wall, serving as a guide for entering from there. Indeed, there is something amiss here. The evidence is irrefutable. Director Zhao, if you still wish to shield the perpetrator under such circumstances, I fear I shall have no choice but to report you to the county chief. Wang Biao, upon seeing this undeniable evidence, exclaimed with glee, addressing Zhao Tietue with pride. Zhao Tietue, however, wore a grim expression, seething with anger as he confronted Zhao Laosi. Saying you, Zhao Laosi, have brought disgrace upon our Zhao family. Today, in the spirit of public trial, let the people judge you. At this juncture, even if Zhao Tietue harbored intentions of protecting Zhao Laosi, he could no longer afford to be partial. Instead, he was eager to distance himself from this criminal, lest it tarnish his illustrious image as the commune director. Director, save me. I am your distant cousin. Zhao Laosi cried out in utter panic. His greatest support and confidence lay in director Zhao Tietue. Now that even Zhao Tietue had forsaken him, he realized his fate was sealed. You are guilty of violating the law. Regardless of whether you are my cousin or not, the law must take its course. In the face of the public, Zhao Tietue had to maintain an appearance of impartiality. The gathered crowd quickly comprehended the truth upon seeing the two topographical maps discovered on Zhao Laosi. They realized they had been deceived by Zhao Laosi's facade and nearly wronged the good Lin Huowang, prompting an uproar of righteous indignation. That scoundrel Zhao Laosi, who just moments ago feigned such desperation. I cannot believe I was misled, thinking he was merely lost. Such a beast. To harbor such malice upon seeing the beautiful Liu Ziqing is truly terrifying. He must be executed. Otherwise, who knows how many more women will suffer at his hands. Execute him. It is imperative. The citizens clamored for Zhao Laosi's execution, as Lin Huowang had almost been wrongfully accused. Zhao Laosi collapsed to the ground, aware that his fate was irrevocably sealed. Liu Rumeng gazed at Lin Huowang with delight, especially now as he stood at the center of the stage, exuding confidence and composure, coupled with a resolute and courageous visage that was utterly captivating. It must be said, since the day she married Lin Huowang, he had consistently surprised her. Each time Liu Rumeng believed she had come to understand him fully, Lin Huowang would reveal capabilities that surpassed her expectations. The leader, Wang Biao, suddenly patted Lin Huowang on the shoulder, laughing heartily. What a fine lad. Just moments ago, I thought you were a fool. Little did I realize that you possess both courage and wisdom. You must have had a plan all along, haven't you? Lin Huowang replied modestly, Commander Wang. I feel quite embarrassed. For such a trivial matter, I have troubled you to bring so many soldiers. Will this put you at risk of disciplinary action? Having served in the military in his previous life and later selected for the special forces, Lin Huowang naturally felt a deep kinship with Commander Wang Biao. Fear not. As soldiers, if we lack fervor and the resolve to uphold justice for the common people, then what use is our weaponry? Disciplinary rules matter little. Our great leader has said that anything beneficial to the populace is worth pursuing. Wang Biao's hearty laughter grew louder, and he found Lin Huowang increasingly to his liking. However, upon noticing Lin Huowang's limp, he felt a profound sense of regret. Had Lin Huowang been whole, he would have surely sought a way to secure him a spot in the military, bringing him into his own regiment. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret for Liu Rumeng, the cherished daughter of his former superior. How could she, with such a distinguished background, end up marrying a local peasant like Lin Huowang, who lacked education? It wasn't that he looked down upon farmers. On the contrary, he admired Lin Huowang's bravery, cunning, and sense of justice. Yet, he still harbored the belief that Lin Huowang was unworthy of Liu Rumeng, feeling she had settled too low. Nevertheless, he kept this sentiment to himself, as the marriage was already a reality, and as an outsider, he could only extend his sincerest blessings. Execute him. Execute him. In these times, daring to intrude and assault virtuous women is simply audacious beyond belief. He must be severely punished. He deserves execution. Amidst the resounding cries of the crowd, even if the commune director, Zhao Tietue, had wished to show leniency towards Zhao Laosi, he found himself with no room to maneuver. This illustrates the power of public trial. As long as the people's voices are unified, no matter how high-ranking the official, it is of no consequence. Director Zhao, The truth should be quite clear now. The people's voices are in harmony. Can we not announce the verdict? Vice Captain Lin Huowang experienced a roller coaster of emotions today. Initially, he was deeply concerned for Lin Huowang. But upon seeing the unexpected arrival of Commander Wang, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, when he learned that Lin Huowang insisted on a public trial, he felt the urge to slap him. How could he be so foolish? He believed Lin Huowang was doomed this time. But who would have thought that Lin Huowang was so cunning? He had already mastered the evidence, maintaining his composure until the right moment to reveal it. It could only be said that Lin Huowang was sly in an unassuming way. However, upon seeing the dark and displeased expression on Director Zhao Tiexing's face, Lin Huowang felt an unusual sense of satisfaction. He urged Zhao Tiexing to promptly announce the public trial's outcome, but upon glancing aside, he was struck by confusion. Where had his companion, Captain Lin Jiangwo, disappeared to? The cadres of the commune began to murmur among themselves. Having witnessed such a grand spectacle, they felt a subtle tremor in their perception of Director Zhao Tiexing's authority. Simultaneously, they remembered the limping Lin Huowang from Linjiagu, acknowledging his considerable capability. Ahem. In the face of the people's will, Zhao Tiexing dared not engage in deceit and was compelled to declare, the result of today's public trial is unequivocal. Zhao Laosi of Zhejiang is guilty of heinous crimes. His calculated conspiracy to commit offenses, though not resulting in severe consequences, was thwarted by Lin Huowang's timely intervention. According to our nation's laws, Zhao Laosi is guilty of burglary and rape. Based on the verdict of the public trial, I hereby sentence Zhao Laosi to death, to be executed immediately. Upon the announcement of the verdict, Zhao Laosi, already paralyzed by fear, fainted. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers. Justice had been served against the wicked. A triumph for the people. The public trial, with immediate judgment and execution, may appear astonishingly hasty and frivolous by modern judicial standards. However, in this extraordinary epoch, it epitomized the maximization of the people's power. Not only had Zhao Laosi, a mere village scoundrel, been brought low by such public trials, but many individuals of higher standing had also succumbed to similar fates. This was a dark yet solemn era, equally absurd and absurdly surreal. A multitude of ideologies collided, intertwining myriad bewildering rules and phenomena, showcasing the vibrant tapestry of this age. Spare me, Liu Jiqing. I am a scoundrel, a beast. I should not harbor thoughts of you. Lin Huowang. Brother Lin, save me, for I am not human. But grant me a chance for redemption. Woe is me. I do not wish to die. Director Zhao, save me. Dragged by two militia members, the utterly limp Zhao Laosi, terrified to the point of losing control, was brought to the center of the stage. He pleaded for mercy from Liu Rumeng, confessed his sins to Lin Huowang, and called for help from Zhao Tiexing. Yet, all was in vain. With the sound of a gunshot, the blood of the guilty splattered, and Zhao Laosi lay motionless. The crowd erupted once more in jubilant cheers. The grand performance of the public trial was drawing to a close. Those spectators, upon returning home, would hasten to embellish and boast to friends and family who had not witnessed the event. Among the onlookers was Liu Rumeng, who had sprinted after the military vehicle from the barracks, his expression one of utter dismay, as if he had seen a ghost. He could hardly accept that a beautiful and exceptional young woman like Liu Rumeng had married Lin Huowang, a local farmer, who was also physically disabled. Liu Rumeng must have had her reasons, perhaps even being coerced. However, her willingness to brave the snow and rush to the commune for Lin Huowang's sake, leveraging her connection with Captain Wang, only deepened Liu Rumeng's unease. Although he had only just met Liu Rumeng, he had fallen for her at first sight, harboring an unwavering conviction that she was the one he wished to marry. Yet now, witnessing her wed to someone like Lin Huowang was more nauseating than swallowing a fly. As the son of the commune's secretary and a highly regarded tractor driver with a high school diploma, Liu Rumeng felt he surpassed Lin Huowang in every conceivable aspect. Yet, Liu Rumeng had already become Lin Huowang's bride. The die had been cast. Clenching his fists until his nails nearly pierced his flesh, he felt a surge of hatred. Why had he not met Liu Rumeng sooner? Had he encountered her before her marriage, he would have exhausted every effort and means to win her heart. Of course, the myriad thoughts and regrets swirling in Liu Rumeng's mind were his alone to bear. On the stage, however, Liu Rumeng's gaze was solely fixed on Lin Huowang. Upon realizing that he was finally safe, she disregarded the hundreds of burning eyes upon them and leaped into his arms. "Oh Wang, this is wonderful. Zhao Laosi is dead, and we no longer have to worry. Feeling the warmth of his chest, she couldn't help but rub her legs together, a surge of desire compelling her to surrender herself to him and truly become his woman. Meng, with me around, there is nothing to fear. Did I not assure you that everything would be fine? And I am grateful for all the sacrifices you made for me, even bringing Captain Wang along. Lin Huowang, undeterred by the envious glares surrounding them, held Liu Rumeng tightly, whispering affectionately in her ear. Haha, you two lovebirds should save your affection for home. You're causing quite a stir among the onlookers. Captain Wang laughed heartily. His words caused Liu Rumeng to blush deeply, prompting her to break free from Lin Huowang's embrace. Flushing with embarrassment, she turned to Wang Biao and said, Uncle Wang, I truly appreciate your support today. Without your presence, Wang might have faced dire consequences. Wang Biao waved his hand dismissively, saying, Oh, this has little to do with me. Your charming husband has his own strategy. Even if I hadn't come, he would have found a way to turn misfortune into fortune. With a wistful glance at Lin Huowang, he lamented, Wang, what a pity about your leg. Otherwise, with your character, you would surely have been recruited into our brigade as a soldier. Uncle Wang, actually, Liu Rumeng began, puzzled. For Lin Huowang's leg had already healed. She did not wish for Lin Huowang to forfeit such a golden opportunity to alter his fate, and immediately sought to clarify to Wang Biao that Lin's leg was perfectly sound. However, Lin Huowang, fearing that Liu Rumeng might expose his ruse of feigning lameness, interjected, expressing gratitude for Wang's kindness, stating that serving in the military was indeed the dream of every man. Donning a military uniform and defending one's homeland is a most honorable endeavor. Yet, upon reflection, he lamented that he may never have such an opportunity again in this lifetime. This statement was directed not only at Wang Biao, but also served as a reminder to himself. In his previous life, aided by Liu Rumeng's father's connections, he had shone brightly in the military, becoming one of the Republic's most esteemed special forces commanders. Yet in this life, it seemed unlikely that Lin Huowang would replicate the trajectory of his former existence. After all, he had a mother and sister to care for, along with the beautiful Liu Rumeng as his bride. Unlike his solitary existence in his past life, how could he abandon such a fragile and dependent family to dedicate himself to the nation? Ah, what a pity it was. Wang Biao nodded and then extended an invitation, stating, Well, you are welcome to visit my regiment's headquarters. I would like to extend my hospitality and treat you to a splendid meal. It has been many years since I last saw Meng, and nearby there is another regiment's commander, an old subordinate of Meng's father. You may rest at our guest house for the night, and I will have him come over tomorrow. Lin Huowang turned to Liu Rumeng, seeking her opinion. Liu Rumeng bit her lip, hesitating whether to trouble Wang Biao once more. Just then, the village's deputy leader, Lin Huowang, rushed over, exclaiming, Liu Jiqing, Huowang. This is not good. The donkey cart has been seized by that scoundrel, Lin Jiangwo, and has already returned to the village. If we wish to go back, we must hurry. We need to leave now, or it will soon be dark. Indeed, after reviewing the public trial results, Lin Huowang, in high spirits, sought out Lin Jiangwo, only to discover that both he and the donkey cart had vanished. It was clear as day that Lin Jiangwo had made a hasty retreat back to the village alone. Upon hearing this, Wang Biao seamlessly continued, In that case, Captain Lin, you should also stay at our regiment's guest house for the night. Tomorrow morning, I will arrange for a jeep to take you back. Is that appropriate? Lin Huowang, perceptive as he was, glanced at Liu Rumeng, naturally deferring to her wishes. Liu Rumeng recalled the arduous journey she had undertaken through the snowy terrain earlier that day, and with the night drawing near, she could only nod in agreement, saying, It is indeed too late now. Returning to the village would be both strenuous and perilous. It seems we must trouble Uncle Wang. Why be so formal with me? After all, there are several vacant rooms at the guest house. It is no trouble for you to stay the night before returning. With the decision made, Wang Biao invited them into his jeep, and the group made their way back to the regiment's military camp. Once they departed, the onlooking villagers gradually dispersed, and soon the unfolding events would be shared far and wide. Especially the village officials who came to the commune to procure today returned to their villages, vividly recounting every detail as if narrating a tale. Among these details was the warning from Lin Huowang, predicting a potential large-scale plague of rats this year. However, compared to other sensational news, this warning seemed to have gone unnoticed by the majority. Only a handful of individuals expressed surprise, becoming quietly vigilant as they recalled the unusual signs of rat nests they had observed. As the jeep entered the regiment's headquarters, the sentry immediately saluted with precision. The discipline within the military camp was commendable, with soldiers standing tall and exuding vigor, clearly indicative of a formidable fighting force. Commander Wang truly has trained them well, Lin Huowang remarked as he stepped out of the vehicle, having spent nearly a decade in military service in his previous life. The sight of green uniforms and training facilities evoked a profound sense of nostalgia and comfort within him. Huowang certainly has a discerning eye. No doubt. Among the hundreds of regiments in the Northeast Military District, my 323rd Regiment ranks among the top 50 in combat effectiveness, Wang Biao boasted with pride. He then led a few individuals to the regiment's guest house, which was essentially a row of simple bungalows nestled in a corner of the camp. Lin Huowang shared a room with Liu Rumeng, while the deputy captain, Lin Huowang, was assigned a separate room. The accommodations were quite basic, featuring only a simple military cot, a wash basin, and a desk with a chair. In these times, the luxury of private bathrooms and hot water was an unattainable dream. The washroom consisted of a row of faucets and a hot water boiler situated in front of the bungalows, while the toilet was 100 meters away. An outdoor latrine where all personnel attended to their needs. So this is what military life is like, Lin Huowang remarked. Thanks to you both, Wang and Liu Jiqing. I am fortunate to broaden my horizons today. Throughout the journey, Lin Huowang had been too anxious to speak, only relaxing slightly after Commander Wang Biao temporarily departed to arrange for dinner. Uncle Shui, why did Captain Lin leave us behind and rush back with the donkey cart? Liu Rumeng asked, puzzled. Lin Huowang chuckled, casting a glance at Lin Huowang without responding. Lin Huowang understood that he was expected to clarify the reason. Thus, he explained to Liu Rumeng that Captain Lin had been frightened and needed to return quickly to seek refuge. Frightened? Why? Liu Rumeng still struggled to comprehend. What other reason could there be? He has been pressuring and bullying you in the village. He must be fearful of you reporting to Commander Wang. If that were to happen, he might end up like Zhao Laosi, facing dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Liu Rumeng finally grasped the situation, though she shook her head and replied, though Uncle Wang was once my father's bodyguard. My father wrote to advise that we should avoid troubling his former subordinates as much as possible. Our family circumstances are rather peculiar. If others were to discover our connections, it could potentially bring trouble to them as well. This predicament is precisely why Liu Rumeng hesitated earlier about coming to the military camp. She genuinely worries that being seen in association with Wang Biao might cast a shadow over him. Rest assured, Ming, haven't the exceptional times passed? Not only will it not adversely affect Commander Wang, but perhaps in due time, your father might also be vindicated and return to his rightful position. Lin Huowang remarked with a smile to Liu Rumeng. Yet, Liu Rumeng could only manage a bitter smile, interpreting Lin Huowang's words as mere consolation. After all, in the last letter from her father, while he only shared good news, extolling the beauty of the Northwest and the stunning scenery of the Gobi Desert, she could still perceive the hardships and struggles he was enduring between the lines. If she, as a sent-down youth, found life so arduous in a relatively favorable village in the Northeast, her father must be living in a veritable hell in the labor reform farm in the Northwest. She only wished for her father to live safely and healthily. How could she dare to wish for his reinstatement to a high position? After resting briefly in the room, Wang Biao called for someone to take them to the regiment's dining hall for dinner. The meal consisted of 3 dishes and a soup, not extravagant by any means. But for this era, it was a rare feast. The dishes included stir-fried cabbage with chili, shredded potatoes with green peppers, and a single meat dish of potato slices with pork. The soup was a tofu and cabbage broth, a luxury in these times. The staple food was the coveted rice. Lin Huowang had subsisted on cornmeal for days since his return, and the aroma of rice had been a distant memory. Consequently, the group was too preoccupied with their meal to engage in idle chatter, focusing instead on devouring 2 bowls of rice. The meat in the potato dish was scant, perhaps only 5 or 6 slices of pork belly. Lin Huowang refrained from taking any, offering it all to Liu Rumeng. Lin Huowang, astute as ever, also refrained from touching the meat. With an abundance of oily vegetables and rice to enjoy, he felt as though he were in paradise. After cautiously eating a piece of pork belly, Liu Rumeng turned to Wang Biao and requested a takeaway container, saying, Uncle Wang, the food in your regiment is truly delectable. However, I have my mother, sister, and 2 adopted orphans at home. May I take some food back in this container for them to enjoy tomorrow? Of course. That is no problem at all. However, you must finish all of today's food. Tomorrow, I will instruct the cooking team to prepare more meat dishes for you to take back. Observing Liu Rumeng, who once regarded meat as a precious luxury, now handling a piece with utmost care, Wang Biao felt a pang in his heart. Yet, his capabilities were limited, even during the old chief's misfortunes. He found himself unable to publicly voice a word of justice. Now that it is known that the daughter of the former leader has joined the youth work team in the Hongxing commune, how could Wang Biao merely stand by and allow her to suffer? Thus, the three indulged in a hearty meal, returning to their guest house room, all burping contentedly. After washing her face, Liu Rumeng hesitantly spoke to Lin Huowang while lying on the bed. Wang, this may be our first and last time troubling Uncle Wang. Indeed. Meng, I comprehend your sentiments. Rest assured, I am not one to indulge in idleness. The fact that Commander Wang hosted us today is a testament to his friendship with your father. If we were to shamelessly cling to this bond for sustenance, it would be utterly disgraceful, and that friendship would soon wither away. Commander Wang's willingness to assist me today reflects his deep sense of loyalty and nostalgia. We must refrain from frequently imposing upon him, especially not to the extent of placing him in a difficult position or compelling him to act against his principles. Yes, Wang, you truly understand me. Moreover, you are exceptionally kind to me. Liu Rumeng was astonished. Despite her hesitation, Lin Huowang instantly grasped her thoughts. Fool, you are my wife. If I do not treat you well, whom shall I treat well? Lin Huowang gently embraced her, smiling. Oh, by the way, your leg has clearly healed. Why do you still feign a limp? And do you not wish to enlist? Why conceal this even from Uncle Wang? If he were aware that your leg was fine, he would undoubtedly find a way to assist you in joining the army. Liu Rumeng voiced another concern. Enlisting is indeed my desire, yet so is accompanying you and my family. One cannot attain both simultaneously. Hence, I must choose to be with you and my family. Lin Huowang elaborated, even referencing Mencius' adage on the impossibility of having both fish and bear's paw. This wit and insight once again stirred a mix of admiration and regret within Liu Rumeng. She pondered that had Lin Huowang not been born in the countryside or had the opportunity for a superior education, he would surely achieve greater accomplishments. As they embraced and drifted into slumber, the scent of each other provided immense comfort. The following morning, at the break of dawn, they were roused from sleep by the blaring of the reveille at 5 o'clock. Lin Huowang sprang from bed, swiftly donning his attire, a reflex ingrained within him. For the bugle signifies orders, necessitating prompt readiness and assembly. Liu Rumeng, initially half asleep, became fully alert upon witnessing Lin Huowang's adeptness. Wang, you truly resemble a veteran of many years, she remarked with a smile while rising. Next door, Lin Huowang was also awakened. Once the drowsiness faded, he decided to join Liu Rumeng and Lin Huowang in observing the soldiers' morning training. In this era, military training remains relatively straightforward, lacking the extensive subjects and assessments that would come in later years. Drills, running, and bayonet practice dominate the schedule. As for marksmanship and more rigorous field exercises, these are conducted in the mornings and afternoons. Liu Rumeng has been accustomed to such activities since childhood, while Lin Huowang is no stranger to them. It is Lin Huowang who observes with astonishment and great interest. He even took out a small notebook to jot down notes, declaring that he would utilize these standards to train the militia back in their village. By 8 in the morning, as the training concluded, the soldiers gathered in groups to head to the mess hall for breakfast. The meal was modest, consisting of corn porridge and multigrain bread, sufficient to fill their stomachs. To the ordinary populace, this would be considered quite a luxury. Shortly after Liu Rumeng and Lin Huowang finished their meal, Wang Biao approached them with 2 companions. Upon seeing them, Liu Rumeng's eyes lit up with surprise as she exclaimed, Uncle Zhong, is that you? Yesterday, Uncle Wang mentioned that my father's subordinates were nearby, but I never imagined it would be you. Isn't your unit stationed in the south? What brings you to the Northeast Military District? And is this Zhong Xiaojun? It's been ages. Dream. Haha, I never anticipated that you would be sent to the Northeast. Had I known, I would have invited you to our regiment headquarters sooner. The newcomers were Zhong Zhendong, the commander of the nearby 345th Regiment, and his well-built son, Zhong Xiaojun. Dressed impressively in military attire, Zhong Zhendong had once served as the guard commander for Liu Rumeng's father, and their families share a close bond. In the early days following the establishment of the nation, Liu Rumeng grew up playing with Zhong Xiaojun and other children. Zhong Xiaojun, filled with excitement upon seeing Liu Rumeng, exclaimed, Dream. Do you have any idea how much I have missed you these past few years? After hearing about Uncle Liu's incident, I was even more worried for you. I inquired several times in Shanghai about your whereabouts, but all I learned was that you had left Shanghai for the countryside, with no idea where you had gone. I never imagined we would reunite here in the Northeast. Such is our fate. However, the joy that Zhong Xiaojun initially felt quickly turned to disdain upon noticing Lin Huowang standing beside Liu Rumeng. He directed his ire towards Lin Huowang, bitterly stating, Yesterday, I received a call from Uncle Wang saying you married a local farmer. Do you have any idea how heartbroken I am? How could you demean yourself like this? Without regard for his father's presence, he confronted Lin Huowang, indignantly questioning, You are Lin Huowang, correct? Do you believe yourself worthy of Dream? Have you even completed high school? Do you share any common interest with her? With your condition, I doubt you can even support yourself. What right do you have to marry her? How can you provide for her? Chapter 21, Bullseye. He is the sharpshooter of the entire army. For Zhong Xiaojun, Liu Rumeng has always been the ethereal light of his youth. Undoubtedly, in the military compound, a majority of the boys have Liu Rumeng as their dream girl. Her father's status and her own breathtaking beauty have rendered her the most cherished princess of the military enclave. Countless sons of generals and brigade leaders harbor the greatest aspiration of marrying Liu Rumeng. However, due to his father's connections, Zhong Xiaojun has grown particularly close to Liu Rumeng, naturally considering her as his own since childhood. Consequently, he has often found himself embroiled in fights with other boys vying for her affection, even challenging older boys, enduring numerous bruises and injuries. Despite learning of Liu Rumeng's father's downfall and subsequent re-education, his resolve to marry her remained unwavering. This year, circumstances have dramatically shifted, providing him with an opportunity to adjust his organizational and work relationships to return to Shanghai. Zhong Xiaojun had already devised a plan. Once he settled back in Shanghai, he would exhaust every effort to locate Liu Rumeng. However, just last night, an unexpected call from Wang Biao, the commander of the 323rd Regiment and a family friend, brought both astonishingly good news and devastatingly bad news. The good news was that he had found Liu Rumeng, who was currently serving as a sent-down youth in the Linjiagu Production Brigade of the Hongxing Commune. Upon hearing this delightful revelation, Zhong Xiaojun leaped with joy in front of his father, his excitement palpable. He even donned his military coat, eager to drive through the night to see Liu Rumeng. Yet, Wang Biao's subsequent words sent Zhong Xiaojun plummeting into despair. Liu Rumeng had married. Furthermore, she had done so specifically to save her struggling husband, seeking Wang Biao's assistance. In an instant, Zhong Xiaojun felt as though his very soul had been extracted. His eyes dulled, devoid of light, a complete loss of vitality. Married? How could his beloved Mengmeng be wed? To a farmer, no less. This was inconceivable. Mengmeng should be under his care, not relinquished to a rural peasant. Why? How could she so easily surrender herself? Zhong Xiaojun spent the entire night in turmoil, unable to comprehend how Liu Rumeng, once cherished like a brilliant gem, could descend into such a fate, marrying a local rustic farmer. No, he must see her. Perhaps she was coerced. If it came to light that he had forced her, he would ensure he meted out the most severe consequences. What does marriage matter? As long as Mengmeng is willing, they could divorce, and he would take her as his own. After tossing and turning all night, sleep eluded him. At the break of dawn, Zhong Xiaojun stood at the entrance of the military camp, exercising while eagerly awaiting his father's arrival. As soon as his father's vehicle emerged, he promptly hopped in, his heart racing as they sped towards Linjiagu. He felt an urgent need to ascertain the true nature of Lin Huowang, the man to whom Liu Rumeng had wed. The thought of entrusting his beloved Mengmeng to anyone else was utterly intolerable. Upon arriving at the 323rd Regiment, Zhong Xiaojun was struck as if by lightning when he laid eyes on Lin Huowang. To his astonishment, Lin was a cripple. How could his cherished Mengmeng marry an uneducated farmer with a disability? A torrent of images flooded his mind, depicting Liu Rumeng being coerced into a tearful marriage with Lin Huowang. In that moment, the desire to confront Lin Huowang with lethal intent surged within him. It was no surprise that, upon their first encounter, Zhong Xiaojun immediately launched an aggressive tirade against Lin Huowang. What right do you have to marry her? How can you provide for her? In front of his father, Zhong Zhendong, and Commander Wang, Zhong Xiaojun showed no restraint, directly challenging Lin Huowang. Zhong Zhendong remained silent, his expression cold, clearly tacitly endorsing his son's confrontation. He too had struggled with sleeplessness the previous night, grappling with the same bewilderment. How could the daughter of the esteemed Liu, a high-ranking official, marry a local farmer? Guilt weighed heavily on his heart, knowing that the daughter of the commander was so close to him. Yet he remained oblivious while she fell to such depths. Zhong Zhendong pondered how he would face the old commander again in the future, feeling utterly unworthy. Meanwhile, Wang Biao was not surprised at all. The moment he saw Zhong Xiaojun approach, he anticipated that Lin Huowang would soon face a trial. Although he admired Lin's character, he refrained from intervening, eager to observe how Lin would respond under the pressure exerted by Zhong Xiaojun. Deputy Commander Lin Huowang was also taken aback. Although he was not the target of Zhong Xiaojun's ire, as a mere deputy of a production team, he had never encountered such a spectacle. The sight of Zhong Xiaojun, a young officer of considerable rank, left him astounded. Despite the absence of a formal rank system, one could discern much from the insignia of his uniform. He sighed inwardly, mourning for the ordinary Lin Huowang. Yet, as all present harbored skepticism towards Lin Huowang, Liu Rumeng boldly stepped in front of him, confronting Zhong Xiaojun with a fierce glare. Zhong Xiaojun, what on earth are you doing? A Wang is my husband, and whether he can support me has nothing to do with you. I will not allow you to speak of him in such a manner or question his worth. In that moment, everyone in attendance was left utterly speechless. They could hardly fathom Liu Rumeng's fierce defense of Lin Huowang. Zhong Xiaojun, in addition to his shock, felt an even deeper sense of anguish. Before me stands a crippled man, whose merits and abilities seem unfathomable, as he has garnered such unwavering support from my dear dream. Meanwhile, Zhong Zhendong furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before addressing Liu Rumeng. Dream, Xiaojun's words are devoid of malice. He merely expresses concern for your well-being, fearing that you may endure hardships in the countryside. Do you face any difficulties currently? Feel free to voice them. Wang Biao and I will do our utmost to assist you. Liu Rumeng's demeanor softened slightly as she graciously replied to Zhong Zhendong. Uncle Zhong, I appreciate your kindness. However, at present, Wang is capable of taking good care of me. We do not require assistance. With youthful fervor, Zhong Xiaojun retorted defiantly towards Lin Huowang, who stood behind Liu Rumeng. Hiding behind a woman, what skill is that? Initially, Lin Huowang had no desire to engage in a verbal spar with Zhong Xiaojun. Considering him a childhood acquaintance of Liu Rumeng, Lin Huowang wished to spare him any embarrassment. However, he sensed a palpable frustration within Zhong Xiaojun. Moreover, Lin Huowang recognized that if he did not demonstrate some capability, Wang Biao and Zhong Zhendong would likely remain unconvinced of Liu Rumeng's safety in his care. Thus, meeting Zhong Xiaojun's provocative gaze, Lin Huowang responded with a calm smile. I have become the guardian of Lin Jiagu, which entitles me to hunt in the mountains. Therefore, if you doubt my ability to support Dream, allow me to assure you that I will ensure she enjoys meat daily. I wonder if this satisfies your concerns. Guardian? Hunting? Zhong Xiaojun laughed dismissively. You? Not to belittle you for being a cripple, but have you ever handled a firearm? Do you comprehend the perils of the dense forests in winter? You speak of providing Dream with meat, yet I fear you might end up delivering vegetables to the bears instead. Similarly, Wang Biao and Zhong Zhendong exchanged concerned glances. Wang Biao cautioned, Lin Huowang, as a local from northeast China, you should understand that the mountains in winter can be unforgiving. Not to mention, in the Hongxing commune, several guardians perish each year. These are seasoned hunters with experience and marksmanship, and you, being inexperienced and physically impaired. Zhong Zhendong shook his head, visibly displeased. Lin Huowang, one must possess self-awareness. If you are merely speaking out of youthful bravado, I can understand. However, should you genuinely intend to rely on hunting for sustenance, I cannot permit Dream to remain with someone reckless enough to disregard their own life. I shall take Dream away, temporarily placing her with our 345th Regiment. Once the old commander is vindicated, I will return her to him, haunted by a sense of debt and guilt towards Liu's father. Zhong Zhendong felt an urgent need to make amends through Liu Rumeng. Seeing his father and Commander Wang standing by his side, Zhong Xiaojun became even more brazen in his mockery and belittlement of Lin Huowang. Who can't boast? You are merely flaunting your verbal prowess at this moment. I advise you to divorce Meng Meng immediately. Let her come with us. My father and I will take good care of her and return her safely to Uncle Liu afterward. Enough, Zhong Xiaojun. I am already married to a Wang. I am his wife and will not go with you. Liu Rumeng shot a glare at Zhong Xiaojun and tugged at Lin Huowang's sleeve, saying, "Huowang, let us return to Linjiagu at once. They do not believe in you. But I do." However, at that moment, Lin Huowang had resolved to no longer conceal his true self. Zhong Zhendong and Wang Biao were genuinely concerned elders of Liu Rumeng, and Lin Huowang did not wish for them to worry excessively about her future. Meanwhile, Zhong Xiaojun, the impetuous youth, served perfectly as a sharpening stone for him. He stepped out from behind Liu Rumeng and, with a smile, addressed Zhong Xiaojun, "Commander Zhong, since you doubt my capabilities, shall we have a contest? At your age, achieving the rank of company officer surely implies you possess some skills. What is your forte? Let us compare." Huh. Lin Huowang's audacious challenge prompted Zhong Xiaojun to erupt into laughter, unable to contain himself. Not only he, but even Zhong Zhendong and Wang Biao could not suppress their chuckles. Wang Biao shook his head, approached Lin Huowang, and advised him, "Huowang, your ambition is commendable, but your aspirations must be grounded in reality. Not just Zhong Xiaojun, but any soldier from my regiment is far beyond your comparison. We are seasoned soldiers of the People's Liberation Army, forged through years of rigorous training. And in terms of physical strength, endurance, and professional skills, we are not comparable to ordinary individuals." Wang Biao's words were, in truth, quite tactful, considering Lin Huowang's pride, and offered him a graceful exit to avoid humiliation. Yet, Lin Huowang seemed oblivious to the warning, responding confidently, "Commander Wang, the great leader once said, without investigation, there can be no right to speak. Without a genuine contest, how can we discern who is superior or inferior?" Zhong Zhendong sighed deeply. He could not fathom why Liu Rumeng would marry such an arrogant, stubborn, and disabled farmer, let alone defend him so fiercely. Thus, at his signal, Zhong Xiaojun sneered and readily agreed, "Fine. Lin Huowang, since you seek to inflict suffering upon yourself, do not blame me for being merciless. Your discernment is commendable. You recognized my rank. Do you know how I earned my status as a regular company officer? In the grand military competition of the Northeast Group Army, I achieved a perfect score of 10 rings in every shot, earning the title of the Army sharpshooter. Since you claim to hunt for a living, you must have at least handled a gun. Here in the military camp, let us engage in a shooting contest. I do not take advantage of the weak. When I shoot at 10 targets, if even one fails to score a perfect 10, I consider it a loss. Conversely for you, if you manage to hit just one bullseye among your 10 shots, you claim victory." As a distinguished marksman of the entire army, Zhong Xiaojun possesses such confidence and pride. In his eyes, Lin Huowang is merely someone who has fired a few rounds from an antiquated hunting rifle, likely never having laid hands on even the most basic military firearms. For such a novice, hitting a bullseye seems nearly impossible. Merely staying on target would already indicate a modicum of shooting talent. "Very well, let us have a shooting contest," Lin Huowang readily agreed. However, Liu Rumeng tugged at him from behind, expressing her concern, "Huowang, Zhong Xiaojun has grown up wielding firearms." "Indeed, Meng. A worthy opponent makes things interesting, does it not? Do you lack faith in me?" Lin Huowang playfully winked at her. "What? Huowang, do you truly possess confidence?" Liu Rumeng was taken aback. She understood that Lin Huowang was not one to overestimate his abilities. He never engaged in endeavors without certainty. Just as during the public trial yesterday, if he had not been absolutely confident, he would not have dared to gamble with his life. Meanwhile, the Vice Captain Lin Shuixing's brow furrowed deeply. If others were unaware of Lin Huowang's capabilities, he certainly was not. Since Lin Huowang moved to Linjiagu with his mother, Lin Shuixing had practically watched him grow from childhood. Did he not know whether Lin Huowang could shoot? Aside from the old hunting rifle given to him a few days prior, he had likely never touched a gun before. Moreover, considering the rifle's rustiness, it was questionable whether it would even fire. With only 3 bullets, how could Lin Huowang develop any semblance of marksmanship? Oh, this Huowang is about to embarrass himself. As he followed the others toward the shooting range, Lin Shuixing believed he had already foreseen the outcome. At that very moment, at the shooting range of the 323rd Regiment, a company of soldiers was engaged in training. Commander Wang summoned the company leader, imparting a few instructions, after which the company leader hurried back to his troops, announcing a halt to training, ordering all to stand at attention in preparation for the shooting competition. Naturally, their focus was not on Lin Huowang, but rather on the illustrious Zhong Xiaojun, the army's top sniper. When the company leader declared this news, the entire company erupted in excitement. Is it truly Zhong Xiaojun of the 345th Regiment? In last year's military competition, He was the only one to achieve a perfect score across all targets. In the preliminary, semifinal, and final rounds, he never missed a shot, totaling 500 rounds with a 100% bullseye rate. He is indeed a legendary figure. It was said that even the Northeast Army Command was stirred, awarding him an extraordinary second-class merit and promoting him to company rank. Who would have imagined that they could witness Zhong Xiaojun shoot today? Everyone should learn from him. The individual competing against Zhong Xiaojun must be quite remarkable as well, right? I believe his name is Lin Huowang. Yes, the one passing by the commander. Oh, but he appears to be limping. Lin Huowang? Which regiment is he from? Why had I never heard of this before? Can a cripple serve in the military? He is not clad in uniform and should not belong to our ranks. But who cares who he is? To dare to compare himself with Zhong Xiaojun in marksmanship is merely asking for trouble. Indeed, the exceptional marksmen who emerged from our grand military competition, with hundreds of thousands of soldiers participating, are not to be casually compared to anyone. Clearly, nearly all the soldiers came with the intent to learn from Zhong Xiaojun's shooting posture and techniques. They do not perceive any suspense in this contest. Will you shoot first? Or shall I? As the crowd gathered at the shooting range, Zhong Xiaojun expertly picked up a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, fondling it in his hands. You go first. Lin Huowang gestured invitingly. He cast a casual glance at the equipment before him. In addition to the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, the Army was also equipped with the Type 63 automatic rifle. The Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, which Zhong Xiaojun was now holding, fires 7.62 mm ammunition, weighs 3.8 kilograms, measures 1.020 mm in length, has a muzzle velocity of 735 meters per second, and an effective range of 400 meters. Its structure is simple, highly reliable, and offers commendable shooting accuracy, making it well suited for target practice and significantly enhancing soldiers' shooting skills. Typically, the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle is employed as an introductory firearm during military training. Upon seeing it, Lin Huowang reminisced about his first encounter with this very rifle during his initial enlistment. It could be considered his old companion, even though his first shot in life had gone astray. However, through diligent practice over the subsequent 6 months, he learned to hold the rifle steady and aim at a target for hours on end. This dedication honed his extraordinary marksmanship, which later shone brilliantly during special operations. As Lin Huowang wandered through his memories, Deputy Commander Lin Huowang quietly approached, softly advising, "Huowang, look at this commotion. Just concede and admit defeat. Don't sacrifice your dignity just to uphold a sense of pride. I understand you wish to maintain some face in front of Liu Jiqing, but with your lack of experience handling a firearm, you cannot even ensure a steady aim. How can you compete with a marksman?" His words were overheard by the observing soldiers behind them, including Commander Wang, and the expressions on their faces morphed into ones of incredulity and amusement. What is this? Lin Huowang has never even touched a gun. What is there to compare? A complete novice. He likely doesn't even know how to fire a weapon. It is essential to recognize that each firearm's structure and sighting functions differ. Even seasoned experts must fire a few rounds to adjust their sights before using the same model. Yet here stands Lin Huowang, an utter novice who has never even held a gun, daring to challenge a true marksman in a professional military shooting range. This is not merely an act of overestimating oneself. It is a blatant disregard for reality and a sure path to humiliation. Upon hearing the well-intentioned advice, Lin Huowang smiled and retorted to Lin Huowang, "Oh, Uncle Huowang, who says I have never handled a gun? Just a few days ago, you gifted me a shotgun along with 3 bullets, did you not? I practiced a bit, and my aim is quite commendable." His words elicited laughter among the disciplined soldiers present. What a character! How could a shotgun compare to a proper rifle? Moreover, he dared to measure his skills against the renowned marksman, Zhong Xiaojun, after merely firing 3 shotgun rounds? What audacity! It was utterly amusing. Was Lin Huowang's mind not quite right? Did it really require comparison? Any one of us could effortlessly surpass him. The soldiers erupted in laughter, while the 2 battalion commanders, Wang Biao and Zhong Zhendong, exchanged helpless smiles. Wang Biao even began to question whether the Lin Huowang he once admired was indeed the same braggart before him now. Merely seeking attention. Now, let me demonstrate what true strength and capability look like. Zhong Xiaojun, with a dismissive glance at Lin Huowang, took hold of the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle and proceeded to the designated position. Bang! He raised his hand and fired. Each shot followed seamlessly. Bang! 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 Without a moment's pause, he fired 10 shots in a fluid motion. As the gunfire ceased, the resounding voice of the target scorer echoed through the air. 10 rings. 10 rings. All 10 rings, totaling 100 full marks. A collective gasp filled the room. Although this outcome was anticipated, the soldiers observing the demonstration showered Zhong Xiaojun, the military's sharpshooter, with the most fervent applause, conveying their highest admiration and respect. Every shot was a perfect 10. He truly deserved the title of the army's sniper extraordinaire. In Chapter 22, The Innate Warrior King, one man dominates the entire battalion. The atmosphere was electrifying. These soldiers, who trained diligently every day, held the utmost respect for those with genuine skill. In the military, if one possesses true talent, no one dares to challenge their authority. Especially someone like Zhong Xiaojun, with his astounding record of perfect scores. He had undoubtedly become the idol and aspiration for all the soldiers present. Impressive. Old Zhong, your son is remarkable. I wasn't present at the last military competition, but I heard of Xiaojun's fame. It is said that the higher-ups intend to recruit him to the capital, yet you refuse to let him go, remarked Commander Wang Biao, his face a mask of envy at such accomplishments. With a soldier like him in a battalion, the commander could walk tall at meetings. Furthermore, during every military competition, it would bring honor to the entire battalion. Xiaojun has grown up by my side since childhood and has always been close to me in the military. I worry about his temperament if he ventures out alone, especially in the capital. That place is quite daunting. How could I dare to let him go? At such a time, should calamity befall us, our efforts would be in vain, and we would find ourselves powerless to render assistance. Zhong Zhendong smiled and nodded, equally pleased with Zhong Xiaojun's performance. He then elucidated the reasons for always keeping Zhong Xiaojun close at hand. Indeed, his abilities are beyond reproach. With a bit more refinement and temperament, Xiaojun could shoulder great responsibilities. You, my old friend, are fortunate to have such a commendable son to carry on your legacy. Unlike me, who has but a daughter, constantly fretting over the fear that she may be ensnared by some ruffian. Wang Biao chuckled lightly, but as he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Liu Rumeng. Instantly, his mind began to ponder. If the old leader were to learn that his daughter had married someone like Lin Huowang, a rural cripple, would he not be incensed to the point of apoplexy? Wang Biao himself felt that, despite any admiration he might hold for Lin Huowang's character, he would never permit his daughter to wed such a rustic. It is not that he looked down upon farmers. Rather, his daughter had been raised in luxury. Growing up in the city, how could she possibly endure the hardships of rural life? It can only be said that life is unpredictable. Just over a decade ago, who could have imagined that a leader of such stature would be toppled by a group of children sporting red armbands? It truly incites indignation. We have driven away the petty oppressors and even pushed the mighty American imperialists beyond the 38th parallel, yet the old leader has met with such a fate. Sometimes I wish I could impulsively gather a group and head to the northwest to bring the old leader back to us. Zhong Zhendong spoke these words with a surge of anger. However, Wang Biao shot him a glare, admonishing, "Old Zhong, what nonsense are you spouting? The special period has just passed. We must tread carefully and preserve ourselves to better assist our old leader in the future. Indeed, I have let my frustration spill over. For now, our utmost capability lies in supporting Meng Meng." With that, Zhong Zhendong approached Liu Rumeng and Lin Huowang. Addressing Lin Huowang, "What say you? Although Xiaojun has a temper, his marksmanship is commendable. Do you wish to continue competing, or shall we settle this? You and Meng Meng can divorce, and I shall take her away. Consider it merely a fleeting dream. From henceforth, Meng Meng will have no ties to you, and I assure you, I will care for her as if she were my own daughter. When the old leader returns, I will see to it that Meng Meng is sent back to Shanghai." Clearly, Zhong Zhendong, being a seasoned individual, approached Lin Huowang in this manner to afford him a modicum of dignity. Furthermore, his words bore a tone of negotiation. "Father, what further discussion is necessary? Meng Meng will only suffer and endure hunger alongside him. Now that we have encountered Meng Meng, we must not allow her to endure any more hardship." Putting down the Type 56 rifle, Zhong Xiaojun approached with an air of confidence, akin to a resplendent peacock, displaying his prowess before Lin Huowang and Liu Rumeng. "No, Uncle Zhong, I will not leave. Regardless of the circumstances, I am determined to be with A Wang. Without him, I would have long since perished," Liu Rumeng resolutely declared as she stood protectively before Lin Huowang. Meanwhile, Lin Huowang chuckled nonchalantly, addressing Captain Zhong, The competition is not yet over. How can you be so certain of my defeat? Ah, even at such a juncture, Lin Huowang's obstinacy incited the discontent and mockery of the onlooking soldiers. This Lin Huowang truly lacked awareness of his situation. Captain Zhong had clearly extended him a courtesy, yet he was intent on embarrassing himself, leaving no one to blame but himself. Zhong Xiaojun had already achieved a perfect score of 10 rings. How could Lin surpass him? Oh wait, I just heard that Zhong Xiaojun declared that if Lin Huowang scores even a single 10 ring, it would count as his victory. For us, that is undoubtedly feasible. Yet Lin Huowang has scarcely held a firearm. Achieving such a feat would be akin to scaling a mountain. I recall the first time I fired the Type 56 rifle. Out of 10 targets, I missed 6 and hit 4, yet I only scored 15 rings. Such a performance still placed me among the top 3 of our batch of recruits. How futile. This is not even a contest of comparable caliber. Despite the derision and disdain surrounding him, Lin Huowang remained undeterred and unperturbed. He approached the firing range and pointed at the targets, asking Captain Wang, can those targets be taken down? Lin Huowang, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that the targets are too distant? Do you wish to bring them closer? Captain Wang was somewhat baffled by Lin's inquiry. No, I mean, take those targets down and throw them into the air. Lin Huowang gestured as if to shoot. Then I will take my shot. What? Everyone was taken aback by Lin Huowang's audacious proposition. What kind of technique is this? To toss the targets into the air and shoot them down? Such a maneuver is a high-level skill practiced by special forces in later generations. The current training consists solely of conventional exercises, leaving the soldiers bewildered by this notion. Simply hitting stationary targets at a designated distance already posed a challenge for them, let alone this airborne moving target. Captain Wang was the first to erupt. Lin Huowang, you are being absurd. With targets tossed into the air, you won't even have time to aim. How can you expect to hit anything? Zhong Xiaojun burst into laughter, saying, a farmer is just a farmer. You must have never encountered normal military training, have you? Training in the army consists of fixed targets. Occasionally, some exercises incorporate moving targets, but they are merely drawn back and forth on ropes. Are you trying to inflate your bravado even further? I have just stated that if you can hit a fixed target and score a 10 ring, I will concede your victory. The others wore expressions of bewilderment, questioning whether Lin Huowang had truly lost his senses. Why was he imposing such difficulty upon himself? Liu Rumeng had never heard of such shooting techniques. Yet observing Lin Huowang's composed and self-assured demeanor, she thought that couples should unite in purpose, and promptly spoke in his defense. Uncle Wang, since a Wang insists on this method, please arrange for the soldiers to throw the targets. I believe in a Wang. If he says he can hit it, then he surely can. When we discussed the competition, there was no stipulation against hitting flying targets. A Wang's approach does not constitute a violation, does it? Hearing Liu Rumeng advocate for him, Lin Huowang felt a warm glow in his heart. With a wife like her, what more could a man desire? In a world where no one believed in him, she, though perhaps not fully comprehending, steadfastly stood by his side. Of course, it's not a violation, Ming. Setting aside everything else, if Lin Huowang can hit just 1 out of 10 targets, I would gladly bow down and take him as my master to learn the art of shooting flying targets, remarked Zhong Xiaojun, shaking his head gently, feeling a twinge of discomfort at Liu Rumeng's fervent support. Very well, then let's proceed with the flying targets. Wang Biao nodded, handing over a Type 56 rifle while cautioning Lin Huowang. You do know how to handle this rifle, right? Be careful not to misfire. Rest assured, Commander Wang. I just observed Captain Zhong using this rifle and have already learned the technique, Lin Huowang replied with a smile, while his fingers tenderly caressed the smooth surface of the semi-automatic rifle, reflecting internally, old friend, we meet again at last. The soldiers behind him couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Huowang's words. What did he mean by having just learned? If mastering the rifle were that simple, would they need to endure relentless training every day, come rain or shine? How come I never noticed before that you have such bravado? Wang Biao thought, growing increasingly aware of an unsettling disparity in Lin Huowang, sensing an aura of unreality about him. Bravado or not, Commander Wang, you'll see my true capabilities shortly, Lin Huowang asserted as he hobbled towards the target area with the Type 56 rifle in hand. After acclimating to the feel of the weapon, he gestured to the soldiers at the range to prepare. In the next moment, the soldiers launched a circular target high into the sky. Whoosh! The target soared gracefully upwards. At that moment, everyone present, including Liu Rumeng, doubted Lin Huowang's ability to hit such a flying target. Yet, the next instant, bang! Without taking much time to aim, Lin Huowang lifted the Type 56 rifle and fired. In the astonished silence of the crowd, the soaring target was struck with precision, altering its trajectory and plummeting swiftly to the ground. Silence. At that moment, all noise ceased. Everyone stared in disbelief at the limping figure before them, as if witnessing a ghost. However, before they could utter a gasp of astonishment, the second target soared into the air once more. Impossible. How could a mere farmer like Lin Huowang, who had never even held a gun, possibly hit such a target? It must be coincidence. Just moments ago, he hadn't even had time to aim, raising his hand in a spontaneous act. Even I could not achieve such a feat. His luck was extraordinary, surely a fluke. There was no way he could hit the second target. Coincidence can only occur once. He could not possibly be that fortunate each time. Zhong Xiaojun was utterly bewildered. Having played with guns since childhood and having served in the military, he had never been outmatched in accuracy. Yet at that moment, his previously unshakable confidence wavered. As he watched the second target ascend into the sky, countless voices in his mind insisted that Lin Huowang was merely relying on luck. However, the next second, with another swift raise of the hand and a shot, bang! The flying target was once again struck with pinpoint accuracy and fell to the ground. Hiss! At that moment, the arena erupted into a frenzy of astonished cheers. He hit it. He did it again. My heavens! This truly is a master marksman. Moving flying targets. How astonishingly remarkable. To hit 2 consecutive shots like this could not be mere luck. He must possess genuine skill. No wonder Lin Huowang had such confidence. His abilities were indeed boundless. Incredible. In my 3 years of service, I have never witnessed anyone shoot flying targets so proficiently. Oh dear. Just moments ago, we had spoken in derision of him, and now, with a mere flick of his wrist, he fired without even the need to aim. The soldiers who had once looked down upon Lin Huowang and uttered countless taunts now found themselves filled with admiration and reverence for him, simultaneously feeling a deep sense of remorse for their earlier disdain. Huowang. Brilliant. Truly impressive. Liu Rumeng was also dumbfounded, jumping up in sheer delight. Vice Captain Lin Huowang, who had initially averted his gaze from Lin Huowang's embarrassment, was now equally astonished, his mouth agape, as if a whole egg could fit inside. Is this really the Huowang I know? When did he become such a marksman? Moreover, this is not a shotgun. It is a semi-automatic rifle from the army. Lin Huowang swallowed hard, observing Huowang's frail figure, feeling increasingly unfamiliar with him. What a remarkable young man! Old Zhong exclaimed. This technique of hitting flying targets is something I have never seen before. Who would have thought this lad had such hidden talent? Commander Wang Biao transitioned from shock to amazement, eventually bursting with joy, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. He turned to Zhong Zhendong with excitement. Old Zhong, do you think we could incorporate this flying target practice into the soldiers' regular training? If they could all reach Lin Huowang's level, the impact on the battlefield would be immense. Who would have thought that among the common folk, there exists such hidden talents? A farmer whom we all underestimated possesses such remarkable marksmanship. I have clearly underestimated the world, and this could also serve to temper Xiaojun's temperament, preventing him from becoming overly confident in his own shooting prowess. As Lin Huowang effortlessly struck target after target, a flush crept across Zhong Zhendong's face, prompting him to speak with utmost sincerity. Then came the third target, bang hit, the fourth and even the 10th targets. Each time, Lin Huowang raised his hand with remarkable ease, requiring no meticulous aim whatsoever. The 56-style semi-automatic rifle seemed almost welded to his arm, and onlookers marveled at the fluidity with which he wielded it. Remarkable. All hits. Huowang, you are truly exceptional. I have faith in you. You can certainly achieve this. Once the 10 shots were completed, Liu Rumeng rushed forward to envelop Lin Huowang in a warm embrace. Regardless of the era, women have always been drawn to strength and valor, enamored with heroes. After completing the 10 shots, Lin Huowang undoubtedly emerged as the sole hero of the event. The other soldiers gazed at him with a fervent admiration that surpassed even their earlier regard for Zhong Xiaojun. Simultaneously, the soldiers at the shooting range retrieved the 10 targets that Lin Huowang had sent flying, calling out in unison. First target, 10 rings. Second target, 10 rings. Third target, 10 rings. 10th target, 10 rings. A total of 100 rings. The crowd had almost taken it for granted that hitting the targets was already impressive, paying little mind to the number of rings scored. However, when Lin Huowang's achievement revealed that each target was a perfect 10, everyone present was left in sheer astonishment. How was this possible? It was unimaginable. How could he score 10 rings on every target? Those were flying targets. He hardly even aimed. Upon hearing the total score of 100 rings, Zhong Xiaojun collapsed in despair, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly murmuring, "Impossible, impossible." Throughout his life, he had always been a fiercely competitive individual. In any contest, victory was essential. Even if he lost momentarily, he would strive with unwavering diligence to reclaim his standing. Yet, in this instance, he was engulfed by a suffocating sense of hopelessness. Lin Huowang surpassed him by an unfathomable margin, leaving him devoid of any courage to pursue the chase. While he could confidently secure a perfect score on fixed targets, he felt that with such flying targets, he lacked even the assurance of hitting the target at all, let alone striking the red bullseye. Likewise, the soldiers present experienced a profound, soul-stirring shock. Is this even human? Such precision. A perfect score. However, only those who have faced the battlefield can truly comprehend the terror of Lin Huowang's marksmanship. In any conflict, the presence of a sharpshooter of his caliber would spell doom for the opposing side. No matter how one attempts to evade, as long as one shows themselves, they would be taken down from hundreds of meters away with a single shot. With such a marksman lurking in the shadows, enemy leaders and commanders would hardly dare approach the front lines to assess the situation. Moreover, the ability to effortlessly neutralize the opposing heavy machine gun stronghold could significantly alter the course of the battle. Commander Wang, I apologize for the amusement I have caused you. I was contemplating the role of a mountain guardian. After all, prey would never remain stationary, awaiting my shot. At times, those quarry sprint away with remarkable speed. Thus, I resolved to practice on moving targets, making use of the flying clay pigeons to hone my shooting skills. Before the shooting practice, Lin Huowang's bravado was rather ostentatious. However, following the target exercise, his demeanor shifted to one of humility. Very well. Your marksmanship, Wang. Do you harbor any aspirations of enlisting in the military? Setting aside everything else, with your exceptional shooting skills, even if you bore a disability, I could easily recommend you for special recruitment. You wouldn't need any additional training. You could serve as our regiment's shooting instructor. I could advocate for you to receive the rank and treatment of a company officer. How does that sound? At that moment, Commander Wang Biao's face lit up with unrestrained joy, more exuberant than having discovered a treasure trove of gold. To him, Lin Huowang was nothing short of a born warrior. Despite his limp, this extraordinary marksmanship could single-handedly surpass an entire regiment. To exaggerate slightly, in a true combat scenario, Lin Huowang wielding a single rifle could wield more influence than the collective strength of an entire battalion or brigade. Special recruitment into the military, to become a shooting instructor, and to receive the rank and benefits of a company officer? Feeling the fervent desire of Wang Biao to recruit talent, Lin Huowang was utterly taken aback. He never imagined that his pretense of a limp could lead to such an extraordinary opportunity. If he could attain a position within the 323rd Regiment, he mused, it would indeed be quite favorable. Not only would he possess an official title, but the base was located in the Hongxing commune, a mere 10 miles from Linjiagu. While Lin Huowang pondered these possibilities, he noticed that the commander of the 345th Regiment, Zhong Zhendong, could no longer contain himself. He immediately approached, exclaiming, "You, Wang Dapio, are exceedingly stingy." With marksmanship like Lin Huowang's, he would undoubtedly secure first place in the military competition. Earning a second-class merit, or even a first-class merit, would be as easy as pie. Surely, he deserves at least the treatment of a deputy company officer. Upon finishing his statement, Zhong Zhendong extended an olive branch to Lin Huowang, saying, "Lin Huowang, I hold you in high regard, particularly your unique flying clay pigeon training method. I am certain you possess your own secrets and techniques. Join us in the 345th Regiment. I can decisively grant you the rank and status of a company officer. If the higher-ups disapprove, I will personally transfer the rank and benefits of our current company officer to you." At this revelation, Lin Huowang was left speechless. Was it truly so simple to bestow the status of a company officer? Moreover, this was being offered to someone who was still not even a standard soldier, but merely a farmer. It is worth noting that upon the conclusion of his 3 years of compulsory military service in his previous life, Lin Huowang, even though he had demonstrated exceptional performance, he was merely a class leader, not even a deputy squad leader. It was only after being selected for the subsequently formed Special Operations Team that he ascended to the rank of platoon leader, then company commander, ultimately retiring as a mere deputy regimental officer. Yet, at this moment, he was merely 18 years old, still not qualified for enlistment, yet already being courted and lured by two full colonels. A regular colonel is still a regular colonel. Huowang. Our 323rd Regiment has long been stationed at the Hongqing Commune, and you have a mother and sister at home to care for, right? It would be convenient for you to return. This way, you could come to the army a few times each month to teach marksmanship whenever you have free time. For the rest of the time, you could freely stay at home to take care of your family. What do you think? I will ensure your status and benefits are taken care of. Any issues from above, I will handle. Colonel Wang Biao looked at Lin Huowang with a gaze akin to a lonely bachelor who, after decades of solitude, suddenly encountered a stunningly beautiful woman before him. Such a natural-born soldier king, a person capable of carrying an entire regiment, is a once-in-a-century occurrence. He truly wished to immediately have Lin Huowang forcibly detained, to be kept within his military camp for a lifetime as a marksmanship instructor to teach the soldiers. Chapter 23. Today is the day. I can no longer wait. The soldiers standing behind Colonel Wang Biao were equally stirred with fervor. If Lin Huowang could indeed remain in the regiment as a shooting instructor, it would mean they would receive his personal guidance in the future. Perhaps they too could achieve the remarkable accuracy that Lin Huowang possessed, hitting flying targets without the need for aiming. Even if they could not consistently hit the bullseye like Lin Huowang, being able to strike the target with a high probability would be a tremendous improvement for them, highly advantageous in actual combat. Once the battle commenced, such precision at critical moments could truly alter the tide of war. Ming, please speak well on behalf of Uncle Wang. Just let your Huowang agree. I believe that if the old leader were aware of Huowang's capabilities, he would certainly advocate for him to remain in the army, nurturing more sniper prodigies for the nation. In a bid to entice and retain Lin Huowang, Wang Biao even went so far as to lower his pride, asking Liu Rumeng to intercede on his behalf. Liu Rumeng felt a profound sense of happiness enveloping her. Previously, no one regarded Lin Huowang highly. They believed she had misplaced her trust and that he was unworthy of her. However, Lin Huowang had now proven through his formidable abilities that Liu Rumeng's judgment was not mistaken. Yes, Uncle Wang. While I believe that a man should bear arms and serve his country is an unparalleled honor, this is ultimately Huowang's own affair, and he must make his own choice. Liu Rumeng smiled as she gently declined Wang Biao's plea, not wishing her involvement to sway Lin Huowang's judgment or decision. After careful consideration, Lin Huowang presented several requests to Colonel Wang. Colonel Wang, it is not impossible for me to serve as a shooting instructor in the 323rd Regiment. However, I have 3 conditions that I hope you will agree to. Do not mention 3, even if it were 300. I would comply with all your requests as long as I am capable and it does not contravene national laws. Wang Biao eagerly acquiesced. Firstly, I am amenable to accepting the rank and benefits of a regular company officer. However, as you have just stated, I must spend the majority of my time at home, attending to my mother and sister. I could visit the military camp once a week, and even that would suffice. In the initial phase, I would instruct them in the methods, while in the later stages, I would conduct regular checks and corrections, along with subsequent intensive training. Lin Huowang spoke with earnestness. That poses no issue. I concur, Wang Biao replied without hesitation. Regarding the higher authorities, given the exceptional nature of your situation, I will personally approach the military district commander to clarify matters in person, ensuring all is well. Wang Biao readily agreed. Secondly, I request to be issued a firearm, specifically a Type 56, while I shall purchase the ammunition myself. Moreover, I wish to be permitted to take it back to Linjiagu. After all, the hunting rifles in the village are too dilapidated and antiquated. They may suffice for catching rabbits or deer, but against bears or wild boars, they would hardly be effective. Upon hearing this second point, Wang Biao furrowed his brow in consternation. He shook his head and said, Wang, the rank I am applying for you is indeed that of a regular company officer, so obtaining a firearm poses no problem. However, according to regulations, only a standard Type 64 pistol can be issued. The Type 56 semi-automatic rifle is accounted for daily in the camp and is not permitted to be taken out at will, much less taken back to the village for hunting. However, before he could finish his sentence, the commander of the 345th Regiment, Zhong Zhendong, scoffed and retorted, Wang Biao, you truly are something. Why not be more flexible? Simply assign Lin Huowang an external duty in the regiment's records. Let him patrol the mountains around Linjiagu with the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, tasked with investigating any potential bandits or remnants of the Nationalist Party hidden in the hills. If you cannot facilitate this, then let him come to my 345th Regiment, and I will make the arrangements. His suggestion sparked inspiration in Wang Biao, who promptly agreed. Old Zhong's suggestion is indeed a good one. Let us proceed with it. This way, I won't need to specifically apply to the higher-ups. Wang. So the second point is settled. As for ammunition, it is not particularly costly. I shall allocate you a monthly quota of 200 rounds, which should suffice. In these times, ammunition is relatively inexpensive, and firearms are not entirely banned among civilians. In fact, they can still be purchased in state-run stores. The rounds for the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle that Lin Huowang recently used cost merely 6 cents each, with the military's supply costs being even lower. With the second condition agreed upon, Lin Huowang felt an immense sense of relief. He cheerfully articulated his third point. Lastly, I hope the regiment can procure some game and meat that I hunt at market price in exchange for money or provisions. That is even less of a problem. Our logistics officer has been fretting over this recently. As the year draws to a close, there is a widespread shortage of grain and meat. Even seeking a bit of pork to make dumplings for the new year requires begging and searching everywhere for supplies. Wang, if you truly manage to acquire a substantial amount of game, do not merely consider selling it at market prices. We would be willing to pay double. And our group can certainly afford it. The more you can procure, the more we can accept. Upon hearing this final condition, Wang Biao erupted into hearty laughter. All right. I have no objections on my end. However, we must return to the village today. Commander Wang, could you possibly advance me a month's salary and provide me with a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle? Lin Huowang now truly comprehended the adage about the benefits of having a strong backing. With an organizational affiliation, one's situation is indeed extraordinary. The once daunting issue of firearms was effortlessly resolved with a mere wave of Wang Biao's hand, resulting in the immediate provision of a gleaming, brand new Type 56 semi-automatic rifle and 200 rounds of 7.62 by 39 mm ammunition from the warehouse. During this era, the military had yet to reinstate the rank system established at the founding of the nation. All officers were compensated according to their positions, aligned with government salary standards. A regular company commander corresponded to a salary grade of 23, earning approximately 100 yuan monthly, along with 30 jin of grain coupons and various food ration tickets. Additionally, a complete set of living necessities, such as clothing, bedding, soap, and towels, was also provided. At that moment, Lin Huowang's home was indeed barren. With tattered bedding stuffed with worn-out cotton, receiving a brand-new cotton quilt from the army felt like an instantaneous transformation from hell to paradise. Of course, all of this was earned through Lin Huowang's own prowess. Had it not been for his remarkable marksmanship, even with Liu Rumeng's connections, Wang Biao would likely have only been able to extract a modest sum from his personal savings to support them. It was improbable that he would have taken such initiative to arrange Lin Huowang's benefits and salary without formally applying to the higher-ups. After sorting these matters, Wang Biao summoned his jeep to transport Lin Huowang and his companions back to Linjiagu. The soldiers who had just observed the proceedings were also eager and enthusiastic, assisting Lin Huowang in carrying his belongings. The vice-captain, Lin Huowang, was utterly astonished, his mind reeling as if in a dream that seemed even more absurd than reality. How had Lin Huowang suddenly become so formidable, hitting every target with precision and even shooting a flying target? Ultimately, he was honored as a distinguished guest by Commander Wang, even being offered the position of shooting instructor at the 323rd Regiment at a regular company commander's salary. Lin Huowang, I just discussed with Commander Wang. Once he has trained sufficiently here, you must spare a few days to teach us at the 345th Regiment as well. We urgently need training in this flying target shooting technique. It is immensely beneficial in real combat. Zhong Zhendong, accompanied by Zhong Xiaojun, also came to see Lin Huowang off. Zhong Xiaojun, who had been hiding behind him, felt an overwhelming sense of shame as he looked at Lin Huowang, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. No problem. Commander Zhong, I too hope to encapsulate this training methodology and disseminate it throughout our entire Northeast Army, perhaps even across military camps nationwide. This endeavor might unearth a greater number of shooting prodigies. Lin Huowang wholeheartedly agreed. believing that his initiative could potentially trigger a butterfly effect, accelerating the development and training programs for our nation's special operations forces by several years. As the jeep roared to life, Lin Huowang, Liu Rumeng, and Lin Huowang boarded the vehicle. However, at that moment, Zhong Xiaojun, who had remained silent since the shooting practice, suddenly rushed forward and called out, "Lin Huowang, wait." Commander Zhong, do you have something to say? Lin Huowang inquired, peering out. To his surprise, Zhong Xiaojun, without uttering another word, swiftly shed his military uniform and knelt down. Before stating, "During our earlier competition, I mentioned that if you could indeed hit the flying target, I would take you as my master. Although I am proud by nature, I always uphold my word. Your technique for hitting the flying target is truly remarkable. I genuinely wish to learn from you. Will you accept me as your disciple?" For someone like Zhong Xiaojun, a child of privilege who had always gazed down upon others, the notion of bowing to a younger, rural, and physically impaired individual would previously have been unbearable. Yet today, after witnessing Lin Huowang's true prowess, he found no shame in it. Indeed, a worthy master is recognized by their accomplishments. However, taking this step required immense courage. "Do you truly wish to be my disciple?" Lin Huowang was taken aback. The previously aggressive Zhong Xiaojun, who had sought to claim Liu Rumeng for himself, was now willing to humble himself. This indicated that Commander Zhong's upbringing had been commendable, and that Zhong Xiaojun had undergone significant personal growth today. "Yes, you displayed extraordinary skill today, not to mention your shooting technique. I've never encountered anyone with superior marksmanship. You are deserving of Meng Meng. I hope you will take good care of her and ensure her happiness." With these words, Zhong Xiaojun exhaled deeply. "All right, I shall not betray your expectations. Since you wish to learn, I shall accept you as my student without hesitation. I'll return in a week to the 323rd Regiment, and you should come as well so I can teach you in earnest. Once you have mastered it, you may bring your skills back to the 345th Regiment." Thus, Lin Huowang and Zhong Xiaojun found an unexpected camaraderie. It was evident that Zhong Xiaojun was not inherently bad. He was merely youthful and prideful, emboldened by his status. His infatuation with Liu Rumeng had led to resentment when Lin Huowang unexpectedly intercepted his affections. Now, having relinquished his aspirations for Liu Rumeng, Zhong Xiaojun offered the couple his most sincere blessings. The jeep struggled forward through the snow-laden terrain of northeast China. The present circumstances starkly contrast with the later eras characterized by swift highways and well-maintained roads, where specialized snowplows and de-icing agents ensure the thoroughfare remains unobstructed even during heavy snowfall. The narrow path leading from the Hongqing commune to Linjiagu has become deeply blanketed in snow due to the recent storms. The jeep, having traversed a considerable distance, found itself unable to proceed further. The wheels sank thrice into the snow, and the three passengers, including the driver, exerted significant effort to extricate the vehicle. Thus, with approximately 2 miles remaining to Linjiagu, Lin Huowang decided to disembark, opting for a quicker return on foot with his two companions, rather than persisting with the jeep. With a crunch, Lin Huowang's foot sank into the snow, reaching above his knees. It was no wonder that the mountain path had been rendered impassable. Should the snowfall intensify, one might risk being completely buried. Although merely 2 miles remained, typically a 10-minute walk in clear weather, the trio struggled for nearly an hour, only managing to return to the village as darkness enveloped the landscape. The north wind howled, and every household within the village sheltered indoors. Who would venture outside aimlessly in such conditions? Hence, no one witnessed Lin Huowang and Liu Rumeng, burdened with numerous packages, as they returned to the dilapidated Lin residence. Meanwhile, Deputy Leader Lin Huowang, overwhelmed by the extraordinary events of the past few days, returned home. Faced with the myriad inquiries from his wife and children, he remained tight-lipped, refraining from disclosing the miraculous feats exhibited by Lin Huowang. During their journey home, Lin Huowang had subtly hinted at the need for discretion regarding these secrets. Consequently, Lin Huowang merely relayed the details of the public trial from the previous day, where Lin Huowang emerged unscathed, while Zhao Laosi faced execution. In the Lin family's dilapidated abode, night had fallen. Lin's mother prepared the last remnants of cornmeal, mixing it with wild vegetables to create a porridge. As she gazed into the impenetrable darkness outside, her heart was filled with worry. Huowang, what has become of my Huowang? And Meng Meng, why has she not returned? In this heavy snowfall, how could she have so recklessly pursued the matter to the commune? The journey is fraught with danger. Since Liu Rumeng had rushed out the previous day, Lin's mother had been in a state of constant anxiety. "Mother, please do not fret. Brother is surely safe." When I ventured out today to inquire, I noticed the production team leader had returned. He even went out of his way to avoid me. Lin Huowang, sipping her warm porridge, expressed her conviction. "Indeed, Aunt. I too sought news of Huowang today. No one mentioned anything amiss regarding him, and the production team leader avoided me, retreating at the sight of me. I sense he harbors some guilt. Huowang must be unharmed," added Zhao Daniu, contributing to the conversation. The frail Zhao Juhua chimed in, affirming that Huowang was certainly safe. Yes, please eat up. Let us hope for their well-being. However, we must be prudent with our provisions. Tomorrow, we must devise a plan to gather more wild vegetables. The cornmeal has been completely consumed. What shall we do next?" Although Lin's mother maintains an optimistic outlook on life, the sight of the empty bag is truly disheartening, akin to a skilled cook being unable to prepare a meal without ingredients. Coupled with her worries for Lin Huowang and Liu Rumeng, her brow furrows even deeper. Alas, is there truly no cornmeal left to eat? Xiaoxue is reluctant to gnaw on tree bark and wild vegetable roots any longer. Had she known, she would have consumed less over the past few days. She blames her hearty appetite for this predicament. Lin Xiaoxue also glanced at the now empty bag in her mother's hands, her face immediately falling in despair. It has only been a few days of enjoying the privilege of a full meal. How could they suddenly find themselves returning to the days of foraging for tree bark? Zhao Daniu and Zhao Juhua lowered their heads in shame. Daniu, feeling guilty, said, "Aunt Xiaoxue, it is all our fault. We have burdened you. If it weren't for us, you would have had food for several more days." "Foolish child. We are now one family," Lin's mother reassured them. "What nonsense are you speaking? As a family, we share both joys and hardships, and food should be enjoyed together. If supplies dwindle, we shall find a way together. How could we allow you to go hungry while we feast?" Lin's mother hastily comforted the children, recognizing their good hearts. Yet, the harsh reality of famine renders even a simple meal a luxury, a cruel fate indeed. "Yes, let us devise a plan," Zhao Daniu said, moved to tears, silently vowing not to continue relying on others for sustenance, but to contribute to the family. Just then, a fierce northern wind swept through, making the already drafty walls even chillier, whisking away much of the warmth from the room. The three children huddled closer to Lin's mother, who wrapped them tightly in a tattered quilt. She herself curled up, shivering uncontrollably. "It's so cold. Mother, you're trembling. You should cover yourself too." "Aunt, this quilt is too small. I want to cover myself. I'll go warm myself by the fire. You and the two sisters stay covered," Zhao Daniu said, concern etched on his face. However, as they all sat in cold and hunger, the courtyard door creaked open. Lin Huowang and Liu Rumeng entered, covered in snow, each carrying 2 large bundles. "Mother, Xiaoxue, Daniu, Juhua, we're back. Come quickly to see what we've brought." Upon entering, Lin Huowang quickly shook off the snow from his clothes and set down the 2 large bundles. One contained bedding and other supplies, while the other was filled with food obtained through grain tickets and money: 10 pounds of rice, 20 pounds of flour, and 20 pounds of cornmeal. As he laid the food before them, their astonishment nearly overwhelmed them. "Food. It's really food. Brother, where did you procure so much?" Lin Xiaoxue hastily rubbed her eyes, fearful of misperception. "Huowang, where did you acquire this bounty? We cannot engage in illegal activities," Lin's mother exclaimed, a mix of joy and concern. "Mother, rest assured. This food was purchased with Huowang's wages." Liu Rumeng quickly stepped forward to explain. Simultaneously, she unwrapped a bundle of bags in her hands, containing some meals procured from the cafeteria of the 323rd Regiment. However, they were all frozen at present, prompting her to hurriedly approach the stove to ignite a fire and warm the dishes. In a short while, the enticing aroma of the food wafted through the air. The cafeteria had prepared braised potatoes and stewed pork with cabbage today, and as the meaty fragrance permeated the room, it immediately stirred the appetites of Lin Xiaoxue, Zhao Daniu, and Zhao Juhua. Meat. The scent of meat. It was even more delectable than rabbit meat. Lin Xiaoxue, unable to contain her excitement, dashed to the stove, pressing her nose close to the pot to inhale the delightful fragrance, as if she believed that even the slightest loss of this aroma would be a tremendous waste. "Did you bring back meat dishes? What about Huowang's salary? What exactly is going on?" "Meng, do tell your mother," Lin's mother inquired anxiously. "Well, mother, Huowang has proven himself. After we left the public trial meeting, we arrived at Uncle Wang's regiment, and Ah Wang was specially recruited into the army as a regular company officer. Ming explained, these items are all issued by the military, along with blankets and bedding. I'll share my blanket with Ah Wang, and this one is for you. As she spoke, Liu Rumeng unwrapped another package filled with various military-issued items, dazzling everyone with the array of goods. Wonderful. My son, Ah Wang, has made something of himself. I never expected you had this talent, Ah Wang. It's great that you joined the army. You're now eating the nation's provisions, serving to protect our homeland. You must work diligently from now on, understand? Lin's mother was truly overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness welling in her eyes. Throughout her life, from the moment of her birth, she had endured hardships. Thus, her greatest wish had always been for her children to escape the fate of suffering that she had endured in the preceding years. To provide her two children with a shelter from life's storms, she had endured countless grievances, toiling like a beast for the old Zhang family. Yet, she could never have anticipated the cruelty of the old Zhang family, who treated their own children harshly. Once they discovered she was ill and unable to work, they cast her and her children out. Sometimes, she pondered why her life was so arduous. Her two children suffered alongside her, and she often thought it would have been better had they been smothered at birth. But now all was well. Her son, Ah Wang, had succeeded. He was eating military rations and had become a company officer. This family truly had hope for the future. All right, mother, stop crying. Come, try this succulent pork belly. Lin Huowang said, his eyes also moist with emotion, as he served a bowl of fragrant white rice and piled on generous portions of pork belly, presenting it to his mother. Mother, doesn't he eat meat? I don't like meat. You all enjoy it. I have this white rice, and that's more than sufficient for me. Lin's mother quickly declined, attempting to pass the meat onto Lin Huowang and Liu Rumeng. Mother, we've eaten plenty in the army. There's more than enough meat there. We specially brought this back for you to taste. Don't be modest. Xiao Xue, Daniu, and Juhua all have some too. Each person receives 3 pieces of meat, neither more nor less, to savor the flavor. In the future, when I successfully hunt, I shall ensure that you all enjoy varied culinary delights every day. Lin Huowang forcefully fed the meat into his mother's mouth, and although tears streamed down her cheeks, she consumed it with fervor. Mother eats. Is it not enough for mother? It is delicious. Ah Wang, what kind of virtue did I accumulate in my past life to be blessed with such a successful and filial son? Lin's mother laughed through her tears, the aroma of the meat filling her mouth, while her heart swelled with warmth. She had never experienced such happiness before. Witnessing his mother's expression, Lin Huowang could not help but shed tears as well. He recalled the night before his rebirth when his mother, having been deceived into sending Xiao Xue away, crawled alone in the snow. How cold must she have been? How utterly despairing must she have felt about this world? How deeply concerned must she have been for her children? Thankfully, he had been reborn, and everything had changed. His fate had shifted. He would not allow his mother, his sister, or Liu Rumeng to live in unhappiness. So delicious, truly exquisite. This is the first time I have tasted pork belly. Lin Xiao Xue meticulously licked the grease from her fingers, savoring every morsel. Those 3 thin slices of pork belly were the most delectable dish she had ever encountered in her life. Zhao Dinyo and Zhao Juhua, the siblings, also devoured their portions with fervor. They had not tasted fragrant rice in ages. Each bite was so rich and sticky, warming their bellies with a delightful aroma. More importantly, the food Lin Huowang brought back would sustain them for a considerable time. Their previously bleak and hungry days now glimmered with hope. Laughter and joy filled the dilapidated courtyard of the Lin family. Particularly, Lin Xiao Xue, like a little dynamo, counted the grains of food over and over. Then, she mused aloud about whether to eat rice or wheat flour the following day. If they opted for wheat flour, should they make steamed buns or noodles? As she spoke, saliva dripped from her mouth, eliciting hearty laughter from everyone. It was not until late, when their excitement waned, that they gradually laid down to rest. How wonderful! Ah Wang, our family together feels so blissful. Liu Rumeng leaned against Lin Huowang, savoring this beautiful moment, her heart brimming with contentment. With you by my side, I am even happier. Lin Huowang, in a rare moment, uttered a heartfelt expression. However, Liu Rumeng bit her lip. Her thoughts from the journey back from Hongxing commune magnified in the stillness of the deep night. Quietly, she began to remove all her clothing under the covers, then pressed closely against Lin Huowang. Meng, what are you? The slow-witted Lin Huowang was startled into asking upon making contact with Liu Rumeng. Yet, Liu Rumeng boldly turned over and lifted his coat, firmly declaring, Huowang, we are husband and wife, a legitimate couple. After everything that has transpired over the past 2 days, I have come to a complete understanding. I care not for weddings or ceremonies. I do not wish to wait any longer. Today marks the consummation of our union. I am determined to become wholly yours. Chapter 24. The Joys of the Bed. In this lifetime, I shall not fail you. Hearing Liu Rumeng utter the words consummation once more, Lin Huowang's body visibly stiffened. He could distinctly sense Liu Rumeng's warm skin pressed against him, a sensation that sent his heart racing. Outside, the wind and snow howled, battering the window panes. The dilapidated wooden window creaked, yet could not mask his rapid breaths. Meng, this is all too sudden. Lin Huowang swallowed hard, retreating slightly. His voice was somewhat hoarse as he added, and it's far too cold in this room. You'll catch a chill. Please, put your clothes back on. However, Liu Rumeng paid no heed. Instead, she pressed her face against his chest, listening to the fervent rhythm of his heartbeat. Huowang, with you here, I feel no chill. Her voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable resolve. Liu Rumeng could no longer wait, especially after the fright she had experienced the previous night with Zhao Laosi. She felt an urgent need to cherish the one before her. Who could predict whether tomorrow or an unforeseen event would arrive first? Embrace the present and courageously unite with the one she loves. To give herself entirely to him, to experience the true fusion of love. Such a life would be devoid of regrets and remorse. Thus, even as Lin Huowang continued to evade her, Liu Rumeng firmly pushed aside his coat, placing her somewhat cool hand upon his fervent chest. Huowang, your heart beats so swiftly. Huowang, will you hold me tightly, please? Liu Rumeng spoke sweetly. Having grown up in Shanghai, she was a quintessential Jiangnan woman, exuding grace and charm. A mere sultry whisper from her could render Lin Huowang's entire being weak in the knees. Lin Huowang's hands hovered in midair, hesitating, unsure whether to embrace her. He sensed Liu Rumeng's body trembling slightly, uncertain if it was from the cold or her nerves. The flames in the brazier flickered, casting dancing shadows upon her fair shoulders. Huowang. Liu Rumeng lifted her gaze, meeting his eyes through the dim light of the fire. I know what you are thinking. You believe that this moment is unfair to me and that I deserve a dignified wedding. But in my heart, you are already perfect as you are. I care not for societal rituals or the judgmental gazes of others. They merely see me marrying a rural cripple with nothing. Yet they cannot fathom that my Huowang is the finest and kindest man in the world, my greatest hero. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet her fervor only grew as she continued. Huowang, do you know? That day in the granary, facing Captain Lin's violation, I had resigned myself to death. Had you not appeared, I would have leapt from that window. I saw a hoe leaning against the wall below. If I had jumped towards it, I could have found my release. I feared not death, for at that moment, I was utterly despairing, regarding my future, the circumstances of my family, and even my feelings towards this country and the world. I felt no attachment whatsoever. Yet, at that very moment, you appeared, truly, like a ray of dawn piercing through the darkness, illuminating my world entirely. Coupled with your subsequent words, beyond life and death, there are no significant matters. Sunshine follows the storm. Please believe in the rainbow. I was profoundly moved. I pondered how, in such a destitute and backward village, a man as enchanting as you could utter such heartwarming sentiments. To share a lifetime with such a man, I mused, must surely be my fortune. Additionally, the poem you penned, Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms, is simply exquisite and beautiful. You mentioned that this poem was a gift for my wedding. Indeed, this single poem holds more value than any opulent wedding could offer. I envisioned our story being shared in the future, becoming known to many. Those who read it would undoubtedly envy me for possessing Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms. So, you truly need not feel indebted to me. For me, having you is everything. Therein lies my true happiness. Huowang, please love me well. Can you? This heartfelt confession dismantled the last barrier between them. Not only was Liu Rumeng confessing to Lin Huowang, but she also laid bare all her feelings and emotional journey towards him. Meng, I understand. At that moment, Lin Huowang's hand gradually descended, gently encircling her waist. He comprehended Liu Rumeng's heart and no longer clung to the notions of marriage and wedding brought by his rebirth. His hand, rough yet warm, caressed her smooth back. Liu Rumeng closed her eyes, feeling his warmth gradually dispel the chill enveloping her. Meng, Lin Huowang began to move closer. his voice trembling slightly. "I." Liu Rumeng placed her hand over his mouth, silencing him. "I know what you wish to say." Her fingers gently traced the outline of his lips. "Do everything you desire. Let me be your true wife." Lin Huowang's Adam's apple bobbed. He lowered his head and softly kissed her forehead. The kiss was tender, as if fearing to shatter something precious. However, Liu Rumeng proactively tilted her face, allowing the kiss to land on her lips. His breath quickened, yet he remained restrained. Before his rebirth, although Lin Huowang had never married, he was never devoid of women. Yet, none were worthy of his genuine affection. It had merely been physical pleasure, a mere transaction. Thus, upon his return to life and meeting Liu Rumeng, someone whose soul and emotions resonated with his, he became exceedingly cautious and careful. Such is human nature. The more one cherishes something, the greater the fear of loss, leading to increased caution. Lin Huowang's movements were gentle, as if he were handling a fragile porcelain artifact. Liu Rumeng could sense his trembling, could feel the intense restraint of his impulses. She understood that this man was expressing the deepest affection in the gentlest of ways. As the final moment approached, Liu Rumeng tightly clutched the corner of the blanket. The pain caused her to furrow her brow, yet she remained silent. Lin Huowang immediately halted, anxiously gazing at her. "It's all right, Wang. I am so happy to finally be your woman," Liu Rumeng softly stated, reaching out to caress his face. "Continue, my man." The words "my man" ignited Lin Huowang's fighting spirit like the sound of a charging horn. He lowered his head and kissed away the tears from the corners of her eyes. His movements became even more tender, akin to a silent dance. Liu Rumeng gradually relaxed, the pain replaced by an unusual sensation. She felt as if she were floating on a cloud, everything around her blurred, leaving only Lin Huowang vividly clear. The wind and snow outside seemed to intensify, howling against the windows. Yet, in this small haven, it felt as though they were isolated from the world. Liu Rumeng lifted her head and, illuminated by the faint glow of the embers, saw the glimmer of tears in Lin Huowang's eyes. When all fell silent, Lin Huowang held her tightly in his embrace. His chest rose and fell violently, sweat trickling down his neck. Liu Rumeng pressed against his heartbeat, listening to its powerful rhythm, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. "Ming, Lin Huowang's voice was somewhat hoarse. "Marry me. I've wronged you, but I will treat you well." Liu Rumeng gently pressed her finger against his lips, smiling as she replied, "You needn't say a word. I already know. I am your wife. If you do not treat me well, who will you treat well?" Her fingers traced his rough cheek. "From now on, we are truly husband and wife." Lin Huowang tightened his embrace further. He could feel Liu Rumeng's body still slightly trembling from the intensity of their earlier actions. He gently patted her back, as one would soothe a child. Yet Liu Rumeng couldn't help but laugh. "Wang, are you trying to comfort a child? Ming, here with me. You will always be my little princess in need of care." Lin Huowang's voice brimmed with affection. He too found this all so surreal. Not only had he been reborn, but he had also saved Liu Rumeng and married her. Fate had truly been kind to him. Liu Rumeng lifted her head, looking into his eyes, her lovely gaze shimmering as she said, "Then you must cherish me for a lifetime." "A lifetime? No. 2 lifetimes. No, for eternity." Lin Huowang solemnly nodded. The fire gradually dimmed, and the temperature in the room began to drop. Yet the two embraced felt no chill, for they possessed each other's warmest embrace. Liu Rumeng nestled against Lin Huowang's chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, gradually succumbing to sleepiness. "Wang," she murmured drowsily. Tomorrow, I want to write to father. I'm getting married, to the best man in the world." "All right. Despite what you say to your father-in-law, I shall undoubtedly become the finest man in the world. Then, let us visit the photography studio to capture a portrait to send to my father." "Excellent. Let us take the picture. When we have children in the future, we shall also take a family portrait." Liu Rumeng's voice gradually diminished, ultimately fading into a steady rhythm of breaths. Lin Huowang gazed down at the sleeping beauty in his arms, gently kissing the crown of her head. Outside, the wind and snow continued to howl, yet they could no longer disturb their serene moment. In this dilapidated courtyard, upon this humble wooden bed, they had completed the most significant ritual of their lives. There was no extravagant wedding, nor guests to offer their blessings, yet their hearts were closer than ever. Lin Huowang tenderly stroked Liu Rumeng's hair, silently vowing within himself, "In this lifetime, I shall never let her down." The following day, after days of relentless wind and snow, the tempest finally abated. Lin Huowang, having stayed up late the previous night, remained nestled in bed, indulging in a leisurely slumber. Liu Rumeng and Lin's mother awoke early, busily preparing breakfast for everyone. Thanks to the precious white flour, Lin's mother had fermented it overnight, and today she set about making fluffy steamed buns. The aroma wafting from the steamer was simply irresistible. Lin Huowang swallowed hard and sat up in bed, as his sister Lin Xiaoxiu eagerly handed him a steaming hot bun. "Brother, you must eat this. It's warm and absolutely delicious." Lin Xiaoxiu nibbled on half a bun herself, her petite form gradually regaining some color after a few days of nourishing sustenance. Huowang, white flour is truly a marvelous ingredient. It can be used for buns, noodles, dumplings, and even pancakes. Zhao Daniu, relishing his meal, reminisced, "When my parents were alive, we would eat dumplings every New Year. This year, shall we have dumplings as well? We don't need meat, just some wild chives will make for a delightful dish. My sister and I can go forage for the wild chives." "Yes, wild chive dumplings. It has been ages since I last had them. They are simply divine, Brother Huowang, may we?" Zhao Juhua chimed in, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she looked at Lin Huowang. Lin Huowang, enjoying a hearty bite of his bun, chuckled. "So you wish to have dumplings for the new year? Of course, that is no problem. But why settle for chive dumplings? We must have pork dumplings or lamb dumplings. Just wait. Today I shall venture into the mountains to hunt for you. I will bring back wild boar, yellow sheep, and even foolish roe deer." Having secured a 56-style semi-automatic rifle from Captain Wang, Lin Huowang felt considerably more confident about his expedition. Otherwise, relying solely on his old, worn-out shotgun with only 3 bullets, he would not dare to venture deep into the thicket. However, upon hearing this, Lin's mother rushed over, urging him, "Huowang, the food supplies at home are sufficient. We can manage to last through the winter. Do not venture into the mountains. The winter wilderness can be perilous. If the mountain deity becomes wrathful, even the most experienced hunters may not return." Lin's mother had witnessed countless hunters who ventured into the mountains but never returned, which made her deeply concerned for Lin Huowang. Liu Rumeng shyly chimed in, "Indeed, Huowang, what mother says is true. Now that you hold the rank of a company officer, you receive rations and salary each month. As long as we are frugal, it should be sufficient to sustain our large family." Meng, the company rank that Commander Wang applied for me has yet to be confirmed. Moreover, relying solely on the army's provisions is not a sustainable solution. These northeastern mountains are filled with treasures. You have witnessed my marksmanship. As long as I exercise caution, those beasts cannot harm me. With a glance at Zhao Daniu beside him, Lin Huowang added, "I intend to venture into the mountains today with Daniu, just to scout the perimeter. We'll see if we can find some wild chickens or rabbits, but we won't delve deep into the dense forest." "Wow, can I go too? Brother Huowang, why don't you teach me how to shoot?" Zhao Daniu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. At 13, he was small for his age due to years of malnutrition, resembling a child of about 10. Yet, what boy isn't intrigued by hunting and firearms? "That seems reasonable," Lin's mother nodded upon hearing this. "As long as you don't venture too deep into the forest, staying within a few hundred meters of the village should be relatively safe. Fierce beasts generally avoid human settlements." She often foraged for mushrooms and wild vegetables in the area and occasionally spotted wild chickens and rabbits. However, in the snowy weather, she could only watch them scamper away, unable to catch them. If Lin Huowang could indeed hunt a couple of wild animals to save for the new year, making meat dumplings would be a true feast, marking a prosperous year. After breakfast, Lin Huowang donned the warm military coat issued by the army. Liu Rumeng meticulously adjusted his collar, her gentle touch complemented by the glimmering sheen of her lips, prompting Lin Huowang to lean in for a tender kiss. "Oh dear, don't be silly, the children are watching." Liu Rumeng's cheeks flushed, especially with Lin Xiaoxiu, Zhao Daniu, and Zhao Juhua observing. "Hee, brother, go ahead and kiss, we can't see," Lin Xiaoxiu playfully shouted. While Zhao Daniu and Zhao Juhua bashfully turned their backs, Lin's mother chuckled softly to herself. She had slept lightly the previous night and unintentionally heard the harmonious melody of her son and daughter-in-law. Her heart swelled with joy, as she never expected her son to marry such a beautiful and capable woman. It felt like a dream. Watching her daughter-in-law reluctantly send her son off, Lin's mother felt a wave of happiness wash over her. At last, she too could enjoy a life of bliss akin to that of celestial beings. "Daniu, remember just one thing while you're out there. All actions must heed my command. Never act impulsively, do you understand?" Lin Huowang admonished Zhao Daniu while carefully wrapping his Type 56 semi-automatic rifle in cloth, securing it on his back. After all, this was standard military equipment, and it wouldn't be wise to display it openly to outsiders. Wrapped in such a manner, onlookers would merely assume he was carrying the village's old hunting rifle. Understood. Huowang, I comprehend that all actions must follow orders. Zhao Daniu finally revealed his lively side. This boy had endured hardships, wandering and begging with his younger sister, never having experienced a single day of peace in the past 2 years. Now, having found stability in the Lin household, he was merely 13, a child himself. It was only in the safety of his surroundings that his youthful innocence and vivacity began to shine forth. The two ascended the snow-covered path into the mountains. Despite the night's snowfall, numerous footprints dotted the trail, left by villagers who had risen early in search of wild vegetables. This year had seen a severe drought, greatly diminishing crop yields, leaving each household with insufficient grain to sustain themselves. If they did not venture into the mountains for wild produce, many villagers would likely struggle to survive the winter. Certainly, there were others with intentions akin to Lin Huowang's, hoping to procure some game. Just days prior, Lin Huowang had effortlessly captured 2 wild rabbits, exchanging them for 20 pounds of cornmeal and 22 eggs. This feat had sparked envy among many villagers, especially the young male intellectuals. They eagerly emulated Lin Huowang, crafting various snares and traps, rising early and returning late, all in hopes of sharing in his fortune and capturing a creature or two. However, hunting is a profession that demands considerable expertise. Take the rabbit snares, for instance. One must possess a deep understanding of rabbit behavior and discern their habitual paths. The skill involved in setting the traps is equally crucial, as one must conceal their own footprints and scent. If a wild rabbit detects unfamiliar tracks or odors along its usual route, it will become immediately wary and cease to traverse that path. Thus, those who believe Lin Huowang simply stumbled upon 2 rabbits due to luck remain oblivious to the multitude of skills and knowledge entwined within his success. Old Tian, look, it's Lin Huowang. He has truly returned alive. Moreover, he has ventured into the mountains to hunt. Not far off, Zhong Yuejin was with Tian Jinbu, refining traps for capturing prey. Upon spotting Lin Huowang and Zhao Daniu approaching, he turned to Zhong Yuejin in astonishment. Humph, a mere cripple, relying on a dilapidated hunting rifle, dares to hunt in the mountains? Just because he managed to find 2 dead rabbits, he believes he is a hunter? Zhong Yuejin remarked with a tinge of envy. His hands already reddened from the cold. He and Tian Jinbu had been guarding this spot since early morning, yet they had not even glimpsed a single rabbit or wild chicken feather. Not far from them, a group of 5 young villagers, all around 17 or 18, were busily setting their own traps, their ages comparable to those of the young intellectuals. At the forefront stands Zhang Daju, the 21-year-old leader among the youth of the Zhang family. In his hand, he wields the family's treasured hunting rifle, a prized possession believed to have been acquired by old Zhang's grandfather during a confrontation with bandits, cherished as a family heirloom ever since. In his youth, old Zhang accompanied the village hunters into the mountains and famously used this very rifle to shoot a foolish roe deer. Today, Daju has purposefully brought this rifle along, intending to lead a group of young men deeper into the mountains in pursuit of game. Daju, look, that limping fool is coming. Someone nearby spotted Lin Huowang and immediately alerted Zhang Daju. They were well aware of the long-standing feud between Lin and the Zhang family, and they relished the opportunity to stoke the flames of conflict. It was indeed a farce for someone so disoriented to attempt hunting. Daju disdainfully spat in the direction of Lin Huowang while fiddling with his rifle. However, just then, a sudden roar from the dense forest pierced the air. Instantly, excitement and tension surged among the group. It's a wild boar. Daju, this is fantastic. A wild boar has ventured to the outskirts. Their luck seemed to be turning. In the past, they had encountered wild boars but had been powerless without firearms. Now, with Daju armed, they could finally have a chance at pork if they hit their mark. For these young men, this was their first outing with guns, and they were brimming with exhilaration. In their eyes, as long as they possessed a rifle, those wild boars were mere lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Upon hearing the boar's call, Lin Huowang was momentarily taken aback. He had only intended to practice his shooting and familiarize himself with the surroundings, never anticipating that a wild boar would wander into view. Instantly alert, he shielded Zhao Daniu behind him, readying his Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. After all, This was a wild boar from the northeastern mountains. Encountering a wild boar could sometimes be more terrifying than facing a tiger. Chapter 25. With the lame fool gone, you shall be my wife. No one could have predicted that they would encounter a wild boar in such an outer area. Generally, the boars only descended from the mountains during the autumn harvest to pilfer ripe crops. Now, as heavy snow threatened to seal the mountains, the boars would typically migrate deeper into the woods, seeking sustenance from pine cones and root vegetables for the winter. Indeed, it was a wild boar. Lin Huowang furrowed his brow, somewhat astonished. Wow, there's a wild boar, Huowang. We can have pork dumplings for the new year. Oblivious to the lurking danger, Zhao Daniu was filled with excitement, believing that fortune smiled upon them for encountering a wild boar. Not just him, but the educated youth and villagers, upon hearing the boar's call, were equally thrilled. Daju, hurry and shoot the wild boar. We are in dire need of meat. With so many of us armed with knives and guns, we must not let the wild boar escape. Charge! Surround the wild boar and slay it for our feast. The young villagers, rallying around Zhang Daju, excitedly rushed towards the thicket where the wild boar was hiding. Huowang, we must hurry, otherwise they will beat us to it. Zhao Daniu exclaimed, feeling the urgency as he feared the wild boar would be claimed by someone else, depriving him of the opportunity to enjoy dumplings filled with pork. Why are you running? Are you seeking death? Lin Huowang grasped the back of Zhao Daniu's neck, leaving 5 distinct marks beneath the thin cotton jacket of the youth. Just 10 meters away, in the thicket, a wild boar king with matted black bristles was digging at the ground, its left front hoof oozing pus and blood, with bits of flesh stuck to its tusks. This was a crazed boar, tormented and wounded by a trap. It let out a piercing cry of agony and, in a sudden frenzy, charged into a nearby tree. The sharp tusks and its ferocious impact shattered the stout trunk. This sight instantly terrified Zhao Daniu, who had previously been brimming with excitement. Huowang, this wild boar is fierce and formidable. The once bold Zhao Daniu, now struck with fear, instinctively turned to flee. Don't run. Keep your movements subtle and follow me as we slowly retreat, Lin Huowang instructed, his lips barely moving as he cautiously stepped back, leaving winding tracks in the snow. Zhao Daniu clutched the hem of Lin Huowang's clothing, trembling, as the snow crunched beneath his feet. Suddenly, the wild boar lifted its head and twitched its nose, as if it had caught the scent of humans. Huowang, it's coming this way. Zhao Daniu's voice caught in his throat, and he reached for the iron fork strapped to his back. Don't move. Running now would make you a living target, Lin Huowang cautioned, raising his semi-automatic rifle and aiming at the approaching boar. However, upon seeing Lin Huowang lift his weapon, Zhang Daju rushed forward, panic in his eyes. He positioned himself in front of Lin Huowang, shielding the muzzle of the rifle with his body, and aimed his rusty shotgun at the charging wild boar. Lin Huowang narrowed his eyes, finger poised on the trigger, contemplating whether to take advantage of this moment to eliminate the detestable Zhang Daju. But no. With so many witnesses around, even if Zhao Daniu testified it was an accidental shooting, the Zhang family would undoubtedly cause a ruckus and make a fuss. Captain Lin Zhangwo was aligned with the Zhang family, eager to seize any opportunity to bring me down. If I were to deal with Zhang Daju, I would need to choose a more discreet method. Observing the almost frenzied boar, Lin Huowang devised a plan. You all wish to claim this prey, do you not? By all means, let it be yours. With that thought, Lin Huowang began to retreat stealthily with Zhao Daniu. Get out of the way, you cripple. We spotted the wild boar first. Zhang Daju yelled. Quickly shoot it. Let's take it home together. His 5 lackeys waved their farming tools, their frostbitten faces glimmering with greedy anticipation. Haha, cripple, this time you will witness my prowess. One day you are my elder brother, and I shall always keep you in check. Zhang Daju deliberately waved the rusted gun barrel before Lin Huowang, the rust cascading down like grains of sand. Lin Huowang fixed his gaze upon the mottled barrel, realizing that this antique firearm was hardly superior to the hunting rifle he possessed back in the village. If it were to be fired, there was a 30% chance it would explode, a 50% chance it wouldn't fire at all, and only a mere 20% chance of hitting its target, which would require divine intervention. Moreover, it would need to strike the wild boar SI or other vital areas to be effective. Should it hit the thick, muddy armor encasing the wild boar, it was unlikely to even pierce its skin. Very well, Zhang Daju, you believe yourself formidable. Do not blame me for the warning. The wild boar is no trifling beast. However, with that wretched hunting rifle of yours, standing at this distance, You stand little chance. As the wild boar drew closer, Lin Huowang pulled Zhao Daniu half a step back and intentionally provoked Zhang Dazhu with a taunt. Nonsense. You think your gun is the only one that works? Humph. I will be the one to take down that wild boar. If I can't shoot from afar, I shall simply move in closer. I refuse to believe that at such a close range I cannot kill it. Zhang Dazhu's eyes were filled with visions of succulent wild boar meat. He was oblivious to any dangers that lurked. His face quivered with excitement, a surge of reckless ambition igniting within him. He recalled the humiliation his family suffered before the Lin family's dilapidated courtyard not long ago. Today, he was determined to reclaim his honor, to demonstrate his prowess to Lin Huowang. Imagining himself returning with a wild boar of such size, he envisioned the adoration and envy of the villagers. Bang! Zhang Dazhu, brimming with exhilaration, sprinted toward the wild boar and fired without hesitation. Unfortunately, the gun exploded, causing injury to his own hand. He howled in pain, instinctively discarding the hunting rifle. What a wretched gun! Zhang Dazhu cried out in agony. However, at that moment, the wild boar charged directly at him, and Zhang Dazhu, paralyzed with fear, stood frozen in place. The wild boar's tusks, as thick as a bowl, grazed past the petrified Zhang Dazhu, sending him flying several meters before crashing into a birch tree. The 5 young villagers who had been eagerly anticipating the chance to carve up the boar were taken aback. The next moment, not only had Zhang Dazhu's gun failed to fire, but he was also sent sprawling by the wild boar. One of them, nicknamed Skinny Monkey, stumbled backward in fright, losing control of his bowels, while the machete he had raised fell to the ground, striking the roots of a tree. The wild boar's tough, muddy armor was impervious. Even with a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, it would be a challenge to wound it. It was imperative to aim for its eyes. With Zhang Dazhu's pitiful hunting rifle, he dares to dream of feasting on pork? They have conveniently diverted the wild boar's attention. Now it is my turn to strike. Lin Huowang rolled up from the ground, concealed himself nearby, grasped the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, and aimed at the rampaging wild boar. Bang! The gun's barrel belched forth sparks. And Lin Huowang's marksmanship was impeccable, aiming directly for the wild boar's eye. Yet, at that very moment, the boar wildly twisted its head, just as the bullet was fired. The boar veered, and instead of striking its eye, the shot merely grazed its ear, creating a gaping wound that oozed copious crimson blood. With a howl of pain, the already enraged boar became even more furious and frenzied. It let out a deafening roar and, surprisingly, stood upright on its hind legs, its hefty 300-pound frame charging towards the young male villagers and the educated youth. The boar is coming. Run. Oh my goodness. This boar is ferocious. Help. Run for your lives. In a panic, everyone scattered in all directions, heedless of their paths. Yet, several individuals were still pursued by the boar, which violently hurled them several meters away with a single blow. That hurts. Help. Zhang Dazhu, struggling to rise from the ground, saw the boar charging towards him again and was filled with terror, screaming for salvation. At that moment, Lin Huowang sensed the time was ripe. He was confident he could take down the boar. To prevent any disputes over the meat later, he feigned an air of noble righteousness, raising his gun as he shouted to the crowd, "Quickly, run towards the village. I will distract the boar." With that, Lin Huowang fired another shot at the boar. Bang! This time, his aim was true, hitting one of its eyes squarely. The boar, now at the end of its strength, did not succumb immediately, but let out a final, furious roar. Realizing that the one inflicting pain upon it was Lin Huowang, it summoned its last reserves of power to charge at him. What? Where's the boar? Run! Zhang Dazhu, severely injured yet narrowly escaping death, was shaken and quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation, enduring excruciating pain as he crawled towards the village. Daniu, you too. Get up. Don't look back. Just run back to the village. Lin Huowang, calm in the face of danger, raised his gun again while shouting to the dazed Zhao Daniu. He noticed that the boar's roar had attracted a small herd of wild boars. Lin Huowang had the ability to protect himself. At worst, he could climb a tree and deal with them one by one. However, if Zhao Daniu remained by his side, he would have to divide his attention to safeguard him. While indifferent to the fates of the villagers and educated youth, he was determined to ensure Zhao Daniu's safety. Huowang, be careful. There are more behind. Zhao Daniu, obediently running while glancing back, was horrified to see that the previous boar's roar had indeed summoned an entire herd. 3 adult boars, accompanied by 4 or 5 piglets, emerged from the thicket, led by a massive boar towering 4 feet high, its tusks adorned with the remnants of a half-eaten hare. The boars, with menacing glares, locked their sights on Lin Huowang, especially the leading boar, which emitted a fierce roar and charged violently towards him. My heavens! If one boar is too much for us to handle, how can we possibly withstand so many? It's over. Lin Huowang is surely doomed. We must flee. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if those wild boars caught up. Run. It's terrifying. I was just knocked down and felt as if my bones had shattered. My leg is broken. Someone help me. Hurry. The villagers and the educated youth turned back, their faces paling in fear at the sight of the charging wild boar herd emerging from the thicket. They dared not linger for even a moment, rushing towards the village in a frantic escape. Even Zhang Dazhu and a few others who had been injured by the boars, disregarding their pain, pushed themselves to flee as quickly as possible. As for Lin Huowang's fate, they cared little. In fact, Lin Huowang's presence was merely a distraction for the wild boars, affording them precious time to escape. Bang! Lin Huowang focused intently on the wild boar before him, taking aim at its eye and firing again. This shot struck true, piercing through the eye and hitting the brain, causing the creature to collapse lifelessly at his feet. However, Lin Huowang could not afford to lower his guard. For a larger boar, the king of the herd, charged at him from behind. There was no time to turn and shoot again. Thus, in a desperate moment, Lin Huowang hurled himself sideways into the snow just as the boar king was about to collide with him. Roar! The boar king missed its target and let out an enraged cry. Yet, from the perspective of the fleeing villagers and educated youth, it appeared as if Lin Huowang had been thrown aside by the boar. Huh! Lin Huowang is doomed now. Seeing this, Zhang Dazhu burst into laughter, completely forgetting that if it weren't for Lin Huowang's earlier shot diverting the boar's attention, he would have already met his demise beneath its tusks. Did I not just see that the boar's tusks pierced through Lin Huowang? A dying cripple attempting to play the role of a guardian of the mountains. How ironic that he perished before even entering the hills, falling victim to the boar's fangs. Let him show off. A dying cripple with a broken gun thinks himself so significant. After running nearly 2 miles, the villagers and educated youth finally felt a sense of relief upon reaching the village entrance. Once out of danger, they began to mock Lin Huowang's audacity. You scoundrels! What nonsense are you spouting? If it weren't for Brother Huowang shooting to divert the boars, you would have all been gored to death. Have you no conscience? Ungrateful wretches! Zhao Daniu, panting heavily from the exertion, retorted furiously upon hearing such heartless words. From his perspective, Lin Huowang was a hero who had selflessly drawn the boars away to save everyone. Yet, these people, in their ingratitude, not only failed to appreciate Lin Huowang's life-saving act, but also reveled in his misfortune. We didn't ask Lin Huowang to shoot to save us. Besides, perhaps he wasn't trying to save us at all. He merely wanted to shoot the boars for himself. What a pity. He lacks the ability, yet insists on playing the mountain guardian. In that moment, the wild boar eluded capture, and instead, it claimed a life. Faced with the reproaches of Zhao Daniu, a mere child, the villagers and the educated youth displayed no shame. Rather, they scoffed and derided Lin Huowang even more. Oh, Brother Huowang, you must not come to harm. My brother Huowang is formidable. He will certainly survive. You scoundrels! My brother Huowang will return safely. Zhao Daniu wept, yearning to rush back into the woods to rescue Lin Huowang. Yet, the ferocity of the wild boars loomed in his mind, and feeling utterly powerless, he pondered how he could save Brother Huowang. Thus, in his helplessness, he entered the village but dared not return to the Lin family courtyard. Instead, leaning against the production team's entrance, sorrowfully weeping. His tears drew the attention of the entire village. News swiftly spread that a horde of wild boars had invaded the forest, seemingly bringing doom to Lin Huowang. The rampage of the wild boars had cost villagers their lives, a grave matter indeed. Upon learning of the situation, the production team leader, Lin Jiangwo, immediately summoned the village officials, and the villagers congregated at the production team office. Those who had narrowly escaped recounted the harrowing moments with palpable trepidation, embellishing their tales while disparaging Lin Huowang, all to accentuate their own valor. It's all Lin Huowang's fault. Why provoke the wild boars? Lamented one. If he hadn't fired that shot, would the boars have gone berserk? My leg was broken because of him, wailed the educated youth Zhong Yuejin, clutching his fractured leg, tears escaping from the spiderwebbed lenses of his glasses. Indeed, had that wild boar seen our numbers, it might have fled in fear. It was Lin Huowang's reckless gunfire that led to our injuries. He deserves whatever fate befalls him. He has likely been torn to shreds by those wild boars. Chimed in Tian Jinbu, unabashedly criticizing him. Villagers like Zhang Daju echoed the sentiment, asserting that Lin Huowang had brought this upon himself. Nonsense. You all are wrong. Brother Huowang fired his weapon to save you. The more they unjustly maligned Lin Huowang in front of everyone, the louder Zhao Daniu cried. Enough, Zhao Daniu. What do you know, being just a child? Can your eyes perceive the truth better than the collective gaze of all these people? The reality is determined not by you, but by the consensus of the crowd. Lin Zhangwo rebuked him sharply. Hearing the possibility that Lin Huowang might meet his end at the jaws of the wild boars filled him with a peculiar delight. Since returning from the commune 2 days prior, Lin Zhangwo had been on edge, fearing that Liu Rumeng might indeed report him to Captain Wang. If that were to happen, a military vehicle could swoop into Linjiagu at any moment, whisking him away for severe interrogation, especially with that sharp-tongued, crippled Lin Huowang around. Who knew what he might whisper into Captain Wang's ear? Hence, Lin Zhangwo had kept a low profile these days, even preparing to flee into the mountains at a moment's notice. However, after waiting for 2 days, Lin Zhangwo found that everything seemed to be remarkably tranquil. It was said that Lin Huowang and Liu Rumeng had returned, yet no military vehicles had arrived in the village. It appeared that someone had spotted them making their way back through the snow. This revelation rekindled Lin Zhangwo's thoughts, leading him to believe that Commander Wang's connection with Liu Rumeng might not be as intimate as presumed. If Liu Rumeng truly shared a close bond with Commander Wang, she would not have been reduced to queuing at Linjiagu, enduring years of bullying without daring to speak out. Lin Zhangwo speculated that Liu Rumeng's ability to persuade Commander Wang to assist Lin Huowang likely stemmed from some form of favor or perhaps a gift offered to him. It seemed improbable that she could summon Commander Wang's aid for any further endeavors. Contemplating these matters alleviated Lin Zhangwo's worries and anxieties. Moreover, upon hearing the news of Lin Huowang's demise at the hands of a wild boar, his spirits soared even higher. Naturally, as the captain of the production team, he still needed to maintain appearances. He promptly convened a meeting with the team to discuss how to counter the rampaging wild boars, contemplating whether to organize the militia to scour the woods and prevent the boars from eventually charging into the village. Could Lin Huowang truly be dead? No, that seemed impossible. Captain, should we hasten to arm the militia and investigate the woods? Vice Captain Lin Shuaisheng, who had witnessed Lin Huowang's formidable marksmanship during his military service, could hardly believe that such a formidable individual could perish at the jaws of a wild boar. What is the rush? Lin Huowang brought this upon himself. We cannot jeopardize our safety to save him. You heard the reports. There are at least 3 or 4 wild boars weighing over 300 pounds. Along with 4 or 5 smaller ones. It's perilous. Let us wait a moment. Lin Zhangwo deliberately delayed, lingering at the production team's headquarters for nearly an hour before he and Vice Captain Lin Shuaisheng, accompanied by 10 militia members from the village, ventured towards the outskirts of the forest where the boars had been sighted. Just ahead. Hurry, hurry. Zhao Daniu anxiously guided the group forward. However, the outcome was all too evident. Upon their arrival at the scene, there were no signs of the wild boars. Likewise, Lin Huowang was nowhere to be found. Only patches of snow stained crimson with blood. It was over. Lin Huowang had surely been killed by the boars, his body dragged away to be devoured. How tragic. Wasn't this Lin Huowang's first venture into the mountains? And in this outermost forest, he had met his demise. It seemed that being a mountain guardian was a fatal endeavor. Whoever took on the role would perish. With Lin Huowang's death, Liu Rumeng would undoubtedly assume the role of a widow. Zhao Daniu, return and inform his mother and wife of Lin Huowang's death. After a cursory search, Lin Zhangwo cheerfully led the militia back down the mountain. He felt that orchestrating Lin Huowang's assignment as the mountain guardian was an ingenious move. Without lifting a finger, Lin Huowang had paved his own path to destruction. Yet Zhao Daniu ambled back toward the dilapidated Lin family courtyard, enveloped in a fog of despair. He incessantly muttered, "Brother Huowang is dead. Brother Huowang is dead. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If I hadn't mentioned wanting to eat pork dumplings, Brother Huowang wouldn't have taken me hunting today. What should I do? What should I do? If my aunt finds out that Brother Huowang has died, she will be heartbroken. And Sister Liu, their bond was so deep. With Brother Huowang gone, she will be a widow." Stumbling along, Zhao Daniu's heart felt heavy with anguish. He was utterly at a loss for how to face his family, and even more confused about how to convey the cruel news of Lin Huowang's demise. Upon returning to the Lin family courtyard, he was met with the sounds of fierce arguments and scuffles. "You wretched woman, do you dare to speak back to me? Now that the cripple is truly dead, let us see who will support you now. Hurry up and come home. There's a mountain of chores waiting for you." The voice belonged to Zhang Fuguei of the Zhang family. As Zhao Dainyu rushed inside, he caught sight of Zhang Fuguei forcibly tugging at Lin's mother, striking her across the face. Nearby, Liu Rumeng was firmly held by Zhang Erju and Zhang Hehua, unable to move. Zhang Erju leered at Liu Rumeng, licking his lips, eagerly proclaiming, "Liu Jiqing, I, Zhang Erju, have declared that you shall be my bride. Now that the cripple is gone, you are destined to be my wife." Chapter 26. Now, I am not alone, you wicked man. Let go of my sister-in-law. I will kill you, you big bully. Release my sister-in-law. Otherwise, when my brother returns, he will teach you a severe lesson. We will not go back to the Zhang family. We won't starve or freeze while working every day. Here, my brother will provide meat for me, rice, and noodles. The steamed buns made from dough are so fragrant. Inside the room, Lin Xiaoxue was frantically striking Zhang Erju. Her voice trembled, filled with fear. She was terrified beyond measure. She did not wish to return to the cold, hungry Zhang household. Having grown up in the Zhang family, she had never been treated as one of their own. She was given the worst food, used the most unwanted items, and often had to help with chores at such a tender age. Worse still, whenever someone in the Zhang family was in a foul mood, they would unleash their wrath upon her and her brother. Initially, she believed this was all normal. Surely, it was her fault for not doing things right. She even tried various ways to please the Zhang siblings, revering Zhang Fuguei as a father figure. However, no matter how hard she tried, she was met with disdain and violence. She could not comprehend this. She asked her mother, but her mother would only cry. She asked her brother, who clenched his fists and promised her that one day he would take her and their mother away from this home to live a happy life. At that time, Lin Xiaoxue was utterly bewildered. She had no comprehension of the blissful days her brother described until they were forcibly expelled from the old Zhang family home. At first, they lacked even sustenance, having to accompany her brother in foraging for wild vegetables and stripping bark from trees. They were confined to a dilapidated courtyard, riddled with drafts. Was this truly a place for human habitation? Lin Xiaoxue felt both perplexed and wronged. She could not fathom why they had to leave the Zhang family, nor why they had been cast out. Most perplexing of all was her brother's assertion that departing from the Zhang household signified a life of happiness. She felt no joy whatsoever. Thus, in her hunger, she contemplated returning to the Zhang family to plead for help. She was oblivious to concepts such as dignity or pride. All she knew was the gnawing ache in her stomach, a painful discomfort. However, later on, her brother returned with his wife, bringing along provisions of grain and meat. For the first time, Lin Xiaoxue experienced the sensation of being satiated. She discovered the delightful taste of meat and savored the fragrant rice and steamed buns made from white flour. For the first time, she relished a period free from beatings, feeling like the most cherished child in the household. It was then that Lin Xiaoxue truly grasped the essence of happiness. Yet today, Zhang Fuguei, accompanied by his 3 children, stormed into the Lin family's dilapidated courtyard like a band of malevolent spirits. They seized their mother and sister-in-law, intent on dragging them back to the Zhang household. No, this could not happen. Lin Xiaoxue felt she had finally attained the happiness her brother had spoken of. She refused to return to the Zhang family, to consume leftover scraps, to endure beatings and scorn, or to live under the burden of disdain and abuse. She had not yet fully savored this newfound joy and was adamant about not reverting to the dark existence of her past. Nonetheless, her protests and cries fell on deaf ears. Zhang Fuguei kicked her to the ground, his face twisted in malice as he sneered, "You little wretch. Your crippled brother has already been devoured by a wild boar. Do you still expect him to rescue you? Forget it. Huh? Heaven has eyes. A dead cripple thinks he can turn his life around? Bah. As long as you are part of the Zhang family, you will toil for us for eternity as long as you draw breath. No, my brother is formidable. He will be fine." Lin Xiaoxue rose defiantly from the ground, glaring at Zhang Fuguei with unyielding spirit, unwilling to yield. Huh, I witnessed it with my own eyes. The dead cripple was gored by a wild boar, and then a horde of wild boars descended upon him, devouring him completely. Humph. Were it not for that dead cripple firing his gun recklessly and inciting the wild boars, I would not have nearly broken my leg. Now he is dead, and you three will serve as compensation. Zhang Dazhu, nursing a minor injury, particularly limping on one leg, glared menacingly at Lin Xiaoxue and spat venomously. It cannot be. Wang will not die. You are merely fabricating lies. Liu Rumeng was also in a state of shock. How could Wang have suddenly perished? Just that morning, he had left the house full of vigor and vitality. Last night, she had finally shared a significant moment of her life with him, bestowing her precious first time upon him. This morning, despite feeling some discomfort, Liu Rumeng was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of happiness. She believed that surrendering herself to Lin Huowang had rendered her life complete and blissful. She envisioned a future where she could genuinely experience the warmth and joy of familial bonds with the Lin family. Yet, only a few hours had passed. And why were they proclaiming that Wang had died? Liu Rumeng refused to accept this reality, convinced that the Zhang family had concocted a deceitful tale. Don't believe it? Just so happens that Zhao Daniu has returned. You can ask him. He witnessed it too, Zhang Dazhu remarked with a theatrical expression, pointing at Zhao Daniu by the door, grinning. Daniu, where is your brother Wang? Why have you returned without him? Lin Mu urgently inquired upon seeing Zhao Daniu. Auntie, Wang. Zhao Daniu began to tremble, caught off guard by Lin Mu's probing questions. At that moment, he wished fervently that it were he who had perished instead of Wang. After all, with Wang alive, the scoundrels from the Zhang family would never dare to come and bully them. Speak up, Daniu. What on earth has happened? Tell me what has happened to Wang. Upon witnessing Zhao Daniu's tear-streaked face, Liu Rumeng's heart sank. Yet, she was unwilling to relent. She insisted that Zhao Daniu speak the truth. Sister Liu, Zhao Daniu choked on his words, collapsing to his knees. I'm so sorry. Wang. He died protecting us, killed by a wild boar. With that, he turned furiously towards Zhang Dazhu, shouting, Zhang Dazhu, are you even human? Wang sacrificed himself to save you, drawing the boar away with his gun. Yet you are ungrateful, bringing people here to bully Annie and Sister Liu. Zhao Daniu, what do you know, you child? That cripple died to save me? He was clearly trying to claim the boar for himself. If he hadn't interfered, I would have already killed that boar and brought home meat for the new year. That cripple deserved to die? It was his own folly to think he could be a mountain guardian. Undeterred by the accusations, Zhang Dazhu spoke with feigned conviction. However, Liu Rumeng and Lin Mu were no longer concerned with his words. When Zhao Daniu confirmed that Lin Huowang had indeed passed away, both Liu Rumeng and Lin Mu felt their bodies weaken, collapsing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Fugue hoisted the fainted Lin Mu onto his shoulder, laughing, old hag. Have you resigned yourself to this fate? Don't worry, with that cripple gone, our Zhang family will take care of you. As long as you continue to manage the household as before, you'll still be my good wife, understand? Zhang Erzuz also attempted to mimic his father's actions, lifting Liu Rumeng onto his back. However, Liu Rumeng suddenly erupted with fierce resistance. She kicked Zhang Erzhu hard and resolutely declared, Wang is gone. Then I shall not live either. You shall never tarnish me. With that, Liu Rumeng steeled her heart and attempted to throw herself against the wall. You wretched woman. Is it so easy to die? My Zhang family does not lack for a daughter-in-law like you. Comply obediently, do you understand? Zhang Dachu and Zhang Hahua immediately surrounded her, pinning Liu Rumeng down. Zhang Erzhu, regaining his senses, approached her with a lewd grin and slapped her across the face, exclaiming, Liu Jiqing? Bah, look at you now. Are you still a Jiqing? You are merely the rural wife of that crippled Lin Huowang, a countrywoman, a worn-out item, a second-hand shoe used by others. It is your honor that I would marry you, understand? With that cripple gone, without the support of our Zhang family, you would all starve, do you realize? Bringing you back to the Zhang family is an act of virtue. The villagers will commend our Zhang family for our benevolence. Zhang Erzhu was immensely pleased, relishing the moment, especially seeing the once proud and disdainful beauty, Liu Rumeng, now entirely at his mercy. He could take her home and treat her as he pleased. At that moment, he even felt a tinge of gratitude towards Lin Huowang, his unfortunate brother. Without Lin Huowang marrying Liu Rumeng, how could their Zhang family have had a legitimate reason to reclaim her? In the rural Northeast, it was perfectly normal for a brother to marry his deceased brother's wife. No one could find fault with it. Please, Fu Guo, let Meng Meng go. She is a poor girl who has only been with our Wang for a short while. With Wang gone, can't you just let her go? She is not one of your Zhang family. Lin Mu pleaded, tears streaming down her face. I will return with you if you spare Meng Meng. I will, as before, wash your clothes, cook for you, and take care of your family, can't I? I beg you. Let Ming Ming go. She is a city girl and cannot endure hardship. Humph. Wretched woman, now you seek my mercy? Just a moment ago, I asked you to return to the Zhang family, and you refused. You are not in a position to bargain with me now. Liu Rumeng is Lin Huowang's wife, and Lin Huowang is your son, making her my Zhang family's daughter-in-law. It is only natural that I bring her home and betroth her to my Erju. Zhang Fugui spoke with arrogance, relishing the power he wielded over Lin Mu, forcing her to bow and plead before him. The humiliation he had suffered when Lin Huowang had caused him to urinate in public was finally avenged today. No, do not bully the elder and sister Liu. Just then, Zhao Jihua, who had been cowering in the corner, suddenly dashed out with fervor. She clutched Zhang Fugui's leg and sank her teeth into him with ferocity. Ah, you wretched girl, are you seeking death? Despite the cotton pants shielding him, Zhang Fugui felt a sharp pain and promptly released Lin Mu, delivering a fierce kick to Zhao Jihua. Sister, elder, sister Liu. Zhao Dainiu watched in rage, his eyes bulging, as he raised the hatchet in his hand and shouted angrily at the Zhang family. You scoundrels, let go of sister Liu and the elder. If not, I will fight you to the death. With that, he recklessly swung the hatchet towards Zhang Deju, Zhang Erju, and Zhang Hehua. Have you lost your mind? Are you trying to kill someone? Zhang Daju quickly dodged, the rusted blade slicing through the air mere inches from him. Terrified, he retreated to the doorway and pointed at Zhao Dainiu, cursing, You little brat, who do you think you are to meddle in our affairs? Zhang Erju and Zhang Hehua, fearing for their safety, hastily released Liu Rumeng and retreated to the side. Zhao Dainiu, undeterred, refused to allow them to continue their bullying. He swung the hatchet again, this time aiming for Zhang Fugui. Seeing this, Zhang Fugui dared not confront him and quickly withdrew his hand from attempting to seize Lin Mu, hiding behind his 3 children. Elder, sister Liu, Jihua, are you all right? Do not worry. Although Huowang is gone, I am here. As long as I breathe, I will not allow them to take you away, even if it costs me my life. In that moment, Zhao Dainiu exuded remarkable courage, completely contrasting the tear-streaked visage he had moments before. He brandished the hatchet before him, challenging the Zhang family. If you dare approach again, I shall show no mercy. One of you dead is even, 2 is a profit for me. Since Huowang has died, I have no desire to live. I will drag you down with me, ensuring no one bullies the elder and sister Liu again. Madman, Zhao Dainiu, are you truly courting death? Damn it, one cripple is dead, and now we have a lunatic. Father, this Zhao Dainiu is serious about killing. We should retreat for now. With the cripple gone, it's only a matter of time before we bring them back to our Zhang family. What a misfortune. You, wretched woman. It is your blessing that I allow you to return. Do you not understand? Still unwilling? Humph. Just wait until you return. I shall make you regret it. With Zhao Dainiu's steadfast presence, the cowardly Zhang family quickly lost their resolve. After exchanging a few harsh words, they departed from the dilapidated Lin residence. Once they had fully retreated, Zhao Dainiu, who had only just mustered his strength, collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Dainiu, Dainiu. Liu Rumeng hurried to help him up, her face streaked with tears. Is it true that your Huowang is really dead? I cannot believe it. Sister Liu, I too witnessed Huowang being gored by the wild boar. Later, we searched the woods with the village officials and militia. The ground was soaked in blood. Yet Huowang's body was nowhere to be found. It is likely that the wild boar dragged him away to consume him. Though it may seem cruel to utter such words, Zhao Dainiu candidly revealed everything he had witnessed to Liu Rumeng. Oh, my Huowang, how could you meet such a tragic end? Cursed be the mother. If it weren't for her burdens, you might never have ventured into the hunt. Damn that mother. Why did Yama take you away from us? Lin Mu suddenly broke down, weeping uncontrollably. Just as life had begun to improve, how could such dreadful news arrive so unexpectedly? Mother, please, do not cry. Huowang would not wish for you to be so heartbroken, Lin Xiaoxua murmured, her eyes vacant. She had contemplated following Lin Huowang into the afterlife, no longer wishing to endure this world. However, upon seeing Lin Mu, Lin Xiaoxua, and the Zhao siblings, she realized she was the only capable adult left in the family. If she were to perish as well, what would become of them? The provisions left by Lin Huowang would soon dwindle, and the Zhang family would undoubtedly return to press them. Without food, Lin Mu would likely have no choice but to endure the humiliation of returning to the Zhang family to support Lin Xiaoxua. No, I cannot die. With Huowang gone, I must take his place, providing for my mother, my sister, and the Zhao siblings. I am not alone. I cannot selfishly choose to end my life. With newfound resolve, Liu Rumeng appeared significantly more mature. She embraced the weeping Lin Mu, gently patting her back in a comforting manner. Simultaneously, she turned to Zhao Daniu and Zhao Juhua, urging, "Quickly, prepare some porridge." She feared that Lin Mu might become overwhelmed with grief and faint. A warm bowl of porridge could offer some comfort and strength. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxue, with red-rimmed eyes, leaned closer and pitifully inquired, "Sister-in-law, what has happened to brother? Why do the Zhang family claim he is dead? Does dead mean he will never return?" At just 7 years old, Lin Xiaoxue's understanding of death was still quite vague. However, she grasped that it was not a favorable term. If her brother had indeed passed, it meant he would never come back. "Not at all, Xiaoxue. Until I see Wang's body, I refuse to believe he has truly died," Liu Rumeng whispered, holding Lin Xiaoxue tightly. Meanwhile, deep in the mountains, Lin Huowang was relentless in his pursuit, armed with a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, following the blood trails and footprints of the wild boars he had injured. Indeed, Lin Huowang was not dead, for he had not been gored by the wild boar. After narrowly evading the charge, he steadied himself and fired at the boar's head from a close distance. Although he missed its eye, the bullet grazed the skull, enraging the boar, which charged at Lin Huowang once more. However, that shot had wounded it significantly. It staggered after only a few paces. Realizing its peril, the wild boar let out a cry, refusing to engage further with Lin Huowang, and retreated into the depths of the mountains, calling upon the rest of the wild boar herd to escape with it. Once Lin Huowang rose from the snowy ground, the herd of wild boars had already fled into the distance. This was a rare opportunity. With his gun in hand, he was poised to pursue them. However, his gaze fell upon a wild boar he had just slain, its lifeblood staining the snow, utterly lifeless. The prospect of chasing the fleeing boars into the mountains was uncertain. He could not predict how far he might need to go or how long it would take to return. If he were to leave the carcass of the fallen boar behind, it would likely be claimed by another. Thus, Lin Huowang exerted considerable effort to excavate a pit, crafting a makeshift concealment, and buried the boar's body beneath a thick layer of snow. This way, he could retrieve it upon his return without fear of it being taken. Having completed this task, he swiftly followed the tracks and bloodstains deeper into the mountains in pursuit of the wild boar herd. The boars raced through the snow with remarkable speed, especially the frightened and injured ones. Protected by mature boars, they had no natural predators in the forest, allowing them to charge recklessly into the wilderness. Lin Huowang pursued them fervently, though the effort was taxing. The snow was particularly deep in certain areas, and after more than 2 hours of relentless chasing, his feet had grown numb with cold. At last, in a mountain hollow, he spotted the panicked herd of wild boars. At that moment, the injured male boar lay gasping in the snow, emitting pained cries as blood continued to flow from the wound on its head. A testament to the severity of Lin Huowang's shot, a female boar stood vigil beside it, nudging its body gently with her snout, while the rest of the piglets gathered around their wounded father, squealing softly in concern. There was another adult female boar. Lin Huowang climbed a tree to find an optimal sniping position, steadying his rifle as he began to count the boars. 1 injured male, 1 adult female, and 5 piglets. Only the other adult female was missing. Otherwise, the family would have been complete. Just as Lin Huowang contemplated taking his shot, the absent female returned. Grasping a handful of herbs in her mouth, she approached the wounded male boar and began to chew the herbs, applying them to its injury. Lin Huowang was taken aback. Even wild boars possessed the knowledge of using herbal remedies. As the herbs were applied, the male boar howled in agony, prompting the piglets to nuzzle against their father's body, seemingly offering comfort. The other female boar, also lowering her head, gently nudged the male's neck in a soothing gesture. Just as the family reunited, Lin Huowang felt no compassion for the boar family. From his position, he aimed his Type 56 semi-automatic rifle at one of the 2 female boars and pulled the trigger. Chapter 27. First the wild boars, then the fierce tiger. Danger! 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 Bang! The shot rang out, precise and unerring. With a swift motion, he pierced directly through the eye of the mother wild boar. A painful howl echoed in the air as it collapsed to the ground, instantly startling the other wild boars. They began to flee frantically in all directions. However, Lin Huowang, having pursued them relentlessly, would not allow them a moment's respite. Bang! Another mother wild boar fell soundlessly. Bang, bang, bang. The merciless slaughter continued unabated. Lin Huowang showed no mercy, regardless of their juvenile status. In his eyes, both the large and small wild boars were merely delectable meat waiting to be savored. Aside from the initial injured boar, estimated to weigh around 300 to 400 pounds, the other two mothers weighed approximately 200 pounds each, while the young boars were significantly smaller, likely barely exceeding 100 pounds. Positioned advantageously on a high vantage point, Lin Huowang acted decisively. After firing the first shot, he unleashed nearly 10 more, leaving the entire family of wild boars laid out in the snow. As most of his bullets had found their mark in the eyes of the boars, the resulting bloodshed was minimal, resulting in only a few specks staining the pristine snow. Descending from the tree, he slung his Type 56 semi-automatic rifle over his shoulder and meticulously surveyed his surroundings to ensure no larger predators lay in ambush nearby. Only after this careful reconnaissance did he cautiously approach the 7 carcasses. The 7 wild boars collectively yielded nearly 1,000 pounds of meat. Having been reborn into this era of scarcity and famine, Lin Huowang understood all too well the immense benefits and impact that this bounty of wild boar meat could bring. However, with such a substantial catch, he faced 2 formidable challenges. The first was the urgent need to drain the blood from the freshly slain boars. Otherwise, the meat would develop an unpleasant odor, making it nearly inedible without the addition of copious spices during cooking. The second challenge lay in the sheer volume of meat. How could he transport it back to the village with only his 2 legs and hands in the depths of the mountains? Moreover, the daylight was rapidly fading. With nightfall approaching, Lin Huowang realized he might have to spend the night in the heart of the forest. Time was of the essence. He needed to drain the blood without delay. Drawing his small knife from his waist, he quickly excavated a large pit in the snow, then dragged the 7 carcasses over to it. One by one, he skillfully severed the arteries in their necks, allowing the still warm blood to flow into the expansive snow pit. The sizzling, steaming blood pooled on the pristine white snow, evoking the sensation of a hot pot base boiling tofu. Almost immediately, a thick, unmistakable scent of blood began to permeate the air around him. This was troubling. The scent of blood permeated the air, undoubtedly attracting a multitude of ferocious beasts as night fell. However, Lin Huowang had little time to ponder such matters. After hastily draining the blood from 7 wild boars, he dug a deep pit nearby, leaving 1 small pig behind while burying the remaining 6 within. Once he completed this exhausting task, fatigue washed over him as darkness enveloped the surroundings. Weary and famished, he had just urgently gulped down several mouthfuls of snowmelt. At last, he found the opportunity to eviscerate the remaining small wild boar. Gathering some dry twigs, he ignited a fire. Given that the scent of blood had already spread, Lin Huowang saw no need for further concealment and commenced roasting the wild boar leg over the flames. In his haste, he had brought no seasonings, not even the most basic salt. Nevertheless, the sizzling, fat-dripping leg exuded a unique and tantalizing aroma. How delightful it was! When it reached a medium-well state, Lin Huowang could no longer resist and tore into it with gusto. The savory fat burst in his mouth, presenting a rare delicacy in this age. With his other hand, he held a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, ever vigilant for any disturbances among the surrounding foliage. He had no choice, while night had not yet fully descended. He needed to consume his meal swiftly to regain strength for any potential nighttime assaults. After roasting 2 pig legs, Lin Huowang had managed to consume only 1 before feeling quite full. He dared not eat more, as his stomach had only just begun to recuperate. Overindulgence might lead to days of discomfort. Just as he finished 1 roasted leg and was about to tidy up, the roar of the king of the mountains echoed through the jungle. Alas, there truly was a Siberian tiger nearby. Having once served as the director of the Forestry Bureau in a previous life, Lin Huowang was all too familiar with that sound. Back in the 1990s, when wildlife conservation began to gain traction in the country, he and several colleagues had spent over half a month tracking and protecting an injured Siberian tiger that had fallen victim to poaching. Ultimately, they found the wounded creature in a mountain gorge and, with combined efforts, rescued it to a wildlife sanctuary for treatment. When they descended the mountain, the already grievously injured tiger had emitted mournful howls, a testament to its status as the ruler of the forest. The haunting echoes of its cries lingered in Lin Huowang's ears for weeks, leading him to experience auditory hallucinations, convinced he still heard the tiger's roars. Thus, He was intimately familiar with the Siberian tiger's growl. Regrettably, the tiger population had dwindled significantly since then, particularly among the wild specimens, often relying on cross-border migrations from Russia for sustenance and reproduction. Therefore, upon hearing the tiger's roar in the forest, Lin Huowang felt a flicker of excitement. A formidable creature had arrived. There was no time to clean up. He would let it have its way. Lin Huowang took the remaining roasted wild boar leg and swiftly concealed himself in the large tree where he had previously been lurking. This was no jest. Although it had been said that in the northeastern mountains, one should fear the wild boar, the bear, and then the tiger, this ranking only pertained to the level of danger posed to humans. In terms of combat prowess, especially in close encounters, the Siberian tiger stands as the premier predator. Even with a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle in his possession, loaded with ample ammunition, Lin Huowang could not guarantee that he would have the opportunity to fire accurately in a close encounter with a Siberian tiger, particularly when faced with the tiger's sudden, ferocious charge. One would ideally require a machine gun to ensure safety. Not long after Lin Huowang ascended the tree, a formidable tiger emerged from the dark thicket. Its large stature revealed it to be a mature, male Siberian tiger. It moved leisurely through the snow, leaving paw prints as it sniffed the air, evidently tracing the source of the lingering scent of blood. Soon enough, it noticed the dismembered body of the small wild boar nearby, with a substantial portion still positioned by the fire. Upon sighting the fire, the inherently cautious tiger refrained from advancing recklessly. Instead, it circled the fire, emitting low growls while its keen nose detected the scent of a living being. Particularly, as it slightly raised its head and gazed in the direction where Lin Huowang was hiding, their eyes met in a tense standoff that nearly caused Lin Huowang, despite his mental preparation, to tumble from the tree. What a magnificent Siberian tiger! With its presence, all nearby beasts would surely retreat in trepidation. Gradually elevating the muzzle of his rifle, Lin Huowang exhibited even greater caution than the tiger. He understood that he possessed only one opportunity to fire. The agility of the Siberian tiger far surpassed that of the cumbersome wild boar. A single shot that failed to inflict serious injury or death would likely result in a swift counterattack from the tiger. Although Siberian tigers are not particularly adept at climbing trees, from Lin Huowang's height of 5 to 6 meters, a swift leap would suffice for the tiger to reach him. Thus, Lin Huowang had to exercise utmost caution. Even if he could not kill the tiger with one shot, he must at least incapacitate it to prevent further aggression. After circling a few times, the massive Siberian tiger confirmed that there were no threats in the vicinity of the fire. It then joyfully pounced beside the wild boar's corpse and began to devour it voraciously. With its powerful jaws, it effortlessly crushed the boar's sturdy skull, leaving Lin Huowang watching from a distance, his heart racing with trepidation. He was aware of the tiger's formidable bite force. Yet witnessing such a ferocious feeding was a chilling experience. If it were to bite a human, a mere tug could result in a catastrophic outcome. The Northeast tiger, reveling in its meal, likely hadn't eaten for several days and was desperately hungry. In the depths of winter, most creatures hibernate, hidden from the harsh elements. Even as the king of beasts, it finds it challenging to procure sustenance. Particularly those audacious animals that dare to venture out during such times possess unique survival skills. The Northeast tiger's pursuit of these prey entails considerable risk and physical exertion. Unlike the present moment, where food is readily available, akin to a lavish buffet, it indulges at will. Content and comfortable, the Northeast tiger lay down, purring softly like a house cat. However, it was precisely at this moment that Lin Huowang discerned the tiger's relaxed state and acted decisively, firing a shot directly at the center of its forehead. If all went according to plan, a hit would spell certain doom for the tiger. Yet, at that crucial instant, the tiger shifted its focus from the wild boar it was devouring. Bang! The bullet veered off course. Although it still struck the tiger's head, it merely grazed its cheek. With a pained roar, the tiger sprang up, a mix of shock, fear, and rage evident in its demeanor. Lin Huowang, witnessing a tiger leap to its feet like a human, was taken aback by its towering height of over 4 meters. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly pulled the trigger in rapid succession, his reflexes honed to perfection. Bang! 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 While Lin Huowang could hit a flying target with remarkable precision, his aim faltered against the agile and unpredictable movements of the Northeast tiger. This stark contrast illustrates the fundamental difference between targeting inanimate objects and living beings. The trajectory of a flying target follows a predictable arc, while the actions of the tiger from one moment to the next are utterly unpredictable. Having failed to deliver a fatal blow, Lin Huowang found himself in grave peril. The tiger's acute hearing and sensory perception had pinpointed the source of the gunfire as a threat. After letting out a painful cry, it swiftly turned and lunged toward the tree where Lin Huowang lay concealed. At that moment, Lin Huowang could do little but rely on his instincts as an elite soldier, rapidly emptying his magazine into the charging tiger. Fortunately, just as the tiger was poised to pounce on his hiding place, a bullet struck its left flank. Unlike the boar, the tiger lacked a thick layer of protective armor. Despite its dense fur, it could not withstand the bullet's penetration. With an anguished cry, the tiger tumbled to the ground. Lin Huowang, drenched in sweat from fear, gazed at the fallen creature, still apprehensive. His semi-automatic rifle was now devoid of ammunition, placing him in an exceedingly precarious situation. He had no time to assess the severity of the tiger's injury. Hastily, he retrieved a fresh magazine, preparing to deliver a few more rounds to the downed beast. The northeast tiger on the ground twitched its ears upon hearing Lin Huowang reload his magazine, and with a sudden burst of energy, it rolled over and swiftly fled into the depths of the forest. Witnessing this scene, Lin Huowang found himself momentarily bewildered. Had that formidable beast been feigning severe injury, attempting to lure him into a trap? The mere thought sent chills down his spine. He had never anticipated that the northeast tiger, in addition to its ferocity, could also be so cunning. It was no wonder that hunters venturing into the mountains often disappeared without a trace. After all, encountering such a creature, even the most seasoned veteran would struggle to escape its jaws. In his previous life, Lin Huowang had served in peacekeeping missions on the African battlefield and had participated in complex and perilous hostage rescues, garnering accolades for his remarkable achievements. However, those experiences largely revolved around combat with humans, and his true hunting knowledge was primarily derived from surviving the African savanna. He had never faced off against the true king of beasts in such a direct confrontation in the wilderness. Fortunately, his psychological fortitude was exceptionally strong. While an ordinary person would likely tremble in fear or even lose control after such a near-death experience, Lin Huowang maintained a clear mind and remained alert, ready to adapt to the situation. His hands never strayed far from his Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, as he aimed the barrel towards the snowy ground where the northeast tiger had just been struck down. Bloodstains. It appeared he had indeed made contact. Furrowing his brow, Lin's heart sank again. However, the blood was minimal, suggesting that he had not inflicted a critical wound. Given the tiger's robust constitution, such an injury would hardly diminish its combat capabilities. With this realization, Lin Huowang swiftly redirected his rifle towards the forest where the tiger had vanished. The view was shrouded in darkness, the distance great, and visibility poor. He could discern nothing. Yet, a strong instinct told him that the northeast tiger was hiding within, watching him with predatory intent from behind the trees. Previously, he had been in the shadows while the tiger was exposed, allowing him to launch a surprise attack at any moment. Now, the roles had reversed. The tiger, feigning a hasty retreat, sought to deceive Lin Huowang into believing it was gravely injured and had fled. In truth, the northeast tiger harbored a deep-seated grudge. Having been wounded, it could not allow Lin Huowang, a mere mortal, to leave unscathed. It lay in wait, refraining from tending to its wound, anticipating Lin's descent from the tree in a moment of lowered vigilance by the campfire. Thinking to ambush me? Let it taste the wrath of my bullets. Lin Huowang proceeded with utmost caution, harboring no intention of descending from his perch. He estimated the possible location of the tiger's hiding place in the underbrush and unleashed a flurry of shots from his Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, 10 rounds, emptying the magazine. However, the thicket remained eerily still, devoid of any movement. Had he miscalculated? Was it possible that the great beast had truly given up and fled? Lin Huowang swiftly reloaded his magazine and changed direction to continue his barrage. Bang! Empty! Bang! Empty! Upon the third shot, a roar resonated from the thicket, unmistakably familiar, brimming with dominance and fury. Got you. Lin Huowang felt a mixture of surprise and joy. The surprise stemmed from the realization that this enormous creature bore a grudge and had been lying in wait. The joy arose from his prudence. He had refrained from recklessly charging in and instead had successfully coaxed it out with a second probing shot. After all, he was not equipped with an abundance of ammunition, only 100 rounds in total, of which barely over 60 remained. He needed to reserve some bullets for self-defense. Otherwise, hauling back wild boar meat might lead him to encounter other feral beasts. With another bullet striking its target, this marked the third shot. And even if it wasn't a fatal blow, the agony was sufficient to drive the Siberian tiger into a frenzy. It leapt from the underbrush, majestic and formidable, bellowing in defiance at Lin Huowang perched above on the tree. Yet, fear gripped it, especially as it fixated on the 56-style semi-automatic rifle in Lin Huowang's grasp. Instinct warned it of the lethal threat posed by the weapon. Come on, weren't you lying in ambush for me? If you dare, come at me again and see if I don't take you down. By observing the tiger's movements, Lin Huowang discerned subtle signs of its injury. The most evident was that the tiger seemed temporarily incapable of executing its predatory pounce, as it had been shot in the right flank and was still bleeding profusely. This injury rendered it unable to leap, for doing so would exacerbate the wound and induce excruciating pain. Understanding this, Lin Huowang realized why the tiger chose to lie in wait rather than launch a direct assault. It could no longer leap and was resorting to tactics to lure him to the ground. The impotent and frustrated tiger, unable to ambush Lin Huowang, hesitated to retreat. Cautiously, it circled beneath the tree, intermittently letting out roars of challenge. Damn you! Provoked by the tiger's incessant roaring, Lin Huowang unleashed another volley of 10 bullets. The tiger, startled, swiftly leapt away despite the searing pain. However, its reflexes were evidently dulled compared to its earlier agility. Its right hind leg took a hit, eliciting a thunderous roar of agony that reverberated through the forest. Do you feel the pain now? If you have any sense, you'd better flee. Otherwise, I'll exhaust every last bullet to ensure your demise. Lin Huowang checked his ammunition. 50 rounds remained, a respectable quantity. These bullets were his assurance, his confidence in traversing the wilderness, and his audacity to disregard the king of the forest. It seemed the tiger sensed Lin Huowang's resolve, as its once mighty demeanor dwindled. Limping with its injured leg, it turned away, retreating clumsily back into the thicket. Another attempt? Planning to ambush me again? Lin Huowang refrained from wasting more bullets. Allowing his taut nerves to relax momentarily, he leaned against the tree trunk, tightly gripping the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, gasping for breath. Since he could not descend from the tree, the wounded northeast tiger could not ascend either. If it wished to lie in ambush, so be it. He would take the opportunity to rest for a while. However, Lin Huowang dared not fall into a deep slumber. He merely squinted his eyes, maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance, ready to lift his Type 56 semi-automatic rifle and fire at any moment. For an ordinary individual, in such an extremely perilous and tense state, one would either be unable to sleep, with nerves taut and eyes wide open as if they were lanterns, or utterly fatigued, drifting into a profound sleep the moment one's eyes closed. In such a scenario, even the northeast tiger would not need to launch a surprise attack. One might simply fall from the tree while asleep. Fortunately, Lin Huowang had encountered even more extreme situations during his special forces training and combat missions. Thus, he had long mastered the art of remaining vigilant while conserving energy through light slumber. Meanwhile, at Linjiagu, in the old Zhang family home, Zhang Fugui returned home in a fury after being humiliated in the Lin family's dilapidated courtyard. Incompetence! You worthless fools, being threatened by a mere half-grown boy, Zhao Daniu. Wielding a hatchet. How did I, Zhang Fugui, end up with such cowards? The more he pondered his failure to bring back Lin's mother and Liu Rumeng, the more infuriated he became, naturally unleashing his frustration upon his 3 children. Dad, can we really be blamed for this? Zhao Daniu may be small in stature, but he is fiercely tenacious. When he goes mad, he becomes reckless. He truly has the audacity to harm. Zhang Dezhu said with a look of grievance. Indeed, father. That wretched cripple is gone. We have plenty of time ahead. The remaining room full of widows and orphans is still under your and that old woman's marital name. When it comes to dealing with them, we can choose any moment we desire. Zhang Hua chimed in with a smile. At that moment, Zhang Erzan had a clever idea and immediately proposed. Father, currently, our primary concern is Zhao Daniu's unpredictable behavior, isn't it? Tomorrow, I can find someone to draw him away. Haha. Today, the captain took men to search for the cripple's corpse, but found nothing. They must still harbor hope that the cripple is alive. So tomorrow, I will send Shouho to lure Zhao Daniu, pretending that militia members have discovered the cripple's whereabouts, urging him to join in the search. I refuse to believe Zhao Daniu would not go. The moment he leaves the Lin family's dilapidated courtyard, we will swiftly proceed to retrieve those two wretched women. Once they arrive at our Zhang family home, they will be at our mercy. Chapter 28. A great joy for the Zhang family. How can one be so shameless? The old Zhang family's home was in utter disarray. Since Lin's mother had been cast out, household chores had nearly ceased altogether. Zhang Fugui himself was a notorious sluggard, accustomed to having food served and clothes provided. During the day, he would labor in the production team, earning a few work points, which he believed constituted a significant contribution to the family. Meanwhile, his 3 children, when they worked, were sluggish, hardly ever earning a full day's worth of work points. At home, they do nothing but indulge in gluttony, each one outdoing the other in their appetite. Previously, with Lin Mu managing the household and meticulously planning each meal, along with the rations extracted from Lin Huowang and Lin Xiaoshui, the family lived in comfort. However, now, merely a month after Lin Mu's departure, the Zhang household has evidently descended into chaos. What was once a reasonably ample supply of provisions has dwindled to near nothing due to their extravagant wastefulness, likely not lasting until the next harvest from the production team. Yet, the family seems oblivious to this reality. As soon as Zhang Erju uttered his nefarious scheme, the entire Zhang family erupted in agreement and applause. Erju, once you marry that educated woman, you must discipline her sternly. City folk have so many bad habits. They are quite spoiled, do you understand? If you can't manage her, your father will help you, Zhang Fugui remarked with a wicked grin, harboring his own thoughts about the delicate Liu Rumeng. After all, it is not uncommon for rural fathers-in-law to engage in affairs with their daughters-in-law these days. As long as no one catches them in the act, who would dare gossip? Indeed, Erju, you are fortunate. If I weren't already married, that educated woman would have been mine, Zhang Dezhu added, harboring his own ill intentions. He had married a slothful woman from a neighboring village, barely standing at 5 feet, yet weighing nearly 150 pounds. With little work to do and a voracious appetite, she had grown as corpulent as a sow, leaving Zhang Dezhu devoid of any desire to share the bed with her. He thought to himself that if Liu Rumeng were to come to the Zhang household, he might also seize an opportunity. This was a woman whom many male educated youths could only dream of pursuing, one even coveted by the production team's leader, Lin Jiangua. You scoundrels, all of you can think only of that educated woman. What about me? What do I gain? Zhang Hihua observed the trio of father and sons, recognizing their malicious intentions with dissatisfaction. Zhang Fugui, however, smiled at his daughter, saying, how could there be no benefits? Once I bring that wretched woman back, you won't have to wash clothes or cook anymore. Remember how it was when that wretched woman was around. Did you ever have to work? Indeed. Look at the work you and your sister-in-law have done. The clothes still smell foul after washing, and the meals are hardly fit for consumption, either burnt or too thick. Zhang Hihua retorted, pouting, and that little girl should also be brought back to work. As for the Zhao siblings, they should stay wherever is comfortable. We have no surplus grain to support idle hands. In stark contrast to the Zhang family's exuberant scheming, the atmosphere in the Lin family's dilapidated courtyard was suffocatingly somber and mournful. Mother, I miss my brother, cried Lin Xiaoshui, huddled close to Lin Mu, her small face scrunched up in yearning for her brother, Lin Huowang. Despite the chilly northern wind that seeped into the room, the warmth of the fire did little to alleviate the pervasive sense of cold that enveloped everyone inside. Xiaoshui dear, Wang will return soon, Lin Mu comforted her. Lin's mother, while wiping away her tears, offered comfort to Lin Xiaoshui. At the same time, Liu Rumeng sighed deeply, her brow furrowed, her heart ablaze with anger and resentment. At times, she wished to curse the heavens for allowing such suffering to plague the world. The wicked thrived, indulging in luxury, while the virtuous faced relentless adversity, barely able to fill their stomachs. Wang was such a wonderful person. He was kind, talented, steadfast, and brave. As Liu Rumeng pondered, she seemed to catch a blurred glimpse of Lin Huowang before her. She whispered to the flickering flames, extending her hand with longing, Wang, you have returned. Wang, I miss you dearly. Upon hearing her words, Lin Xiaoshui suddenly perked up and exclaimed, brother, is it really you who has come back? Sister-in-law, have you seen him? Where is he? With him here, the Zhang family wouldn't dare to bully us. This outcry jolted Liu Rumeng back to reality, and she realized the emptiness surrounding her. There was no Lin Huowang. Indeed, he was gone. Wang had already departed from this world. He was her husband, the one she loved. Why had their time together been so fleeting? Just as they began to know and love each other, they were cruelly separated by the veil of death. Dream. Huowang has left us. You must not dwell on him any longer. From now on, we shall rely on one another as a family. Or, if you have a way to return to the city, feel free to do so without worrying about us. Having you as my daughter-in-law is a blessing for me. Sister-in-law, please do not be sad. If brother were here, he would not want to see you grieve for him like this. Lin's mother and Lin Huowang attempted to engage Liu Rumeng in conversation, fearing for her well-being. However, Liu Rumeng remained unresponsive, leaning against the fire pit, staring blankly with hollow eyes, like a soulless automaton. Liu Jie, Zhao Daniu observed Liu Rumeng's state, feeling an even deeper sense of guilt and sorrow. Yet, he found himself powerless to act. Such is the nature of pain. Fate binds your hands and feet while forcing your eyes wide open, compelling you to witness tragedy unfold before you. All you can do is sigh and weep. Huowang, you once said that apart from life and death, nothing is of great import. But now you are gone, and to me, this is indeed a monumental matter. My life has become a dead end. I see no hope or future, only the yearning to see you once more. But rest assured, I shall not easily relinquish my own aspirations, for I intend to fulfill those dreams you left unaccomplished. I will take care of your mother and ensure that Xiaoxue grows into a beautiful young lady. Thank you, Huowang. Though our time together as husband and wife was brief, it has brought me immense satisfaction and happiness. If given the choice, in my next life, I would still wish to be your wife. In the glow of the firelight, Liu Rumeng seemed to bid farewell to Lin Huowang, as if she were also saying a final goodbye to her brief marriage. The following morning, at the break of dawn, the lean monkey from the village rushed to the dilapidated gate of the Lin family courtyard, pounding on the door and calling loudly, "Zhao Daniu, come out quickly. There is news about Lin Huowang." With a sudden rush, the Lin family, who had been resting in sorrow after the events of the previous night, instantly sprang to their feet. Liu Rumeng joyously leaped up first and dashed out of the house, shouting to the lean monkey, "Huowang is not dead, is he? He has returned?" Liu Jiqing. It is still uncertain, but it seems that during the militia's patrol today, they discovered fragments of Lin Huowang's clothing. Therefore, the captain has summoned us young people to search the woods again. That is why I came to invite Zhao Daniu along. I know you all care about Lin Huowang's whereabouts, but I wonder if Zhao Daniu is willing to go. The lean monkey's cunning gaze lingered on Liu Rumeng, and he could not help but swallow hard. I will go with you. I must find brother Huowang, whether alive or dead. I must ensure he finds his way home. Zhao Daniu donned a tattered outer garment and hurried to the courtyard gate. Daniu, be careful. Remember to come back for lunch. Lin Mu also stepped outside, handing Zhao Daniu a bun and offering her advice. Yes, auntie, I will certainly find brother Huowang. Zhao Daniu replied with a firm nod before following the lean monkey away. I hope for good news, Liu Rumeng murmured, biting her lip. Ming Ming, no matter what happens, we must live well, understand? Lin Mu appeared to have aged 10 years overnight, her hair now streaked with more gray. Yet, she forced a smile to comfort Liu Rumeng. The family then began the routine of kindling a fire to prepare a meal, boiling some porridge, and steaming yesterday's buns. However, before the porridge was fully cooked, a series of loud noises erupted from outside the courtyard. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Huowang rushed out to investigate, only to scream, "Mother! Sister-in-law! The Zhang family is back! Huowang, come back!" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Liu Rumeng quickly grabbed a nearby axe and called for Lin Huowang to return. Alas, it was too late. As Lin Huowang turned to flee, she was seized by Zhang Dezhu, who exclaimed, "You little brat! Weren't you quite arrogant yesterday? Saying you would teach us a lesson when your brother returns? Humph! Let me tell you, the cripple is dead and will never come back. Plus, with Zhao Daniu not here, let's see where you can run now." Zhang Dezhu produced a bundle of rope and bound Lin Huowang tightly before carelessly tossing her aside. "Mother, save me! I can't move." Lin Huowang cried out in panic, struggling on the ground. Lin Mu rushed out, confronting Zhang Dezhu with anger. "Let Huowang go. What do you intend to do? Why do you continue to torment us, the orphans and widows?" Liu Rumeng brandished a hatchet, glaring fiercely at the Zhang family, her hands trembling with fear. "Huh, you can't even hold a knife properly. Liu Jiqing, would you like me to teach you how to wield a hatchet?" Zhang Erju stepped forward swiftly and snatched the hatchet from Liu Rumeng's grip. "Ah!" Liu Rumeng gasped in shock, retreating hastily into the house. However, Zhang Hehua dashed forward, blocking her escape. "Do not trouble Ming Ming." Lin Mu attempted to rush to Liu Rumeng's aid, but was seized by Zhang Fugui, who dealt her a harsh slap. Wretched woman, let us see who will help you now. Zhang Fugui, holding a bundle of ropes, unceremoniously bound Lin Mu tightly. Mother, let my mother go. Liu Rumeng shouted desperately, calling out to the outside, help! Is anyone there? Help! The Zhang family is kidnapping people. Yet, the Lin family's dilapidated courtyard was far from the other homes in the village, and with the howling northern wind, no one could hear her cries for help. Shout! I'll make you shout, Zhang Erju retorted, striking Liu Rumeng across the face. A vivid red imprint appeared on her delicate cheek. Having never been struck like this before, Liu Rumeng was momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Erju and Zhang Huowang bound Liu Rumeng securely. Aunt, Sister Liu, little Shui, you wicked people, let them go. Zhao Jihua, witnessing the scene from within, rushed out with a stick, aiming to strike at the Zhang family. Who do you think you are, wild girl? Get lost. Zhang Dazhu kicked Zhao Jihua fiercely in the stomach, sending her crashing against the wall. Jihua, hurry and find your brother. It's a conspiracy. They are deliberately distracting your brother. At this moment, Liu Rumeng finally awoke from her stupor and urgently called out to Zhao Jihua. Despite the pain, Zhao Jihua immediately scrambled over the courtyard wall and fled. No wonder Liu Jiqing attended high school. It was I who had Shouhou lure Zhao Dainyu away. Zhang Erju boasted with pride. Don't worry, once we arrive at the Zhang family, I will take good care of you. Today is the day I marry you. That cripple marrying you, without even a wedding or a single candy. Our Zhang family is not so stingy. We will take you back to bow before the altar. And I've even prepared half a gene of brown sugar. No, you scoundrel. I will not marry you. I am the wife of a Wang. In life, I belong to Lin Huowang, and in death, I will be his ghost. If you force me back to the Zhang family, I will die before you. Liu Rumeng thrashed wildly, but the ropes bound her tightly. Zhang Erju delivered another slap, knocking Liu Rumeng unconscious. Wretched woman, you deserve a beating. You think you can die before me? Once you're at the Zhang family, you will find yourself unable to live or die. With a sinister expression, Zhang Erju abruptly hoisted the unconscious Liu Rumeng onto his shoulder. Upon witnessing this, Lin's mother cried out, Release Meng Meng. Zhang Erju, you beast. How dare you, a vile wretch. Insult my son. Your audacity knows no bounds. Truly, the heavens have been turned upside down. Vile woman, will you continue to shout? Zhang Fuqiu retaliated, striking Lin's mother repeatedly across the face, seemingly intent on releasing the pent-up rage and dissatisfaction he harbored over recent times. Lin's mother, having endured his domestic violence on numerous occasions, trembled even more violently after this assault, rendered speechless. Did you witness that? Women are indeed wretched beings. They only behave when met with force. If they resist, they must be beaten into submission. Once they feel pain, they will comply. Observing that Lin's mother had ceased her struggles, Zhang Fuqiu, with an air of triumph, lifted her as well. Zhang Dazhu then grabbed Lin Xiaoxue like a chick, and the group made their way back to the Zhang household. To reach the Zhang family home from the dilapidated Lin courtyard, they had to traverse the central path of the village. At that moment, numerous villagers basking in the sun caught sight of the Zhang family, brazenly carrying Lin's mother, Liu Rumeng, and Lin Xiaoxue in broad daylight. Yet, Zhang Fuqiu wore a countenance of nonchalance, readily explaining to anyone who would listen, Oh dear, my stepson Huowang has truly committed a grave sin. He foolishly took on the role of the mountain guardian and lost his life. And now he seeks to drag his mother and sister-in-law into despair as well. Fortunately, our family arrived just in time to prevent such tragedy. Otherwise, we would have faced 3 fatalities. You see, Huowang grew up, became defiant, and refused to heed my guidance. Recently, he insisted on living independently with his mother and sister. Now that Huowang is gone, we, the Zhang family, cannot simply abandon these bereaved women, left without support. After all, our family has always been kind-hearted. Not only have we brought my original wife back, but Huowang's wife is also now part of our Zhang family. I have decided to betroth her to my son Erju. Soon, we shall set up a few tables at our doorstep. Everyone is welcome to join in the festivities. Just think, without the Zhang family, what would become of them? Each of them was contemplating death. Had we not intervened, they would have long since perished. However, it is quite a challenge for our Zhang family to support these 3 additional mouths. Dear villagers, please lend us a hand. Come by for some sweet red sugar water later. Yes, indeed. With Huowang gone, his wife will be cared for by my son Erju. What is wrong with that? When a younger brother passes, the elder brother remains unmarried, and they must cohabitate with the sister-in-law. Isn't that simply a matter of necessity? Alas, had we not bound them, they would have sought a tragic end long ago. This is beyond our control. Once we reach home, we shall counsel them properly. Rest assured, the Zhang family's reputation is well known. Rest assured, this orphan mother and her daughters will be well taken care of. Along the way, Zhang Fuqi's repugnant demeanor feigned an air of benevolence, as if he were performing a great act of charity to rescue the Lin family's desperate trio. They even had the audacity to invite the villagers to their home for a lively gathering, offering a bowl of sweetened water. In this era, marriages were typically validated by a mere stamp from the production team, with few going to the commune to obtain a marriage certificate. The woman would simply carry a bundle and move into the man's household, and thus, the union was deemed consummated. As for weddings and banquets, who among the families possessed the means to afford such luxuries? At most, as the Zhang family planned, they would prepare some brown sugar to brew a sweet drink, inviting relatives and neighbors to partake, which would be considered a generous gesture. Of course, Zhang Fuqi would not squander half a pound of brown sugar, allowing the villagers to benefit from it for free. Those who came to offer their congratulations could hardly arrive empty-handed. Surely they would bring some grain or other useful items. Zhang Fuqi's calculations were astute, and he deliberately propagated this narrative throughout the village. By doing so, he aimed to seize the moral high ground. With many villagers ready to testify on his behalf, he was not there to abduct anyone from the Lin family. Rather, he was genuinely there to save them. If he did not intervene, the Lin matriarch, Liu Rumeng, and Lin Xiaoxua would surely perish. Many villagers, unaware of the true circumstances, believed in Zhang Fuqi's deceit. After all, during this time of famine, if a household's male provider unexpectedly passed away, the remaining orphan women had little hope and often followed suit. In such desperate times, who would quibble over the trivialities of honor? When survival was at stake, all pretenses fell away and alliances were forged. Zhang Fuqi's proclamations in the village were a classic case of wanting to indulge in vice while maintaining a facade of virtue. Soon, this tale spread throughout the village and even reached the educated youth dormitory. What? After Lin Huowang's death, the Zhang family forcibly took Liu Rumeng back? Wasn't that a blatant act of kidnapping? Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuejin was immediately incensed. Having mingled with the villagers for long, he was well aware of the Zhang family's character. Would they genuinely extend a helping hand to the Lin family? No. They merely sought to abduct Liu Rumeng to serve as a wife for Zhang Erju. Brother Zhong, we cannot remain idle, Tian Jinbu exclaimed. With Lin Huowang's passing, we must rescue Liu Rumeng from falling into the jaws of the tiger. Other male, educated youth echoed his sentiments, recognizing a chance for heroic rescue. Perhaps, if they saved Liu Rumeng, she might feel grateful and pledge herself to one of them. Thus, spurred by the male educated youth, the female educated youth fervently followed suit, all rushing towards the Zhang household. Meanwhile, at the production team's headquarters, Captain Lin Zhangwo was taken aback by the news. Vice Captain Lin Shuaisheng, with a face full of anger, declared, "Captain, you must take charge of this matter. How can the Zhang family be so shameless?" The news of Lin Huowang's demise had scarcely settled when they brazenly invaded his household to seize his bride. If word of this were to spread, it would tarnish our village's reputation irreparably. Lin Shuaisheng had initially assumed that his words would galvanize Lin Zhangwo to rally against this injustice, and together they would rescue Liu Rumeng from the Zhang family. However, to his astonishment, Lin Zhangwo slammed his hand on the table and rebuked him, exclaiming, "Shuaisheng, what are you saying? How could this disgrace our village? Such harsh words. What do you mean by seizing a bride? As you rightly pointed out, Lin Huowang is deceased. Who will care for his mother, wife, and sister? No family possesses surplus provisions. The Zhang family, stepping forward in such dire times, is taking on the burden of supporting 3 additional mouths. How can you so callously label such benevolent souls as tyrants?" This scolding struck Lin Shuaisheng like a thunderbolt. He gazed incredulously at Lin Zhangwo, who had previously seemed overbearing as the production team leader, often making unilateral decisions. Yet, he never anticipated that Zhangwo would be so utterly blind to right and wrong. "What are you staring at, Shuaisheng? I advise you to abandon thoughts that threaten our unity. The Zhang family's selfless support for Lin Huowang's widow and mother deserves our acknowledgement. Let us, representing the production team, extend our warmth to them. Fetch 10 kilograms of cornmeal from the granary." Chapter 29, Brother Huowang. Sister Liu has been taken. Upon hearing this news, Lin Huowang, the production team leader, was equally taken aback. He had not expected the Zhang family to be so audacious as to abduct someone immediately following Lin Huowang's death. However, reflecting on the situation, he realized this could be fortuitous. Without the Zhang family's interference, Liu Rumeng might revert to her identity as an educated youth and return to the commune dormitory. Pursuing her under those circumstances would be far more challenging. Yet, if Liu Rumeng were to become the Zhang family's bride, it would be immensely convenient for him as the production team leader. A mere gesture of goodwill towards the Zhang family could ensure her compliance, effectively delivering her into his hands. Thus, after a brief deliberation, Lin Huowang resolved to endorse the Zhang family's actions in his capacity as the team leader. Facilitating others would undoubtedly facilitate his own interests. Accompanied by Lin Huowang, he hurried toward the Zhang residence, his anticipation mounting. Meanwhile, Lin Huowang was beset by anxiety. His thoughts a tumultuous storm, uncertain of how to proceed. He had witnessed firsthand at the commune the close relations between Liu Rumeng and Commander Wang, as well as another Commander Zhong, both evidently former subordinates of Liu Rumeng's father. Should they learn of her predicament in the village, they might not hesitate to mobilize their troops in her defense. Lin Huowang's heart raced with urgency, yet he felt utterly powerless. He had earnestly tried to convey the gravity of the situation to Lin Huowang, only to be met with derision. What commanders? What former subordinates? In recent years, how many high-ranking officials and their offspring have been brought down? Moreover, Lin Huowang has long since concluded that since Captain Wang did not offer substantial assistance to Liu Rumeng when she first ventured into the countryside, he evidently intends to sever ties with the Liu family. As the leader of the production team, he has no fear of Captain Wang coming to the village to settle scores on his own turf. Meanwhile, the old Zhang household is bustling with activity. Zhang Daju's wife, Zhang Huowang, along with Zhang Fugui's parents, are cheerfully decorating their home with red wedding characters from years past. Zhang Erju is delightfully preparing sweetened water, welcoming the villagers who come to offer their congratulations. Zhang Fugui assumes the role of patriarch, seated in the courtyard, graciously accepting gifts from the well-wishers. Some bring a pound of cornmeal, others present 2 large cabbages, while a few offer a bundle of firewood. In these times, no household possesses anything particularly valuable. What they can give is mostly practical and consumable. However, Zhang Fugui specifically desires these useful items. After all, they were exchanged for a bowl of sweetened water, which is a fair trade. Congratulations, old Zhang. Your Erju is indeed fortunate to have married a city-bred educated youth. Although Liu Jing has been married before to a Wang, she is undeniably beautiful. Your Erju is quite lucky. It is fortunate for the Zhang family to be so supportive. Without your assistance, Lin Huowang's mother and sister would surely face starvation. Listening to these congratulatory remarks and praises, Zhang Fugui feels elated. He believes himself to be particularly astute, as this situation allows him to garner a favorable reputation in the village. Yet the reality is that everyone in the village knows one another. Who is unaware of the Zhang family's true character? People merely seek diversion from the winter's monotony and come to share in the festivities. The compliments exchanged are simply pleasantries. After all, since Zhang's actions do not threaten their interests, the villagers have no incentive to expose or embarrass him. However, when a group of educated youths burst onto the scene, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. Zhang Fugui, hand over Liu Rumeng. Who gives you the authority to abduct her? Liu Rumeng is one of us, and we will not tolerate such persecution. Release her. Release her. Under the leadership of Zhong Yuejin and Tian Jinbu, a dozen or so educated youths arrive with great fervor, pressuring Zhang Fugui to relinquish Liu Rumeng. Zhang Fugui immediately breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he has miscalculated. He had only intended to clarify matters within the village, hoping to avoid leaving himself open to criticism. He never anticipated that the news would spread and summon this group of educated youths. Nonetheless, he does not panic, regaining his composure. He adopts a defiant demeanor and shouts at the youths, "What are you shouting about? This is a matter for the Zhang family. What business is it of yours? Are you accusing the Zhang family of abducting a village girl and expecting to have the moral high ground? Do you believe we want to report this to the production team or the commune? Release her. Zhang Fugui, does your family Esserju even deserve to marry Liu Rumeng?" The youth sent to the countryside possess formidable resilience. If they were to merely endure in silence, they would surely be consumed by the villagers. Therefore, Despite any internal conflicts, the youth often display remarkable solidarity, uniting against external adversities to secure benefits for themselves from the production team. The young women accompanying them, initially eager to witness the misfortunes of Liu Rumeng, relished the spectacle of her fall from grace, transforming from a favored daughter to a rural housewife. However, upon witnessing Liu Rumeng being brazenly seized to become a bride, they too were taken aback, sharing in her sorrow. How can you assert that Liu Rumeng is not here of her own volition? You impertinent fools! Today marks a joyous occasion for the Zhang family, and should you dare to disrupt it, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that, Zhang Fugui summoned his two sons. Zhang Dazhu, brandishing a hoe, glared fiercely at the leader, Zhong Yuejin, and bellowed, "Coward! Try entering my courtyard, and see if I don't strike you down." Zhang Erju, wielding a cleaver, brandished it menacingly, threatening the youth. "Anyone who dares to impede my wedding shall pay with their life." Confronted by the intimidating display of the Zhang brothers, the once boisterous youth quickly shrank back in fear. Only Zhong Yuejin mustered the courage to shout at the Zhang brothers, "Bring Liu Rumeng out. We wish to speak with her. If she is truly here of her own accord, we will certainly leave. However, if she is not, you must release her immediately." "Release your mother? Who do you think you are? Liu Rumeng is now my wife. Do you believe you can see her at your whim?" Although Zhang Erju exhibited cowardice before the fierce Lin Huowang, he transformed into a menacing figure in front of the delicate youth. After uttering these words, he kicked Zhong Yuejin with force, and due to his prior injury from a wild boar, Zhong was unable to evade, falling to the ground. "Brother Zhong, on what grounds do you lay your hands on him?" Tian Jinbu rushed to assist Zhong Yuejin, but the other youth, witnessing the altercation, retreated in fear, worried they too might fall victim to the Zhang brothers. Such is the reality of the youth sent to the countryside, while they harbor numerous internal conflicts. Their unity is fragile, easily dissolving in the face of adversity. "What is wrong with striking him? Who invited you to meddle in my wedding? Do you wish to be beaten too?" Zhang Erju retorted, unabashed by their presence. "Brother Zhong, perhaps we should retreat for now. The Zhang family is too fierce. Reason holds no sway with them, and we are no match for their strength." Tian Jinbu felt a surge of fear under Zhang Erju's glare. "Without Liu Rumeng in sight, we have no legitimate claim. They are nothing but bandits, devoid of reason. It seems we can only withdraw for the time being." Zhong Yuejin grimaced in pain, but dared not retaliate against Zhang Erju. The other youth quickly agreed, suggesting they return another day to ascertain whether Liu Rumeng truly wished to speak. "Isn't that just right? You youth should remain in your dormitory during winter. Why do you wander about aimlessly, so eager to meddle in others' affairs?" Zhang Fugui, witnessing his two sons render the educated youth speechless, felt a sense of relief wash over him, and he chuckled heartily as he mocked the literate young men. The villagers, relishing the spectacle, joined in the laughter at the misfortune of the scholarly youths. Though the educated youth felt a deep sense of humiliation, they found themselves powerless, resigned to leaving the Zhang family's courtyard in disgrace. However, at that moment, Liu Rumeng, bound within the house, regained consciousness. Hearing the commotion outside and realizing that numerous villagers were present, she cried out for help. "Help! Someone! I was kidnapped by the Zhang family. Help! Help!" Her desperate pleas reached the ears of the educated youth, invigorating them. "Zhang Fugui, that's Liu Rumeng's voice. Did you hear? She is crying for help. She did not come willingly." Zhong Yuejin immediately felt a surge of determination, ready to transform into the gallant knight, rescuing Liu Rumeng. "This is abduction. Release her at once. Let us see how you can justify this now. You must release her immediately. Hand over Liu Rumeng." The other educated youth joined in, directing their ire towards Zhang Fugui. Yet, Zhang Fugui persistently dismissed their claims, exclaiming that she was merely confused and speaking nonsense. "It is you who are speaking nonsense. How could Liu Rumeng, in good health, suddenly lose her mind? Release her. If not, we will storm in." The educated youth, occupying the moral high ground, pressed forward into the Zhang household. Inside, Liu Rumeng and Mother Lin were also devising a plan to escape. Though both were bound, they struggled and managed to push open the door. With one final effort, Liu Rumeng, aided by Mother Lin, burst forth from the room. "Help! We have been kidnapped by the Zhang family." Upon emerging, Liu Rumeng spotted the villagers and the familiar educated youth in the courtyard, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. Rumeng, seeing this scene, Zhong Yuejin gallantly rushed forward to assist Liu Rumeng, intending to untie her bonds. The other educated youth were equally alarmed by the ropes binding Liu Rumeng, and they began to accuse Zhang Fugui, denouncing the act as abduction and coercion. Just then, the production team leader, Lin Huowang, arrived on the scene. Upon entering the courtyard, he admonished the educated youth. Zhong Yuejin, Tian Jinbu, do you intend to rebel? Dare you disrupt the re-education of the children of the poor and lower-middle peasants against the bourgeoisie and reactionary elements? I see you no longer wish to return to the city. His words struck the previously indignant youths, leaving them deflated, like chastised children. They could not afford to disregard Lin Huowang's authority, for their performance in the countryside directly influenced their chances of returning to the city and passing political scrutiny, all of which rested on the whims of Lin Huowang, the production team leader. Even if your family resides in the city and has secured connections and arranged employment for your return, as long as the production team holds you back. With the team leader inscribing in your file that you are obstinate in thought, disdainful of the peasant class, and in need of re-education. No amount of influence from your family's connections will facilitate your return. During this period, it seems that the power wielded by the production team leader and the commune director reached its zenith. Numerous later cinematic works, such as The Great River, depict protagonists like Song Yuhui, who were hindered by the commune director's political scrutiny, nearly jeopardizing their university admission. The trajectory of an individual's life can be dramatically altered by a mere remark from a production team leader. Consequently, these educated youths were most apprehensive about offending the production team leaders and village officials. Observing the situation, Zhong Yuejin hastily explained to team leader Lin, "You arrived just in time. We are not causing trouble. It is that Fu Gui who is coercing Liu Rumeng into marrying into the Zhang family." He often sent gifts to Lin Huowang, such as cigarettes and milk candies from his parents in the city, and he believed he had a good rapport with Lin, intending to ask for a favor to persuade the Zhang family to release Liu Rumeng. However, Lin Huowang showed him no deference, maintaining a serious demeanor as he stated, "Liu Rumeng willingly married into the Zhang family. She personally came to me to provide proof. Indeed, it was the marriage certificate with Lin Huowang. Lin Huowang's mother is the wife of Zhang Fugui. Thus, by marrying Lin Huowang, Liu Rumeng essentially married into the Zhang family. Now that Lin Huowang has passed away, Zhang Fugui, as the father-in-law, has the right to arrange for Liu Rumeng to marry his second son, Zhang Erju. This is a private matter within their family. What business do you outsiders have meddling in this? Furthermore, Liu Rumeng is no longer considered an educated youth. On what grounds do you intervene on her behalf? Is it because you have not been assigned work lately and find yourselves idly restless? Return to your educated youth dormitory at once." With Lin Huowang's sharp reprimand, all the educated youths lowered their heads. He understood their thoughts and feelings exceedingly well, effortlessly asserting control over them. Even Zhong Yuejin and Tian Jinbu, who had taken the lead, dared not argue with team leader Lin any longer, turning to leave in defeat. "No, Zhong Yuejin, Tian Jinbu, do not go. I did not marry willingly. I am already wed to a Wang and will never marry again." Once filled with hope, Liu Rumeng, witnessing the educated youths retreating after Lin Huowang's brief but dissuasive words, cried out in desperation. She had come to recognize the true nature of these male educated youths. Had her Wang been present, he would not have hesitated to rescue her, even in the face of real danger. Yet, these male educated youths, who professed sweet words and promises of unwavering loyalty when pursuing her, now recoiled at the slightest threat or difficulty, like turtles retreating into their shells. "Captain, it is truly inappropriate for the Zhang family to coerce the young, intellectual Liu." The vice-captain, Lin Huowang, watching from the sidelines, felt a sense of urgency and turned to Lin Huowang once more. However, Lin Huowang merely scoffed, questioning what was wrong. He observed that Liu's haughty demeanor, with her city airs, looked down upon us farmers. It was fitting that a family like the Zhangs, rooted in their humble agricultural background, should take it upon themselves to impart some much-needed lessons to her. Having said this, Lin Huowang personally delivered 10 kilograms of cornmeal to Zhang Fugui, congratulating him, "Old Zhang, you have done well. Your ability to overlook past grievances and bring over Lin Huowang's mother, wife, and sister demonstrates your high level of ideological awareness. This 10 kilograms of cornmeal serves as a reward and support from the production team for your noble actions. Captain, I am unworthy of such praise. It is your consistent ideological guidance that has enlightened us." Zhang Fugui, upon hearing Lin Huowang's support, immediately brightened with joy. In Linjiagu, As long as Captain Lin Huowang stands behind him, there was truly nothing to fear. Excellent. Then I shall frequently visit your home to share more of the superior ideological guidance, Lin Huowang remarked with a smile, to which Zhang Fugui eagerly replied. That would be wonderful. I shall ensure my daughter-in-law personally serves you tea and listens to your teachings. Zhang Fugui quickly grasped Lin Huowang's intentions. Nevertheless, he was indifferent. As his daughter-in-law was essentially free to him, who wouldn't he indulge in a little play? Furthermore, if it could foster goodwill with Lin Huowang, why not embrace it? Meanwhile, Liu Rumeng, witnessing the collusion between Lin Huowang and Zhang Fugui, felt a wave of despair wash over her. In Linjiagu, aside from her beloved Huowang, who dared oppose the tyrannical authority of the production team leader, Lin Huowang, even the vice captain, Lin Huowang, remained silent and powerless at this moment. Huowang, without you, the world feels unbearably cold and frightening. Yet, at this juncture, her fear had dissipated. Do not worry, I shall not allow these villains to succeed. Soon, I will join you. But before that, I will ensure these evildoers do not have it easy. The panic had vanished from Liu Rumeng's face, replaced by a steely resolve. Her hand slipped into her sleeve, where a small pair of scissors lay concealed. Meanwhile, Lin Huowang had cautiously spent the night perched in a tree. As dawn broke, he slowly descended. Armed with a gun, he headed towards the thicket where the northeast tiger had vanished the previous day. Indeed, he discovered a large pool of blood on the ground, already frozen solid. The northeast tiger, after sustaining serious injuries, had not fled immediately. Instead, it had lingered here, lying in wait until it could no longer endure the pain and ultimately retreated begrudgingly. What a cunning beast! For the first time, Lin Huowang experienced the formidable power and threat posed by wild predators. Fortunately, the peril has now subsided. Lin Huowang is acutely aware that he has been missing for an entire day. His family must be utterly distraught. He must hasten his return. As for the concealed corpses of the wild boars, he cannot carry them back with him. Thus, Lin Huowang lightens his load, taking only the remaining roasted leg of pork from yesterday while brandishing his gun. He leaves markers along the way and swiftly descends the mountain. Meanwhile, in the outer woods where they previously encountered the wild boars, Zhao Daniu has been deceived by the lean monkey, and together they have been calling out and searching towards the depths of the mountains. Huowang, where on earth are you? Zhao Daniu has been shouting for nearly an hour, his voice nearly hoarse. He casts a skeptical glance at the lean monkey and inquires, Lean monkey go. Are you certain that the militia is searching in this direction for pieces of Huowang's clothing? Didn't you say that the captain had sent many people to assist in the search? Yet I haven't seen a single soul. The lean monkey continues his charade, claiming that others have gone to search in different directions, suggesting that such dispersal would facilitate finding the missing person. Stop dawdling. Hurry up and continue the search ahead. Perhaps Lin Huowang is just up ahead. While he verbally encourages Zhao Daniu, internally he revels in Zhao Daniu's naivety. He muses that no matter how long they search, be it 100 years or 10,000, Lin Huowang is beyond reach, consumed by the wild boars. However, in the next moment, Zhao Daniu calls out once more towards the depths of the mountain, Huowang. Suddenly, a response echoes back from the mountain, and it is indeed Lin Huowang's voice. Daniu, I am here. A distant figure, a mere silhouette, waves towards Zhao Daniu. Zhao Daniu squints and, upon recognizing the figure, leaps with joy, exclaiming, Lean monkey go, do you see? It's Huowang. It truly is Huowang. Could it really be Huowang? Is it not a ghost? The lean monkey is momentarily taken aback, even frightened, fearing he might be witnessing a specter. Zhao Daniu, unfazed by the possibility of encountering a ghost, races towards Lin Huowang. Even if Lin Huowang had indeed transformed into a ghost, Zhao Daniu believes that Huowang would never wish him harm. Huowang, it is truly you. How wonderful. You are alive. Everyone thought you had perished. Oh, how splendid. Huowang is not dead. In the instant that Zhao Daniu rushes to embrace Lin Huowang, he cannot contain his tears and cries aloud. One must understand that throughout that day and night, the weight of grief over Lin Huowang's presumed demise had left Zhao Daniu profoundly burdened and utterly devastated. I went to pursue the wild boars. How could you think I had died? Rest assured, all the beasts on the mountain are dead, and I am not perishing. Lin Huowang chuckles as he affectionately ruffles Zhao Daniu's hair, then places the roasted wild boar leg into his arms. Zhao Daniu gasps in delight, a wild boar leg. Wow, Huowang, you are truly amazing. Did you really slay a wild boar? No, not just one. In total, I brought down 9 wild boars. Besides the first I encountered in the forest, I pursued that group deep into the mountains. In the end, I took them all down, 1 boar, 2 sows, and 5 piglets. However, I alone am unable to carry it back, so I have buried it for the time being. I shall return to the village shortly to summon others and a donkey cart to retrieve it together, Lin Huowang said leisurely. Splendid, Brother Huowang. With such an abundance of wild boar meat, we can truly indulge in meat for every meal, Zhao Daniyu exclaimed, his spirits soaring from the depths of despair to the heights of joy. Not only had Brother Huowang survived, but he had also slain 9 wild boars. Imagine the quantity of meat. The lean monkey, who had caught up, was utterly astonished by this revelation. Is this limping fellow truly so formidable? He observed Lin Huowang, who was feigning a limp, and noted that even walking seemed to cause him considerable effort. How could he have tracked and killed so many wild boars? Surely he must be boasting. Yet, the roasted pig leg in Zhao Daniyu's grasp was undeniably real. This indicated that Lin Huowang had at least killed 1 wild boar and roasted it for consumption. Although the roasted pig leg had already begun to freeze, the mere sight of it filled the lean monkey's mind and nostrils with the enticing aroma of roasted pork. Brother Huowang, having harvested such a bounty of wild boar meat, you surely cannot consume it all. Might you share some with me? The lean monkey, who had previously held Lin Huowang in disdain, now found himself compelled by the allure of wild boar meat to address him respectfully as Brother Huowang. Lean monkey, is it? Let us hasten to the village to gather others, so we may excavate all the wild boar meat. If you assist me, there will be pork for all, Lin Huowang urged, increasing his pace. The trio swiftly returned to Linjiagu, but upon reaching the village entrance, they were met by a frantic Zhao Jihua, who rushed toward them in a frenzy. Brother Huowang, you're truly alive. How wonderful. Quickly, we must rescue the others. Auntie, Xiao Xue and Sister Lu have been captured by the Zhang family. What? You say you killed 9 wild boars? Jihua, what did you just say? The Zhang family has returned? How could they possibly know I was absent? Zhao Daniyu, who had been reveling in Lin Huowang's safe return, was suddenly consumed by rage, his eyes widening in fury. It was him. The Zhang family explicitly stated that they had deliberately sent the lean monkey to distract you. Zhao Jihua spoke with clarity, pointing an accusatory finger at the visibly uneasy lean monkey. Then, turning urgently to Lin Huowang, she implored, Brother Huowang, you must go save Sister Lu and the others. The old Zhang family has bound them with ropes. Upon grasping the full context of the situation, Lin Huowang coldly scoffed, and without further ado, he struck the lean monkey's calf with the butt of his gun. Ouch! Brother Huowang, spare me. The lean monkey immediately collapsed to his knees, pleading for mercy. I confess. This matter has little to do with me. It was that Zhang Erju who paid me with a pound of cornmeal to divert Brother Daniyu. I had no idea they would dare to engage in such abduction. The lean monkey was indeed crying foul. Yet Lin Huowang's understanding of both him and Zhang Erju rendered his pleas unconvincing. How could he possibly be unaware? Thus, Lin Huowang remained silent and delivered another forceful kick to the thin monkey's abdomen. Stop! I'll talk. Is that not enough? The thin monkey exclaimed. Zhang Erju indeed confided in me that he intends to forcibly marry Lu Jiqing. They are to wed today, and the villagers will serve as witnesses. Brother Huowang, if you wish to save Lu Jiqing, you must act swiftly. At this juncture, the thin monkey cast another glance at the roasted pig leg in Zhao Daniyu's grasp, licking his lips as he tentatively inquired, when we get there, may I serve as a witness to attest that the Zhang family harbored ulterior motives from the very beginning? Could you perhaps spare me a piece of meat to savor? This thin monkey was a notorious scoundrel in the village, having lost his parents at a young age and now wandering aimlessly. The meager production team rations barely kept him from starvation, let alone satisfy his hunger for a hearty meal. Thus, upon witnessing the roasted pig leg Lin Huowang had tossed to Zhao Daniyu, his eyes sparkled with desire, and he had swallowed his saliva countless times. He would divert Zhao Daniyu from the Zhang family for a mere pound of cornmeal, naturally. He could also betray the Zhang family for a taste of wild boar meat. All right, it's just a bit of wild boar meat. As long as you stick with me from now on, I assure you that feasting on meat will not be a challenge. Lin Huowang scoffed before tearing off a piece from the pig leg and handing it to him. So delicious, the thin monkey exclaimed, instantly stuffing it into his mouth. He paid no heed to the fact that the meat was frozen solid, gnawing at it with fervor relishing the fatty, savory flavor that flooded his palate. It had been ages since he had indulged in such a gratifying meal. Although it was merely a slice of pig leg, the richness of the meat nearly brought him to tears. Meanwhile, Lin Huowang let out a cold snort, then raised his Type 56 semi-automatic rifle and fired a shot into the air. Bang! The sudden gunshot startled even Zhao Daniu, who hurriedly asked Lin Huowang, "Brother Huowang, what is happening?" "Nothing. Just firing a shot. Tell Ming I'm still alive and on my way." Indeed, it would take another 10 minutes to reach the Zhang family home, and this shot fired into the sky was a signal for Liu Rumeng. He believed that, regardless of the circumstances Liu Rumeng faced at that moment, hearing the gunshot would assure her of his arrival. Bang! Sure enough, at the Zhang family home, despite the ruckus, the intellectual youths had retreated discontentedly to the courtyard. However, upon hearing the gunshot, everyone abruptly turned their heads toward the source of the sound. Who was firing? The production team leader, Lin Huowang, immediately became alert, recognizing that the shot did not resemble the outdated rifles of the village militia. Deputy Leader Lin Huowang's eyes brightened as he suddenly conceived a possibility. The sound of the gunshot bore a striking resemblance to the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle Lin Huowang had brought back. Could it be that Lin Huowang was truly alive? Had he returned? In a moment that had been meticulously planned for the destruction of the Zhang family along with the precious stones, Liu Rumeng was momentarily frozen upon hearing the gunshot. Her eyes widened as she turned to Lin Mu, exclaiming, "Mother! Mother! Did you hear that gunshot? Was there really a shot just now?" "Yes, there was. But my daughter, what of it?" Lin Mu responded, still processing the situation. After all, the village was home to numerous militia members who frequently engaged in shooting practice, making gunfire a common occurrence. However, upon confirming that it was indeed a gunshot, Liu Rumeng was overcome with joy and cried out, "It's Huowang! Mother! Huowang has returned. That shot was fired by him. I can recognize his gun. Is it truly so? My Huowang is alive and has come back?" Lin Mu asked, her excitement mounting. "Are you certain? This gun belongs to Huowang." Conversely, Zhang Fugui scoffed at their exuberance, laughing derisively. "You two mad women. It's merely a gunshot, and you dare claim that the cripple has returned?" Countless eyes witnessed him being carried off by a wild boar. Do not harbor any illusions about his return to save you. Even if he did come back, humph. In the Zhang family, I have the final say. All of you belong to the Zhang family. You will marry whom I decree, and that cripple, whom I have bested since childhood, wouldn't he dare defy me. Having thwarted the rescue plans of the educated youth, Zhang Fugui felt emboldened. He seized Liu Rumeng and called out to his second son, "Erju, come here quickly. With all the villagers present, let us have you and your new bride pay your respects. I will not participate in the ceremony. Huowang is back, and you should prepare for his reckoning." Liu Rumeng declared resolutely, suddenly producing a pair of scissors from her sleeve. However, unlike her previous intentions, she did not aim to harm anyone, but rather to create a temporary threat for self-protection. "Haha, a mere pair of scissors. How securely can you hold them?" Erju taunted, swiftly snatching the scissors from her grasp. Though he received a minor cut in the process, such injuries were trivial for a laborer. He toyed with the scissors mockingly, proclaiming, "All right, I will wait right here. I am eager to see how that cripple transforms into a vengeful spirit to settle accounts with us." As he spoke, Erju's intentions grew lewd, and he reached out with his rough hand toward Liu Rumeng's delicate face. "No," she cried, repulsed, attempting to turn away. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the air. Everyone present was stunned as they heard Erju's agonized scream. "Ah, my hand, my hand. I've been shot. It hurts." All eyes turned in shock, questioning who had fired the shot with such precision, striking the very hand that sought to touch Liu Rumeng. Zhang Fugui, witnessing his beloved son's injury, widened his eyes in a mix of shock and fury, glancing towards the courtyard with alarm. Soon, everyone was left in a state of startled disbelief. Lin Huowang held a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, casually wiping the muzzle before lowering it. There was no need to elaborate. The bullet that struck Zhang Erju's arm was undoubtedly fired by Lin Huowang. Astonishment swept through the crowd as they wondered how Lin Huowang had survived. And with such vitality at that. In fact, many observed that his gait seemed completely unimpeded. "You dare to shoot my Erju?" Zhang Fugui roared, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Huowang. Yet, what he received in response was another shot from Lin Huowang. Bang! The bullet found its mark, striking Zhang Fugui in the leg. "Ah, he has killed someone. The cripple has shot someone." Zhang Fugui screamed in agony, truly terrified, never imagining that Lin Huowang would dare to fire in such a public setting. You dare to shoot my father? How dare you? Zhang Dazhu immediately erupted in anger, recalling the many times he had bested Lin Huowang in the past. Lin Huowang, however, showed no hesitation, firing once more, accurately hitting Zhang Dazhu in the calf. "Ah, I've been shot, Captain! Captain!" Zhang Dazhu cried out. Lin Huowang had indeed lost his mind, indiscriminately firing his weapon. Clutching his wounded leg, he was genuinely frightened, fearing Lin Huowang would finish him off with more bullets. He hastily called for help from the production team leader, Lin Jiangwo. "Lin Huowang, what are you doing? How dare you fire your weapon? This is illegal. You are killing people." Lin Jiangwo, recovering from his initial shock, pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Huowang. Yet, a sense of fear gripped him. Lin Huowang truly had a gun in his hands and had already fired 3 shots, incapacitating 3 men from the Zhang family. He dared not provoke Lin Huowang further in such a volatile situation. Lin Shuisheng, the deputy leader, was equally taken aback by Lin Huowang's impulsiveness. He knew Lin Huowang was an exceptional marksman, but never anticipated he would actually shoot at the Zhang family. He quickly sought to mediate, calling out to Lin Huowang, "Wang, what are you doing? Put the gun down. You must not fire again." Meanwhile, Liu Rumeng, who had anticipated Lin Huowang's arrival, was overwhelmed with emotion as she rushed towards him. Wang, I knew you were alive. Wang, I knew you would come to rescue me." After enduring 2 days of despair, Liu Rumeng cherished every moment spent with Lin Huowang even more. She threw herself into his embrace, inhaling his familiar scent, feeling an unprecedented sense of security and happiness. "I'm sorry, Mingming. It's all my fault for being gone for a day and a night, making you worry and giving these scoundrels an opportunity," Lin Huowang said, tightly embracing Liu Rumeng, feeling a deep remorse as he noticed the marks of abuse on her face. It's all right. Wang, as long as you return safely, that is enough for me. I have come to realize that I cannot imagine my life without you. If, in the future, you were to encounter any misfortune, I would certainly not survive." Liu Rumeng leaned against Lin Huowang's chest, speaking with unwavering conviction. "Do not speak such nonsense. Mingming, even if one day something were to happen to me, you must be brave and strong and continue to live on in my stead." After reassuring Liu Rumeng, Lin Huowang, with his eyes slightly squinted, stepped into the courtyard. He surveyed the gathering of villagers who had come to offer their congratulations, only to find that every pair of eyes, upon meeting his gaze, immediately fell to the ground in shame. Lin Jiangwo approached, once again confronting Lin Huowang. "Wang, who permitted you to fire your weapon? You are truly finished this time. With so many witnesses, you are now a murderer. There is no need for a public trial at the commune. Our production team can determine your fate." However, Lin Huowang scoffed, unfazed as he caressed his firearm. "Captain Lin, surely, your vision cannot be so impaired. I was merely acting in self-defense, protecting my family from the assailants who sought to abduct women." He then pointed his gun at the Zhang family, asserting boldly, "Look, my mother, my wife, my sister, they were all bound by these men. I ask you all, if someone were to restrain your family with ropes, would you not take up arms to pursue them?" The crowd, upon hearing this, seemed to find merit in his words. This had been Lin Huowang's premeditated justification as he chased after them. In rural areas during this era, discussions of absolute legalities held little weight. It was a matter of who was in the right. As long as one could articulate a reasonable argument, even killing could be justified as self-defense. It was akin to the misfortune that befell human traffickers who ventured into northeastern villages to abduct children. If discovered, they would undoubtedly be beaten to death by the masses. Even if authorities were to investigate afterward, the principle of law not punishing the majority would apply. Moreover, should the matter be pursued with diligence, a few elderly men, leaning on their canes, would readily confess to the act. Furthermore, Lin Huowang had only shot at the limbs of the Zhang family members, not aiming to take their lives. The declaration of self-defense, in the name of protecting one's family, was more than sufficient to silence any objections. Yet Lin Jiangwo was unwilling to relent, immediately retorting, "Where is the evidence of abduction? Besides, you are indeed related to the Zhang family. Your mother is Zhang Fugui's wife. Even if they were to bind your mother, injuring or killing her would still be a matter for the Zhang family." In his moment of frustration, Lin Jiangwo spoke without careful consideration, his words bordering on excessive. Yet, he spoke a grim truth. Not only in the rural northeast of that era, but even into the 2000s, numerous cases of domestic violence remained difficult to address legally. Deep-rooted traditional beliefs led many women to endure abuse, refraining from retaliating or reporting their husbands. In some regions, reporting abuse proved futile, as criminal cases would not be filed. And ironically, the matter would often be left to neighborhood or women's federations for resolution. Upon hearing Lin Huowang's words, especially regarding matters pertaining to the Zhang family, Lin Huowang was engulfed in fury. He promptly raised his firearm once again, aiming it at Zhang Fugui, and coldly remarked, "Captain Lin, according to your logic, I am still a member of the Zhang family. If I were to pull the trigger and eliminate these scoundrels from the Zhang household one by one, it would merely be an internal affair of our own clan. You would have no authority to intervene, would you? Why you, Lin Huowang? That is not my intention. Do not twist my words. Is this truly the same matter? You must not act recklessly." Lin Jiangwo, startled by the gun in Lin Huowang's grip, exclaimed urgently, "How can it not be the same? It seems only Zhang Fugui is permitted to insult and torment my mother and me, while we are forbidden from retaliating. Furthermore, I made it abundantly clear to Zhang Fugui in front of nearly the entire village that from that day forth, my mother and I would have no further ties with the Zhang family. I warned them that should they dare to harass us again, endangering my mother and wife, I would not show them mercy. They chose to ignore my warnings, harboring malice. I have shown them considerable restraint by not taking their lives." After delivering this vehement declaration, Lin Huowang gestured for the scrawny figure trailing behind him, known as Shouho, to step forward. He pointed at Shouho and addressed the assembly. "If anyone still doubts the Zhang family's ill intentions, I have a witness." Shouho immediately puffed out his chest and spoke animatedly. "I can attest. The Zhang family has long coveted Liu Jiqing. Upon hearing that Brother Huowang was in peril, they rushed to the Lin household to seize him. However, with Zhao Dainiu present and threatening them, they were momentarily deterred. Yet, upon returning home, they concocted a nefarious scheme. The very next morning, Zhang Erju approached me, imploring me to lure Zhao Dainiu away so they could abduct the Lin family members, promising me pork as a reward." Shouho embellished the Zhang family's malevolence and scheming in vivid detail. "Shouho, you must not spout nonsense. I never instructed you to distract Zhao Dainiu." Zhang Erju, feeling betrayed by Shouho, quickly denied the accusation. Nevertheless, in light of Shouho's comprehensive and detailed testimony, his denial appeared feeble and unconvincing. Additionally, the ropes binding Liu Rumeng and the Lin mother and daughter further substantiated the use of force against them. Due to Shouho's testimony, Lin Jiangwo found it difficult to pursue further accountability for Lin Huowang. If one could not even protect their family without facing repercussions, it was utterly unreasonable. Thus, as Lin Jiangwo found himself at a loss for words, Deputy Captain Lin Huowang quickly intervened to mediate, stating, "All right, Huowang, let us settle this matter here. You have already shot one of the Zhang family. You have vented your anger. I trust they have learned their lesson. It would be prudent to take them to the clinic to have the bullets removed and their wounds dressed. We must avoid any fatalities. That would lead to an irreparable situation. Uncle Shui, in any case, it is fortuitous that we are all gathered here today. Each of you must bear witness. I fired upon them because they had taken my mother, my wife, and my sister captive. Furthermore, our family has severed all ties with the Zhang family. My mother is no longer the wealthy bride of the Zhangs. Should they dare to trouble my family again, it will not merely be a matter of a bullet in the leg." In truth, Lin Huowang is aware that within the current societal structure, while rural areas largely rely on self-governance, finding justifiable reasons to eliminate the Zhang family is rather unrealistic. However, this opportunity to deliver a severe lesson to the Zhangs, rendering them incapacitated, would serve as a sufficient warning to all who harbor ill intentions towards the Lin family. Take, for instance, the somewhat intimidated production team leader, Lin Jiangwo, who has only just regained his composure, his gaze fixed intently on the 56-style semi-automatic rifle in Lin Huowang's hands. Previously, he had been so focused on the familial conflict that he had not paid much attention to the firearm Lin Huowang wielded. Now, he realizes that it is not the decrepit hunting rifle provided by the village, but rather a brand new 56-style semi-automatic rifle, officially issued to the military. In an instant, he recalls the Commander Wang from the 323rd Regiment at the Commune. This could only mean that Commander Wang had gifted Lin Huowang this weapon. Instantly, Lin Jiangwo's mind races with thoughts. He suspects that Liu Rumeng had once again leveraged familial connections to persuade Commander Wang to bestow this rifle upon Lin Huowang. This is a serious breach of discipline. Even though Commander Wang is the highest authority in the 323rd Regiment, he cannot arbitrarily distribute military arms to outsiders. Especially upon witnessing Lin Huowang wrap the rifle in cloth immediately after use, Lin Jiangwo becomes even more convinced that this 56-style semi-automatic rifle is indeed a concealed weapon. Should its origins be disclosed, Lin Jiangwo believes that not only would Lin Huowang face dire consequences, but Commander Wang would also suffer repercussions. Oh, now I have you in a compromising position, do I not? For today, you may revel in your triumph, but as long as you dare to wield that rifle, it will serve as your death knell. The cunning Lin Jiangwo, convinced he has secured a fatal weakness against Lin Huowang, conceals his true intentions, feigning a facade of frustration and helplessness towards him. My son Miao Wang, do you understand the depths of my concern? After untying the ropes, Lin's mother weeps as she tenderly strokes Lin Huowang's head, relieved to confirm that he is indeed alive. His sister, Lin Xiaoxue, rushes into his embrace, tears streaming down her face as she playfully punches his chest, chiding, Brother, Xiaoxue no longer wishes for you to hunt. I can forego meat. Please, do not go hunting again. It is far too dangerous. Lin Xiaoxue feels a pang of guilt, believing that her own cravings for meat have compelled her brother to undertake the perilous task of hunting wild boars on her behalf. Compared to her brother, she would rather forego meat for a lifetime, as long as her brother remains safe and sound. Lin Huowang gently patted Lin Xiaoxue's head and offered a reassuring smile, saying, Rest assured, Xiaoxue, your brother is fine, and he truly hunted wild boars. A total of 9 wild boars. I am not deceiving you. Now our little Xiaoxue can enjoy meat at every meal until she is satiated. Lin Huowang's comforting words caught the attention of everyone present, causing them to turn towards him. The vice captain, Lin Shuisheng, widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, Wang, what did you just say? You claimed you hunted 9 wild boars? 9 wild boars? Just imagine how much meat that entails. Chapter 31, Returning with Abundance. The power of 1,000 pounds of wild boar meat. 9 wild boars. Astonishing. Lin Huowang, the limping man, had become the guardian of the production team S Mountains, a situation that had become a source of humor in the village. No one believed that a man who could barely walk could successfully hunt in the mountains. Even the wild rabbits he previously acquired were thought to be mere luck from finding dead ones. Yet now, Lin Huowang boldly proclaimed that he had slain 9 wild boars. Wild boars. Even a small one could yield dozens, if not hundreds, of pounds of meat. In these years of famine, merely eating cornmeal was considered a blessing, let alone consuming meat. Otherwise, Lin Huowang's 2 roasted wild rabbits would not have sparked such a frenzy. In these times, not only genuine wild boar meat, but even somewhat unsavory rat meat was secretly roasted and consumed by many. Even Lin Jiangwo, the production team leader, found it challenging to indulge in meat. In many villages, even during the new year, it was difficult to procure meat, as the pigs they raised had to be surrendered for communal slaughter. Thus, when Lin Huowang announced that he had killed 9 wild boars, it truly stunned all present. No way. Even if Wang's leg were not injured and he possessed a gun, how could he possibly have slain 9 wild boars alone? Exactly. Not to mention that wild boars are covered in mud armor, rendering bullets ineffective. The moment a gunshot is fired, all the wild boars scatter. No matter how skilled his marksmanship, he could only hope to take down one at a time, certainly not so many. Wang must be boasting. If he had indeed hunted 9 wild boars, he would have enough to feast on for days. The villagers regarded Wang with skepticism. They found it hard to believe. Yet they swallowed hard, hoping Lin Huowang spoke the truth. 9 wild boars. His family would undoubtedly struggle to consume them all, if they could not finish it. Perhaps the surplus wild boar meat could be bartered for grain or other goods, allowing them to share in this rare bounty of meat. It's true, Brother Wang is truly remarkable. He spent the whole night chasing that herd of wild boars. Don't believe it? Here, I possess a genuine roasted wild boar leg. Brother Wang recounted how he devoured an entire roasted pig leg by himself last night. Observing the skepticism in the eyes of the crowd towards Lin Huowang's words, Zhao Dinyo stepped forward, raising the roasted boar leg high above his head. At that moment, seeing was believing. Indeed, it was a wild boar leg. The villagers' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, and their mouths began to salivate uncontrollably. Those who have not endured this era cannot fathom the extent to which many would go for a mere morsel of meat. It was a pig leg. Huowang truly hunted a wild boar. Oh, if there were indeed 9 wild boars, that would amount to a staggering thousands of pounds of pork. Not only the meat, but also various offal and fat for rendering into oil. The aroma would be irresistible. In an instant, the gazes of all turned towards Lin Huowang, ignited with fervor. While everyone else struggled to fill their bellies with cornmeal, he alone had secured over 1,000 pounds of wild boar meat. The shock of it all was unimaginable. The production team leader, Lin Huowang, swallowed hard, rushing to Lin Huowang's side to confirm, Huowang, did you truly hunt 9 wild boars? Indeed, 4 large and 5 small. Lin Huowang replied, narrowing his eyes, fully aware of the immense significance of 1,000 pounds of wild boar meat in this era. He had deliberately hinted at this while conversing with Lin Shaoxue. As anticipated, everyone, including Lin Huowang, gazed at him with eager anticipation. But what of the wild boars? You cannot transport them back alone, can you? Should I immediately organize the villagers, bringing along donkey carts and sleds to assist you in retrieving the boar meat? Lin Huowang's mind raced with plans, contemplating how to acquire as much of the boar meat as possible from Lin Huowang. First and foremost, he needed to steer Lin Huowang into entrusting him with the task of transporting the meat. This way, Lin Huowang could reap the benefits, ensuring that Lin Huowang would have to provide him with ample rewards. Furthermore, he would have the authority to decide which villagers would partake in the transport of the wild boar meat, allowing him to maneuver the situation to his advantage. However, if he could think of this, Lin Huowang was surely no fool. Such a splendid opportunity to establish his authority and bestow favors would never be relinquished to Lin Huowang without a fight. Therefore, he waved his hand and smiled. There is no need to trouble the esteemed leader with such trivial matters. I have already spoken with Uncle Shuisheng, who will assist me in arranging for people to fetch the boar meat from the mountain. Right, Uncle Shuisheng? Please, make haste in organizing the carts and people. The deputy leader, Lin Shuisheng, was momentarily taken aback, wondering if Huowang had previously mentioned this to him. Yet in the next moment, he realized he must seize this task, lest it be snatched away by Lin Huowang. Thus, he quickly responded with a smile. All right. Huowang, I have been awaiting your news. Let us head to the production team office to retrieve the donkey carts and some sleds, and gather 7 or 8 people. That should suffice. In this manner, the villagers, who had previously considered befriending Lin Huowang in hopes of securing a task that could net them some wild boar meat, swiftly turned their attention to Deputy Captain Lin Shuisheng, surrounding him with smiles and flattery. Daniel, please assist in escorting my mother and Mengmeng back home. I shall accompany Uncle Shuisheng and the others to retrieve the wild boar meat from the mountains. Casting a glance at Lin Huowang, whose face was a picture of awkwardness after being rebuffed, Lin Huowang dismissed him entirely. After giving a brief instruction to Zhao Daniel, he joined Lin Shuisheng in fetching the donkey cart. Lin Shuisheng, amidst the throng of villagers, selected 8 of the more trustworthy and sturdy young men. In addition to the donkey cart belonging to the production team, there were 2 sleds and a pair of toboggans. These belonged to the production team and could be borrowed by the villagers when necessary, though it was not entirely free. Generally, some form of compensation was expected after use. The Linjiagu production team possessed only 1 donkey, which could only pull a toboggan, leaving the remaining sleds to be man-powered. Rather than leading his team to dig up the wild boar buried in the surrounding woods, Lin Huowang and his 10 companions set off towards the mountains while daylight still lingered, following the marks he had left. After all, once night fell, they would be nothing more than live targets for the beasts in the deep mountains. Even with a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle in hand, it would be challenging to protect everyone if they encountered a pack of wolves. Following the marks left by Lin Huowang, they soon arrived at the site where he had slain the wild boar and camped the previous day. Deputy Captain Lin Shuisheng, upon seeing the remnants of the fire and the traces of roasted wild boar, could not help but exclaim, Huowang, did you really traverse this path from the outer woods all the way in here? I have only walked this route twice in my life, and both times I was accompanied by seasoned hunters from the village. How did you dare to venture alone and to spend the night here, lighting a fire? Your courage is commendable, and your luck, indeed, remarkable. Just look at you, roasting wild boar meat. The aroma must have wafted far and wide. Yet it hasn't attracted any other beasts. Luck, you say? Uncle Shuisheng, I encountered a great beast yesterday, Lin Huowang replied with a grin, gesturing towards the remnants of wild boar meat, with distinct tooth marks still visible. A great beast? Are you referring to the Siberian tiger? Goodness, is that true? How did you escape unscathed? In these deep mountains at night, encountering a Siberian tiger, no matter how skilled a hunter, one's life would surely be at stake. Upon hearing Lin Huowang's words, not only Lin Shuaixing was startled, but the other 8 young villagers were equally taken aback. That was a Siberian tiger, undoubtedly the king of the forest. In this northeastern village, countless childhood tales filled with the horrors of tigers devouring humans had been passed down through generations. Following Lin Huowang's gesture, they looked at the remaining half of the pig skeleton, and indeed, a series of tiger tooth marks were evident. Even more spine-chilling was the sight of the little wild boar's skull, completely shattered upon the ground. The sound was crisp. The fragmented shape evoked a vivid image of the ferocious Siberian tiger, sinking its teeth into the boar's head and crushing it with formidable jaw strength. Wang, what happened next? Did the tiger not notice you? Lin Huowang, while directing the able-bodied villagers to begin excavating the wild boar he had slain, pointed to the nearby towering tree and recounted. I hid up there, and at first, it did not detect my presence. I fired a shot at it, but missed the vital spots. Once it became aware of me, it lunged forward, prompting me to fire a few more shots, of which only one struck true. It retreated into the thicket, feigning escape, likely to ambush me. Yet, I managed to hit it again. Lin Huowang succinctly described the fierce battle with the tiger from the previous night, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. As he recounted the event, they collectively held their breath in tension. Though they knew Lin Huowang ultimately emerged unscathed, the tale only heightened their anxiety and trepidation on his behalf. Especially when Lin Huowang mentioned that the following morning, upon inspecting the thicket, he still found signs of the tiger's lurking presence. The crowd broke into a cold sweat, each imagining that had they been in his position, they might have been devoured upon the tiger's initial assault. Wang, your bravery is astounding. One man, armed with a single gun, managed to wound a Siberian tiger and drive it away. This feat rivals that of Wu Song battling the tiger. Lin Shuaixing was aware of Lin Huowang's sharpshooting skills, yet he had not anticipated such steady performance in such a perilous moment. It is known that many gifted marksmen, such as Zhong Xiaojun, are impeccable in safe, controlled environments, but their accuracy often plummets in real combat, especially under pressure. Brother Wang, this is truly impressive. This boar must weigh at least 300 pounds, and there's also a sow weighing around 200 pounds, with another sow nearing the same weight. These piglets are no lightweight either, each easily over 100 pounds. As the young men listened to Lin Huowang's exploits against the tiger, they continued to unearth the wild boars one by one. These boars had been hastily bled out by Lin Huowang while the blood was still fresh. Yet their entrails remained intact, prompting the young men to wield knives and commence their butchering. Nearby lay some coagulated blood, which had likely frozen into blocks. Lin Huowang pointed to another area, instructing them, pig blood is a prized commodity. When cooked, it is tender, smooth, and nutritious. This is splendid. With so much wild boar meat, how do you plan to manage it? If we transport it all back to the village, everyone will surely be envious. The captain likely had his own thoughts, and it was evident that careful consideration was required in planning the next steps. Lin Shuaixing observed as each boar was dismembered and loaded onto sleds and sleighs, unable to suppress a smile of delight. However, he was simultaneously consumed with concern for Lin Huowang. In these times of inequity, even though everyone was aware that this wild boar meat was hard-won by Lin Huowang, how could one person possess over 1,000 pounds of it without inciting jealousy and ulterior motives? Moreover, there was the production team leader, Lin Jiangwo, who had an adversarial relationship with Lin Huowang. With just a hint of persuasion, the villagers would likely rush to seize all of Lin Huowang's wild boar meat. Uncle Shuaixing, rest assured, I have my plans. In a moment, let these young men each select a pound of meat to take home, and they may choose any piece they desire. Uncle Shuaixing, you should choose a pig leg. Lin Huowang's arrangement made Lin Shuaixing feel somewhat uneasy. He scratched his head and said, is that appropriate? I haven't really contributed much. Taking an entire pig leg is excessive. Uncle Shuaixing, please take it without worry. I will need your cooperation and assistance in many matters to come. Very well. Wang, Uncle Shuaixing recognizes your kind heart. However, do not be too generous to these villagers. To put it bluntly, they are all ungrateful, selfish wolves. If you distribute the pork upon your return to the village, they will smile and thank you, but once behind closed doors, Who knows how they will mock you as a fool? Lin Huowang was also quite moved and, as one who had been through similar experiences, cautioned Lin Huowang. I am well aware of that. Rest assured, I have my methods to deal with them. Lin Huowang replied with a nod. Before long, the wild boar meat was divided into portions and loaded onto sleds and sleighs. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, everyone hurried back to the village. The sleds and sleighs had been empty on the way there, allowing for a brisk pace. But now they were burdened with over 800 pounds of wild boar meat, causing even the accompanying donkeys to pause frequently for rest. As twilight approached, the group finally caught sight of the village in the distance. Lin Huowang called for everyone to stop and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, began to dig into a snowdrift at the edge of the surrounding woods. There lay buried the very wild boar king that Lin Huowang had initially slain. Due to time constraints, it had been hastily buried here. The young men present gasped in astonishment. Goodness, there is still one buried here? I think I sat right on top of it to rest yesterday. I wondered where that injured wild boar king had gone. With so many militia members around yesterday, how did no one notice? This was yet another nearly 300 pounds of wild boar meat. Though the lack of immediate bleeding would result in an unpleasant odor when cooked, yet in these times, having meat to eat was a blessing. Even with a hint of gaminess, it would seem delectable. Lin Huowang had already formulated his plans regarding the wild boar king in his mind. Today, Lin Jiagu was abuzz with extraordinary excitement. Since the news of Lin Huowang's hunt for the 9 wild boars spread, both the villagers and the educated youth were abuzz with excitement. Wild boars. 9 wild boars. At least 1,000 jin of wild boar meat. Surely, everyone should have a share, right? Especially the production team leader, Lin Jiangwo, who, after being rebuffed by Lin Huowang regarding the transportation of the boar meat, immediately dispatched individuals to disseminate the news far and wide. He fervently incited the villagers and the educated youth to gather at the village entrance to await the return of Lin Huowang and his party with the meat. Lin Huowang, you deny me participation in the distribution of the wild boar meat? Very well, let the entire village partake together. When the time comes, will you dare to withhold? Prepare to face the wrath of the masses. As the production team leader, Lin Jiangwo was adept at manipulating public sentiment. It mattered not whether one was reasonable or not. When collective interests clashed with personal ones, individual interests must yield to the collective. Dare you defy? Then you are a counter-revolutionary, a capitalist, an egoist, profoundly detached from the simple folk. Indeed, when the donkey cart bearing Lin Huowang and his companions came into view, the throng of villagers at the village entrance erupted in jubilant cheers. The meat has arrived. So much meat. I see it. 2 sleds and a toboggan filled to the brim. Wow. We have meat to eat. I haven't had meat for over a year. This is the winter fattening wild boar meat. The oil will surely sizzle forth. How splendid. So much meat. Surely, each of us will get several jin. Who would have thought that in such a year of famine, our village could still have meat? One must admit, Lin Jiangwo is quite resourceful. Indeed, when the team leader's messenger informed me, I was utterly bewildered. Did we not surrender the 2 pigs we raised to the commune? Where could this pork possibly come from? Most villagers were utterly unaware of the actual circumstances. They only knew that someone in the village had hunted wild boar and was on the way back. Clinging to the previous communal dining ideology, they naturally assumed that this wild boar meat should be shared by all. The production team leader's conveyed message also hinted at this, urging everyone to gather at the village entrance, ostensibly to await their share of the pork. This is the power of 1,000 jin of wild boar meat. Meanwhile, Lin Jiangwo, concealed among the villagers, was immensely satisfied to see them stirred by his provocations. He could hardly believe that under such circumstances, Lin Huowang would dare to oppose everyone. Just try withholding the pork and see what happens. From a distance, the deputy leader, Lin Huowang, heard the cheers from the village entrance and saw the dense throng of people. His heart sank as he exclaimed in alarm. It's over. It's over. Huowang. Look at the village entrance. It seems the whole brigade has arrived. With so many people here, we might truly lose the meat. Lin Huowang understood the team leader Lin Jiangwo all too well. He could guarantee that these people had been incited by Lin Jiangwo. With Lin Jiangwo stirring the pot, the current situation was decidedly grim. Even Lin Huowang contemplated advising Lin Huowang to swiftly change direction and find a place to bury the meat to avoid conflict. After all, what could they do? With the situation so precarious, if they turned to leave, the villagers would undoubtedly pursue them. How could these people be so unreasonable? It was as if the wild boar meat they had painstakingly acquired was theirs to claim. It was a delicate matter. With the captain's words, public sentiment might force Brother Huowang to distribute the meat. How outrageous. The captain was utterly shameless, and the others were equally devoid of dignity. Brother Huowang had risked his life, nearly falling prey to a northeast tiger, to procure this wild boar meat, and they expected him to share? Brother Huowang, rest assured, the 8 of us will protect the wild boar meat for you. As long as you remain silent, no one shall take a single piece. The 8 young men, benefiting from Lin Huowang's valor and admiring his fierce battle against the northeast tiger, rallied behind him. Yet, Lin Huowang himself appeared unperturbed and calm. He patted Lin Huowang's shoulder and reassured him, "Uncle Huowang, there is no need for concern. I believe Captain Lin means well, fearing we might struggle with unloading the cargo. Hence he summoned the entire village to assist." Lin Huowang was baffled by Lin Huowang's playful demeanor and composed confidence, uncertain of his true intentions. Meanwhile, at the Northeast Military District Command, due to the extreme cold, training for the guard company had been suspended, leaving only a handful of sentinels on duty. The remaining officers and guards nestled comfortably in the warmth of the barracks. Commander Yang Zerong was engrossed in a tactical map while perusing a military text, deep in thought. Suddenly, a duty guard burst in, reporting, "Commander, the 323rd Regiment's commander, Wang Biao, has arrived." Wang Biao? In this frigid weather, why isn't he napping at the regiment? What brings him here? Yang mused, suspecting he might be after his hidden stash of liquor. Despite his words of disdain, a smile crept onto his face as he set down the military book and instructed the guard, "Let him in. I am curious to see what sort of commotion this Wang Biao will bring to my humble abode." Chapter 32. He shall become the father of our special forces. For Commander Yang, Wang Biao, the commander of the 323rd Regiment, was not only a valiant warrior, but also a harbinger of fortune and ferocity. His unique combat style and bold command had become renowned within the Northeast Military District during several military exercises. Therefore, Yang held Wang Biao in high regard and treated him with warmth and admiration. Each time Wang Biao visited the command, he acted as if he were among family, always arriving empty-handed and departing with a bounty. Whenever he arrived, Yang would hastily conceal his cherished liquor. As the year draws to a close, there is no visit this time. Even if Commander Yang does not make a round at the headquarters, he intends to send 2 bottles of Maotai to Wang Biao. "Commander, isn't the commune where Colonel Wang is stationed the Hongxing commune? It is located near the Changbai mountain range, and perhaps today they will deliver some wild delicacies for you." Just recently arrived at the headquarters, the aide Yi Fei is quite familiar with Wang Dapio's esteemed reputation. However, Commander Yang immediately waved his hand and remarked, "Enough of that. Every time Wang Dapio storms into my headquarters, it's a miracle if he leaves any furniture intact. What do you expect him to bring? Don't hold your breath. He is a notorious miser from the Northwest." "Commander Yang, I also grew up in the Northwest. I am practically half a Northerner. You seem to be harboring some regional biases," Yi Fei joked. "Haha, you're just as stingy. You've been here at the headquarters for a month. Yet I haven't seen you contribute anything of value." Commander Yang teased back. Yi Fei, however, replied earnestly, "It's not the right time yet. I was sent here to the Northeast Military District for research, instructed to observe and listen more and speak less." "Haha, so it turns out you are a mute aide. What use do I have for you if you are to be fed and housed daily? If it weren't for your father being my old commander, I would have sent you back to the Northwest long ago." While Yang spoke in jest, he couldn't help but reflect on how time has flown. How quickly time passes. I remember when we crossed the Yangtze River, you were just a little child. I was on the same boat with your father, and you were so seasick that you cried in fear. I had to carry you under my arm onto the boat. Indeed, I was only 5 years old then, and I have no other memories from that time except for the unforgettable odor from your armpit, which only made my seasickness worse. As they reminisced about the glorious past, Yi Fei and Yang Ziqiu were thoroughly engaged in conversation when Wang Biao burst into the room. "Commander Yang, it's me, Wang Dapio again. That Maotai of yours is truly delightful. The last time I took some home, it was gone in less than a day after being shared among several officers in my regiment. This time, you must give me a few more bottles." With his hearty laughter and boisterous voice, Wang Biao is quite a recognizable figure among the regiment leaders in the Northeast Military District. Upon hearing this, Commander Yang immediately laughed and retorted, "A few bottles? I can hardly bear to drink it myself." The few bottles sent to me by the higher-ups have all been consumed by you rascals. This time, consider it a New Year gift for your regiment. 2 bottles of Maotai, no more. I have other regiments to consider as well. I cannot spoil you alone, Wang Dapio. Saying this, Yang Ziqiu instructed the aide Yi Zhifei to retrieve 2 bottles of fragrant Maotai from beneath the table. Here you go, Colonel Wang. I am the new aide at the headquarters. My name is Yi Zhifei. I had long heard of the many legends surrounding Commander Wang, and upon meeting him today, I was indeed struck by his commanding presence. Yi Zhifei humbly introduced himself. However, upon hearing his name, Wang Biao's expression shifted immediately. He inquired tentatively, "You are the staff officer Yi Zhifei from the headquarters? Is General Yi your father?" "Indeed, he is my father. However, my father is my father. And I am my own person," Yi Zhifei replied earnestly. "I have come from the headquarters in Beijing to the Northeast Military District to conduct research and assessments. Coincidentally, I had already intended to spend some time with the 323rd Regiment to observe the training conditions and the morale of the soldiers." "That sounds splendid," Wang Biao exclaimed, his enthusiasm evident. "I, Wang Biao, wholeheartedly welcome you." After a friendly nod to Yi Zhifei, he turned to Commander Yang and said, "Commander, in previous years, if you had offered me 2 bottles of Maotai, I would have expressed my utmost gratitude without hesitation. However, this year, does 2 mere bottles seem somewhat insufficient?" Wang Biao tucked the 2 bottles of Maotai away before adopting a somewhat greedy demeanor. Commander Yang, unfazed, inquired with curiosity, "What is different this year? Is there something special? Are you, Wang Biao, presenting me with bear paws or tiger bones?" Just moments earlier, during a conversation with Yi Zhifei, he had mentioned that the 323rd Regiment was stationed at Hongxing Commune, surrounded by the sprawling Changbai mountain range, teeming with wildlife. "Why have you not brought me any game?" he teased. "And now you dare to ask for Maotai? At this rate, if nothing is left for next year, you shall return empty-handed." "Commander, you are being most unfair," Wang Biao protested. "Is climbing Changbai Mountain such an easy task? Not even the seasoned hunters from northeast China dare to venture into the mountains during winter, even armed. They believe that entering the mountains in winter would provoke the mountain deities, who are said to consume humans." After this explanation, Wang Biao, with a grin reminiscent of someone seeking praise, added, "But this time, I, Wang Biao, have not come empty-handed. I bring a grand gift." "Really? I see only empty hands here, and yet you speak of a grand gift." Commander Yang scoffed with amusement. "Truly, look at this," Wang Biao exclaimed as he produced an application form from his pocket and solemnly handed it to Commander Yang. Upon receiving it, Yang's brow furrowed in confusion. "Lin Huowang, a local mountain dweller from northeast China, only 18 years old. You wish to recruit him? And you propose a regular battalion position and salary right off the bat? Wang Biao, have you truly had too much fake liquor? Or have you seduced Lin Huowang's sister, becoming a dubious brother-in-law? Seeking to secure a living for your brother-in-law through backdoor means? This is utterly outrageous. An 18-year-old youth, why should he be specially recruited, and moreover, at a regular battalion salary?" Commander Yang's incredulity was palpable, and Yi Zhifei leaned in with curiosity, eager to learn more. At first glance, the recommendation column caught my eye, stating that the marksmanship was extraordinary, and there was a desire to recruit him as a shooting instructor. I have already articulated my reasoning. This lad possesses remarkable shooting accuracy, Wang Biao explained succinctly. However, even the most skilled marksman cannot achieve such feats in this manner. If I were to approve your special recruitment, how would I justify it to the multitude of soldiers in the Northeast Military Region? They would undoubtedly harbor discontent and swarm to your 323rd Regiment to voice their grievances. Commander Yang shook his head and returned the application form to him. Wang Biao, however, had anticipated this reaction. He quickly interjected earnestly, "Commander, you Haven T examined it closely. What I noted is that this lad's marksmanship is truly divine. Do you understand the significance of that? Rest assured, feel free to disseminate the news of this special recruitment. If anyone in the entire Northeast Military Region, or, indeed, the whole army, dares to contest it, they can come to my 323rd Regiment and challenge Lin Huowang to a duel." Upon hearing this, Commander Yang's interest was piqued, and he inquired with a smile, "Divine? How divine?" "I recall that Zhong Xiaojun from the 345th Regiment is renowned as a sharpshooter in our Northeast Military Region. Yet, his extraordinary promotion was a result of his advancement through the ranks. Just how remarkable is this Lin Huowang to warrant such a direct appeal for a position? Wang Biao chuckled and mimicked the action of shooting, saying, "Flying targets. You know what that means, right? Just the other day, this lad actually had a competition with Zhong Xiaojun in our regiment. Zhong Xiaojun shot at 10 stationary targets, scoring 10 perfect hits, consistently impressive. But Lin Huowang had my men toss the targets into the air, and with hardly any aim, he managed to hit each one with a single shot. Flying targets? With such a brief reaction time, did Lin Huowang truly hit the target?" Yi Zhifei initially dismissed it, yet curiosity surged within him upon hearing this. He had never encountered such a method of shooting at airborne targets. Absolutely. If he hadn't hit them, I would have no face to demand the treatment befitting a company commander. Lin Huowang not only struck the flying targets, but did so with every shot scoring 10 points. Wang Biao proclaimed with pride. Commander Yang, who had previously maintained a calm demeanor, suddenly brightened at the revelation. A sharpshooter. This is indeed a remarkable sharpshooter. However, such marksmen typically possess extraordinary innate talent. During my time on the battlefield in the Korean War, I encountered several such gifted marksmen. For instance, Zhang Taofeng was one of our volunteer army sharpshooters. He eliminated 214 enemies with just 436 rounds during the battle at Shanganling, instilling fear in the American forces who dared not show their faces. Nevertheless, these exceptional marksmen are often a matter of chance. They are purely the result of personal talent and are challenging to cultivate through training. Speaking of the Korean War battlefield invigorated Commander Yang. It was precisely due to his extensive experiences there that he did not find Wang Biao's account of Lin Huowang particularly astonishing. However, Wang Biao suddenly exclaimed, "Commander, Lin Huowang told me that his marksmanship can be mastered by most well-trained soldiers through practice." In an instant, Commander Yang leapt to his feet, his expression grave as he inquired, "What did you say?" "Wang Dabiao." "Repeat that. Could Lin Huowang really be boasting? Is it truly possible to cultivate such skills? If so, wouldn't every soldier become a sharpshooter?" "Indeed, Commander," Wang Biao replied. "Lin Huowang shared with me a comprehensive training regimen he developed himself. Moreover, it extends beyond marksmanship. During our conversation, he emphasized the importance of selecting soldiers with both strong political integrity and physical prowess for specialized training in various aspects. He referred to this as special operations training." Upon hearing the term special operations, Yi Zhifei immediately sprang to his feet, brimming with excitement. Special forces? Is this a method for training special forces? Unbelievable. How does a mountain dweller from a northeastern village know about the concepts and training methods of special forces? Yi Zhifei was genuinely thrilled and turned to Commander Yang, saying, "Commander, my recent visits to various military districts were part of a broader exploration initiated by our country's military commission, aimed at benchmarking against foreign special operations units. We are investigating whether we can leverage the strengths of our soldiers to cultivate a specialized force unique to our nation." Exactly. The sentiments you just expressed, Yi, mirror what Lin Huowang conveyed to me. It is precisely because I believe in his capabilities that I dare to approach the headquarters for a formal recognition of his status. Is it excessive to seek this formal recognition? Not at all. Not in the slightest. If he can indeed provide a series of effective and correct training processes for special forces, promoting him to a battalion commander or even a divisional commander would be entirely warranted. As Yi Zhifei's excitement grew, he promptly reported to Commander Yang, "Commander, I request permission to accompany Captain Wang back immediately. I must meet Lin Huowang as soon as possible. I have a strong premonition that he will be a pivotal figure in our nation's special forces training and could very well become the father of special forces in our military history." Upon uttering these words, Yi Zhifei was momentarily taken aback by his own declaration. The father of special forces? If this title were to materialize, it would be exceptionally illustrious, worthy of being etched in history. Even Yi Zhifei felt a twinge of envy. After all, he was not the only one embarking on a journey to conduct research across military districts. The General Staff harbored great expectations for the development of special operations forces. Yet, as of today, communication via telegram with other investigators had yielded scant results. Indeed, I have encountered numerous extraordinary talents and capable individuals within the military. However, their contributions to the systematic construction and cultivation of special forces units have proven rather limited. As Commander Yang recently articulated, these soldiers with unique skills are predominantly endowed with innate abilities. While they are capable of executing tasks, Articulating the underlying principles and methodologies eludes them, rendering them ill-equipped to train their fellow soldiers. This is precisely why Yi Zhifei has refrained from disclosing his true intentions to Commander Yang since his arrival at the Northeast Military District. However, through the concise yet vivid narration provided by Captain Wang, Yi Zhifei is now convinced that this mountain dweller, Lin Huowang, possesses substantial expertise. After all, would a normal person dare to make grand claims to the military without the capability to substantiate them? Such bravado would be tantamount to breaching a military decree, which could lead to severe repercussions under military law. Consequently, Commander Yang promptly acknowledged the gravity of the situation, exclaiming, "Excellent. Yi, not only will you go, but the Northeast Military District will also allocate one officer of deputy regiment rank or higher from each of its 135 main regiments to visit the 323rd Regiment for observation and learning." These young recruits, upon arriving in the Northeast, have displayed wild behavior akin to wolves released upon the prairie, exhibiting both exuberance and temper. This time, Lin Huowang is to deliver a profound shock to them, instilling an understanding of the adage that there are always individuals beyond themselves and realms beyond their own. Subsequently, the military will select soldiers with robust military acumen from their ranks to form a special training unit under Lin Huowang's guidance. Commander Yang has witnessed the terrifying prowess of soldiers possessing special operational capabilities on the Korean battlefield. He recalls the Japanese forces during the War of Resistance, who once fielded a special operations team trained in Germany, adept in mountainous combat, and exhibiting exceptional individual skill. The prospect of cultivating his own elite Northeast Special Forces has ignited a fervent desire within Commander Yang. Even the audacious and spirited Wang Dabiao was taken aback by the commander's ambitious proposal. He hastily raised his hands in protest, saying, "This is a bit too grand, Commander. I merely sought to secure a regiment-level officer status for Lin Huowang, yet you are proposing to assign him a whole regiment for training and command. Isn't this a tad hasty? He is only 18, hardly more than a rookie. Moreover, while I have witnessed his personal abilities, I have yet to validate the training methods he described. What if he fails to deliver on his lofty claims? My 323rd Regiment would face immense embarrassment." Wang Dabiao, when did you become so timid and thin-skinned? What is there to fear? Finding such a capable individual is indeed a tremendous gift. Here is the plan. I hereby approve your application. Soon, special arrangements will be made for Lin Huowang's enlistment, granting him the rank and privileges of a regular officer. The matters concerning the Special Operations Battalion may be postponed for the time being. However, I urge Chief of Staff Yi to select an observation team from our headquarters to return with you and conduct a comprehensive and specific evaluation of Lin Huowang's capabilities. Should Chief of Staff Yi and his team find him satisfactory, we shall enlist Lin Huowang's assistance in training a standard Special Operations Battalion. The 30th anniversary of the founding of our nation is fast approaching. Whether our Northeast Military District can showcase its prowess during the parade and present a grand gift to our motherland depends on your efforts. Commander Yang, with your visionary outlook and grand aspirations, truly stands apart. Though plans are still in their infancy, you have already conceived the idea of using the Special Operations Battalion for this tribute. Excellent. I am invigorated by your words, Commander. I have arranged for Lin Huowang to visit the commune in 3 days to initially impart his training methods to us. Chief of Staff, you need not rush. He should take his time selecting the members of the observation team. As he spoke, Wang Biao cast a glance beneath the commander's desk, where 2 boxes of Moutai lay. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly grabbed a bottle and, before the commander could express his displeasure, made his exit, saying, "I shall take my leave for today. Please extend my gratitude to the commander for the Moutai on behalf of my comrades. You, Wang Biao, are truly the most cunning of the lot. Every time you come, you manage to pilfer something extra. Just wait. I shall surely have you shot one day." Commander Yang jested with a laugh, before turning serious to inquire of Yi Zhifei. "Xiaofei, I truly did not anticipate that the military commission would assign you such an important task. However, from what I gather, military powers abroad all have their own special operations forces? What insights do you have on that front?" "Indeed, the Royal Special Air Service of the United Kingdom, the Navy SEALs and Delta Force of the United States, Russia's Alpha Group, the German Federal Police's 9th Border Guard Battalion, France's 1st Marine Parachute Regiment, Israel's Sayeret Matkal, Austria's Cobra Unit, Poland's Mobile Reaction Combat Unit, and the Italian Carabinieri. Each of these nations' special operations forces possesses its own unique characteristics and advantages. In comparison, our country's development of special forces battalions lags by at least 2 decades. Hence, the military commission is quite anxious to initiate this project. After all, the warfare of the future will undoubtedly be more globalized, modernized, and elitist. Particularly in extreme scenarios and conditions, ordinary soldiers are no longer adequate. Just recently, several countries sought to conduct joint military exercises with us, extending invitations for special operations simulation drills. However, upon reviewing our major military districts, we found that not a single unit met the criteria for special operations, forcing us to decline the invitation under other pretexts. Our nation must swiftly cultivate its own special operations forces. This was the earnest expectation expressed by a leader as I departed from the capital. Yi Zhifei enumerated numerous countries renowned for their formidable special operations units, their names resounding with distinction. Upon hearing this, Commander Yang felt the weight of responsibility settle heavily upon his shoulders. After a moment of contemplation, he struck the table with a decisive fist, declaring, "Very well. Since our country lacks special operations forces, we shall commence with our Northeast military region. You are encouraged to roll up your sleeves and act boldly. Whatever personnel, materials, or resources you require, I will find a way to provide them." The fervent support from Commander Yang ignited a fire within Yi Zhifei, who immediately responded with a crisp and respectful military salute. Meanwhile, at the Hongxing Commune, Linjiagu Production Brigade, the villagers eagerly awaited the arrival of Lin Huowang's convoy, laden with thousands of pounds of wild boar meat, as it slowly emerged from the deep mountains. The villagers erupted in joyous cheers, while the brigade leader, Lin Huowang, exchanged a knowing glance. His planted associates among the villagers, upon receiving the signal, promptly prepared to incite the crowd to surge forward. Without hesitation, they aimed to seize all the wild boar meat at any cost. Chapter 33. Lin Huowang, you have forced my hand. Undoubtedly, brigade leader Lin Huowang possessed an intimate understanding of the villagers. Combined with his prearranged accomplices, who led the charge, Lin Huowang's wild boar meat was destined to be lost. Haha, Lin Huowang, let us see how you will handle this. After signaling, Lin Huowang retreated with a grin, ready to witness the unfolding drama. As anticipated, as the convoy drew near, a villager over 50 years of age cried out, "The wild boar meat has arrived. Quick, seize it." Those quick on their feet would secure the juiciest portions, while the slow would be left empty-handed. Concurrently, similar shouts erupted from various directions. In an instant, the already excited crowd surged forward. The allure of meat was utterly irresistible. People would fight for even a pound. "Oh no, Huowang, those must be the captain's people," deliberately inciting the crowd to charge. Lin Huowang exclaimed in alarm. The 8 young men, though previously committed to steadfastly guarding Lin Huowang's wild boar meat, now faced a daunting reality. They were not confronted by a mere handful or even dozens, but hundreds of villagers surging towards them like a tide. With only 8 of them, they were utterly outmatched. However, Lin Huowang, who had anticipated this very scene, remained unfazed. He grasped a massive pig's head and hurled it into the air. The approaching villagers paused, their attention drawn upwards. The wild boar's head was notably large, its tusks still intact, presenting a fearsome visage. After being hurled into the air by Lin Huowang, it landed with a resounding thud. All present witnessed Lin Huowang effortlessly take aim and accurately shoot the boar's head. The sound echoed, a sharp crack followed by a dull thump as the severed head fell to the ground, landing right before the advancing villagers. It created a small indentation in the snow. The boar's menacing face, with its sharp tusks, seemed to issue a grave warning to the villagers. In an instant, the previously impulsive and excited villagers stood frozen in shock. What a jest! Lin Huowang could effortlessly strike the head of a wild boar tossed in the air. Surely, he could just as easily target any one of them if he chose to. This singular act immediately quelled the villagers' fervor, especially those who had been secretly persuaded by Lin Huowang, who quickly swallowed hard, fearing Lin Huowang might suddenly aim at them. Excellent. Observing the villagers subdued by his presence, Lin Huowang nodded with a smile. This was his first strategy, to seize the initiative, instill fear, and thereby gain control over the dialogue. Only by startling the villagers could he ensure the situation remained manageable, making them more inclined to listen to him. Next, he tapped the 56-style semi-automatic rifle in his hands, proceeding to his second step to facilitate alliances and sow discord among the group. "Dear villagers," he exclaimed, "I, Huowang, am immensely grateful for your braving the frigid cold to welcome us at the village entrance. As a guardian of the mountains, while the spoils of the hunt belong solely to me, this time we have quite an abundance. Life is not easy for you all, and you have shown me kindness in the past, which I shall not forget. As for these 8 young men who assisted me in hauling the meat from the mountains, their hard work deserves recognition. I will allocate 1 pound of meat to each of them, allowing them to choose their preferred cuts." Lin Huowang's intentions were threefold. First, he aimed to clarify the ownership of the wild boar meat, preventing any misunderstandings that might arise regarding its collective nature. Second, while he feigned gratitude for the villagers' past kindness, he subtly pressed them on their conscience, questioning whether they had truly aided his family in times of need, and whether they merited a share of the boar meat. Third, by highlighting the 8 young men who had assisted him, he made it clear that those who stood by him would be rewarded with the bounty of the hunt. Indeed, upon hearing his words, many villagers bowed their heads in shame. Guided by Lin Huowang's rhetoric, they recalled the recent past when he, along with his mother and sister, had been expelled from old Zhang's household, wandering the village in search of food and shelter. They had knocked on door after door, but only a scant few families had offered their assistance. However, these few households have not had it easy. They themselves barely have enough to eat. Yet they still offered some food to Lin Huowang. He has kept their kindness close to his heart. As for those who did not help, Lin Huowang understands that there is no need to blame them. In such circumstances, helping is a gesture of goodwill, while not helping is merely a matter of principle. Conversely, there are many villagers who stood by, reveling in his misfortune and uttering derogatory remarks, proving themselves to be unscrupulous individuals who take pleasure in the suffering of others. Yet, these very people now approach with a sense of entitlement, eager to partake in Lin Huowang's bounty of wild boar meat. Had I known that Huowang would flourish to such an extent, I should have offered him a bag of cornmeal when he knocked on my door back then. Who could deny it? I felt pity for them, a mother and her orphaned child. How could the Zhang family be so unkind? Huowang has truly made something of himself. He has married a talented young woman from the countryside and has become adept at hunting wild boar. He has grown handsome, and it seems his leg is no longer crippled. He has become one of the finest young men in our commune. That is a full pound of wild boar meat. As for Lin Asen, he certainly desires the fatty cuts, perfect for rendering oil. A mere half-day's labor on the mountain to help transport the meat, and one can earn a pound of wild boar? This task seems exceedingly easy. Had I known, I would have joined in. This is a tangible pound of wild boar meat, to be saved for New Year's Eve, a bit for the end of the year, and a bit for the first day of the new year. This means 2 consecutive years of enjoying meat. All the villagers gazed longingly as Lin Huowang began to distribute the meat. First, he allowed the 8 able-bodied men who assisted him to select their preferred pound of meat. Then, Lin Huowang personally chose 4 portions of 10 pounds of wild boar meat, comprising both fatty and lean cuts, and handed them to 3 households that had once lent him assistance. "Sister Zhang, the porridge I had at your doorstep was the best I've ever tasted. You must accept this 10 pounds of meat," he said, presenting it to a dark-skinned woman, Sister Zhang. She, with a look of guilt, replied, "Huowang, our family circumstances are not good either. We only had that kind of porridge left. We couldn't continuously help you, and now you are giving us far too much meat." "Not at all. In comparison to the kindness you extended to us in our time of need, this meat is but a trifle. Should your family encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance," Lin Huowang assured her. He then took another 10 pounds of meat and approached a simple, forthright man nearing 40. "Brother Wang, I am immensely grateful to your family for taking us in on the night we were cast out. Otherwise, my mother, sister, and I might have perished from the cold that very night." Brother Wang's face turned crimson, and he quickly protested, No, we cannot accept this meat. It would be shameful. Brother Huowang, I intended to keep you with us the next day until you found a place to stay, but my sister-in-law is truly heartless. She forced your family out while I was away." Brother Wang, despite the humble offering of meat, the gesture of providing us shelter for a night is indeed a great kindness. It afforded me the time to discover this dilapidated courtyard to settle in. Lin Huowang merely smiled, dismissing the minor incidents that transpired, and firmly handed the meat to Brother Wang Qi. Subsequently, He also expressed his gratitude to two families that had previously aided him by presenting them with 10 pounds of wild boar meat. This scene deeply moved the more than 400 villagers present, their eyes glistening with emotion. A bowl of porridge could be exchanged for 10 pounds of wild boar meat? A knight as hospitality could yield such a bounty? Had they known this earlier, how could they have turned Lin Huowang's family away? Yet, there are no remedies for regret in this world. Acts of kindness are often driven by conscience rather than anticipated benefits. Nevertheless, Lin Huowang's gesture of gratitude towards his benefactors stirred the villagers once more. Previously misled and deceived, they believed that the wild boar meat was the collective property of the production team, meant for distribution among all villagers. Now, however, it was clear that Lin Huowang had risked his life to procure it. Legally, they had lost any justification or excuse for seizing it. The only apparent route to obtain the wild boar meat was to cultivate a good relationship with Lin Huowang. Suddenly, the more audacious villagers approached him, eager to ingratiate themselves. "Huowang, do you remember the time you got lost in the woods when you were a child? I showed you the way, and when Guzi and his friends were bullying you, it was I who chased them off. Huowang, your mother's marriage to our village was introduced by my sister. With such a wealth of wild boar meat, you surely cannot consume it all, can you?" Observing the villagers, who were initially stunned by Lin Huowang's actions, now divided by the allure of the meat, the production team leader Lin Jiangwo was left utterly astounded. It was hard to believe that the carefully crafted situation he had orchestrated was so easily unraveled by Lin Huowang. However, this was not enough. Noticing that the atmosphere was more easily controlled than he had anticipated, Lin Huowang smiled and addressed the crowd. "The wind is strong at the village entrance, making conversation difficult. Those who wish to partake of the wild boar meat, please follow us to our courtyard." With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with the deputy team leader, Lin Huowang, who promptly instructed 8 strong men to bring the cart forward. The villagers did not hesitate to follow, but rather, they were filled with excitement at the prospect of still having a chance to receive some wild boar meat. Even those loyal to Lin Jiangwo had entirely forgotten his previous commands. Instead, they contemplated how to curry favor with Lin Huowang in hopes of receiving even a pound or 2 of the coveted meat, which would truly be a delight. "Huowang, that shot you fired earlier, along with your words, were truly remarkable," Lin Huowang praised as they made their way to Lin Huowang's home. He assisted Lin Jiangwo in managing the entire production team of 400 to 500 individuals. It was abundantly clear to him just how challenging it was to unify the thoughts and behaviors of the villagers. Whenever a representative assembly of villagers was convened, the atmosphere would invariably descend into chaos, with no hope of achieving silence in less than half an hour. Even when the production team leader, Lin Jiangwo, spoke, his words often held little weight. Were it not for the fact that the production team also controlled the distribution of grain and work points, as well as the arrangements for spring plowing, maintaining order would have proven exceedingly difficult. Yet, Lin Huowang, faced with the newly exhilarated and impulsive villagers, managed to remain remarkably composed, deftly diffusing the situation and effectively resolving the crisis. This remarkable ability to respond in the moment left Lin Huowang in awe of Lin Huowang's prowess. "This is just the beginning. Uncle Huowang, just wait and see." With narrowed eyes, Lin Huowang spotted his dilapidated family courtyard from afar. Liu Rumeng, his mother and sister, along with Zhao Juhua, had already heard the commotion and rushed out to greet them. "Wow, so much meat. Can we eat like this for a month?" "No, 100 months. The innocent and lively Lin Xiaoxue, upon seeing the abundance of wild boar meat, was nearly overwhelmed with happiness. Lin's mother, equally astonished, gaped in disbelief at her son's remarkable abilities. In such a year of famine, procuring even a modest amount of grain was no small feat. Yet her son had managed to bring home such a bounty of wild boar meat. Simultaneously, a sense of trepidation washed over her. The size of these wild boars indicated their ferocity. She felt a pang of concern, fearing for Lin Huowang's safety during the hunt. "Mother, Meng, sister, Juhua, I wasn't lying, was I? From now on, we can feast on meat every day," Lin Huowang exclaimed joyfully as he stepped forward. Especially upon seeing his sister's utterly delighted expression, he felt that all the hardships and dangers he had faced were worth it. In his previous life, despite being worth billions, he had been utterly alone, with loved ones lost to the regrets of youth. In this life, having been granted a second chance, what he cherished and aimed to protect most were indeed these familiar and compassionate smiles. Liu Rumeng rushed forward and enveloped him in a heartfelt embrace. With her sparkling eyes fixed on Lin Huowang's face, she said, Wang, thank you for working so hard for our family. Meng Meng, as long as you and Mother and Xiaoxue are happy, all my efforts are worthwhile, he replied, feeling warmth swell within him as her soft form pressed against him. However, upon noticing the dense throng of villagers following behind, numbering 400 to 500, Liu Rumeng furrowed her brow with concern. Wang, although you have brought back so much meat, I worry about all these villagers who have come along. There is no need for concern. They are all here to lend us a hand. Lin Huowang reassured her, and then pointed towards the large sack of frozen pig's blood, addressing the arriving villagers. Welcome, dear guests. As everyone graciously chose to follow me, Wang, I shall treat you all to a bowl of steaming pig blood soup. With the assistance of 8 robust young men, we set up a large iron pot. A roaring fire was ignited beneath, melting a pot full of snow into water. Then, in the presence of all the villagers, Lin Huowang began to add chunks of frozen pig blood into the pot. As you can all see, there is an abundance of pig blood here, available for everyone. However, I have no extra bowls to spare. Those who wish to savor the pig blood soup must return home to fetch their own bowls. Furthermore, as you can observe, my dilapidated courtyard is riddled with drafts, scarcely fit for habitation. Therefore, while fetching your bowls, do take a moment to inspect your homes for any surplus wood or other materials that may be of no use to you. You are welcome to bring them here. I will exchange them for wild boar meat based on their practicality and value. Additionally, the reconstruction of this courtyard will require a considerable amount of manpower. For those willing to lend a hand, I shall reward you with no less than 1 to 5 pounds of wild boar meat, depending on the effort you put forth. In an instant, Lin Huowang, by offering pig blood soup, won over the hearts of the people, allowing everyone to enjoy something warm. Seizing this opportunity, he proposed an exchange of wild boar meat for building materials and labor, which immediately ignited the villagers' enthusiasm. We have 2 sturdy pillars, Wang, which could be used to repair the collapsed side of your house. Do you need pine boards? Last year, when I repaired my house, I had over 50 pine boards left. I am a mason, Wang. I can patch up the walls and courtyard of your home. I am a carpenter as well. Wang, as long as you have sufficient wood, I can craft any furniture you desire or repair any section you need. I will exchange 1 pound of wild boar meat for each of those 2 pillars. For the 50 pine boards, I will offer you 3 pounds of wild boar meat. How does that sound? For the masonry work at my place, I will give you 4 pounds of wild boar meat. And to the carpenter, I shall also offer you 4 pounds of wild boar meat. Does anyone else have materials or skills to contribute? The atmosphere became lively, and the villagers hurriedly dashed back to their homes, some for bowls, others to carry materials. As night fell, the entrance to the Lin family's dilapidated courtyard buzzed with activity. Villagers brought an array of essential construction and repair materials, including timber, thatch, charcoal ash, fish bladder glue, tung oil, quicklime, and hemp rope. Some families even brought furniture from their homes in exchange for meat. There were cabinets, bowls, and utensils, items currently lacking in the Lin household. Almost everyone had their eyes fixed on the 1,000 pounds of wild boar meat. They listened intently to Lin Huowang's instructions, doing everything within their power to meet his demands, all for the tantalizing wild boar meat. Meanwhile, as the snowmelt boiled, the pig blood became tender and smooth, and with a sprinkle of salt, the aroma was utterly irresistible. Everyone present received their share, holding bowls filled with the steaming pig blood soup, containing a few small chunks of pig blood. With each sip, warmth spread from their stomachs, enveloping them in comfort. The pig's blood soup is truly delightful, dear brother. From now on, I shall indulge in this exquisite dish daily. Lin Xiaoxue relished a generous bowl, contentedly wiping her mouth. A profound sense of happiness enveloped her. In the past, during her time at Old Zhang's, such indulgence was but a distant dream. Not only she, but also the 400 or 500 villagers queuing for the pig's blood soup were equally elated. Today, this nourishing soup not only satiated their hunger, but also spared them from the need for an additional meal, and it was, after all, a gift. Their current mindset was, in fact, skillfully orchestrated by Lin Huowang. Initially, they were incited by Lin Zhangwo, who led them to believe they would receive free pork today. Had Lin Huowang stated at that moment that no pork would be given, and that they must exchange something for it, while offering only the pig's blood soup for free, the villagers would have felt a sense of disappointment rather than gratitude, perceiving Lin Huowang as stingy for only providing a meager offering. However, Lin Huowang had established his authority from the outset, unequivocally declaring that the meat belonged to him and would not be distributed. This effectively extinguished any thoughts of receiving meat. Thus, when he later announced the provision of free pig's blood soup, the villagers were filled with gratitude and spoke fondly of him. Naturally, as they consumed the soup, they showered Lin Huowang with praise. Many even approached Lin's mother, extolling her for having such a capable son. Meanwhile, Lin Huowang, after savoring a bowl of pig's blood soup to warm himself, busied himself alongside Lin Huowang. They exchanged the meat of the wild boar, which had not been bled, for materials with the villagers. The villagers traded their surplus supplies for the much-desired wild boar meat. Lin Huowang, in turn, utilized the unbled boar for construction materials and labor, creating a mutually beneficial arrangement that was truly advantageous for both parties. However, the only discontented individual was likely the production team leader, Lin Huowang. With a bold face, he too joined the queue to partake in a bowl of pig's blood soup. Observing the villagers rallying around Lin Huowang, he felt a surge of anxiety. If Lin Huowang continued to win the hearts of the people, it could soon jeopardize his authority and status as team leader. Lin Huowang, you have brought this upon yourself. If you seek your own demise, do not blame me. With a sinister squint, Lin Huowang finished the last of his soup, chewed the resilient chunks of blood, and with a swift wipe of his mouth, hastened towards the production team's office. Upon arriving, he seized the phone, shaking with urgency, and dialed the Hongxing Commune. Hello, this is the Lin Huowang production team. I wish to speak with Director Zhao Tietue. After a brief wait, when Director Zhao's voice came through the line, Lin Huowang's excitement surged. Director Zhao, this is Lin Huowang from Lin Huowang. I have a grave crime to report. One of our villagers, Lin Huowang, has purportedly stolen a military-style semi-automatic rifle. Indeed, I assure you of its authenticity. I witnessed it with my own eyes, and it is indeed quite new. Chapter 34. This poem is destined to resonate nationwide. From the moment Lin Huowang, the production team leader, laid eyes on Lin Huowang wielding a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, he had already devised his plan. In this era, although firearms are not strictly regulated and civilian ownership is commonplace, hand grenades and mortars being no rarity, military weaponry is subjected to stringent management. The theft of standard-issue firearms from the military is a grave offense, punishable by death. Initially, Lin Huowang had not intended to resort to such measures so soon. He relished the idea of toying with the insolent Lin Huowang a bit longer, particularly if he could manipulate Lin Huowang while he was still in the picture. Compelling him to deliver Liu Rumeng to his bed, it would provide him with an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. This was far more exhilarating than eliminating Lin Huowang and then seizing a widow like Liu Rumeng for himself. However, upon witnessing the villagers he had incited obediently following Lin Huowang's lead, a profound sense of crisis enveloped him. Especially alarming was Lin Huowang's tactic of winning hearts with pig's blood soup, which sent shivers down his spine. The looming threat was palpable. If this continued, it would not be long before Lin Huowang could vie for the position of production team leader against him. Such a scenario was utterly intolerable. He could not allow even a hint of such a challenge to his authority. Lin Huowang was his domain, and no one could dare to contest his personal sovereignty. If he could not maintain his position as team leader, how could he control the grain store and manipulate labor points to dominate the young maidens and widows? In these years of famine, Lin Huowang truly comprehended the advantages of possessing both power and food. Previously, even the most obstinate villagers, when faced with hunger, would come crawling to him, the production team leader, to beg for a meager 5 or 10 pounds of cornmeal or sorghum, shedding all dignity and virtue before him. Even the proud young female intellectuals from the city had succumbed to his charms. Yet, it was Liu Rumeng who had haunted his dreams for 3 long years, the object of his meticulous scheming. Alas, he had made no progress whatsoever. Her fiery temperament was such that she might leap from a building in despair. Lin Huowang, fearing the escalation of matters, had refrained from pressing her too hard. Little did he expect that a mere cripple like Lin Huowang would seize the opportunity. Regret consumed him. Hatred boiled within him. Had he known, he would have been more forceful. How could he allow a cripple to tarnish her innocence? Humph, a cripple. Do not think that your possession of a gun gives you an upright stance. That very gun is your death knell. Over the phone, Lin Huowang swiftly reported the situation to the commune director, Zhao Tietue. He believed that this time, Lin Huowang was undoubtedly doomed. Along with him, Liu Rumeng's potential benefactor, The commander Wang Biao of the 323rd Regiment would also find himself ensnared. After that, any attempts he made to pursue Liu Rumeng would have cleared all obstacles. Indeed, upon hearing this, the commune chief, Zhao Tietue, instantly perked up. Are you certain? Is it truly the 56-style semi-automatic rifle that has found its way out of the military? Zhao Tietue had been feeling quite disgruntled these past few days. Zhao Laosi was from his hometown, a distant cousin, yet he could not protect him on his own turf, leading to his immediate execution, an utter disgrace for him. The villagers who witnessed the incident returned home, discussing how Zhao, a high-ranking official managing the entire Hongxing commune, could not even safeguard his own nephew. It was truly disheartening. Consequently, his 80-year-old father back in the hometown had personally called the team office, berating him for a full hour. The root of all this animosity lay with the detestable cripple, Lin Huowang. Now, with an opportunity for revenge, Zhao was naturally excited and inquired about the details eagerly. Rest assured, Director Zhao, I have watched Lin Huowang grow up. How could I not know what he possesses? When he came with his mother after remarrying, they were utterly destitute. The Zhang family had only a broken hunting rifle, and whether it could even fire was questionable. Moreover, Lin Huowang visited the commune a few days ago and met that Commander Wang through Liu Rumeng, right? I suspect he might have stolen the 56-style semi-automatic rifle from the military while he was stationed there, Lin Zhengwo stated cautiously, deliberately omitting the fact that it was Commander Wang who had given the rifle to Lin Huowang. After all, if he mentioned that, Zhao Tietue might have to confront a commander. He feared that Zhao would shy away from the challenge. Thus, he only dared to suggest that Lin Huowang had pilfered it from the military. Unexpectedly, Zhao Tietue had already harbored a dislike for Wang Biao. Upon hearing this, he let out a cold snort and said, stealing a 56-style semi-automatic rifle from the military? Is it that simple? Just because Lin Huowang is a cripple? I tell you, it must have been that Commander Wang Biao who gave it to him. What should we do then? Lin Zhengwo feigned disappointment. Director Zhao, doesn't that eliminate our reason to deal with Lin Huowang? Zhao Tietue showed no sign of emotional disturbance and coldly replied, what of it? Isn't it even better to take down Wang Biao along with him? As the commander of the People's Army, how dare he privately give military firearms to a mere peasant? Humph. Even he, as a regiment commander, cannot bear the weight of such a crime. Really? That is splendid. Director, I assure you, it's not that I wish to complain, but Lin Huowang and Liu Rumeng have been utterly outrageous in our production team, relying on their firearm. They injured someone and claimed it was in self-defense. Liu Rumeng, with a commander backing her, has been bullying villagers, disregarding even me, the team leader. Rest assured, Team Leader Lin Huowang, this scourge I shall undoubtedly assist in eradicating. However, he is backed by Wang Biao, which complicates matters. After all, he commands an entire brigade that does not fall under my jurisdiction as the commune director. The most pressing task now is to await the day when you see Lin Huowang arriving at the commune armed and seeking Wang Biao. At that moment, do not hesitate to call me. I will request the support of the county's armed forces to apprehend both Lin Huowang and Wang Biao on the spot. By then, we will have both the evidence and the culprits. Even if Wang Biao were to summon aid from the Northeast Military Region headquarters, it would be of no consequence. Zhao Tietue calculated this in his mind. Lin Zhengwo immediately beamed with joy, affirming, I guarantee the task will be accomplished. Director Zhao, I will keep a close watch on Lin Huowang during this time. The moment he dares to bring a firearm to the commune, I will promptly notify you. He shall not escape retribution. After hanging up, the urgency and sense of crisis that had previously gripped Lin Zhengwo, instilled by Lin Huowang's intimidation, dissipated entirely. After all, who would regard a dying man as a threat? He stepped out of the production team's office and continued towards the dilapidated Lin family courtyard. There, an increasing number of villagers were bringing over their surplus materials in exchange for wild boar meat. Soon, a small mountain of goods had formed in front of the Lin family's crumbling home. The pots of boiling pig's blood soup brought joy to all the villagers. Even in later generations, wild boar blood is considered highly nutritious and delicious, a rare delicacy. In addition to these materials, Lin Huowang meticulously selected a few more items. He exchanged wild boar meat for the services of 2 carpenters, a tiler, and 15 ordinary laborers. It is estimated that they would be able to repair the Lin family's courtyard in about 2 days. The total cost amounted merely to the trade of a nearly 300-pound wild boar that had not been bled. He still had over 600 pounds of wild boar meat left, which indeed rendered him quite affluent. How wonderful! How wonderful! Huowang, we will finally have a proper home. Lin Mu exclaimed with increasing excitement, for her life had been fraught with hardships. Throughout her life, she had never had a place to truly call her own. In a society that heavily favored sons over daughters, Lin Mu, as the eldest sister, held no status in her natal family. From a young age, she was burdened with washing nearly the entire family's clothes, cooking, and working in the fields. Before she turned 14, she was betrothed to Lin Huowang's biological father. After giving birth to Lin Huowang, her congenital disability led her to be viewed as an ill omen. Not only was Lin Huowang treated poorly, but she, as his mother, was also branded by the villagers as a harbinger of misfortune. After the birth of her second child, Lin Xiaoxue, who, although not disabled, was still a girl, she faced disdain from her in-laws, who compelled Lin's father to write a divorce decree, expelling her along with her 2 children. With nowhere else to turn, Lin Mu had no choice but to return to her natal home, only to bring with her 3 mouths to feed, which further estranged her from her family. Eventually, after receiving a small dowry, she was married off again, along with her 2 children, to the Lin family in Linjigu. Initially, she had hoped that this marriage would finally grant her a peaceful life. However, to her dismay, the days turned out to be more arduous than ever before. Zhang Fugui frequently resorted to violence and verbal abuse, while she was burdened with all the household chores. Her 2 children, treated no better than mere livestock, endured the worst of everything, clothing, food, and were subject to bullying and mistreatment by Zhang's own children. What recourse did she have? She could only endure in silence. For if she were cast out again, she would be left with no means of survival. Who would want a woman marked by 2 failed marriages, a harbinger of misfortune, especially one who brought along 2 children, 3 mouths to feed? In these times, who wouldn't prefer to marry an untouched maiden? Lin Mu was acutely aware of her ill fate. Thus she treaded lightly within the Zhang household, ever cautious. She even admonished her children to suppress any temper and avoid displeasing the Zhang family, for the threat of being cast out loomed large. Yet, despite her forbearance and sacrifices, the Zhang family showed her no compassion. Should they find her incapable of work, they would not hesitate to expel her and her children from their home. Thus, Lin Mu, having drifted through life, yearned fervently for a true home, one she could call her own, where she would never again face expulsion. Even though the dilapidated courtyard she had temporarily settled in was unwanted by anyone else, Lin Mu felt a surge of joy in her heart. Now, her son had truly achieved something remarkable. He had gathered numerous craftsmen and laborers, along with ample materials for building. She was on the brink of having her own home, her own house. Brother, once the house is finished, will we no longer have to endure the cold? We could have a warm Kong like the Zhangs, where we can be comfortably clothed in our own home, Lin Xiaoxue eagerly inquired. Previously, even at the Zhang residence, she and Lin Huowang were forbidden from entering the main house with the heated Kong. They had to make do with a dark and frigid side room. Indeed, we shall construct a spacious, bright, and warm house. Lin Huowang, witnessing the delighted smiles of his mother and sister, felt an overwhelming sense of joy, believing that every effort had been worthwhile. Liu Rumeng, beside him, clung to Lin Huowang's arm, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons, radiating sweetness. Soon, every villager was served pig's blood soup and left satisfied. Their perception of Lin Huowang underwent a complete transformation. Once scorned and ridiculed as a mere cripple, he had now become a legend in the village, a genuine hero. This was largely due to the 8 young men who had accompanied him in hauling meat, vividly recounting the thrilling tale of Lin Huowang's encounter with the Northeast tiger, igniting a fervent buzz throughout the village. After all, it was a Northeast tiger, one of the fiercest hunters in all of Northeast China. It was a feat that even the most seasoned hunters might never achieve in their lifetimes. Instead, countless experienced hunters had met their demise at the jaws of the very beast they sought to conquer. Lin Huowang spent a night alone atop the mountain, managing to escape the jaws of a Siberian tiger, even inflicting injury upon the cunning beast. In the eyes of the villagers, this could only be described as a miracle. After all, the winter wilderness is known to claim lives, instilling a deep-rooted fear among the villagers. Those residing near the mountains harbor both reverence and dread for the towering peaks, with many villages traditionally venerating mountain deities or spirits. However, in this modern age, such superstitions have been cast aside, and public displays of worship have ceased. Lin Huowang's deliberate promotion of his tiger hunting exploits has further elevated his stature and reputation within the village, rendering him no longer a figure to be underestimated. Indeed, many young men of similar age, or even slightly older, now gaze at him with admiration. Several youths, while enjoying bowls of pig's blood soup, eagerly approached him, inquiring about the possibility of learning to shoot and hunt under his guidance. Lin Huowang always responded with a smile, deflecting their enthusiasm by suggesting that the time was not yet ripe, but hinted at the potential formation of a hunting team in the future. Consequently, the news of Lin Huowang seeking apprentices and establishing a hunting party spread like wildfire throughout the village, igniting excitement among the younger generation. Since witnessing Lin Huowang return with such an abundance of wild boar meat, they felt confident that, if armed, they could match his prowess. The prospect of joining Lin Huowang's hunting team promised not only thrilling adventures, but also a share of the spoils. Huowang, your handling of the situation today was truly masterful. As night deepened and his mother and younger siblings fell asleep, Liu Rumeng nestled in Lin Huowang's embrace, genuinely admiring her partner. The ordinary villagers, perhaps even now, remained oblivious to the fact that they had become pawns in the hands of the production team leader, Lin Huowang. They were unaware that the very actions they took today placed Lin Huowang in a precarious position. However, Liu Rumeng perceived the situation clearly and understood that if Lin Huowang mishandled the aftermath and hesitated to distribute some of the pork, he would inevitably face backlash from the villagers. The potential accusations of selfishness and lack of communal spirit would be minor compared to the risk of tarnishing his reputation, leading to a swift depletion of the wild boar meat. Were Liu Rumeng in his position, she could only envision a far less sophisticated approach, perhaps distributing half of the meat freely among the villagers. Yet even that thought she dismissed, knowing human greed all too well. If one were willing to part with half, the villagers would surely covet the remaining portion. After all, 500 pounds of wild boar meat divided among them would yield little more than a pound each. A meager portion that would leave everyone feeling shortchanged. In such a scenario, instead of gratitude, they might perceive him as selfish for retaining too much. However, Lin Huowang's approach not only established his authority, but also crafted a compelling persona, all while securing resources and labor. Remarkably, Lin Huowang quickly became the leader of the younger generation in the village through his exploits in combating corruption and forming hunting teams. This strategic acumen evoked an unexpected illusion in Liu Rumeng, who had perused historical tomes since childhood. The man beside her bore an uncanny resemblance to those founding ministers and emperors depicted in history, rising from humble beginnings, brimming with courage, and endowed with both valor and wisdom. The more she observed him, the more her heart swelled with joy, leading her to nestle against Lin Huowang's fervent chest. Huowang, love me. With the taste of newfound emotions, Liu Rumeng found herself increasingly attached to Lin Huowang. Especially at night, her body seemed to lack strength, and only by leaning against Lin Huowang did she feel rejuvenated, longing to be in his embrace at all times. Meng, I will love you for a lifetime. I shall never forsake you. He gently pressed his lips against Liu Rumeng's, which were cool yet delectable. Liu Rumeng responded with fervor. No longer the naive girl she once was, her shyness had dissipated, for this was the man she loved, and she was willing to unveil every facet of herself before him, offering him all that she had. Tenderly, Lin Huowang, this time even more gentle than before, let his warm, rough palm glide over her delicate, fair shoulder. A soft sound escaped Liu Rumeng's lips, igniting Lin Huowang's heart with an inferno of passion. Yes, Huowang, just like that. Huowang, I love you so much. Huowang, I want to bear your children. Huowang, let us never part. Huowang, love me fiercely. Huowang, you are truly amazing. You are wonderful. On an ordinary night in a northeastern village, the harmonious prelude of life resonated throughout the community. After all, in these times, there were no televisions, nor were there smartphones or computer games. People, nestled at home during the frigid winter nights, had little entertainment aside from the game of making children. Meanwhile, in the distant capital, at the editorial office of the Poetry Journal, a room full of editors, including the chief and deputy editors, was fervently working overtime. The upcoming issue of the Poetry Journal was about to be published, and while all other poems had been selected, the coveted opening poem remained elusive. Thus, all the editors toiled diligently, eagerly tearing open letters filled with submissions from young literary enthusiasts from across the nation. Since the revival of the Poetry Journal in 1976, a fervent wave of admiration for poetry and the craft of writing had swept through the youth of the country. Poetry, unlike novel writing, did not impose such high barriers. It did not demand extensive literary foundations or lengthy compositions. Moreover, it is of utmost significance that poetry is both succinct and romantic, lending itself beautifully to heartfelt recitations at any time and in any place. For the youth, often ensnared in confusion and emotional turmoil, poetry frequently emerges as the finest refuge for the soul and the spiritual realm. Yet, while many young enthusiasts of poetry exist and numerous submissions flood into the Poetry Journal, the true gems that can rightfully be called poetry and are selected for publication are exceedingly rare. This overwhelming influx of manuscripts indeed poses a considerable challenge for the editors of the Poetry Journal. In simple terms, they find themselves sifting for gold amidst an overwhelming mound of refuse. Each day, a dedicated vehicle must be dispatched from the Postal Service to deliver the deluge of submissions to the Poetry Journal. Other institutions may receive their correspondence measured merely by the envelope, perhaps a few dozen at most in a day. In stark contrast, the Poetry Journal receives submissions by the kilogram. This presents a trying ordeal for the editors. During this time, the editors are imbued with a profound sense of responsibility, fearing the loss of any letter that may contain a remarkable piece of work that could be overlooked. Hence, they approach each letter with utmost seriousness and diligence. Alas, yet another piece of doggerel, of a quality inferior to mine. I too have perused dozens of submissions, yet none possess the rhyme or artistic depth worthy of merit. Editor Yin, why not compose a poem yourself to serve as the featured piece? If this pursuit continues, I fear my eyes may well be ruined. Indeed, Editor Yin, while we receive a multitude of letters, 99 lack any real value. I shall reluctantly classify these as poetry. They are, to put it bluntly, merely fervent expressions devoid of any poetic form or emotional resonance. Let it be. I dare say that even if we were to sift through these several sacks of submissions, we would find not a single piece worthy of prominence. The 10 or so editors have labored tirelessly for 7 consecutive nights, yet still have not unearthed a single featured poem. This has even shaken the usually stringent editor-in-chief, Yin Chun. Let us continue our search. This evening shall be the final effort. If nothing is found, we shall proceed to publication tomorrow. Since we cannot find a commendable poem among the submissions, let us instead feature a poem by Su Jima. After all, it is essential for the Poetry Journal to maintain a certain prestige. However, just as Editor Yin finished speaking, a young editor named Li Ying suddenly sprang up from the ground, excitement radiating from his countenance. Clutching a manuscript, he exclaimed with fervor, "What a splendid poem! This piece is truly exceptional. I have never encountered such a rich emotional tapestry that evokes such hope and happiness. This poem is destined to resonate throughout the nation." Chapter 35, Wolves. Danger, danger, danger. This exuberant outcry startled all the editors, who had been in a state of agitation. Li Ying, what are you shouting about? You nearly scared me to death. As a novice editor who has only recently joined our poetry magazine for less than 2 months, what kind of discernment can you possess? Indeed, Li Ying, you are still young, and your exposure to poetry is limited. What poem could possibly be so exceptional that it could captivate all of China? Precisely, Li Ying, such statements should not be made lightly. Even if Su Jima were to be reborn, he could not guarantee that his poetry would resonate throughout the nation. Several editors who are usually at odds with Li Ying chimed in at this moment. The deputy editor, Tian Jian, also furrowed his brow and gently admonished, "Li Ying, the youth should exhibit a degree of composure. As a poetry enthusiast, it is understandable to be excited upon encountering a fine poem. However, as an editor of our poetry magazine, your aesthetic sensibilities and perceptions represent the taste and standards of our publication. If any poem could provoke such exuberance from you, even within our editorial team, outsiders may question the overall poetic discernment of our magazine. But Deputy Editor Tian, I assure you this poem is truly remarkable. It is so exquisite that I find myself at a loss for words to adequately describe or praise it. Indeed, just moments ago, I was nearly dozing off when I unsealed this letter and began to read the lines of poetry. Instantly, I was enveloped by a sensation of being nourished by hope and happiness. Every word, every phrase in this poem radiates warmth, embodying a beauty that everyone yearns for. To employ a contemporary term, it is profoundly platonic. Upon finishing, one's spiritual realm is imbued with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Despite the skepticism from the esteemed editors present, Liu remained undeterred. He continued to articulate his various feelings and insights while reading the poem, expressing them in exquisitely beautiful language. His confidence stemmed not from himself, but from the poem in his hands, facing the sea, with spring blossoms. It could be said that this was the finest poem he had ever encountered in his life. In fact, at that very moment, Liu felt an exhilarating sense of honor. The thought that such a timeless piece of poetry had been unearthed by a relatively obscure editor like himself was thrilling. Indeed, setting aside everything else, Liu's reflections alone constitute a commendable analysis of poetry. Yet, I wonder how the original text measures up to such splendid impressions. The editor-in-chief, Yin Shun, was also drawn in by Liu's words. He nodded and addressed Liu. "Let us do this. Everyone, please pause your current tasks. Liu, kindly read aloud the poem you just encountered. Since you assert that this poem has the potential to resonate across the nation, let all present editors serve as evaluators. If more than half of the editors deem this poem of commendable quality, then we shall not fret about the featured poem for this issue. We will simply adopt this one." The chief editor Yin Shun has spoken, naturally causing the other editors, regardless of their disdain for the newly arrived Liu, to silence their critiques. However, their hearts remain laden with prejudice against her. What does a novice editor know about the essence of fine poetry? Their collective rejection of Liu stems not merely from her status as a newcomer, but from the fact that she secured her position at the Poetry Journal through connections. In contrast, the other editors hail from esteemed literary institutions or are established writers and poets themselves. Liu, a mere girl, a passionate lover of literature and poetry, has just graduated from university and entered the journal through her connections. How could this possibly earn her the respect of these seasoned editors? The presence of a fledgling among them, sharing the same office to critique manuscripts, feels to them like a degradation of their artistic standards. They eagerly await the opportunity to ridicule this new editor who has seemingly bypassed merit. Yet, Liu senses the scrutinizing gazes of her colleagues, their desire for amusement evident. Undeterred, she clutches a poem, unafraid of their judgment. Clearing her throat and swallowing her apprehension, she invokes her emotions and recites with fervor, "From tomorrow onward, I shall be a happy person, tending horses, chopping wood, and traveling the world." The first two lines, unremarkable and devoid of rhyme or literary beauty, evoke no emotional response from the seasoned editors. Even Yin Shun furrows his brow in dissatisfaction. After all, in such pressing times, Liu's choice of a mundane poem feels like a gross misallocation of the editor's time. I told you so. What literary appreciation can one expect from someone who has gained entry through favoritism? I could churn out 100 lines like those in a single day. Such a waste of time. Look, the chief editor's face is darkening. He's about to lose his temper. Regardless of your connections, he will criticize you when warranted. Just wait and see how Liu will be scolded. The editors had already condemned the poem in their minds, viewing Liu as a source of amusement. However, her calm demeanor suddenly escalated as she raised her voice, passionately proclaiming, "From tomorrow onward, I will care for grains and vegetables. I have a house facing the sea, where spring blossoms." In that instant, the chief editor Yin Shun sprang to his feet, electrified. The once dismissive attitude of the other editors was instantly transformed into a collective shiver of excitement, ignited by the phrase "facing the sea, where spring blossoms." The prior two lines, seemingly bland, now resonated with a transcendental sense of pastoral poetry, akin to that of Tao Yuanming. "From tomorrow onward, I will correspond with every loved one, tell them of my happiness. The radiant lightning of joy has imparted its message, and I shall share it with all. I will bestow warm names upon every river and every mountain. I long only to face the sea, as spring blossoms anew." In a single breath, the new editor, Liu, recited the remaining verses with profound emotion. This time, no editor dared to interject with commentary. This time, no editor underestimated the value of this poem. This time, no editor questioned Liu's capacity for poetic appreciation. Rather, at this moment, all the editors, including the chief editor Yin Shun, gazed upon Liu with deep envy. This truly remarkable poem, capable of captivating the nation, was unearthed by her first. It is a genuine treasure, mined from the depths of despair. A piece of gold that can be cherished for generations. I have completed the recitation. The poem is titled "Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms." Upon finishing Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms, Liang was astonished to see all the editors seemingly frozen in place. They stood motionless, mouths agape, in a state of utter astonishment and immersion. After several moments, they finally responded. Chief Editor Yin Chun, filled with excitement, slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "This is it. We have our featured poem, Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms." Liang was indeed correct. This poem is destined to resonate throughout the nation. Despite its lack of ornate language, it exudes a freshness and fluidity that captivates. The vivid imagery conjures a sense of being in a house that faces the sea, where spring brings forth blossoms, hope, happiness. These sentiments are genuinely conveyed through the verses, touching each of us deeply. It is utterly beautiful. As I close my eyes, I feel as though I am instantly transported to the seaside, with the sound of waves in my ears and a panorama of blooming flowers before me. It is a privilege for our poetry journal to publish such a poem. I firmly believe this piece will elevate our magazine's reputation immensely. Furthermore, it will ignite a greater passion for poetry among literary youth across the country. In an uncharacteristic display of eloquence, the usually reserved chief editor, Yin Chun, extolled the poem for a full 10 minutes. All the editors resonated with his praises. They may have harbored biases against the new editor, Liang, but for such a breathtaking and timeless poem, they could not, in good conscience, utter a single word of disparagement. It is truly exquisite. Perhaps this is the spiritual sanctuary that everyone yearns for. Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms. These simple 8 characters have the power to warm even the coldest of hearts. A youth capable of crafting such verses must be inherently optimistic, vibrant, and blissful. Comrade Liang, I retract my previous words to you. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, feeling fortunate to have unearthed such a splendid poem among this heap of letters. This year, our poetry magazine is destined for great acclaim. With a poem of this caliber published, the literary youth across the nation will undoubtedly become acquainted with us. Let us present Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms as our featured poem. I trust that not a single editor present would contest this choice. After countless nights of diligent work, discovering such a remarkable poem makes our efforts worthwhile. Without a shadow of a doubt, every editor in attendance unanimously supports this decision. The chief editor, Yin Chun, nodded with a smile, yet solemnly proposed, "Although the outcome seems evident, let us cast our votes." Those in favor of Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms being the highlight of our next issue, please raise your hands. If there are any objections, kindly articulate your reasons. Liang, please take charge of counting the votes. Upon the chief editor's conclusion, all 17 editors present raised their hands in unison. What a jest! If Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms does not qualify as a featured poem, then what poem could possibly be worthy? As Liang had initially marveled, this is certainly a piece poised to captivate the entire nation. With great delight, Liang counted the votes. 1, 2, all 17. Chief editor, it has been unanimously elected as the featured poem of this issue. Very well, it is settled then. Finally, the task is complete. This featured poem has indeed put us through a great deal of effort. Liang, you shall take on the responsibility of writing an interpretation and analysis of this poem for the next issue's featured section. With a nod, Yin Chun expressed satisfaction with the outcome and then instructed Liang further. Chief editor, I am not worthy of this task, am I? As a new intern, according to the magazine's rules, I should at least wait until I am officially appointed after a year before I can write analyses of poetry. Liang, taken aback, repeatedly declined, asserting, moreover, such a magnificent poem, I truly lack the qualifications to provide an analysis. With so many esteemed editors and renowned poets present, it hardly seems fitting for a novice like myself to undertake this responsibility. I believe it would be better for another editor to write it. I truly cannot accept this honor. To others, it may have appeared that Liang was merely feigning modesty, but in her heart, she genuinely believed it. The more she appreciated Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms, the more intimidated she felt about writing an analysis. The thought alone was daunting. This poem is set to resonate among the literary youth nationwide, and how could an unknown like her presume to write an analysis? She would be scrutinized by thousands. Furthermore, given that she secured her position here through connections, it was already enough to draw attention. Her father advised her to remain modest and humble within the pages of the poetry magazine, emphasizing the importance of respecting her predecessors. How could she possibly seize such a prominent opportunity? Yet, the editor-in-chief, Yin Chun, waved his hand and said, "You are capable of writing well. Let us not overlook the words you just spoke. With a little refinement and expansion, they will suffice. He added, your analysis is quite astute, brimming with the vitality of youth, something we older fellows cannot quite appreciate. Realizing that Li Ying was hesitant to overshadow the veteran editors, he further remarked, and who says that the poem Facing the Sea, with Spring Blossoms, can only be accompanied by a single analysis? I intend for this edition to feature 2 analyses. One penned by you, from the youthful perspective I just mentioned, and the other by Deputy Editor Go, whose seasoned pen can offer a different viewpoint on Facing the Sea. With Spring Blossoms, this arrangement alleviated some of Li Ying's pressure, and such an honor would undoubtedly be something she desired. Very well, if that is the case, Chief Editor. I shall give it a try. If my writing falls short, please do not hesitate to say so. I dread the thought of producing an inadequate analysis that might invite scorn from poetry enthusiasts nationwide. Li Ying nodded, accepting the task. At that moment, another editor, curious, inquired, Li Ying, you Haven T mentioned. Who is the author of Facing the Sea, with Spring Blossoms? What is his background? Is he a cultural worker, a scholar, or perhaps a laborer? Indeed, I am curious as well. Who could write such carefree and joyous poetry? Surely, the author must be a young person. No. Young people are often too arrogant to compose such exquisite verses. It must be an elderly professor, someone who has weathered the vicissitudes of life. As the editors debated the author's identity, Li Ying smiled and announced, the author of Facing the Sea, with Spring Blossoms, is a young intellectual who went to the countryside. Remarkably, he is one of the youth sent from our capital to the rural northeast. His name is Zhong Yuejin, and he is only 18 years old. Wow, 18, so young. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. This single poem, Facing the Sea, with Spring Blossoms, is enough to secure him a significant place in the annals of our nation's poetry, especially now, as our country's literary endeavors begin to flourish and revive. Poetry like Facing the Sea, with Spring Blossoms, imbued with hope and energy, is destined to become a mainstay, ushering in a wave of poetic renaissance. Excellent. As a person from our capital, does he mention his home address in Beijing? If so, we could visit his family to share the wonderful news of his poem's publication. Li Ying shook her head, no? In his letter, he expressed his passion for poetry and his deep admiration for our poetry magazine. He fervently wishes to join our editorial team, as this has been his lifelong dream and ambition. He hopes that our magazine can assist him in returning to the capital to serve as a poetry editor. This young man's aspirations are indeed noble. It seems he desires to be our colleague. However, his qualifications are still quite lacking. At merely 18 years old, he is rather inexperienced. What newspaper would allow an 18-year-old to take on the role of an editor? Yet, it may not be entirely impossible. If Facing the Sea, with Spring Blossoms, truly becomes a sensation, and the author is an editor at our magazine, it could significantly enhance our magazine's reputation. Moreover, could it not serve as an inspiration to poetry enthusiasts nationwide? It demonstrates that excellence in poetry can indeed lead to a viable career path. Beyond being a professional poet, one can also be an editor for a literary magazine. The country is already contemplating relaxing restrictions on the publishing industry, and in the future, various publications will undoubtedly proliferate. We might consider embracing a diverse group of literary enthusiasts as editors. Indeed, I concur. After all, our magazine still has openings to fill. Why not recruit someone like Comrade Zhong Yuejin? It is no small feat for him to have penned such a remarkable poem as Facing the Sea, with Spring Blossoms. Amidst the fervent discussions among the editors, the chief editor, Yin Chun, ultimately decreed that it would be unwise to hastily appoint an 18-year-old youth to our editorial team. Let us wait a while longer to assess the true impact of this issue's publication and the poem Facing the Sea, with Spring Blossoms. If it indeed garners nationwide acclaim, as Li Ying suggested, we might consider welcoming Comrade Zhong Yuejin into our editorial department. After the meeting, night had already fallen. Editor Li Ying rode her bicycle back home from the Agricultural Exhibition Center, where our magazine is located. The noise of her return roused her mother from her slumber. Is that you, Yingzi? Why are you home so late? I thought you, working in the literary field, would have a more reasonable schedule. You seem more exhausted than factory workers. Is it really necessary to stay up all night sifting through readers' letters for commendable poetry? Although her mother's words were laced with complaints, she was deeply concerned for her daughter's late hours. She grumbled as she went to the kitchen to heat a bowl of egg soup for her daughter, saying, "Had I known, I wouldn't have let your father use connections to get you into the magazine. Working as a sales clerk at the department store would have been much better." Everyone admires you and seeks to please you. You could buy whatever you wanted at a discounted price. So many young girls aspire to be sales clerks at department stores. Yet you, for some reason, seem to disdain it. As an editor at the Poetry Journal, I could work tirelessly throughout the day without feeling fatigued. For it is a vocation I cherish deeply. In contrast, were I to serve as a sales assistant in a department store, I would surely succumb to boredom. Enduring even a mere morning there would feel like an eternity. Li, while savoring a warm bowl of egg soup, grasped her mother's hand and exclaimed, "Mom, I accomplished something remarkable today. I unearthed an exceptionally splendid poem from the pile of letters." "Three exceptionally. Just how extraordinary is it?" her mother teased. Li recited. From tomorrow onward, facing the sea, with spring blossoms, and with only a few readings, she could recite it flawlessly. Her mother listened quietly at first, but as the words unfolded, her indifference transformed into intrigue. Initially drowsy, her eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. "This poem is truly exquisite," she exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. "I told you it is a beautifully crafted piece that could resonate nationwide." In her mother's presence, Li displayed no modesty, proudly declaring, "Indeed. Who is the author of this poem? It is wonderfully written. Even as an unversed housewife, I find it uplifting and brimming with hope." Her mother nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment. "The author is Zhong Yuejin, a youth sent from the capital to the northeastern province of Jilin, specifically Baishan. He is merely 18, 4 years my junior. How can someone so young compose such remarkable poetry?" "Baishan, what a coincidence. Your cousin Yi Zhifei is currently on a business trip to the northeast military region, and he is right there in Baishan," her mother remarked with a smile. "Oh, when did Brother Fei head to the northeast? I was unaware. By the way, this comrade Zhong Yuejin wishes to join our poetry journal as an editor." The chief editor said he would assess the impact of his poem Facing the Sea, with spring blossoms before making a decision. If it becomes a sensation, the chief editor promised to take me along to the northeast to meet this Zhong Yuejin in person. I'll also conduct an interview. So, Mom, please find out Brother Fei's address and phone number in Baishan." Li exclaimed with excitement. "That way, when the chief editor and I travel to the northeast, we will have an acquaintance there, one Tiwi. All right, I shall inquire tomorrow. But why would your chief editor take a young girl like you on a business trip to the frigid northeast?" Her mother expressed concern. "Perhaps you should decline and let another editor go instead. It would be the same." "It is not the same. The chief editor said it is my discovery. The poem Facing the Sea, with spring blossoms, that I unearthed from the letters. I am his talent scout. My presence holds significance." Li retorted, her spirit undeterred. "What of being a young girl? Mom, Chairman Mao once said that women hold up half the sky. Please do not underestimate our potential. It is merely a business trip, and I am capable." Very well, very well. You are indeed capable. Upon arriving there, seek out your cousin first and have him arrange for someone to escort you and the editor to the countryside. The rural areas are rather chaotic, and it seems that some regions are currently experiencing famine. This year's grain harvest in the northeast has significantly diminished, leading to hardships nationwide. Li's mother sighed again. "Rest assured, Mother, I shall retire for the night," Li replied, sticking out her tongue. After a brief freshening up, she returned to her room. Lying on her bed, Li mind echoed with the verses of the poem Facing the Sea, with spring blossoms. Zhong Yuejin, what a name imbued with a sense of the times. I wonder what kind of person he is. I am quite curious. Based on the poetic style, he seems to embody a delicate, effeminate youth. Yet, one cannot be too sure. He might just as easily be a scruffy lad with a full beard. He is merely 18, a little brother, and I am 4 years his senior. How could I possibly be 4 years older? Really, why was my mother in such a hurry to bring me into this world? I hope Facing the Sea, with spring blossoms becomes a sensation, spreading throughout China and beyond, reaching every corner of the globe. That way, I could finally meet the true essence of Zhong Yuejin in the Northeast. Who knows, we might even become colleagues, commuting together each day. Being a native of the capital, he should have no trouble acclimatizing to its climate. Ah, so it seems, I am only a mere 4 years older. I shall be his caring big sister. If he arrives, I will no longer be the youngest in the editorial office. Yes, I shall take good care of him. With such whimsical thoughts, Li soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the Hongxing commune's Linjiagu, the night was cloaked in darkness, and the air was filled with the scurrying sounds of mice. The wild boar blood soup simmered outside the dilapidated Lin family courtyard, its aroma wafting into the night. Starving mice, hidden away in their burrows, emerged one by one, drawn by the enticing scent of meat. However, more urgent than these mice were the figures suddenly rushing forth from the mountains. Their eyes glowed with a terrifying green light as they descended in packs from the snow-capped peaks. This was a pack of wolves, driven mad by hunger in the winter. Sensing the scent of blood in the air, the lead wolf let out an excited howl. Under the moonlight, the alpha wolf stood on a hillside, commanding a group of over 20 famished, sharp-toothed companions below, positioned less than 300 meters from Lin Jigu. Awoo! The alpha's howl jolted Lin Huowang from his slumber. Startled, he instinctively sprang up, every hair on his body standing on end. In his previous life, during his time in the Special Operations Camp, he had once camped overnight on the grasslands with two comrades. They had encountered a pack of wolves then, too, upon hearing a howl reminiscent of this one. Then, the pack of prairie wolves, resembling a frenzy, charged towards the tent where the three individuals were situated. For them, armed with firearms, a lone wolf or even a few posed no real threat. They were merely a source of amusement. However, when the number of wolves surged into the dozens, and with a cunning alpha directing the assault, the true terror of the pack became apparent. Despite Lin Huowang wielding a submachine gun, and the trio bracing back to back as they unleashed a barrage upon the advancing wolves, several managed to flank them, viciously sinking their teeth into a comrade's thigh. Fortunately, Lin Huowang reacted swiftly, firing 2 shots to fend off the attackers. In a moment of ingenuity, he hurled 2 grenades, sending the remaining wolves fleeing. Ultimately, when they tallied their achievements, they had slain 13 wolves. Yet, Lin Huowang felt no elation. Instead, he gained a profound understanding of the wolf species. He also recognized the paramount importance of unity and cooperation. After all, how could it be said that a pack of wolves could fell a tiger, a solitary hunter? Encountering a fierce tiger in the wilderness might rely on agility and luck to survive against the odds. Yet, if targeted by a pack of wolves, the outcome would be dire. One wolf is not frightening. A multitude of wolves is insurmountable. Thus, in the dead of night, as he slumbered, the sudden call of the alpha wolf from outside sent chills down Lin Huowang's spine. Huowang, what is wrong? What is happening? Liu Rumeng was jolted awake by his alarm. Wolves. A pack of wolves is approaching us. Meng, quickly, wake everyone up. Lin Huowang's expression darkened, and his words rushed forth. He sprang from his bed, donned his clothing, and immediately grasped the 56-style semi-automatic rifle that lay by his bedside. Is it true? Are there really wolves? Liu Rumeng, still groggy, quickly became alert. She anxiously threw on her clothes and rushed to another bed, calling out, Mother! Xiaoxue! Daniu! Juhua! Get up! Huowang says there are wolves coming. What? Wolves? In this day and age, how can wolves dare to approach the village? Lin's mother gasped in shock, scrambling to her feet in fear. She had experienced the terror of starving wolves descending from the mountains to hunt in the village during her childhood. That year, she had nearly been snatched away by a wolf, and the memory still haunted her. Lin Xiaoxue, unaware of what wolves truly were, curiously asked her sister-in-law, What do wolves look like? Is their meat delicious? Liu Rumeng, both amused and exasperated, replied, Wolf meat can be consumed, but now, a pack of wolves is coming to feast on us. No. Xiaoxue doesn't want to be eaten by wolves. Xiaoxue is very thin and has no meat. Upon hearing that the wolves intended to consume them, the timid Lin Xiaoxue immediately began to weep. Zhao Daniu and Zhao Juhua, too, turned pale at the mention of wolves. The two siblings, when they were cast out from Zhao Jiaoduan, had once encountered a lone wolf in the wilderness. Fortunately, Zhao Daniu was armed with a machete at that time, and despite sustaining a bite to his thigh, he managed to severely injure and drive off the wolf. Thus, they narrowly escaped with their lives. Now, upon hearing Liu Rumeng mention the arrival of a pack of wolves, both siblings turned pale with fright. Do not panic. The wolf pack is still some distance away. They would not dare to charge directly into the village. Typically, they adopt a strategy of flanking and encircling their prey. If my estimates are correct, the wolves are likely drawn here by the aroma of the wild boar meat and the simmering pig's blood that was brought back today. Although they are primarily targeting our family, it is essential to alert the villagers. Daniu, immediately retrieve that broken gong at the foot of the bed and sound the alarm. Lin Huowang's expression was grave as he gripped his Type 56 semi-automatic rifle tightly, counting the remaining bullets. 48 rounds. Lin Huowang frowned. regretting not asking Captain Wang for more ammunition. He was uncertain of the scale of the approaching wolf pack. Even if there were merely 20 wolves, to annihilate them would require nearly 2 bullets for each wolf. Moreover, these wolves would not stand still for him to take aim. Led by an alpha, the pack exhibited clear divisions of labor, varied in size, and displayed cunning intelligence. It was still nighttime, and the wolves possessed superior vision compared to humans. In such dire circumstances, accurately inflicting casualties on the pack was an exceedingly daunting task. However, this was a challenge for ordinary individuals. As an experienced Special Forces soldier, Lin Huowang's mind raced upon hearing the call of the alpha wolf, swiftly devising a strategy to confront the pack. "All right, I will guard alongside you with the machete," Zhao Daniu declared, despite trembling with fear. Resolutely, he took the broken gong in one hand and the machete in the other. He stepped beside Lin Huowang and struck the gong with all his might. Clang, clang, clang. In the stillness of the night, the sudden sound of the gong startled nearly all the villagers awake. The earlier howl of the alpha had already roused many. Wolves are coming? Oh my heavens! This is terrifying at such a late hour. I think I just heard the alpha's howl. It must be a pack of wolves. The sound of the gong came from Huowang's direction. It has to be. He has that pile of wild boar meat. The wolves must have come drawn by the scent. Huowang is done for. Even if he has a gun, how many wolves can one gun take down? They are a pack of starving wolves. As the gong resounded, the message was clear. Wolves were approaching. Everyone, quickly rise, grab your shotguns, and lend a hand. Help? What help? Did Huowang bring you meat today? Or just bones? Why are you so incessantly lamenting over a mere bowl of insipid pig's blood soup? You brought in a pound of wild boar meat, and yet you sacrificed several fine pine planks. How can you speak so? Huowang himself hunted the wild boar. To share even a taste of that pig's blood soup with us is already a significant act of kindness. Now that wolves have descended upon the village, even if they are targeting Huowang's home, how can we stand idly by in the same village? We must rise and assist. All right, I shall help. But you express concern for Huowang while neglecting the well-being of your own husband. Such dialogues echoed through every household in Linjiagu. The villagers, roused from their slumber, either reveled in Huowang's misfortune or swiftly armed themselves with hunting rifles, venturing out to aid in the fight against the wolves. However, Lin Huowang, the village's production team leader, upon hearing the howls of the wolves and the sound of a gong, sprang from his bed in excitement. "What is that dreadful noise?" his wife asked, clutching the quilt in fear. "Of course it's frightening. Those are the howls of wolves. A pack has come down the mountain in search of flesh. And guess what? They are headed straight for that worthless cripple, Lin Huowang's house. Let him flaunt his ill-gotten gains of wild boar meat. So miserly, devoid of any sense of community. Utterly selfish. Now he has drawn the wolves upon himself. He deserves it." Clad in his coat, Lin Huowang dashed out the door, particularly exhilarated to see many of the village's able-bodied men, rifles in hand, while those without firearms brandished tools like pickaxes, hoes, or machetes. Lin Huowang, however, was soon discontented and hastily admonished the young man. "What are you doing? It's the middle of the night. Why aren't you sleeping? Captain, you must hurry to the team office and use the village loudspeaker to rally the militia to hunt the wolves." "Indeed, Captain, the wolves have entered the village. They seem to be coming down from the western slope. Lin Huowang's home is right there, and the pack is undoubtedly headed for him. We should go lend a hand. You must quickly summon the militia." Some of these young men had previously assisted in transporting the wild boar meat, recalling Lin Huowang's generosity, while others were contemplating joining his future hunting team, eager to seize this opportunity to prove themselves. Yet, there were also those who, despite their reluctance, were compelled by their wives to join the fray. However, Lin Huowang would not permit them to assist Lin Huowang. He immediately shouted, "This is absurd. Those are wolves. Extremely dangerous. What use are your meager rifles against them? Are you forsaking your lives? Your families depend on you for sustenance. To risk everything for someone unrelated to you in the dead of night? Have you lost your minds? Captain, how can you say he is unrelated? Huowang is one of us. Today he treated the entire village to pig's blood soup. Now that he is in peril, we must help." "Yes, Captain. I know you and Huowang have your differences and often make things difficult for him. However, this is a matter of life and death. Moreover, if we fail to assist now, what will happen when the pack of wolves truly ventures into the village? The youths may be reluctant." Yet Lin Huowang wielded the authority of the production team leader and sternly declared, "I forbid you to go. What is there to fear? Did not Lin Huowang boast of his marksmanship during the day? A mere handful of wolves. Can he not handle them alone? Must you all rush to his aid? Furthermore, if Lin Huowang himself cannot fend off the wolves, what use would your presence serve? Do not worry about the wolves encroaching upon the village. With the abundance of wild boar meat at Lin Huowang's home, they will be well fed and unlikely to venture into the village. But do not take this lightly. Do you wish to forfeit your rations after the new year? Are you disregarding my words? If so, each of you will lose 2 jin of cornmeal. Lin Jiangwo brandished his authority, threatening to deduct rations from those who disobeyed. Indeed, the once eager youths, ready to assist, could only lower their heads in resignation. Satisfied, Lin Jiangwo nodded and earnestly remarked, "That is more like it." Lin Huowang has hoarded over 500 jin of wild boar meat for himself and exchanged it for numerous useful materials. He hardly shares it with you. Why should you risk your lives for his family? Return home and sleep soundly. By morning, all will be well. Rest assured, the wolves dare not enter the village. In all my years as production team leader, I have never witnessed wolves daring to invade our village. Under Lin Jiangwo's persuasive rhetoric, the throng of young men reluctantly dispersed to their respective homes. Yet, Lin Jiangwo remained uneasy, fearing someone might sneak off to assist Lin Huowang. With his hands clasped behind his back and his spirits lifted, he began to patrol the village. As anticipated, some disregarded his commands. One individual, just as he had turned to head home, quickly veered off down a different path, clutching a hunting rifle, and dashed towards the Lin family's dilapidated courtyard. Humph, do you take my words lightly? Should I discover who you are, I will deduct your rations. Lin Jiangwo attempted to pursue, but the shadow fled too swiftly, leaving him to vent his frustrations into the air. This shadow was none other than Lin Daqiang, one of the 8 young men who had accompanied Lin Huowang to transport the wild boar meat. Known as Daqiang, he was somewhat simple-minded and stubborn. Upon hearing the wolves howl, he rose to aid Lin Huowang. Even Lin Jiangwo's threats and persuasion were of no consequence. He turned down another path, resolutely heading towards the Lin family's dilapidated courtyard. At that moment, the Lin family's dilapidated courtyard found itself enveloped in an unprecedented crisis. The lead wolf, following the scent of the blood from the wild boar meat, swiftly pinpointed the Lin family's location. With a howl, the pack scattered, converging from both sides to encircle the courtyard. Although the 500 jin of wild boar meat was frozen and buried beneath the snow, an ordinary person passing overhead would scarcely detect its presence. However, for creatures such as wolves, their sense of smell is remarkably acute, allowing them to swiftly detect the source of the sanguine scent. Instantly, the entire pack became exceedingly agitated. After all, they had descended the mountain with empty bellies, and now, the tantalizing prospect of fresh meat lay before them. How could they not be stirred to a frenzy of howls? Inside the house, the cacophony of paws and howls sent waves of tension rippling through everyone present. "Mother, I am frightened," Lin Xiaoxua whimpered, huddling tightly in her mother's embrace, trembling uncontrollably. "Fear not, Xiaoxua, do not be afraid. A Wang will protect us. We have firearms, we shall be safe." Though she uttered these reassurances, Lin's mother was gripped by fear herself. This was a pack of wolves. By the sound of it, their numbers were considerable. No matter how formidable a Wang might be, he was but one man armed with a single gun. Zhao Dainiu could be considered a reluctant ally, yet he wielded nothing but a dilapidated, rusted machete. What could that possibly accomplish? "Mother, we must place our trust in a Wang. However, we also need to arm ourselves. We cannot be a burden to him." She knew that soon, wolves might breach the door, and if even one were to enter, they would strike it down with sticks. Liu Rumeng, though fearful, reminded herself to remain composed and resolute, to organize and safeguard her mother and sister. She understood that when the wolves launched their assault, the brunt of pressure would fall upon a Wang, and she could not afford to distract him. Thus, she must shoulder the responsibility of the household's matriarch. "Meng Meng, you must be vigilant. If any wolves sneak up on us, call for me immediately." Gripping his Type 56 semi-automatic rifle tightly, Lin Huowang stood resolutely in the courtyard. Through the ink-black night, he locked eyes with the Wolf King lurking in the shadows. "You vile creature, so you've set your sights on my grandfather Wang, have you? Today, let it be that each of you meets your doom." Lin Huowang was acutely aware that, in the annals of history, Lin Jiagu had never witnessed a horde of wolves descending upon the village. Therefore, he could almost ascertain that the wild boar meat he had brought back had lured this pack down from the mountains. In the darkness, Lin Huowang's night vision was not particularly keen, yet he hastily scanned the approaching wolves, estimating their numbers to be around 40, a significant pack indeed. The intelligence of the alpha wolf leading such a group was undoubtedly formidable. Lin Huowang dared not underestimate them or let his guard down. He had just instructed Zhao Daniu to prepare some tongue oil, and, while the wolves had yet to close in, he had already circled the courtyard with it. This was the perfect moment. As Lin Huowang gazed at the ravenous wolf king, without a moment's hesitation, he hurled his torch forward. At that very instant, the wolf king let out a piercing howl. The assembled wolves were poised to launch their attack when, with a sudden flash, a wall of fire ignited before them. The torch, upon contact with the tongue oil, ignited instantly, forming a flaming barrier. There is no beast unafraid of fire. Amidst the palpable tension, the pack of wolves, poised for an assault, was startled by the sudden eruption of flames. The fire illuminated half of the surroundings, casting the wolves into a momentary state of bewildered fear. Lin Huowang decisively fired his weapon, aiming directly at the head of the wolf king. Without pausing to witness the outcome, he swiftly discharged several rounds towards the nearest 9 wolves. A pained howl escaped the wolf king, igniting a flicker of hope within Lin Huowang. Should he succeed in eliminating the wolf king with a single shot, the ensuing hunt for the rest of the pack would undoubtedly become significantly less arduous. However, Lin Huowang's elation proved premature. While his marksmanship was precise, and he had anticipated the wolf king's evasive maneuvers, the creature's reflexes were swifter. Upon detecting Lin Huowang's gunfire, the wolf king leapt away, sustaining a wound to its left foreleg. Regrettably, Lin Huowang furrowed his brow as he observed the limping wolf king, baring its teeth in furious howls. The surrounding pack momentarily descended into chaos, as Lin Huowang's previous 9 shots had proven remarkably accurate. The ordinary wolves lacked the cunning and reflexes of their leader, with most falling victim to his precise aim. Some wolves, witnessing their comrades drop dead beside them, instinctively sought to flee. Yet, the wolf king's commanding howl stabilized the pack's morale. It seemed the wolf king had discerned that Lin Huowang's semi-automatic rifle could only fire 10 shots before requiring a reload. With a commanding bark, it ordered the remaining 30 wolves to leap over the fiery barrier and charge into the courtyard. What a cunning beast! Realizing the wolf king's strategy, Lin Huowang hastily reloaded his ammunition while shouting to Zhao Daniu, "Daniu, guard the entrance. Rest assured, Brother Huowang, I will not allow a single wolf to enter." "Unless I perish first," Zhao Daniu replied, gripping his axe with unwavering resolve, fear entirely absent from his heart, replaced instead by a primal fighting instinct. Indeed, as the pack overcame their fear and leapt over the fire, they surged toward Lin Huowang just as he finished reloading. There was scarcely time to aim. He fired shot after shot. However, the urgency and proximity diminished his accuracy significantly compared to before. He struck 7 wolves, though most were only wounded, with just 1 lying motionless on the ground. The remaining 6, despite their injuries, continued to rush towards him, and nearly 20 more wolves were closing in fast. I had underestimated these beasts. Yet, I still have a tactic left. With no time to reload again, Lin Huowang seized a barrel of tongue oil at his feet and hurled it at the advancing wolves. The oil proved exceedingly slippery, causing the wolves to tumble one after another to the ground. And that was not the end of it. Lin Huowang promptly hurled several small torches, igniting the bodies of the 7 or 8 wolves before him. The remaining wolves, unscathed by flames, were once again struck with terror. How could this fire have ignited? It was utterly horrifying. Even though the alpha wolf's howls commanded them forward, their eyes were filled with fear as they gazed upon Lin Huowang. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Huowang hastily continued to reload his ammunition. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, 10 shots. As anticipated, wolves were indeed attempting to sneak around to the door. Zhao Dani had been waiting for this moment. The instant he saw a wolf's head peeking through, he swung his axe down with all his might. The wolf let out a harrowing cry, its head nearly severed, blood gushing forth. Zhao Daniu gasped in astonishment, never imagining he could cleave a wolf's neck with a single blow. Inside the house, Liu Rumeng's nerves were on high alert as she turned to survey other vulnerable spots. Indeed, in the northwestern corner, she spotted a gray wolf attempting to squeeze through a crack in the wall like a dog. "Mother, Xiaoxua, Juhua, quickly come here. We must fend off the wolf." In that moment, the 4 women cast aside all fear displaying remarkable courage as they wielded sticks to fiercely strike at the wolf's head intruding into their space. The wolf, caught off guard, yelped in pain, realizing too late that it had been discovered. Outside, Lin Huowang swiftly reloaded another 10 rounds, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. There were now fewer than 20 wolves left, their once fierce morale having dissipated. The 6 or 7 wolves that had caught fire were now utterly motionless, their charred remains emitting a scent that instilled dread in the remaining pack. The reluctant Wolf King attempted to rally the others for a final assault against Lin Huowang. "You wretched beast, face your doom." However, Lin Huowang was not inclined to show mercy this time. With the flames illuminating the area, he aimed carefully and fired 3 shots. The first shot missed, but the second struck true, hitting the Wolf King in the abdomen. The third shot was even more precise, piercing through one of its eyes and into its brain. With a thud, the Wolf King's lifeless body collapsed in the snow, blood blossoming like a flower of death. "Let us see if you truly perish," Lin Huowang exhaled with relief. With the Wolf King dead, the remaining pack was left in disarray, no longer a threat. Indeed, without their leader, the remaining 20 wolves scattered in fright, daring not to approach Lin Huowang, the harbinger of death. They fled. The wolves have fled. "Brother Huowang, have we won? Have we held our ground?" Tension coursed through Zhao Dainiu as he erupted in joyous exclamation. "Ah, we have prevailed. Our fortune is indeed favorable. This Wolf King is not particularly astute. Had it possessed greater cunning, it would have concealed itself behind the trees, directing the pack from a safe distance, rendering it impossible for me to strike." Lin Huowang chuckled, glancing back. At that moment, however, a sudden volley of gunfire echoed from not far away, followed by a cacophony of anxious shouts. "Wolves, do not approach. This is dire." It appeared that some villagers had come to our aid, just as they encountered a scattering of wild wolves. Lin Huowang, wielding his semi-automatic Type 56 rifle with 7 rounds remaining, did not need to reload. Instead, he swiftly pursued the sound of the commotion. Indeed, he soon spotted Lin Daqiang, armed with a hunting rifle, standing his ground against a wild wolf. Smoke billowed from the muzzle of his gun, indicating that he had just fired a shot, albeit missing the beast. In truth, his rifle was now devoid of ammunition, as such firearms are designed for single-shot use. Yet, he dared not make a move, instead feigning confidence as he aimed his weapon at the wolf, attempting to intimidate it. The wild wolf, equally bewildered, had been terrified by the earlier chaos. With the Wolf King now deceased, it was inclined to flee. However, in its haste, it crossed paths with Lin Daqiang, who fired another shot, sending the wolf into a paralyzing fear. It found itself trapped, unable to advance or retreat. Upon arriving, Lin Huowang witnessed this spectacle and, amused, fired a shot, dispatching the already frightened wolf. "Ah, Brother Huowang, you are unharmed. What a relief. Thank you for saving me once again. I had intended to come to your rescue." Seeing the wolf slain, Lin Daqiang's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, feeling quite embarrassed. He expressed his gratitude while also indignantly asserting that Captain Lin had deliberately prevented anyone from coming to their aid. "Daqiang, it's all right. This is, after all, a wolf pack, and it is perilous. I am grateful that you all thought to come to my assistance." Lin Huowang was genuinely surprised that dozens of able-bodied villagers had responded to the sounds of the wolves and the gong. However, his expression shifted dramatically as he glanced towards the village. "This is bad. A few wolves have gone the wrong way. Instead of retreating to the mountains, they are heading into the village." Indeed, after the demise of the Wolf King, the pack had been dispersed. Typically, wild wolves would hasten to the safety of the dense forests. Thus, Lin Huowang had harbored little concern. Yet, inexplicably, a few wolves had veered off course, making their way into the village. He surmised that Lin Daqiang's earlier gunshot must have startled these wolves, causing them to scatter in confusion. "Wait, wolves are really entering the village? What shall we do?" Lin Daqiang was taken aback. The prospect of wolves infiltrating the village was no trivial matter, as it posed a threat to essential livestock such as hens and donkeys. To speak grandly, the abduction of children and the biting of humans are indeed matters of grave concern. "No matter, I shall first return home to instruct Dainiu, and then I will venture out with you to search for these wolves. At this hour, there is unlikely to be anyone idly wandering the streets. As long as one remains indoors, these wolves, having been thoroughly frightened, generally do not dare to intrude." Although concerned for the safety of the villagers, Lin Huowang's family undoubtedly remains his utmost priority. Upon returning to the dilapidated Lin homestead, he first ensured the safety of Liu Rumeng and the others. After surveying the surroundings and confirming that the wolf pack had fled, he meticulously instructed Zhao Daniu before grasping his 56-type semi-automatic rifle and setting off with Lin Daqiang to capture the wolves. It must be noted that Lin Huowang possesses an astute understanding of wolf behavior. The few wild wolves that inadvertently entered the village were indeed disoriented and frightened. Consequently, upon encountering the towering human dwellings, their fear intensified. Lin Huowang's analysis was not misplaced. Typically, during the depths of winter, one would not encounter anyone meandering outside at such a late hour. Yet, this was not a typical circumstance. Team leader Lin Jiangwo, having taken a stroll, even managed to dissuade two eager young men from offering support to Lin Huowang. From a distance, he heard the howls of wolves and the intermittent gunfire emanating from the Lin homestead. The shots were sporadic, pausing intermittently, until finally, it seemed only a single shot rang out, leaving an eerie silence in its wake, save for the haunting howls of the wolves. Lin Jiangwo felt a surge of satisfaction. It appears that Lin Huowang has exhausted his ammunition. This wolf pack must number over 40, having fired but a few shots. If he managed to slay 3 or 5 wolves, it would be a miraculous feat indeed. I suspect that now, with his bullets spent, Lin Huowang is desperately being overwhelmed by the pack, and his accursed mother, sister, and the Zhao siblings are likely destined to become prey for the wolves. What a pity for Liu Rumeng. If only you had chosen me then, how different things might have been, and you would not be facing such a tragic fate of being devoured by wolves. With the cessation of gunfire, Lin Jiangwo concluded that the Lin family had met their demise, beyond any doubt. In that decrepit homestead, there was scarcely a place to hide. He well understood how cunning a wolf pack led by a wolf king could be, having served as team leader for many years. In his eyes, the Lin family was already as good as dead. Satisfied, he leisurely prepared to return home to indulge in a pleasant dream. Suddenly, however, shadows appeared around the corner. What? Whose dog is this? Quite bold, aren't they? Even with wolves howling outside, they dare to venture out? Lin Jiangwo instinctively marveled at this, only to be struck by a chilling realization. There were no households along Linjiagu that kept dogs. 1, 2, 3, 4. It is not a mere dog, but rather a wolf. My goodness, how did the wolves manage to wander into the village? Lin Jiangwo could hardly fathom that just moments ago, he had been in the Lin family's broken courtyard, contending with the wild wolves, and now they appeared right before him. The troubling factor was that he possessed no weapon for self-defense, save for the solitary flashlight he carried. Upon encountering the 4 wild wolves, he realized that they too had spotted him and were letting out growls. The wolves are coming. Run. Lin Jiangwo was far from composed. He immediately turned to flee in sheer terror. Little did he know that wolves, much like dogs, emit growls as a means of warning and assessing the threat level of their target. If the target responds with aggression, they would swiftly retreat. However, the reverse was true. Upon witnessing Lin Jiangwo's frightened flight, the wolves perceived him as no threat, inducing a strong sense of fear in them. Consequently, the fleeing Lin Jiangwo ignited their hunting instincts. Particularly after being intimidated by the ferocious Lin Huowang, they were eager for a successful hunt to restore their confidence as predators. Help! Help! As Lin Jiangwo heard the howls and the sound of pursuit behind him, he was drenched in sweat, frantically propelling himself forward while shouting for help. Yet, with his cumbersome legs, he could not possibly outrun the wolves. In mere moments, the lead wolf lunged forward and with a fierce bite, sank its teeth into Lin Jiangwo's calf. Chapter 37. Wherever you go, I shall follow. The piercing pain from the wolf's bite mingled with an overwhelming dread. Lin Jiangwo cried out in anguish and desperation. Regret flooded his mind. Why had he ventured out into the cold for no reason? Those individuals seeking to assist Lin Huowang could do as they pleased, or he could have simply dissuaded them and returned home to sleep. Yet, he chose to linger outside. And now, the wolves had indeed entered the village. In that moment, with the wolf's teeth clamped around his leg and other wolves preparing to pounce, Lin Jiangwo was engulfed by despair. Memories of his past misdeeds rushed through his mind as if in rapid succession. Was this retribution? After all, Lin Huowang, the cripple, had fallen victim to the wolves. Must he too meet the same fate? No, he refused to accept this. As the production team leader, he had lived a comfortable life. How could he perish at the jaws of a wolf? It was unthinkable to die in the village, to be devoured by wolves in the dead of night. Lin Huowang imagined that when his lifeless body was discovered by the villagers, he would become a laughingstock throughout the region. Oh no, these are famished wolves. Lin Huowang felt an overwhelming sense of despair, imagining that his lifeless body might be carried away by the wolves, leaving him with no place to rest in death. The pain was excruciating. One wolf had seized his calf, dragging him back and preventing his escape. Two other wolves lunged at him, biting fiercely into his right hand, which clutched a flashlight. Perhaps these wolves, frightened by Lin Huowang's gunfire, mistook the flashlight for a similar weapon. Help! It hurts so much. Lin Huowang cried out, his voice hoarse and desperate. At that moment, he faintly heard a familiar voice in the distance. Brother Huowang. Those wolves ran away so quickly, they vanished in an instant. It was Lin Daqiang's voice, and Lin Huowang immediately saw a glimmer of hope. But who was he speaking to? Was Lin Huowang still alive? Lin Huowang widened his eyes and strained to see in the direction of the voice. Indeed, he spotted two figures in the snow approaching him. One was Lin Daqiang, and the other was Lin Huowang, the very person he had thought was lost to the wolves. Now, Lin Huowang appeared unscathed, while Lin Huowang found himself in dire peril. Help me! At that moment, Lin Huowang could think of nothing else but to scream for help. Strangely, the wolves had vanished in an instant. If they had retreated to the villagers' homes, it would have spelled disaster. Let us split up and search, Lin Huowang suggested. These wolves are frightened and timid. If you encounter them, just fire a shot, and they'll surely flee. With that, Lin Huowang and Lin Daqiang separated, moving toward different paths into the village. However, they remained oblivious to Lin Huowang's plight. The thought of imminent rescue filled Lin Huowang with dread, and he lost control, wetting his pants. His hands and feet throbbed with the pain of the wolf's bites. He could even hear the horrifying sound of his thigh being torn apart, the flesh being chewed by a wolf. It's over. I am truly going to die here. As he felt the four wolves tugging at his legs, preparing to drag him away, a gunshot suddenly pierced the night. One of the wolves biting his leg had its head blown apart by a bullet. Yet, the bullet, with unrelenting force, continued on to lodge itself into Lin Huowang's leg. I've been shot. He could scarcely believe it, injured further in such a dire situation. The remaining wolves, terrified, released their grip on him and fled toward the outskirts of the village. The gunfire had terrified them. With each shot, another wolf fell. But no matter how fast they ran, they could not outpace Lin Huowang's gun. Bang, bang, bang. The other three wolves fell one after another. Yes, not far away, Lin Huowang spotted Lin Huowang, who was being savagely mauled by four wild wolves. Yet, he feigned ignorance, allowing the wolves to continue their brutal assault. Pretending to split up with Lin Daqiang to search for the wolves, he instead took a quick detour along a smaller path before returning. Observing that Lin Huowang had lost nearly half his life, he raised his weapon and fired a shot. It was not that Lin Huowang was overly compassionate and wished to save Lin Huowang. He could have easily continued to act as if he hadn't seen anything, letting Lin Huowang succumb to the wolves. However, such a demise would be too lenient for him. Sometimes, the agony of living can be more torturous than death, especially since Lin Huowang had not yet fully exacted his revenge. How could he allow such an easy end? The shot was executed with precision, aimed not only at the wolf's head, but also ensuring the bullet inadvertently passed through. Help! Someone save me! At that moment, Lin Huowang saw Lin Huowang's arrival, and it felt more comforting than the presence of family. Despite being ravaged by the wolves and now wounded by a bullet, he was still alive, wasn't he? Under the moonlight, Lin Huowang strode toward him, brandishing a 56-style semi-automatic rifle. Lin Huowang felt an unprecedented sense of pressure. Lin Huowang exuded an overwhelming aura. Where's the gunfire? Hurry! Everyone follow me. Over here. Lin Huowang fired the shot. He is this way. There are wolves. Have been slain by Lin Huowang. Wait. There's another person on the ground, bitten by wolves. It's Captain Lin. What is he doing here, and why is he in such a state? As the gunfire echoed, Lin Huowang, the vice captain, who had hastily organized the militia during the night, rushed over. Yes, following the first howl of the wolves. Vice Captain Lin Huowang immediately sprang into action. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly organized and contacted the militia, arming them to support Lin Huowang and protect the village. However, his movements were somewhat delayed. By the time the militia was fully assembled, the battle at the Lin family compound had already concluded. Huowang, thank goodness you're safe. I can finally breathe easy. Lin Huowang approached, rifle slung over his shoulder, a smile on his face. Seeing this, Lin Huowang, lying on the ground, could not help but exclaim, Lin Huowang is fine, but I'm in trouble. Quickly, take me to the clinic. Only then did Lin Huowang notice Lin Huowang's injuries in the snow and hurried over to assess his condition. Captain, how did you end up here? And how are you so badly mauled by wolves? You've been shot too? Oh, it must have been when Huowang saved you, shooting the wolf beside you. The sight of Lin Huowang's numerous wounds made Lin Huowang grimace. Quickly, take me to the clinic. Lin Huowang's will to survive was strong, but due to excessive blood loss, he fainted after only a few words. Lin Huowang immediately called 2 militia members, urging, hurry, get the captain to the clinic and have Dr. Zhang do everything possible to save him. The 2 militia members promptly carried Lin Huowang away, while Lin Huowang, delighted, pointed at Lin Huowang and exclaimed, Huowang, that shot was surely intentional, wasn't it? Lin Huowang, laughing, replied, Uncle Huowang, you mustn't speak carelessly. The situation was critical. Had I not fired that shot, the captain would have lost his life. Indeed, by that logic, you are the captain's savior. Once he regains consciousness, I shall ensure he expresses his gratitude towards you. Otherwise, he would be most ungrateful. Seeing Lin Huowang in such a dire state, Lin Huowang felt a sense of joy within. Given his severe injuries, even if Lin Huowang's life were spared, his legs would undoubtedly be rendered useless. A captain of the production team could not afford to be incapacitated. Thus, as the deputy captain, he would naturally assume leadership. Though pleased internally, Lin Huowang refrained from overtly displaying his elation. Instead, he inquired seriously about the wolf pack's attack on the village. It must have been the scent of wild boar blood that attracted the wolves. Fortunately, I had gathered a considerable amount of tung oil today. Otherwise, we could have faced dire consequences. Lin Huowang recounted in detail the recent battle to Lin Huowang and the militia. Over 40 wolves? With just 1 rifle. Huowang managed to take down so many. How terrifying. And they were led by an alpha wolf. In a typical village, an assault from such a pack could have resulted in numerous fatalities. Yet here, they left with nothing but losses. Even the alpha perished. Huowang, you are truly remarkable. Few would believe that you single-handedly faced an entire pack of wolves. The militia members gazed at Lin Huowang with admiration and fervor, idolizing him completely. Lin Huowang, however, humbly waved his hand, attributing his success to fortune. I was fortunate that the wolves were cautious and did not charge all at once. They were deterred by the firewall. That was also due to your bravery. Any other person would have been overwhelmed and devoured at first sight. Even a submachine gun would be of little use. Lin Huowang praised, before asking, what shall we do with the wolf carcasses now? I suspect there are still plenty near your home. The 4 wolf carcasses here had already been gathered by several militia members and were piled before Lin Huowang. Please help me transport them back to my courtyard. I have an urgent need for them, Lin Huowang requested. And Uncle Huowang, let each of these militia members take a pound of wild boar meat home. Lin Huowang generously offered. Lin Huowang, however, waved his hands in refusal. No, that would be unacceptable. We arrived a bit late and were of little assistance to you. How could we possibly accept your meat? This is different. You risked your lives to come to my aid, regardless of whether you could assist me. That in itself is a gesture of goodwill. It's merely a pound of wild boar meat. Take it back and savor the taste. As they made their way back to Lin Huowang's humble courtyard, he insisted on giving each militia member a piece of wild boar meat, leaving no room for refusal. Huowang, you are truly generous. Thank you for the wild boar meat. It is splendid. As I stepped out, my beloved was still murmuring sarcastic remarks. This time, she would witness the grandeur of Huowang. I shall reserve this wild boar meat for the New Year feast, which promises to be splendid. The dozen or so militia members, originally roused in the dead of night by Lin Huowang, harbored a smidgen of resentment. Yet, upon receiving a pound of wild boar meat, their faces instantly lit up with joy, filled with admiration and gratitude towards Lin Huowang, while secretly respecting his astute dealings. Do not stand on ceremony with me. You are the militia of the production team, entrusted with the safety of the village. Your toil is commendable, and since I have an abundance of wild boar meat, it is only right to reward you. Lin Huowang had successfully won the hearts of the militia and turned to Lin Huowang, saying, Uncle Huowang, it is evident that our militia's weaponry is rather outdated. We either possess old, dilapidated shotguns or rifles from decades past. Such equipment would surely lead to grave losses if we were to encounter a pack of wolves or other ferocious beasts. Perhaps we could leverage this recent wolf attack to petition the commune's armed department for a new batch of equipment? Indeed, Huowang, you have struck a chord with me. Ever since I witnessed your prowess with the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, loading 10 rounds at a time with precision, I have pondered how our militia would benefit from such weaponry, combined with your training, to significantly enhance our combat effectiveness. Lin Huowang wholeheartedly agreed. And after further discussions with Lin Huowang, he left satisfied with the militia in tow. Upon returning home, Lin Huowang found that, apart from the youngest, Lin Xiaoxue, the others had not yet succumbed to slumber. Huowang, thank heavens you are safe. Liu Rumeng, who had been anxiously awaiting his return, sighed in relief. Despite her unwavering confidence in Lin Huowang's marksmanship and combat skills, she could not have slept a wink without knowing he was safely home. Similarly, Lin's mother shared her worries, a mother's concern for her child's safety growing ever more acute. Especially after the terrifying howls of the wolves outside had left her heart in her throat. She clasped her hands in prayer, murmuring Ba, beseeching protection for Lin Huowang. Brother Huowang, after you left, everything remained secure. The wolf pack dispersed, and none dared return. Zhao Daniu stood vigil at the door, gripping his hatchet tightly. Brother Huowang, you are truly remarkable. I just stepped outside for a moment and saw so many wolves you had slain. Zhao Juhua gazed at Lin Huowang with utter admiration. Only Lin Xiaoxue, oblivious to the dangers, fell into a deep slumber the moment the threat had subsided. It is a relief that all is well. There are but a few wolves remaining, and they will certainly not dare to encroach upon human settlements anytime soon. Lin Huowang looked upon his delightful and warm family with a sense of profound comfort. Everyone, let us retire for the night. Tomorrow holds much to accomplish. Not to mention, the numerous wolf carcasses needed attending to, particularly the pelts, which could be stripped to craft warm wolfskin coats. As dawn approached, Lin Huowang hurriedly urged everyone to rest. Huowang, you are truly extraordinary. Reclining once more in the warm embrace of Lin Huowang, Liu Rumeng felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility, as if she wished to meld completely into his being. The next morning, the village was abuzz with commotion. Although everyone had heard the howls of wolves and the crack of gunfire the previous night, they remained utterly oblivious to the events that had transpired outside. Moreover, families without firearms dared not venture beyond their thresholds. In fact, many were so petrified by the thought of wolves infiltrating the village that they barricaded their doors with wooden sticks and sealed their windows tightly. It was only at dawn, when they emerged, that they began to learn about the fierce battle from the militia members. Could it be true? Was Huowang truly so formidable? Had he vanquished over 40 wolves? My goodness, I can hardly fathom it. Even the mere sight of a single wolf would have my legs trembling, rendering me unable to move. Thank heavens Huowang eliminated so many. Otherwise, how many wolves could have invaded our village? Even if we had remained indoors, we would hardly have been safe. Indeed, later, the militia, under the guidance of the deputy captain, ventured out with their firearms. But the wolves had already been driven away by Huowang. However, it was said that Huowang generously rewarded each militia member who assisted him with a pound of wild boar meat. Wow, what a bargain. Had I also emerged to help last night, I could have claimed a pound of wild boar meat for myself. Have you heard? The captain faced dire straits last night. He was bitten by a wolf and is currently receiving treatment at the health center. How could anyone not know? Humph. When I heard the gong ringing last night, I urged my husband to take his hunting rifle to assist Huowang. Yet, as soon as he stepped outside, the captain persuaded him to return. He forbade anyone from aiding Huowang, insisting that those who went would face deductions in their work points and rations. Had he not intervened, my husband could have gone to help Huowang and returned with a pound of wild boar meat. Serves him right. He prevented people from assisting Huowang and fending off the wolves, only for the wolves to invade the village and bite him instead. Truly, what goes around comes around. Ultimately, it was Huowang who shot and saved him. Otherwise, he would have met a grim fate. Those militia members, having received Lin Huowang's wild boar meat, naturally felt indebted to him. They disseminated an objective account of the events from the previous night, particularly emphasizing the generous offering of wild boar meat and the actions and consequences surrounding the production team leader, Lin Jiangwo. Following this incident, Lin Huowang's reputation and standing within the Linjiagu production team soared dramatically, while the esteem of production team leader Lin Jiangwo plummeted. His authority, once established through control over food and work points, began to unravel. At the Lin family courtyard, A considerable number of people gathered early in the morning. These were the craftsmen and laborers who had agreed to come today to repair the Lin family courtyard. Over 20 individuals arrived at the crack of dawn, and Lin Huowang was quite generous. He prepared a pot of meat soup, supplemented by leftover pig's blood from the previous day and some cornmeal pancakes. With such a complimentary breakfast, the craftsmen and able-bodied workers were even more eager to labor diligently. Due to the year of famine, many households subsist on merely 2 meals a day, sometimes just a solitary supper. Therefore, the luxury of enjoying warm soup and porridge in the morning can hardly be overstated. The coming days will demand considerable effort from everyone. It is quite chilly. Let us strive to prepare everything to the best of our ability today, Lin Huowang proclaimed while delivering breakfast to the craftsmen. Rest assured, Huowang, with so many helping hands and the house frame already in place, we shall encounter no difficulties. Indeed, Huowang, it is truly worthwhile to labor for your family. We even receive food in the morning. Where else could one find such a splendid opportunity? Absolutely. We shall work diligently. By the way, Huowang, did you really encounter over 40 wild wolves last night? Need you even ask? Have you not seen the carcasses piled in the courtyard? There are at least a dozen. As the craftsmen conversed, they worked with remarkable speed. Despite the harsh winter conditions, their ample manpower ensured that progress was swift. The Lin family was equally busy. Lin's mother, accompanied by Zhao Daniu, Lin Xiaoxue, and Zhao Juhua, was engaged in skinning the wolf corpses and removing their entrails. With no time to bleed the wolves prior to their demise, the blood had congealed within their bodies. While wolf meat may not be particularly palatable, wolf pelts are indeed valuable. Crafted into wolfskin coats, they would undoubtedly be considered a luxury in this era. Meanwhile, Lin Huowang and Liu Rumeng were tasked with clearing out the items from the house to create space for the craftsmen to commence their reinforcement and repairs. Most of the belongings were trivial household items, largely worn and tattered. Among them was a tattered quilt, some ragged clothes, and a collection of chipped bottles and bowls. What astonished Liu Rumeng the most was that, while assisting Lin Huowang, she unearthed a pile of books from beneath the bed. Wow! How come your family possesses so many books? Liu Rumeng exclaimed, flipping through the volumes with astonishment. There were as many as 50 or 60. These were not mere novels or tales. Rather, they comprised educational materials and reference books, including titles such as the New Chinese Dictionary, Self-Study Series on Mathematics and Physics, English-Chinese Dictionary, Youth Self-Study Series, Manual for Barefoot Doctors, and Foundations of Agriculture and Industry. Upon seeing these books, Lin Huowang recalled their origins and slowly remarked, "They were not originally mine. Before your group of educated youth arrived, there was a certain stinky old nine who had been cast into the cow shed. I referred to him as Teacher Zhang, and he brought these books with him. Due to my limp, I was deemed a burden in the fields, and thus I was assigned to the cow shed to clean up manure. As time passed, I became acquainted with Teacher Zhang. My schooling had been a mix of play and half-hearted learning. But it was during my time with him that I truly absorbed much of the knowledge found within these books." As he spoke, Lin Huowang found himself lost in deep reminiscence. In a past life, what set him apart from other rural youths was his audacity to report Lin Zhengguo. Following his entry into the military, he swiftly ascended the ranks and eventually joined a special forces unit. His accomplishments, culminating in his admission to university, can be attributed to the diligent guidance of Teacher Zhang, who was relegated to the cow shed. Even in an era when few were familiar with the English language, Teacher Zhang imparted a wealth of knowledge to him. Consequently, once Lin Huowang entered university, he was able to swiftly adapt to his English courses and opted to pursue English as a second major. After venturing into business, it was his proficiency in English that enabled him to conduct overseas research and import advanced equipment. How remarkable is Teacher Zhang, possessing such vast knowledge. It is no wonder that despite being only in the 5th grade, he exhibited such talent. Upon hearing this narrative, Liu Rumeng's confusion began to dissipate. Teacher Zhang had passed away the year before the arrival of their cohort of educated youth, having succumbed in the cow shed during a heavy snowfall that collapsed the structure, trapping him within. When I finally located Teacher Zhang, his body had already stiffened. Thus, I brought his collection of books back to the Laozhang family. After being expelled from the Laozhang household, I brought them here. Fortunately, the illiterate children of the Laozhang family did not recognize their worth. Otherwise, I might not have been able to take them with me." As Lin Huowang caressed the yellowed pages of the books, he could not help but reflect on the weight of history resting upon the shoulders of ordinary individuals, akin to a mountain capable of crushing them. In this era, countless talented and ambitious individuals like Teacher Zhang have met their untimely demise in obscurity, perishing in cow sheds or fields, lost to the silent dust of history. They might have left vibrant marks in their respective fields, crafting and composing brilliant lives, yet they fade away, unfulfilled and unnoticed. It was now late January 1977, with only about 10 days remaining until the new year. Lin Huowang withdrew his thoughts and gazed at the book titled Self-Study Series in Mathematics, Physics, and Chemistry. He recalled that in a few months, the esteemed leader would reinstate the college entrance examination. He withdrew the book and handed it to Liu Rumeng, saying, Meng, since you're idling at home, you might as well take a look at these books. They are quite fascinating. The self-study series in mathematics, physics, and chemistry. I only completed 1 year of high school before responding to the call to go to the countryside. However, I am indeed interested in physics and chemistry. But what use is it now? In these fields, who requires profound knowledge of physics or chemistry? Liu Rumeng jested. Lin Huowang shook his head gravely and replied, knowledge is never without purpose. You never know when it may prove invaluable. Moreover, I believe the country cannot continue along this path indefinitely. Universities are filled with students recommended by workers, farmers, and soldiers, lacking any foundational knowledge. How will they grasp profound scientific cultural concepts? Perhaps one day, the college entrance examination will be reinstated. You are still young. Take this opportunity to learn more now, and when the time comes to take the exam, you will be ahead of others. Reinstating the college entrance examination? Upon hearing those 4 words, Liu Rumeng's entire body trembled. For if the college entrance examination were truly reinstated, those of them who had been sent to the countryside would undoubtedly have the opportunity to escape rural life and return to the city. However, if they were to be admitted to university, it would mean departing from Linjiagu, leaving Lin Huowang behind. No, I cannot accept that. Wang, even if the examination is reinstated, I shall not register for it. Liu Rumeng resolutely shook her head. What? Why, Meng? I recall you once expressed that your greatest aspiration was to attend university. Lin Huowang inquired, puzzled. You also mentioned that was my former greatest wish. Yet now, my utmost desire is to be with you, Liu Rumeng affirmed with unwavering determination. Only then did Lin Huowang comprehend that this young lady did not wish to part from him. He chuckled as he ruffled her hair, saying, silly girl, even if you are admitted to university, we shall not be separated. Wherever you go, I shall follow, and we shall always remain together. Wang, you are truly wonderful. Liu Rumeng's eyes brimmed with tears. Aside from her parents, no one had ever treated her with such kindness and sincerity. Meanwhile, in the distant capital city, within the courtyard of the Poetry magazine editorial office, the finalized draft was promptly sent to the printing house. Fresh copies of the Poetry magazine were dispatched from the capital via the postal system to every corner of the nation. The modern poem Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms, which had earned the admiration of all the editors, began to circulate throughout the vast expanse of the motherland. In this special period, the development of literary works in our country had nearly come to a complete standstill. The cultural life of the populace was, to say the least, severely lacking. However, beginning last year, numerous literary publications from the past resumed circulation as many cultural intellectuals returned to their posts. The first to resume was People's Literature, followed by Poetry magazine. Other periodicals, such as October, Harvest, Literary Report, Novel Monthly, and Youth Literature, gradually resumed publication only after 1978. As of 1977, aside from People's Literature, Poetry magazine had become an emblem of spiritual faith and refuge for countless literary youths. The moment the latest issue of Poetry magazine arrived at the Xinhua bookstore and post office, it was swiftly snatched up by the literary enthusiasts who had been eagerly awaiting its release. Most among them were sent-down youth with a passion for literature and poetry. Many of these young intellectuals were not financially well off. Despite the magazine's price of 0.3 yuan, they pooled their resources, contributing 10 cents or 5 cents each, just to afford a copy. Upon obtaining Poetry magazine, the youths would often gather in a circle, and the one with the highest recitation skills would publicly open the cover page and recite the issue's lead poem. It has become a customary practice for the revived Poetry magazine to feature the most exceptional submission from each issue on its front page, thereby presenting the pinnacle of poetic artistry. Previous issues have showcased commendable works that resonated widely among the literary youth, leading to their circulation and recitation. However, These poems rarely attain the status of classics, often fading into obscurity once the next issue is released, with few continuing to recite or disseminate them. Yet, upon the debut of this issue's featured poem, Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms, an indescribable affection enveloped nearly all young literary enthusiasts who received the magazine. They found themselves eager to share this exquisite poem, imbued with the essence of happiness and hope, with everyone around them. Lily, allow me to recite a poem for you. It is splendid. The title is Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms. Starting tomorrow, be a happy person. I won't listen. It's just a poem. How can it satisfy my hunger? Right now, I crave a bowl of fragrant rice. May you find love and happiness in this world. I only wish to face the sea and see the spring blooms. What do you think? Isn't this poem splendid? This poem is wonderfully composed. I was famished and lamenting how difficult life is. My stomach was growling. But after hearing this poem, I suddenly felt a radiant future ahead. Facing the sea, spring blossoms. I have never seen the sea. If I ever have the chance, I must visit it. Such dialogues unfolded throughout that day and the subsequent fortnight as Poetry magazine continued to be released across the nation. Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms, and its author, Zhong Yuejin, swiftly gained acclaim among the youth. Particularly, Zhong's unpretentious and simple language painted scenes filled with hope and happiness, captivating countless artistic young women. This Zhong Yuejin, capable of crafting such heartwarming poetry, must surely be a remarkable individual. I long to meet him. He must be radiant and handsome. The author's biography in the magazine reveals that Zhong Yuejin is merely 18 years old, a young intellectual from a commune in northeast China. Like us, he is a youth, yet possesses such remarkable talent. Just consider, in past issues, which featured poems were not the works of celebrated literary giants. Indeed, Zhong Yuejin is impressive, just based on Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms. He qualifies as one of the most talented youths. How wonderful it would be if I could marry a talented youth like Zhong Yuejin. He would write poetry for me every day, expressing endless affection through verse. It is no exaggeration. At this moment, the artistic young women are incredibly easy to enchant. If only you could feign a little charm, sweeten your words, and casually recite a few lines of modern poetry. Oh, how a chorus of admirers would undoubtedly swarm around you in adoration. Moreover, if you were to possess genuine talent and had truly published poetry in reputable journals, you could effortlessly traverse the land as a distinguished poet, eliciting fervent admiration and devotion from both male and female youth wherever you went. You need not even express your intentions. Countless young women would vie for your affection, feeling privileged to do so. Such a magical era is indeed astonishing. It was during this time, extending to the late 1990s, that the status of literary figures in our country reached its zenith, allowing them to live in utmost comfort. The youth who had read Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms were profoundly moved by its sentiments, each one brimming with excitement. Many sought to connect and converse with the poem's author, Zhong Yuejin. During this period, it was quite common for readers to correspond with authors, resulting in a deluge of letters sent to the Poetry Journal from across the nation. As the journal only mentioned that Zhong Yuejin was a youth sent to work in a commune in northeast China, without providing a specific address, readers could only send their letters to the journal's office for forwarding. However, some of the youth already knew Zhong Yuejin personally. Upon seeing the mention of a northeast commune, they immediately associated it with their acquaintance. Although names like Zhong Yuejin are prone to duplication, their excitement propelled them to write letters to the Zhong Yuejin of the Hongqing Commune's Linjiagu production team, seeking to confirm their suspicions. In any case, the editors at the Poetry Journal had long anticipated that Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms would become a sensation, yet they could hardly have imagined its overwhelming success. On the very first day of its release, the morning saw the magazine fly off the shelves, and by afternoon, the journal had received a sackful of letters addressed to Zhong Yuejin from literary youths in the capital. Typically, even local letters would take at least a day to arrive. However, the sheer volume of correspondence sent to the Poetry Journal prompted the Postal Service to assign personnel to carry a sack of letters directly. Furthermore, various Xinhua bookstores and post offices began calling in with feedback. Firstly, there was an urgent request to reprint this issue of the Poetry Journal, as the usual 50,000 copies were woefully insufficient. Many literary youths, deeply moved by Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms, clamored to order a copy from Xinhua bookstores for their personal collections. This was an unprecedented occurrence. as it seemed that the literary youth of China were all reciting and disseminating this poem on that day. Consequently, Xinhua bookstores requested the Poetry Journal to urgently print an additional 100,000 copies to meet the demand. Secondly, news from the postal system revealed that not only the postal offices around the capital, but also a multitude of educated youth were purchasing stamps to write letters to the magazine Poetry Journal. Across the nation, postal systems reported that over 100 young intellectuals, after reading Poetry Journal, immediately bought stamps to correspond with the author of Facing the Sea. With Spring Blossoms, Zhong Yuejin, it has truly become a sensation, the chief editor exclaimed with excitement as the deputy editor, Tian Jian, answered call after call in the bustling office of Poetry Journal. The atmosphere was electric, with fellow editors cheering in unison. Please, elaborate. The chief editor, Yen Chun, responded. His spirits lifted. His appointment as the chief editor of Poetry Journal came with immense pressure. As the second magazine in the country to resume publication and the only poetry magazine, failing to achieve any notable success would render him a pariah in the literary community. Fortunately, within less than 10 issues of its revival, they had unearthed a poem capable of sweeping the nation. 5,000 copies sold out instantly. Xinhua Bookstore is urging us to print another 100,000. Tian Jian exclaimed, exhilarated. Unbelievable. One poem has quadrupled our sales. With each inspiring word, the editors felt a surge of joy, realizing their recent overtime work had indeed borne fruit. Among them, the most elated was the intern editor, Liang, who had been the first to discover Facing the Sea with Spring Blossoms. Upon her first glance, she had predicted its nationwide success. And now it had indeed created a significant stir across the country. Congratulations, Editor Li. Facing the Sea with Spring Blossoms has ignited a fire, and your analysis will undoubtedly gain recognition, perhaps even finding its way into our national poetry history. They cheered. You are truly fortunate, Editor Li. Some of us have spent a lifetime reviewing submissions without encountering a poem of such caliber. The other editors chimed in, congratulating her. Editors are akin to discerning talent scouts, capable of discovering valuable poetry that resonates nationwide. This is indeed a crowning achievement. Li Ying humbly smiled, attributing the success to the talent of comrade Zhong Yuejin. I merely had the good fortune to uncover it. Such a magnificent poem would not go unnoticed by any editor. She then turned to Chief Editor Yen Chun, inquiring, Chief Editor Yen, with the burgeoning influence of Facing the Sea with Spring Blossoms, might we consider inviting comrade Zhong Yuejin to join our editorial team? Surely, he has earned such a distinction. Indeed, Facing the Sea with Spring Blossoms has now become a phenomenon in poetry, likely to stand as a representative work of a unique literary genre in the aftermath of extraordinary times. This attests to comrade Zhong Yuejin's remarkable literary talent and cultivation. Moreover, his aspiration to join the editorial team of the Poetry Journal is something I wholeheartedly endorse. Yen Chen nodded in agreement, expressing his approval. Shall I now convey this exciting news about the immense success of Facing the Sea with Spring Blossoms to him in the name of the Poetry Journal? Li Ying, being quite the impetuous spirit, felt it imperative to share this joyous tidings with Zhong Yuejin at the earliest opportunity, allowing him to revel in the happiness as well. Absolutely. However, it seems that his on-site visit will have to wait until after the new year, as there are fewer than 10 days left until the festivities. Furthermore, the editor-in-chief of the People's Daily has recently reviewed your poem and experienced the enthusiasm of literary youth for it near the Xinhua bookstore. He expressed a desire to send a reporter for an on-site interview with comrade Zhong Yuejin. Thus, after the new year, a journalist from the People's Daily will accompany us to the Hongxing commune in Jilin province. With the editor-in-chief's words, Li Ying felt reassured, knowing that Zhong Yuejin's joining the Poetry Journal as an editor was virtually a foregone conclusion. Elated, she unfolded a sheet of stationery and began to compose a letter to the esteemed poet, Zhong Yuejin. Dear comrade Zhong Yuejin, as this letter reaches you, you may very well envision the fervent atmosphere currently enveloping the editorial department of the Poetry Journal. Outside, the northern winds howl. Yet our hearts bask in the warmth of your poem, Facing the Sea with Spring Blossoms. As the first reader of this work, I write to share the joy that belongs to all literary youth. 1. The impact and resonance of your poetry since the release of this issue of the Poetry Journal. Your poem has ignited the hearts of countless educated youth like a spark. The scene at the Xinhua bookstore was remarkable. The initial print run of 50,000 copies sold out within an hour. and an urgent reprint order for 100,000 copies has been placed. A sales assistant remarked, "Since the journal's revival, I have never witnessed such a spectacle." Tears and recitations from readers. At a youth gathering in the outskirts of Beijing, a woman, moved to tears after reading the poem, remarked, "How simple happiness can be. Feeding horses, chopping wood, tending to grains and vegetables." Others transcribed your verses onto newspapers by their beds, calling it a bowl of hot soup amidst the winter chill. Letters poured in like snowflakes. In just half a day, the editorial department received over 300 letters from readers. One comrade serving in Inner Mongolia wrote, "I have never seen the sea, but your poem compels me to believe that beyond the prairie lies a spring where blossoms bloom." 2. Your journey and the invitation from the Poetry Journal editor-in-chief, Yin Chun, has formally proposed inviting you to join the editorial team of the Poetry Journal, with preparations for the necessary procedures and processes commencing after the new year. As you mentioned in your submission letter, wishing to wield your pen like a plow, deeply cultivating the fertile soil of poetry, we believe your contribution will infuse vibrant life into modern Chinese poetry. The chief editor's special note: please convey to Comrade Yuejin that his writing need not be constrained by lofty ideals. Maintaining the simplicity that nourishes both horse and man is precisely the poetry the people require. As an editor's personal reflection, as the one who discovered this poem, I often find myself the subject of my colleagues' teasing, suggesting I have struck gold. Yet, I am aware that the true fortune lies with this era. As the clouds of despair dissipate, the populace yearns for a poem to cleanse their tarnished souls. Your imagery of facing the sea not only delineates individual aspirations, but also articulates the collective longing of a nation. An elder comrade remarked upon reading it, "This poem reminds me of the tears I shed 20 years ago when I first encountered the diary of Lei Feng." Looking ahead with hope. Enclosed are excerpts from readers' letters featured in this issue of the Poetry Journal, along with the editorial team's collective suggestions regarding the direction of poetic creation. It is my hope that these echoes from afar may illuminate your path forward. Though the paper is brief, the sentiment is profound. I implore you to cherish it. We eagerly anticipate traveling alongside you on the train heading towards spring. With revolutionary respect. Li Ying Editorial Department, Poetry Journal, February 9, 1977.